Tribulation of Myriad Clans Chapter 429 to Chapter 447. Rumble, the Sea of Will shook. In the ancient city, Suyu obtained too much willpower this time. Under the absorption, his willpower directly rose from Lingyun 7 to Lingyun 9. As for Suyu, he started forging. He couldn't improve anymore. Of course, it was actually very difficult for him to improve to the Mountain Sea realm. He had previously consumed the Sun Moon Mystic Yellow liquid, and his divine aperture had become much stronger. In this situation, he had almost no hope of closing it. Suyu didn't care too much. If there was no hope, then so be it. Who cared? Improving a little was a little. The god-expanding hammer hammered again. Soon, the Sea of Will became bigger, and some of the impurities in the willpower were hammered out. Suyu continued hammering until his willpower reached Lingyun 8. Only then did he continue to absorb some of the Sea of Will. Soon, it reached Lingyun 9. He hammered again. This happened 2 or 3 times. This time, the willpower reward was completely used up. As for the little furball, it ate its fill this time. It began to sleep on Shenwen. It was unknown if Suyu was really sleeping or if he was going to transform, but he didn't care. Ever since it entered Lingyun 9, it had followed him and eaten many good things. He didn't know when it would enter the Mountain Sea realm. Suyu hovered in the air and looked around. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, he smiled and put the storage ring and the City Lord token into his bag. Other than that, there were a few other things. One was Red Frog's storage ring, and the other was Red Frog's big tongue, the kind that was roasted. As for the corpse, it had been smashed into pieces by Suyu. If he were to extract it, he might be able to extract a drop of essence blood from the first layer of the Sun-Moon realm. However, Suyu was too lazy to do so. The blood was scattered everywhere, and many dead spirits were corroding it. He also had to chase away the dead spirits. It was too troublesome. It was just a drop of blood essence of a Sun-Moon realm cultivator. He didn't want it. He could be willful with money. The main thing was that it was too troublesome, and there was too much blood. Black Devil was dead, Red Frog was dead, and the city was quiet. However, Suyu did not care about all this. He quickly said in a clear voice, "From today onwards, I, Suyu, am the City Lord of Grand Star Ancient City. Whether you accept it or not, it doesn't matter. In this ancient city, the words of I, Suyu, are the law. Black Demon and the others don't dare to kill because they are afraid of the dead spirits. I'm not afraid. You saw it too. I killed the Sun and Moon of the Red Frog clan, but the Sun and Moon dead spirits didn't bother me at all. If you kill me, be careful that the King of Death Spirits will kill you. And if I kill you, I don't have to pay a price." Suyu said in a cold voice, "Since you've become a resident of this ancient city, don't think too much. I don't know if the residents of this ancient city can go to other ancient cities from this ancient city. If you can leave if you want. If you can't, then accept your fate. Before I die, don't even think about turning the sky upside down." At this moment, an ancient house opened, and someone said in a low voice, "Lord Su, I'm a human. Since you're in charge of the ancient city, do you still need to recruit guards?" Suyu's eyes lit up, and he looked in that direction. It was a Ling Yunjing cultivator. After glancing at him, Suyu did not ask if he had committed a crime and hid here. He said lightly, "Maybe he will, but it's hard to say now. I'll refine the City Lord token first. If I can't refine it, or if I die from the backlash, everyone can be happy. If I really become the City Lord of the ancient city, everyone should be prepared. Soon, I will adjust everything in the ancient city." Another ancient house opened, and a strong demon poked his head out and said, "City Lord Su, the demon clan and the human clan have been fighting non-stop. If you become the City Lord of the ancient city, will you go against the demon clan?" Suyu said lightly, "If you're obedient, then it doesn't matter. If you're not obedient, it doesn't matter if you're a demon or a human, you can only die." When the demon heard this, there was nothing else to say. Obviously, Suyu did not have any distinction between humans and demons in his heart. Or rather, he hated the demon clan and did not have a good impression of the human clan. This had nothing to do with them. It was fine as long as they did not go against him. It didn't matter who became the City Lord. Furthermore, how long could Suyu be the City Lord for? Unless he sealed the city gates for life, Suyu ignored them and quickly entered the city lord residence. The gates of the city lord residence closed instantly. Other than Suyu, there was no one else alive in the huge city lord residence. The first thing Suyu had to do was patrol the area to see if there was anyone hiding inside. If there was no one, he quickly went to the rear hall. There was a stone statue in the rear hall. It was different from the stone statue in Sky Destroyer City. The stone statue in Sky Destroyer City was in the form of a giant, human, and had a tail. However, this stone statue was not in the form of a human, but in the form of a sea beast. It was said to be a sea beast because the stone statue seemed to have some scales on its body. It was also in the form of a human, but its head was a little sharp. Suyu greets Lord. Suyu was much more respectful this time. He bowed to the stone statue, looking like he was well-educated and well-mannered. At this moment, he had changed into a clean white robe. The death aura had been restrained, and his face was slightly pale. He wore a faint smile, like a spring breeze. He was a civilization master. A refined civilization master had to pay attention to his image when greeting experts. It was not strange for him to be polite. Even if this stone statue was like a dead object and did not move. That was not important, he had to be polite. This stone statue was alive and could kill. It was the kind that could fight invincible. It was very scary. In this ancient city, the stone statue was the boss, and he was the second. Alright, he could be the second to the dead spirit monarch, or he could be the third. In any case, these two usually did not appear and did not fight. As Suyu thought this, he quickly restrained his emotions and said softly, I once met a senior in Sky Destroyer Ancient City. He was in the same state as senior. I wonder if senior had any friendship or enmity with that senior from Sky Destroyer Ancient City? He glanced at the stone statue, whose eyes were still closed. Suyu said cautiously, I got along very well with that senior. That senior also taught me a breathing technique, a vibration technique, and gave me 3 shuttle talismans. I am very grateful. I hope that I can get along with senior just as well. If senior has any instructions, please let me know at any time. I will do my best to fulfill them. The stone statue closed its eyes. You got along very well with Sky Destroyer. He did not know the specifics, but he knew that Suyu seemed to know a breathing technique, even if it was just a superficial knowledge. Could it be that Sky Destroyer had really taught it to him? The stone statue was actually a little surprised. Forget it, let's not think about it. Who cares? Was Suyu trying to worm his way into his good books? No need, I am the enforcer of the rules. I don't need to worm my way into his good books. As long as it conforms to the rules, he will not interfere. Otherwise, he would have interfered long ago. Suyu waited for a moment, but the stone statue did not reply. He did not know if Suyu could not reply or if it was something else, but he did not care. Soon, he said respectfully, Senior, I will go refine the City Lord token first. If Senior has any instructions, please call me at any time. After saying this, Suyu slowly retreated. This time, he did not smash it. Although he really wanted to try smashing it, forget it. If he really angered this person and was killed with one punch, there would be no way to reason with him. He returned to the front hall of the City Lord residence. Suyu took out the City Lord token. It was black and could not be seen. Refine this thing. Suyu knew how to refine it. Soon, he began to use his willpower to devour the City Lord token. At this moment, a powerful aura of death seeped out from the City Lord token. Suyu's body shook. It was the aura of death again. In the ancient city, everything had the aura of death. It was really troublesome. If it was a little weaker, just the erosion of the aura of death could instantly kill some of the Lingyan mountains and seas. No wonder the City Lord was not weak. If he was weak, he would not even be able to refine the City Lord token. Suyu quickly reversed the flow of the aura of death. A large amount of aura of death poured in, and along with the influx of aura of death, there was also some information that flowed into his consciousness and was captured by Suyu. City Lord token, take charge of the ancient city. Suyu carefully experienced and felt it. Ancient city, no, the holy city. This was the Great Star Holy City. It had existed since ancient times. As for who founded it and how long it had existed, there were no records. However, Suyu knew some things. The purpose of the holy city's existence was to suppress the passage of the dead spirit realm and prevent the spread of the aura of death. The 36 holy cities all existed for this purpose. As the city lord, Suyu had responsibilities, obligations, and rights. As the degree of his refinement deepened, the information he obtained gradually increased. The city lord had many rights. For example, he could open most of the ancient houses. Except for a few that might have been the residents of top powerhouses in the past, he might not be able to open them, but the rest could be opened. Of course, if he forcefully broke the house, he would suffer a certain backlash, which came from the aura of death in the ancient house. Opening the ancient house was one of the reasons. Second, he could forcibly close the city gate or open the city gate. This had actually almost happened in the ancient city of destruction. The Mystic Armor clan wanted to find the Tianmen general to forcibly close the gate. However, as long as it was forced, whether it was opened or closed, he would suffer a backlash. The price of the backlash was the deepening of the aura of death, which would accelerate the death of the city lord. Therefore, under normal circumstances, he would not force it. The loss was too great, and the gains did not make up for the losses. Third, it was said that if the city lord was in the 9 heavens of the sun and moon realms, he could fight invincible in the city. Previously, Suyu did not experience it from Black Demon. He did not feel it, but this time, he understood something. At critical moments, the city lord could use the city lord token to communicate with the dead spirit world and obtain the bonus of the dead spirit fusion of the same strength, which was equivalent to fusing with a body. It was a bit exaggerated to say that he could be evenly matched with the invincible realm. However, if the city lord fused with a body, communicated with the dead spirit world, and fused with another body, there was indeed a little hope that he could fight with the invincible realm. This was the legendary secret of the city lord being able to fight with the invincible realm. Of course, in the ancient city, if you really fought with the invincible realm, there was a high probability that you would not need to do anything. The king of the dead spirits, or even the stone statue, would fight in person. Under normal circumstances, it would be enough to deal with some quasi-invincible realm experts. In this way, you did not have to worry too much about being killed in the ancient city. The invincible realm did not dare to come in. If it was not the invincible realm, you would be in the 9 heavens of the sun and moon realms and fused with a body. When the battle started, the other party would kill you for fear of hurting the innocent. If you killed the other party, you did not have to worry too much. It did not matter much to deal with the invaders. Also, try not to interfere with the operating system of the entire ancient city. This operating system included the previous situation, such as the dead spirits wanted to kill, and the city lord's mansion had to protect them, which was not in line with the rules. The killing of the dead spirits was their business. The city lord's mansion could intervene, but it could not be too biased and protect those people. These were the rights and obligations of the city lord. In addition, the city lord had another requirement. He must ensure that there were enough residents in the city. These residents would share the death chi for the entire ancient city. If there were not enough residents, the city lord would bear more death chi. If the city lord could not bear it or died, the stone statue would bear the death chi. In fact, Suyu did not know that there was no one in the ancient city. When he was at the bottom of the Star Sea that day, he was not far from the ancient city. The stone statue of the ancient city was also terrifyingly powerful. It had not been opened for many years, and the death chi had long been extremely strong. However, it was completely suppressed by that stone statue alone. Obviously, that stone statue was stronger than some other stone statues. Including the stone statue that appeared before, that stone statue was only a projection of the clone, and the main body might still be sleeping. Of course, at this moment, Suyu did not know. He knew why some ancient cities did not prohibit outsiders from entering and did not care about outsiders entering. When they entered, they even let them stay as they pleased. It was most likely to attract enough residents. With more residents, they could share some of the death chi. This way, the other people, or rather, all the residents, would be less affected by the death chi. Unfortunately, there were too few people who dared to become residents unless they had no other choice. Sky Destroyer, Cloud Sky, and Great Star. These 3 ancient cities did not have many people, and it was difficult to attract them. Black Demon's heavy injuries were actually related to the deaths of many residents in the ancient city, causing him to bear more death chi. At this moment, Suyu could not help but curse in his heart. At this moment, he could feel an incomparably powerful deathly aura assaulting him. He finally understood why the city lord had died so quickly. Waves of deathly aura kept assaulting him. Sealing the city was actually not a good choice. As time passed, the strong death chi kept attacking him, and he would soon be completely swallowed by the death chi. No wonder the city lords of the ancient cities did not seal the city for nothing. No wonder they did not charge the Sky Hunter Pavilion and the other organizations. If they charged fees, people would not come, and they would not come, resulting in a decrease in the number of customers. With this decrease, the number of residents would also decrease. Wouldn't that be the end of the city? So that's how it is. So you finally understood a few things. In addition, there was another benefit of becoming a city lord. The city lord token could open some ancient houses, and there was hope of obtaining some fortuitous opportunities. Of course, Suyu had never seen fortuitous opportunities before. He did not think much of it. There was also another point. The city lord token had some effect on the ancient city lord token and some special tokens. For example, the city gate token, the storekeeper token, the guard general token. They all had some effect. The biggest effect was to transfer the death chi from the city lord token to them. Previously, Suyu felt that the death chi of the guards here was even heavier than in Sky Destroyer Ancient City. Now he understood, it was Black Demon's doing. In order to prevent himself from being devoured, Black Demon transferred a large amount of death chi to his subordinates and the guards, causing them to almost die. In that case, the Milky Way in Sky Destroyer Ancient City was still alright. The death chi of the guards and soldiers under his command was not that serious. This was because the Milky Way itself was bearing the burden. And these city gate tokens were not without benefits. The higher the rank of the city gate token, the deeper the ancient houses could be entered. They could avoid the death chi and control the dead spirits. Ordinary residents did not have this right. Therefore, they could still recruit some strong people. Strong people were also willing to be recruited. Another point was that some people would collect some fees to enter the city. These fees belonged to the city lord mansion, and the city lord mansion would take a portion of it. The rest would be given to the soldiers. This was also a way for them to maintain their own cultivation. Otherwise, the residents would not be able to leave the ancient city for too long. And there was another point. If they brought a high-rank token out of the city, they could suppress some of the death chi's backlash. They would not be like the ordinary residents, who might suffer a backlash in a day or two. Black Demon had once ordered his generals to lead the guards out to intercept and kill some experts because of these tokens. And now, these tokens were all in the city lord mansion. These things would not be taken away. They could be given to some people, and there was no need to worry about them rebelling. If they dared to rebel, they just had to ask if they were afraid of the death chi. The city lord would transfer a large amount of death chi to them and kill them quickly. After refining for a long time, Suyu continuously resisted and reversed the death chi. The pressure was still manageable, but strictly speaking, the speed of the death chi's invasion was a third faster than before. In the past, Suyu could reverse the death chi for an hour to maintain the balance. Now, it would take about 1.5 hours. Moreover, as the number of strong people in the city decreased, the number of people to share the death chi would decrease, and the speed of the death chi's invasion would increase. Because the entire holy city was located on the Dead Spirits Passage, large amounts of death chi were constantly spreading out. Only by continuously absorbing and counteracting the death chi could the death chi be worn away. Therefore, the purpose of the residents was to share the death chi and wear it away. The residents continuously cultivated to make the death chi disappear. This was in line with what the stone sculpture said. The residents lived to suppress the death chi. The residents cultivated to wear away the death chi so that the ancient city would not be completely devoured by the death chi. I see. This time, Suyu finally understood that the residents had such a purpose. They lived to guard. When they died, they became dead spirits. The ancient city and the dead spirits were not on the same side. Suyu felt it this time. However, the two were somewhat connected, and there might be some things that he did not understand. So, when all the residents are dead, the death chi that seeps out of the dead spirits world will have to be borne by me? Suyu bare one's teeth. Damn, I can't kill randomly. If I had known, I wouldn't have killed the Sun and Moon residents. The Sun and Moon of the Red Frog clan could also share a lot of the death chi. When I die, the stone sculpture will have to bear the death chi. Therefore, the city lord and the stone sculpture could be considered to complement each other. In fact, even now, the stone sculpture had suffered more than half of the death chi. The city lord and the residents only suffered less than half. When Black Demon died, the death chi that the stone sculpture had to bear increased greatly. At that moment, Suyu refined the city lord medallion. The statue at the back of the palace slightly opened its eyes and looked at the front of the palace, feeling a bit surprised. Suyu's strength was too weak, and after becoming the city lord, he would have to endure even more deathly chi. But the moment Suyu became the city lord, the death chi that should have been borne by Suyu was almost all borne by him. The stone sculpture almost did not need to bear any additional burden. The stone sculpture was slightly surprised. Suyu could bear so much death chi? What kind of dermic access that he used to turn vitality into death chi, and death chi into vitality dermic access was, it seemed very powerful. Can I learn it? Yes, the stone sculpture suddenly had this thought. If I knew it too, would I be able to suppress the dead spirit's channel better? After all, he was now also under great pressure. The death chi of the entire dead spirit's world was dispersed towards the 36 channels. They had been suppressed for countless years. Petrification was actually to prevent the death chi from corroding them. Even so, petrification was a little difficult now. The death chi was very corrosive. One day, when they were no longer petrified, that would be the real trouble and crisis. It meant that their petrification had been broken by the death chi. That was why it was said that once the stone sculpture was no longer a stone sculpture, it would be a battle between the living and the dead spirits. Because the stone sculpture could not hold on any longer. As for why they did not announce it to the public and needed to recruit more residents, the stone sculpture did not say. Suyu was not interested in saying at this moment. Nonsense, becoming a resident was almost cutting off the future, and everything. Who would be willing unless they were at the end of the road? As for the threat of the dead spirits. Who cared? The dead spirits world had not been a threat for countless years. With the stone sculpture and the sacred city guarding it, who would take it too seriously? In the main hall of the city lord residence, Suyu completely refined the city lord token. With a slight thought, the city lord token disappeared instantly. In the next moment, a dead spirit appeared instantly. In the next moment, it merged into Suyu's body. In Suyu's body, a large amount of death chi boiled. In the blink of an eye, Suyu's strength increased by a notch, and he punched out. Trash! Suyu suddenly cursed, F*CKU, a dead spirit of Ling Yan's level 8 came out, which was the same level as his civilization master. After fusing with him, his strength increased by a notch, but F*CKU, this strength was not even as strong as his own devouring of blood essence. What's the use? So, using the city lord token did not increase my strength at all. Suyu wanted to vomit blood. I thought that with the city lord token, I was invincible. It turns out that even with the city lord token, I am still a piece of trash. Suyu was mentally exhausted. What was the use of Ling Yan's level 8 dead spirit fusing with him? It even stimulated the death chi to erupt, which had no effect at all. After removing the fused dead spirit, Suyu sent him flying with a kick. Not to mention, this city lord token had a benefit, which was that it could summon dead spirits into the city lord residence. In other ancient houses, dead spirits could not enter the house. Trash. Suyu was a bit depressed, but after thinking about it, he quickly ran to the back of the palace, entered the door, and looked at the statue. The statue closed its eyes again, and Suyu quickly said, City Lord, although my cultivation level is only in the 8th stage of the Lingyun realm, my true strength is incomparably strong, comparable to the sun and moon. This City Lord medallion has fused with the dead spirits, which is of no help to me. In that case, I won't be able to enjoy the greatest benefit of the City Lord medallion. These words made the stone statue also sink into deep thought. Not to mention, this was indeed a problem. The City Lord token fusing dead spirits was actually to make the City Lord stronger. But under normal circumstances, City Lords were all in the Sun and Moon 9th tier, and those who were not, almost all died because they could not withstand the attack of the death chi. Suyu was fine, and refining the City Lord token was almost no problem. Under normal circumstances, there would not be a Ling Yun successfully refining it. And for the Sun-Moon tier, fusing with a sun and moon was equivalent to having another life, of course extremely powerful, and the improvement would be great. Previously, the Black Demon did not use this ability because he had already suffered a severe backlash from the Death Chi. If he fused again, the backlash would be even more powerful, killing him in the blink of an eye. Now, a Ling Yun refined the City Lord token, then the effect of fusing dead spirits was completely useless. Suyu was not someone that could be improved by fusing with a Ling Yun's level 8 dead spirits. For him, this was of little value, not even as fragrant as swallowing a drop of blood essence. The stone statue originally did not want to have any communication with Suyu. But now, he had no choice but to communicate. However, he still did not let Suyu see him speak. Instead, just like the day of the heavenly annihilation, Suyu's vision blurred, as if he was dreaming, and there was a sound of thunder beside his ears. Fusing with dead spirits has its advantages and disadvantages. However, you said that it is of little value to you, and it is indeed so. Since that is so, I will give you 3 sun and moon divine seals, take care. As soon as he finished speaking, Suyu woke up. There were now 3 divine seals in his hands, sun and moon divine seals. He did not know the exact number. He looked at the stone statue and hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, my lord, but I have provoked invincible ones. These sun and moon divine seals. They were not very useful. He was greedy, or perhaps he thought that the sun and moon divine seals were not that great. After all, he had seen invincible divine seals before, and they were really not that great. They could not even kill a weakling like him. Logically, invincible divine seals could easily kill him. In the end, the divine seals did not even kill him. They were too weak. What Suyu did not know was that the floating earth spirit's invincible divine seals were really not that great. It was not that it was unwilling to give him good ones. The key was that if it really gave him an invincible all-out attack, would he be able to activate it? Just like when Suyu was still Kaiyuan, if he was given a mountain and sea divine seal, he would not be able to activate it. The floating earth spirit's invincible divine seal could only be said to have been created by an invincible hand. However, it did not mean that it had an invincible attack. If that had been the case, Suyu would have been killed long ago. The floating earth spirit's invincible divine seal, due to the limitations of his own strength, could only barely activate the destructive power of the sun and moon divine seal. This was why the wood spirit patriarch of the 5 elements race had told the floating earth spirit that failure to kill the sun and moon divine seal was normal. Otherwise, the full power attack of the real invincible divine seal was not something that Suyu could block. And at this moment, what Suyu had obtained was actually a real sun and moon divine seal. This meant that when used, it could really reach the full power of the sun and moon divine seal. Of course, this was something Suyu did not know. Because he had been led astray by the floating earth spirit, the stone statue ignored him and did not make a sound. Invincible? Do you want the invincible divine seal? Can you activate it? No, what a foolish fellow. A child holding a hammer can't even lift it, and yet you are greedy for the invincible divine seal. You are just a child. You can't lift a hammer weighing 100 kilograms. So what if you are given 10,000 kilograms? If you were given a small knife, it would be more lethal than a big hammer. The stone statue ignored him. Suyu was a little unwilling. I didn't get any benefits. I only bore the death chi for you. Now that you have become the city lord, we are family. Can't you give me some benefits? Suyu was helpless. He was not cute at all. He was not as cute as the stone statue in the Sky Destroyer ancient city, and not as good as the other. The starry great stone statue silently closed his eyes. Suyu had underestimated Invincible. How could he not feel these thoughts in front of him? I am not as cute as the Sky Destroyer. Alright, cute. Such a humiliating word should be left to the Sky Destroyer. Let him be cute. I don't need it. The Sky Destroyer was actually described as cute. At this moment, Xinghong didn't even know what he was feeling. He wanted to talk to the Sky Destroyer. He also wanted to know how the Sky Destroyer felt. For the first time in countless years, he was a little curious. Was the Sky Destroyer happy or angry? With some greed in his heart, Suyu walked out of the rear hall. Despite the greed in his heart, he still said politely, "Thank you for the reward, Senior." I will often come to chat with Senior in the future. I have been lonely for countless years. I think Senior still needs a little energy. Suyu was a little more courageous. Climbing along the pole, this was his characteristic. Since the stone statue was not angry and even gave him something, it meant that there was a chance to get close to him again. As a person, he had to be thick-skinned. Such a big backer, if he didn't grab hold of it, how could he let the other party run away? On this day, Suyu officially became the city lord of Xinhong Ancient City. The gate of the city lord's mansion was closed. In the huge city lord's mansion, there was only him, a stone statue, and a sleeping hairy ball. The entire Xinhong Ancient City was still under lockdown. However, Suyu was not prepared to block it again, nor did he want to kill the undead again. He closed the gate of the city lord's mansion and began to cultivate. First, he opened the gate to let people settle in and share some of his pressure. And the city lord's mansion had a special feature. As for the other ancient houses, once you came out, then everyone could go in and out as they pleased. And the city lord's mansion, on normal days, the city lord did not allow it. Even if the city lord was not in it, without the city lord's token, there was no way to open the gate. This was a very good thing, Suyu had already planned to close the city lord's mansion. When there were more people, he would use the identity of Xianxia to sneak out, blend into the city, and be his own Xianxia. As for Suyu, he would always be in seclusion in the city lord's mansion, avoiding the pursuit of the enemy. As for how long he would be in seclusion, it would depend on when the identity of Xianxia was not suitable. Suyu went into seclusion. This time, he planned to go into seclusion for a period of time to improve his body forging cultivation. Anyway, he had enough resources. But it was also a waste of time. The further he went, the greater the consumption of the body forging. The more important thing was that the time was also getting longer and longer. In the beginning, he cast his body once in an hour, but now, it took more than 3 days to complete a body forging. 3 days to complete a body forging. This speed. Probably only Suyu would think that it was too slow. No one would think that he was slow, including the Star Moon Monarch of the world of dead souls. He was a little depressed and speechless. Suyu was Ling Yunjing. The death aura that Xingyu was now sending out was comparable to that of the sun and moon, but it still could not suppress him. If it were not for some restrictions, Xingyu would have wanted to input more. Troublesome, that kid was very troublesome, causing Xingyu to have to often increase the amount of death aura transmitted, once every few days. If Xingyu was in seclusion, she would not care, but when she came out of seclusion, he would have completely suppressed the death aura, and under such circumstances, the great Xing ancient city, after being sealed for 20 days, finally opened the city gates. However, after opening, no one dared to enter. Yes, no one dared to go in. They were worried that this was Suyu's plot. There were fewer living people inside, and Suyu might need a group of living people to go in, and then, kill the dead souls, and seal the city. In fact, there had been a lot less people in the other ancient cities recently. There was no other reason. Some people who had a blood feud had now learned to do this. They did not have the confidence that Suyu had, but it did not matter. They would just die together with their enemies. Just as Suyu sealed the city, an ancient city that was relatively close to the god race was also sealed. A mountain sea realm cultivator risked his life to kill a peak mountain sea dead soul, causing the dead souls of the sun and moon to seal the city, trapping all his enemies in the ancient city. Then, he madly slaughtered the weak dead souls, causing the ancient city to be filled with death aura. Many people died. Of course, this guy also died quickly. He did not have the chance to learn from Suyu. 3 days later, he slaughtered the dead souls again, because he did not live to that time. Even so, now the ancient city was not as safe as before. Many people were inspired by Suyu, and if they wanted to die together with others, it was best to go to the ancient city. Therefore, even though Suyu opened the ancient city, no one dared to go in. The other cities were fine. After 3 days, the ordinary people who killed people were dead. But here, Suyu could not die. This was the most terrifying thing. They could even seal him for 30 days. At this moment, Suyu did not know that the other ancient city lords were cursing him to death. This bastard, if Suyu did this again, there would be no one left in the ancient city, and they would all be finished. Now, the other ancient city lords were just short of saying, "Hurry up and get Suyu back to the human realm," they would pay for it. Unfortunately, Suyu had been converted to a resident, which also made the other city lords despair. Stop playing with the city's seal. Some of the city lords could not afford to play with it anymore. Several city lords even directly announced that anyone who played this trick in the city would be killed. This was also the first time a neutral city lord had made such a declaration. The city lords of the 9 sun and moon realms said these words in the ancient city, shocking many people. And at this moment, many people turned to look at the ancient city of Great Star. The other city lords would kill them, but what about the ancient city of Great Star? They wouldn't kill them, right? Moreover, so you might not even dare to come out of the city lord's mansion. Perhaps this was the next paradise, provided that the sun and moon of the great clans went to the city lord's mansion to stop Suyu. In this way, everyone could go to Great Star to play. The Great Star ancient city was opened, and the heavens were quiet. With Suyu locking himself in the city lord's mansion, it could be considered as putting a shackle on himself. Whether it was a good thing or a bad thing, no one knew now. Maybe Suyu would speed up his death, maybe not. However, the eyes of the great clans gradually shifted from Suyu. As a living dead, no matter how much trouble Suyu caused, he was limited to the ancient city. As the city lord, he would probably suffer a violent backlash within a few days of leaving the ancient city and be swallowed by the death aura. Such a Suyu was not scary. The Shinwen department had produced Suyu. First there was Jibadian, then Suyu, and now there were some geniuses of the Shinwen department active, such as Han Tan, such as Chen Yong. This department was the root of trouble. With the opening of the faculty of theology of Han Tan in the human realm, the eyes of the great clans of the Wan Heavens were once again focused on the human realm. This lineage should not have existed. Moreover, now Han Tan was still promoting the Shinwen division method. Now, there were already some new students who had become the experimental targets of Han Tan. It was said that there were already some results that could transform Shan Shinwen into many Shinwen. This was a huge threat to the Wan Heavens. Once the Sun and Moon tier could also be divided, then the civilization masters of the Sun and Moon tier could quickly become the civilization masters of the Shinwen department. When it came to the Sun and Moon tier, with the accumulation of time, who didn't have a point in Shinwen, more than 10 points were enough. Civilization masters of the Sun and Moon tier, even if they accidentally sketched, still had 10 points. If it was really promoted, the Shinwen department that had been suppressed over the years would become a big joke. In addition, because of Suyu, the Shinwen department was remembered again. Soon, Dexia province once again attracted the attention of the heavens. Dexia province. Civilization Academy. On the 1st of August, the many divine rune academies opened their doors to recruit students. This time, they recruited many students. Moreover, it wasn't just limited to new students. Some older students, Soaring Sky Realm and even Soaring Cloud Realm were recruited. According to Han Tan, they might need Ling Yunjing's cooperation in the experiment. Everyone knew what kind of experiment he was talking about, so they had no objections and joined in. The newly established Faculty of Theology had recruited hundreds of students in the blink of an eye. Yes, almost 1,000, these students came from all sorts of backgrounds. There were people from the 2 Holy Lands, the other 35 Great Mansions, the descendants of the Sun and Moon Empire, the descendants of the Invincible Realm, and the descendants of the Mountain and Sea Realm. There were even elites from various academies, as well as some spies arranged by Wanzhou. Not only that, even some of the Wan students from powerful clans were included. This caused many people to object. Of course, Han Tan insisted on doing things his own way. The reason he gave to the outside world was that he wanted to learn from the experience of the powerful God-fiend races. At this moment, the Great Xia Civilization University was once again full of vitality. It was extremely lively. Since Suyu's departure, the Great Xia Civilization University had suffered heavy losses and was already somewhat desolate. Now, it was lively again and full of vitality. The Faculty of Theology. Xia Huyu walked on a small path, followed by a little fairy with an ethereal aura. He said fawningly, "Fairy Yuxian, where do you want to go?" "I'll accompany you." In front of him, the little fairy turned her head and glanced at him. A look of disdain flashed in her eyes, but she quickly smiled and said, "Prince Huyu, don't trouble yourself. I'm just looking around." "That won't do. Why don't I call the Long Wuwei guards to prevent them from offending you?" Xia Huyu said with a face full of smiles, Fairy Yu Xian, you should know that there are some stubborn old men in the Great Xia province who are not too satisfied with the recruitment of the Wan students. They are dissatisfied with the Demon Clan, the Dragon Clan, and the God Fiends, but Fairy Yu Xian is our ally. The Celestial Clan is a descendant of the Sky Universe Celestial King, Xia Huyu said emotionally, the Celestial Clan is here to help us. These old fogies are really too stubborn. He shook his head with a look of dissatisfaction. If I become the prefecture master, I must get rid of these old fogies. For example, that guy Zhao Rui is a classic example of killing. Zhao Rui, General Long Wuwei. Yu Xian's eyes flickered, and she said with a smile, Prince Huyu, General Zhao and the others are just being kind. How can you say that? I've heard of General Zhao's name in the celestial world. In the battlefield of heavens, he led Long Wuwei and swept through the eastern war zone, killing countless enemies, Xia Huyu said awkwardly. At this time, killing will only lead to the outbreak of war, which is not a good thing. The current Great Xia province needs to recuperate. This is what I want, and also what many people want. My second grandfather, the principal of the Great Xia Civilization University, Wanfu Prefect, and Chief Steward Huyu. We all want to recuperate and not provoke enemies for no reason. If Lord Bloody Slaughter King knows, won't he be angry? Yu Xian said with a smile, Lord Bloody Slaughter King used decades of killing to build his reputation. It's not good for Prince Huyu to say that. Xia Huyu looked around, and when he saw that no one was around, he said carefully, I'm not stupid. Of course, I can't say that to my father. I'm actually thinking about my father's safety. He's about to prove his Tao, so how can he continue killing at this time? My father is just too straightforward. He sighed, and with a slightly resigned expression, he said in a low voice, I'm just saying this to you, Yu Xian. In truth, I know what my second grandfather wants. He wants to seek help from the immortals. Yu Xian, I'm not an idiot. I just hope that Great Xia province will be safe and that no more trouble will appear, including my father. I also hope that he can prove his Tao safely. He said sincerely, Yu Xian, if you and I are connected by marriage, I promise that I will treat you well. As long as Celestial King Tianyu is willing to help my father when he proves his Tao, Great Xia province will be grateful. Xiaojia is not someone who doesn't remember favors. Yu Xian smiled faintly and said, Your Highness, you're exaggerating. Besides, I'm just one of my ancestors' descendants, and my relationship with my ancestor isn't that close. I'm not worthy of you, Prince Huyu, Xia Huyu quickly said, how can you say that? You're worthy, you're definitely worthy. If Celestial King Tianyu didn't value you, Yu Xian, he wouldn't have sent you to Great Xia province. Your Highness Huyu, I'll try my best. Yu Xian said softly, try your best to talk to the elders in the family, and try to reach an agreement with Great Xia province. If the Bloody Slaughter Monarch proves his Tao, Xiaojia will be invincible in both worlds. If I can marry into Xiaojia's family, I'll be blessed with good fortune. Xiaojia was indeed a wealthy family, even in all the worlds in the one. Invincible in both worlds, of course, the current Xiao Longwu wasn't one yet. But if he succeeded, he would definitely be one of the few wealthy families in the one. Dasha of Goguryeo was powerful, and after Xiao Longwu proves his Tao, he would definitely be powerful as well. Xia Huyu nodded with a smile, definitely, Yu Xian, I believe you can do it. Celestial King Tian you will also reach an agreement with Xiaojia. Then, he whispered, Yu Xian, you have to talk to the elders in your family as soon as possible. My father proves his Tao, perhaps soon. The Bloody Slaughter Monarch is ready to prove his Tao? When? Xia Huyu laughed and said, soon. As for when exactly, I'm not too sure. Will it be in the human realm or the All-Heavens battlefield? Well, Xia Huyu laughed dryly, well, just pretend that I don't know. Yu Xian, I can't say these things. Do you understand? Understood. Yu Xian nodded, smiled, and said casually, Huyu, do you know Suyu? Yes. Xia Huyu nodded, smiled, and asked, what's wrong? He's been in the limelight recently in the All-Heavens battlefield. Do you know? Xia Huyu nodded, I've heard of it. Then, he sighed, reckless. The Xia province is surrounded by enemies on all sides, and he provoked so many strong enemies. Fortunately, he's not considered a citizen of Dexia province, or it would be big trouble. Dexia province better not get involved in this trouble, and let the Ming constabulary handle it. Don't you think he's too strong? Yu Xian said softly, I heard that he was just a Kaiyuan when he entered the academy. In just a year, he could already kill the sun and the moon. Everyone says that he has the inheritance of the invincible relic. Hu Yu, you're only a sore now. If you can get this relic and become the Lingyan of the mountains and seas, or even the sun and the moon, you can also increase the deterrent power of Dexia province. Xia Hu Yu frowned, Yu Xian, you can't say that. Don't even think about his relic. I, Xianxia, have been able to establish the constabulary for hundreds of years because I love the people like my own children. The things of the people belong to the people, and the opportunities also belong to them. That's different. The relic of the invincible relic doesn't belong to anyone, but to those who are fated. Yu Xian said quickly, moreover, he can't come back. He's the city lord of the ancient city. Now, he's bound to the ancient city, and he can never return to the human realm. He might die if he leaves the ancient city for 3 to 5 days, and from the ancient city to Dexia province, it'll take more than 3 to 5 days. Yu Xian said softly, Hu Yu, think about it yourself. Many people have gathered in southern Yuan now, and outsiders are looking for him, except for you, Xianxia. The bloody massacre monarch doesn't care, and Xiaoyu doesn't care, but what about you? Among Xiaojia's direct descendants, you're the most qualified to take over the position of the next prefecture master. But now, I've heard a lot of people calling for it, not you, but Master Xia Yuan. Xia Huyu frowned, it doesn't matter. My cousin is stronger than me, but when he fought with Bai Feng, he embarrassed himself, and his relationship with Dazhou prefecture is unclear. My father and second grandfather will not hand the position of prefecture master to him. That's not necessarily true. If Dazhou prefecture is willing to help Dexia province, then Master Xia Yuan will be the bridge of communication. Yu Xian continued, he's very strong, and he's also been on the Heaven Hunter list and Yellow list. He's a rare genius of the human race, Yellow list? Xia Huyu curled his lips and said, he's not even as good as Bai Feng. He was counterattacked by Bai Feng. Even if he's on the list, it doesn't mean anything. Besides, he's fallen off the list now. Yu Xian frowned slightly, but quickly said, then forget it. You don't even value it. Hu Yu, in all the realms, the most important thing is not one's identity or background, but one's own strength. You're sore. Even if you become the prefecture master, do you think Dexia province will obey you? If my father proves his Dao, then I'll probably be Ling Yun. That's too weak. Yu Xian shook her head, with this kind of strength, how can you become a prefecture master and intimidate a region? Suyu is only Ling Yun, you want to compete with Suyu? Yu Xian despised him in her heart. Do you think you're so great just because your family is strong? How are you going to compete with Suyu? Suyu's talent, courage, and strength are all better than yours. If he wasn't limited by his background in Shenwen, if he was a warrior, now Suyu's status in the human realm is much higher than yours, Xia Huyu, and Wan Wudi won't make things difficult for him. Why can't you see yourself clearly? A frog at the bottom of a well. Do you think you're so great just because you're the descendant of Xiao Longwu? Once the 2 invincible realm masters, Xiaojia, fall, you'll be nothing. It's up to you. The Southern Yuan relic might really exist. If you don't care about it, Hu Yu, Suyu won't come back. In the end, I don't know who will benefit from it. Yu Xian said nothing more and left quickly. And Xia Huyu, with a thoughtful expression, seemed to be lost in thought. He murmured, strength, relic. After murmuring, Xia Huyu left silently with a thoughtful expression. Yu Xian, who had gone far away, smiled brightly. As for Xia Huyu, he turned his head and left, maintaining a thoughtful expression all the way until he returned to his residence. He rubbed his cheeks and sighed. How annoying. Acting every day, when will it end? Suyu, that kid, is having a good time. He killed to his heart's content on the All Heavens battlefield, and even these Wan students in the human realm know his name. These divine demon students in the human realm looked down on other students in Dexia province. But when it came to Suyu, no one dared to look down on him. He was a peerless genius who had killed so many experts of their clans that they cried bitterly. And Mindian and Lei Ju of the God clan, Tian Duo, Lan Ning, and Mo Erba of the Demon clan, Hong Jia and Xianxia of the Dark Armor clan, Floating Earth Spirit of the Five Elements clan, and Jiao Xian and Dao Qing of the Immortal clan. These people were either killed by Suyu or suppressed by him to the point where they couldn't raise their heads. Even the Divine Demon Immortal clan couldn't say that such a peerless genius was not good enough. Now, he had become the city lord of Great Star Ancient City. Although he didn't have long to live and couldn't leave the city lord's mansion, even if Suyu died, he had bloomed with glory in this lifetime. This was also a scene that many people wanted to do but couldn't. In the past, when people talked about geniuses, they all talked about Madonna and Zhang Wushuang. But now, they had to talk about the human clan Suyu first. Suyu, is this guy really going to die? Xiaohu sighed. It wasn't a good thing to be too monstrous. If this guy really didn't come back, it would be a pity and a pity. Even his great-grandfather couldn't save him. The relic of Southern Yuan. He murmured again, are you all sure that there are relic in Southern Yuan? Is Suyu's strength really caused by the relic? Now everyone thought that Suyu might have only been in the Kaiyuan realm when he entered the relic at that time, but he had already obtained such great benefits. If he entered the relic now, could he prove the invincible realm? Maybe the relic in Southern Yuan was very powerful, because this might be the last relic of the human clan of the invincible realm. The stronger the relic, the later it might be. This was also what most people thought now. There were a lot of ghosts and monsters in Xia province now. Second Grandpa hadn't come back yet, but he probably would come back soon. Now that the Divine Rune Academy had opened, taking advantage of the fact that they hadn't returned yet, there were likely many people who had taken this chance to sneak in. The current Great Xia Mansion was a hodgepodge of people, with all sorts of people present. Perhaps even Blue Sky had managed to sneak in. His father had gone to the battlefield of heavens. Because someone had found a trace of his whereabouts, the news had also spread among the higher-ups. In Xia province, there were really no quasi-invincible realm experts. The strongest was only Second Grandpa. Second Grandpa was not here now, and a group of experts had sneaked in. It was quite lively. I heard that Instructor Lu Wenyan is also going to return. He is no longer in the pioneer camp. Dean Zhou Mingren seems to have been lucky a few days ago. He actually killed a sun and moon of a small clan, and his crime has been offset. Maybe he will return soon. One by one, the news flashed through his mind. When all these people returned, it would probably be a chaotic world. In Southern Yuan, he also had to speed up the layout. Xiaohu had a lot of things in his mind, which gave him a headache. Fortunately, everything was planned by Second Grandpa. Besides, a certain principal who was in closed-door training had little to do with him. What he needed to do was to build a good relationship with the geniuses of all clans. By the way, he wanted to see if he could attract some people to invest in him. He walked out of his residence again. Outside, he vaguely heard people saying, "Have you heard? I heard that there is a relic of a semi-emperor in Southern Yuan, or even a relic of a human emperor. It is at the same level as the Star Mansion." What the hell? You don't know this? I heard people say that Suyu. Do you know Suyu? Everyone knows him, right? He went to the All Heavens battlefield and seems to have made a big name for himself. He killed people everywhere and his name shook the heavens. It is related to the relic of Southern Yuan. Xiaohu frowned slightly. Was this arranged by Xia Jia, or was it someone else who secretly did it? He was not too clear about this. However, the news was probably going to spread soon. Soon, Southern Yuan would probably become the focus of the Myriad worlds. It seemed that Second Grandpa was going to set the starting point in Southern Yuan. Xiaohu didn't care anymore. Come on, the more, the better, he should also make some preparations. Suyu had killed so many sun and moon. Since he couldn't kill them, he could at least kill them. In Xia province, the situation was turbulent. Xiaohu had already left the All Heavens battlefield and was rushing to Xia province. Without Suyu, the All Heavens battlefield was in chaos. Although there was no big battle, there were endless small battles. Geniuses from all walks of life were constantly fighting each other. People were constantly changing the list, and people were constantly being removed from it. In Xinghong ancient city, there were more and more people. Because there was no threat from the city lord, many experts were a little interested. Of course, there were still some worries. They were afraid that Suyu would appear again and kill the Dead Souls Seal City. However, after a few days of probing, Suyu didn't go out, which was a good thing. Moreover, as several late-stage sun and moon god experts entered the city, they blocked the entrance of the city lord mansion. In this way, the threat of Suyu was even smaller. Previously, they couldn't block Suyu. Now, everyone knew that Suyu was in the city lord mansion. It was a good thing that he was blocked. Under such circumstances, someone was about to come out of an ancient house. Floating Earth Spirit, the 1-month time limit was almost up. In the past month, the Floating Earth Spirit had enjoyed a very peaceful time. No one came to find it, and no one came to bother it. It was completely unaware of the earth-shattering battle outside. It was sealed and confined by Suyu's soundproof barrier, so it didn't hear anything at all. Fortunately, the ancient house it was in wasn't destroyed. Suyu should have left, right? In the large stone ball, the Floating Earth Spirit thought that he had probably left. It had been a month, that guy had captured it last time for something. Moreover, in a month, the 5 Elements race should know where it was. If the 5 Elements race came, Suyu wouldn't dare to wait outside the door. The stone ball gradually began to crack. The Floating Earth Spirit heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, with this thing, the threat of the death aura was reduced a lot. It was lucky. Otherwise, it would have been corroded to death in a month's time. When I go out this time, it's hard to say if I stay away from that guy. That guy is so unrestrained, maybe he's dead? The Floating Earth Spirit thought optimistically, maybe he was dead. With a bang, the stone ball exploded, the seal was completely broken, the Floating Earth Spirit jumped out, overjoyed. The seal around the stone ball was also completely broken. I'm out. At the same time. In the Sky Hunter Pavilion branch. Before the Godfiend powerhouses arrived, Suyu, who had entered the branch, was reading a book. Suddenly, he raised his head, looked in a certain direction, and smiled. The Floating Earth Spirit was out. What good luck. In the great battle of invincibility, the appearance of the Monarch of Death, so many ancient houses were destroyed, but this guy's ancient house was fine. A few days ago, corpses were everywhere, but this guy was also fine. The geniuses were corroded, but he was fine because of the 2 invincible god talismans. Could this guy really become the master of the 5 Elements race? He was so weak. Even if he could, it would take countless years. He felt that the Floating Earth Spirit's luck was better than Madonna and the others. It's not good to expose my identity for you. Otherwise, I'll let you see how sinister people can be. How sinister? Of course, it was the broken house. When he entered, he stood next to the Floating Earth Spirit. When he broke the seal and came out, Suyu was standing next to him. The Floating Earth Spirit probably knew how sinister people could be. Suyu smiled. With the white mask on, his expression could not be seen. So be it. Suyu did not care too much. At this moment, he had just completed 50 physical body forging. Even so, Suyu was also thinking, among those geniuses on the Sky Hunter list, could anyone be a match for him? Could Madonna be a match for him? Or Zhan Wushuang, Xian Wuji, and the others? Zhan Wushuang and the others were strong. They were at the 8th level of the Mountain Sea realm, and might be close to the 9th level. However, they could only fight a 1st-level Sun Moon. What about himself? The power of his physical acupoints had already exceeded the power of 210,000 acupoints. Now that Suyu had devoured blood essence, he still had a high chance of beating them. After all, these people were not easy to deal with. They had killed sun and moon existences. Without devouring blood essence, it would be a little difficult to deal with, but after devouring blood essence, it would not be so difficult to deal with them. Of course, against geniuses like them, it was best to deal with them quickly, otherwise, geniuses would have more tricks up their sleeves than experts. It would be a little troublesome if they gave you an invincible talisman every now and then. Recently, my goal is to complete 72 physical body forging. It's not suitable for me to make a move. It's better to keep a low profile. Suyu glanced over there and did not care anymore. His goal was 72 physical body forging. He did not hide in the City Lord Mansion because he did not want to be blocked. He also wanted to observe the situation. At the crucial moment, he would see if there was anyone worth killing, then he would seal the city gates and kill them. This ancient city was now his fishing pit. If it was not a big fish, he would not reel in the net. The floating earth spirit, who knew nothing, did not care about this. He walked to the door happily and was a little hesitant. There was no danger outside, right? There shouldn't be, right? Just when he was moving, there was actually someone outside. The Five Elements race would not give up on him. At this moment, a Five Elements race expert quickly shouted, "Floating Earth Spirit, are you inside?" After the opening of the Great Star Ancient City, people from the Five Elements race came. They risked their lives to come. Fortunately, there was no danger these few days, which made the Sun Moon feel more at ease. Inside the door, the Floating Earth Spirit was slightly stunned and quickly said hesitantly, "Elder Tu-He?" "It's me." Tu-He was overjoyed. It was indeed the Floating Earth Spirit. As for the Floating Earth Spirit, he did not dare to believe it. Previously, Suyu pretended to be Tian Duo to kill him. He quickly said, "Elder Tu-He, how is your grandson Tu-Kila?" Outside, Tu-He was speechless. "I don't have a grandson." "Floating Earth Spirit, I am Tu-He, not a bad person." The Floating Earth Spirit thought for a moment and said, "Elder Tu-He, when was the first time I saw you?" Tu-He was helpless and felt that it sounded a little familiar. Thinking about it carefully, wasn't this the trick that Suyu used to test Miao Baidao's identity? He kept asking questions. Why were these guys so suspicious? Suyu was like this, and so was the Floating Earth Spirit of his clan. It was as if they were afraid that someone would impersonate him. "When you were born." "And the second time?" "The second day after you were born." "And the third time?" "Shut up. I have been taking care of you. I have been taking care of you. After you reached the source state, I saw you every day." The Floating Earth Spirit believed him. It was probably true. "That's right." While it was thinking, too, he said angrily, "When you were a child, a little girl from the Water Spirit race peed on your body. No one knows about this, right?" "I know." "Is that enough?" The Floating Earth Spirit was speechless. "I believe you. Why are you still talking about this?" "Open the door quickly." As expected, Elder Tu-He was outside. The Floating Earth Spirit was beaming with joy. It turned into a human and said with a smile, "Elder, you are finally here." As it spoke, it looked around and sighed emotionally. It's better to breathe outside. The ancient city is still safe. A month has passed, and nothing has changed. The ancient city was still the ancient city, nothing had changed. The Floating Earth Spirit said, "Elder, has Suyu run away or is he dead? Or is he being chased by someone?" Tu-He looked surprised. "He hasn't run away. He is in the ancient city." "What?" The Floating Earth Spirit was surprised. "He is still alive?" "Yes." "He isn't dead?" "Then why isn't anyone chasing him? This ancient city is quite peaceful." "It's blocked." "Oh, that's good." The Floating Earth Spirit heaved a sigh of relief. It looked around and said quickly, "Where is he? Should I go and take a look? This guy sealed me for a month. I must take revenge for him." Since it was blocked, it was relieved. "He is in the City Lord's mansion." "The City Lord's mansion?" The Floating Earth Spirit was taken aback. "Yes, he is the City Lord now. Black Demon is dead, and he has taken over." It was dumbfounded. What the heck? Black Demon of the 9 heavens of Sun and Moon was dead, and then Suyu of Ling Yunjing had taken over and become the City Lord. So I am still in his territory? How is that possible? He is only Ling Yunjing. How could he become the City Lord? Elder Tu-He said softly, "Of course it is possible. He killed Black Demon and sealed the city. Then, he killed Sun and Moon who were competing with him. Wouldn't he become the City Lord? It was so simple. You can do it. You can give it a try. You can also kill the City Lord of the ancient city and then kill the guy who was competing with you. Then, you can also become the City Lord after sealing the city. The prerequisite is that you have to refine the City Lord's token and live." "That's not right." He has become a resident?" The Floating Earth Spirit suddenly thought of something and its expression changed. Tu-He nodded. "Yes. During the time you were sealed, many things happened. You don't know this, but because of you, in order to save you, the Great Elder came here once and lost his future self. His strength has been greatly reduced. The floating earth spirit's expression changed. Grand Elder came? Not only that, all the Invincible Realm experts came. A few days ago, dozens of Invincible Realm experts fought in the ancient city to kill Suyu. In the end, several Invincible Realm experts lost their 3 lives. Not only that, in the end, Moto and the others were trapped. Zhang Wushuang, Xian Wuji. These heaven-list geniuses and a group of Sun and Moon late-stage elites were almost trapped and killed by Suyu, including the 2 Sun and Moon late-stage elites of my 5 elements race. Later, the various races spent 5,000 wisps of heaven and earth mystic light to redeem them. Also, Suyu pretended to be Tian Duo and cheated the god race of 2,300 wisps of heaven and earth mystic light. This was also the beginning of the war, too. He looked at him. You were trapped by him. Is it because you know his identity that he trapped you? The floating earth spirit opened its mouth and said after a while, yes. When he came to beat me, he looked like Tian Duo. He tricked the god race? Are the god race idiots? Shu, lower your voice. Too, he saw that the floating earth spirit was shocked, and said helplessly, not only the god race, but all the other races were tricked. He held an auction and specially fought with you. He probably pretended. You didn't fight with him in the Star Sea, right? It was during that battle that an ancient relic appeared. It was fake. He pretended to be Tian Duo. No. The floating earth spirit was speechless. Soon, he said, that's not right. I fought with him. I was sealed. How could I fight with him? Doesn't the race know? He felt that the elites of the race were stupid. How could they be tricked? Too, he shook his head and said, before you were sealed, the battle broke out. We thought you were a participant. So you pretended to be the floating earth spirit when he was hiding in the ancient house. The floating earth spirit was speechless when he heard that. He said, this guy is extraordinarily daring. If he had left the ancient house at that time, wouldn't he have exposed Suyu in an instant? No wonder Suyu insisted on killing him. It wasn't just because he met Suyu in the Star Sea. This guy was too daring. The floating earth spirit was shocked by Elder Tuhi's words. How terrifying. Soon, the floating earth spirit said, Elder, let's not care about this first. Suyu's problem, there are other problems. He can absorb some of 5 elements old ancestors' energy. Also, I used 5 elements purgatory, and he actually quickly imitated it. It doesn't feel like it was caused by Shenwen, but by the legendary cultivation technique, 5 elements divine art. Once this was said, Tuhi's expression changed from earthy yellow to gray. The floating earth spirit said quickly, Elder, be careful. Tuhi recovered quickly and said, really? Of course. I don't think I'm wrong. If it was Shenwen, then it's too ridiculous. He can even absorb 5 elements old ancestors' energy. Tuhi's voice was heavy, and he quickly said, then I'll inform the old ancestor immediately. Let's go to the Heaven Hunter Pavilion branch and get a ranking list. I don't have one now. You get one and contact the old ancestor quickly. Okay. The floating earth spirit nodded. It was time to get a ranking list. He didn't come out for a month, and it felt like the world had changed. Also, he had to contact the old ancestor quickly about Su. At the same time, he wanted to see if the old ancestor could give him some divine talismans. He felt very insecure now. Sky Hunter Pavilion branch. Now, Suyu was no longer alone. There were a few temporary workers who were residents of the ancient city. This had always been the case. The branch had 1 or 2 official members or a few black and colorful masked assistants. Under normal circumstances, the members of Sky Hunter Pavilion liked to be alone. It was the same for Suyu in Sky Destroyer Ancient City. The cat-eared lady he communicated with was a temporary worker. The residents needed to earn money too. They earned money to cultivate to counteract the deathly aura. Under normal circumstances, the speed at which one cultivated and the deathly aura corroded was not much different. That way, one could stay alive. This was the case now. The ancient city had been sealed, and the residents came to work again. There was no need for Suyu to deal with it, these people automatically took up their posts, and there was a manager in charge of receiving them. Suyu's task was very simple. He had to communicate with Sky Hunter Pavilion and look after the storage here. That was his task. As for the other matters, these old employees would be in charge. When these people came, Suyu was surprised, but he did not show it. Soon, the Sky Hunter Pavilion branch was activated again. After a few days, Suyu had figured out the operation of the entire Sky Hunter Pavilion branch. There was really not much he needed to do, of course, he still had to do something. He had to apply for some needed resources from his superiors, fill up the storage, and wait for some people to exchange. There was not much storage left last time, so Suyu did not rob it. Too little, the black-armored elder told him too little. It was not worth it to rob it, and it would be easy to expose himself. When there were more, or supreme treasures were delivered, then robbing them would be the truth. The Sky Hunter Pavilion branch had 2 floors. The first floor was for business, and the second floor was where he was. Sometimes, he would be in charge of receiving some top experts or geniuses on the Sky Hunter list. This was his task. At this moment, Suyu was cultivating while he opened the window to observe the outside. Normally, it was impossible to open the window. If they were open, it meant that others could enter. Of course, it did not matter if the Sky Hunter Pavilion was open for business. Soon, Suyu's eyes flickered. Interesting, is he coming to the Sky Hunter Pavilion, floating Earth Spirit? There was also a Sun-Moon tier cultivator from the Earth Spirit race, probably in the late stage. Suyu didn't check, but a line of words appeared on the mask. Earth Spirit race, Sun-Moon tier 7. This mask was just a simple check. Even so, Elder 2 he still sensed something and instantly looked towards Suyu. Looking at the window on the second floor, 2 he saw a faintly discernible white mask, but he didn't care about it. Sky Hunter Pavilion guy. The floating Earth Spirit followed along. He sensed something and looked over, but he couldn't see anything. Even though he was from the 5 Elements race, he couldn't detect anything at this moment. It wasn't like before, where he could still detect the composition of water. Suyu was now a little more vigilant. He also had the innate talent of the 5 Elements race, so he knew the situation. This time, knowing that there were people from the 5 Elements race in the city, he even made some changes to these minor details. Even if he was seen through, the other party wouldn't be able to tell that he was Suyu. 2 he ignored Suyu and transmitted a message. Later, use the secret language to pass the message. The secret language of our 5 Elements race is the 5 Elements race's hovering mountain Bible. Don't forget it. The next time I pass the message through the Heaven Hunting Pavilion, I must remember this. You can't say it directly. The floating Earth Spirit nodded. I wanted to say this a long time ago, but the old-timers in the clan wouldn't listen to me. Why are you changing your mind now? So you did it. Oh. The floating Earth Spirit was left speechless. A group of old monsters just had to be messed with to learn to change. Actually, it had long wanted to say that it was time to use the secret message. Of course, he didn't use the leaderboard much. But I can also use it. No matter how powerful the sound transmission talisman was, it couldn't reach the lesser worlds. It could only be sent through the Heaven Hunter list. The Heaven Hunter list was very powerful. Of course, the Heaven Hunter list could only be used in the All Heavens battlefield. However, the various races had people in charge of sending messages at the All Heavens battlefield's passageways. Some of them were specifically using the Heaven Hunter list. This way, the message could be sent quickly. Otherwise, in the ancient city, the sound transmission talisman would be useless due to the interference of the Death G and the Star C. Actually, even if the Heaven Hunting Pavilion didn't do business, it could make a lot of money just by sending messages to others. With these thoughts in mind, the 2 quickly walked into the Heaven Hunting Pavilion. Before the temporary worker downstairs could speak, Suyu's deep voice sounded, "Invite the 2 of you from the Earth Spirit clan upstairs." Soon, a young lady with bunny ears led the 2 upstairs. Second floor. In the guest hall. Suyu floated to the door and said in a deep voice, "This way please." 2 he and the floating Earth Spirit didn't care about this. They were of noble status, and the Heaven Hunting Pavilion treated them accordingly. Those without money or strength couldn't go up to the second floor. Congratulations to the floating earth spirit perfected Lord for coming out of seclusion. Suyu congratulated. The floating earth spirit said casually, "There's no need to congratulate me. It's embarrassing. You're just throwing dirt, forget it, I won't argue with you anymore." Suyu couldn't be bothered to say more. Soon, he asked the two to sit down and looked at them silently. He didn't say anything and maintained a sense of mystery. He and the others didn't care. Soon, he said, "Help me convey some news to the Earth Spirit Clan's Earth Spirit Elder stationed at the Five Elements channel." Suyu nodded slightly. "Sure. Do you have any other requests? Give me a copy of the ranking list," the floating Earth Spirit said. Suyu nodded. He had it. 2 days ago, someone from the Earth Division had sent a batch over to meet the needs of these geniuses. Recently, there had been a lot of geniuses dropping their ranking list. He handed a copy of the ranking list to the floating Earth Spirit. The floating Earth Spirit took a look and sighed. As expected, they dropped their ranking list. It was referring to Suyu. Soon, he looked at Suyu and said, "Does your heaven hunting pavilion have any detailed news about Suyu? What do you want to know, true lord?" "Strength, realm, when will I die? I won't die even if you die." Suyu said calmly, "True lord, you can ask through the ranking list. I'm not too sure about the specifics." "Then forget it," the floating Earth Spirit said. Soon, he said, "Then help me convey some news." "Forget it, we'll do it ourselves." "How much is it?" He had the ranking list, so he could naturally convey the news himself. Suyu didn't care. Recently, the people who conveyed the news all had a secret code. He couldn't understand it, it would be a waste of time. "You guys convey it first. I'll ask the headquarters to see how much it will cost." "Okay." The two of them didn't say much and quickly began to convey the news. It was he who did it. It seemed like the floating Earth Spirit wasn't too familiar with the secret code. Suyu cursed in his heart. They were acting like thieves. What kind of big secret would require a secret code to be conveyed? Soon, a member of the Yellow Division sent him a message. The fee was 3 drops of sun and moon essence blood. It was frighteningly expensive. According to heaven hunting points, 1 drop of sun and moon essence blood was worth 50 heaven hunting points. 3 drops would be 150 points. It was really expensive. There was no way around it. It was a monopoly. The two of them were willing to pay the price to convey the news through Heaven Hunting Pavilion instead of going back themselves. Were they not prepared to leave? Suyu was actually a little surprised. They weren't going to leave? Were they still waiting for death in the ancient city? Did the floating Earth Spirit not get a good beating? As he thought about it, the floating Earth Spirit said, "Can Heaven Hunting Pavilion track Suyu's location? That guy is trapped in the City Lord Manor just like that. Could it be a smokescreen? Actually, he came out a long time ago. He's hiding in an old house in the city." Suyu was shocked. "Damn, you're so smart, you even guessed it." Even though he thought about it, he still quickly said, "There have been many people who have inquired about this matter in the past few days. However, Suyu didn't bring the ranking board with him, so there's no way for us to locate him. I've also received orders to investigate Suyu's movements. If the two of you have any news, feel free to sell it to my Heaven Hunter Pavilion." The floating Earth Spirit sighed and quickly said, "Forget it." "Right, Heaven Hunting Pavilion still has Heaven Essence energy, right? Give me 100 portions, 1,000 Heaven Hunting points." Suyu was very straightforward. He had Heaven Essence energy, and the Earth Division members had sent some over. 1 portion cost 10 Heaven Hunting points, which was 10,000 human merit points. It was frighteningly expensive, buy it or not, there were many people who wanted it. 5 portions of Heaven Essence energy was equivalent to 1 drop of Sun and Moon Essence blood and 1 portion of Heaven and Earth Dark Light. Even at this price, there were still people who wanted it. When converted to human merit points, Heaven Essence energy was 10,000 merit points, and Heaven and Earth Dark Light was 50,000 merit points. In reality, the effect was about the same. 1 portion of Heaven and Earth Dark Light was only slightly stronger than 5 portions of Heaven Essence energy. The key was that Heaven and Earth Dark Light was limited. It was the same for Heaven Essence energy. These things might not be able to be bought with human merit points. Mountain and sea essence blood or sun and moon essence blood were often used to purchase them. In short, the human race's mountain and sea mountains and sun and moon essence blood were all paupers in the all-heavens battlefield. So you had obtained 7,300 wisps of heaven and earth dark light last time, which was just over 300 million merit points. Over 300 million, well, probably no one in the human race could take out that much. In the past, Suyu had been buying and selling cultivation techniques, so he could be considered a nouveau riche. His income was only about 1 million merit points a year. It would take several hundred years for him to accumulate that much wealth. Compared to Invincible, Suyu had earned a lot. Invincible still had to cultivate and support his family. As he thought about this, he quickly said, "Will the two of you pay with heaven hunting points, blood essence, or other treasures?" Blood essence. 2. He casually took out a lot of blood essence. They were all from the mountain and sea realm, and they seemed to be bad people. Soon, Suyu went to the storeroom and took out 100 portions of heaven and earth chi. He gave them to them and asked, "Are the two of you not planning to leave in the short term? The people of the heaven hunting pavilion are so annoying. They ask for information all day long. Isn't your branch part of the mystic department? Stealing business from the heaven department?" The floating earth spirit seemed to be familiar with the heaven hunting pavilion and complained. So you secretly wondered if this guy was also one of the members. Many geniuses were members of the heaven hunting pavilion. So you knew this. There were benefits. First, they could not be located. Second, they could buy things at a discount. So you said in a low voice, "It's fine if you don't say, True Lord. I'm just collecting information." Many experts will be staying in Great Star Ancient City recently. The Starry Mansion is about to open. It's normal. It'll be 3 to 5 months at least, a year at most. The island closest to the Starry Mansion is 9-Star Island. As the floating earth spirit spoke, too, he interrupted, "There's no 9-Star Island." Alright, the floating earth spirit was helpless. Damn it, I felt like the world had changed when I came out. The 9-Star Island that had existed for countless years was gone. How tragic. The two of them did not say anything else. What was there to talk about with the people of the heaven hunting pavilion? Soon, the two of them left. As for passing information, they could just go through the sub-leaderboard next time. As for Suyu, what information did the two of them pass back? Soon, Suyu contacted Xianxia. "Elder, under what circumstances can I receive information from others like the members of the Yellow Division?" He wanted to know about the sub-leaderboard holders. At the headquarters of the heaven hunting pavilion. Xianxia was speechless. Soon, he said, "Not under any circumstances. Unless you join the Yellow Division and become its elder, you can be in charge of this. Otherwise, even if you are a member of the Yellow Division, you can at most know the situation of your corresponding person in charge. Then, if the Yellow Division provides us with false information, won't we be finished?" Suyu said quickly, "For example, the Yellow Division wants us to go on a mission, but it's a trap. What if there are traitors in the Yellow Division? Don't use that. If you are a traitor, don't say the word also. You make it sound like we are all traitors." Xianxia said quickly, "The Yellow Division is only in charge of passing information. Go or not, if you are really tricked, that's your problem. Of course, we will pursue responsibility after the matter." After saying that, Xianxia said quickly, "Is it really suitable for you to be in charge of the heaven hunting pavilion branch now?" He felt that something was wrong. This fellow was up to no good. If he was in charge of the branch, he felt that something bad was going to happen. He was too worried. If something big happened, he, as an elder, would have to bear responsibility too. So you ignored him and said again, "Elder, let me ask you a question. Does the heaven hunting pavilion know who the person in charge of the sub-leaderboard holders is? For example, if the sub-leaderboard was lost and someone else picked it up, how do you determine that it is the person? For example, when I talked to you guys about my ball, you guys didn't discover anything." Xianxia said again, "Our sub-leaderboards are usually only given to geniuses on the heaven hunting list, geniuses who have been on the list before, or experts. And most experts have been on the list before. This way, when they get the sub-leaderboard and communicate with us, we can generally determine who the other party is. Moreover, every sub-leaderboard has a record. Then why did we make a mistake before? Why didn't we determine the identity of some people? Tell me about yourself. Xianxia was speechless, but he quickly said, the ancient city is filled with a strong death aura, and it will have a certain impact. It's normal for there to be some deviation, and you, and the ancient beast that Suyu is carrying is not ordinary, and it has not been on the list before. That's why the yellow division made a mistake. Then will those who are not on the list, whose aura has disappeared from the heaven hunting list, be recognized if they still hold the sub-leaderboard? Xianxia was tired. Just tell me about yourself. What's the point of beating around the bush? Yes, as long as your aura is recorded, you will. It's fine, don't you have an ancient beast? Its aura is not recorded, so you can give it a sub-leaderboard, and if you need anything, you can let it communicate with you. That way, your identity won't be exposed. So you understood, he quickly said, Elder, the heaven origin chi in our inventory was suddenly bought out. If the next customer needs heaven origin chi, can I use my own inventory to sell it? If it's not through the heaven hunting pavilion, do I have to pay a 10% fee? Of course. It's impossible not to go through the heaven hunting pavilion. The heaven hunting pavilion gives you a mission, and if you can't complete it, the yellow division will tell the customer that you can't complete the mission. If you say that you can use your own inventory to complete the mission, it will tell the customer that you can complete the mission, so you have to go through the platform. Understood, Suyu nodded, and said, then I'll use the internal price, buy all the heaven origin chi at a 40% discount, and sell it, giving the heaven hunting pavilion a 10% fee. I can still earn 30%, right? Why are you always thinking of fleecing the heaven hunting pavilion? Xianxia quickly said, yes, but I forgot to tell you, members get a discount, but there's a limit. For example, Myriad can only purchase resources worth 1,000 heaven hunting points a year. F*CKU, Suyu cursed in his heart, I knew it, if it's possible, wouldn't I be making a killing? Every time I purchase the items and sell them to the platform, I can still earn 30%. So there's a limit, Suyu said again, Elder, if I want to purchase items worth a few 100,000 heaven hunting points, the Earth Division will send them over, right? Yes, but don't even think about it, because at that time, the Heaven Division will be involved, and they will personally escort the items. It won't be the Xian Division's turn. You want to F*King rob me again? Let me tell you, there's no chance of that. Xianxia was actually very tired of developing such a troublemaker, and he felt very helpless. Did I do something wrong? If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have developed Suyu. Unable to hold it in, Xianxia quickly said, Xianxiu, what are you trying to do? Can't you be more at ease? Suyu quickly said, I'm not trying to do anything, I just want to hoard some resources, and then seal the city. I won't kill anyone, just sell things, and see if I can make a fortune. This way, I can make a fortune faster. Suyu continued, the purpose of the Sky Hunter Pavilion is to make a fortune, and to create chaos. Right now, Xinghong Ancient City is too quiet. Elder, what I mean is, let Suyu seal the city, and in 3 days, someone will definitely come to purchase resources, and we can make a fortune. You're really good, Xianxia was tempted. That's right, if the city was sealed, and everyone did not have enough heaven yuan chi, maybe they could do this. Making a fortune from war, that was also the purpose of the Sky Hunter Pavilion. Other cities might not be easy to say, but Xinghong Ancient City could be sealed if they wanted to. You can do it once or twice, more than that, and people will be suspicious. Understood. Suyu nodded. As expected, the Sky Hunter Pavilion was actually the one who wanted to see the world in chaos. They wanted it to be a little more chaotic, since he had nothing to do, Suyu didn't want to kill people. He actually wanted to force some people to become residents of the ancient city. Previously, Suyu didn't have this idea, but now, he was in his position to plan. Although he was not afraid of bearing more death aura, it was not bad to bear less. It was also a good thing that there were more residents of the ancient city. On the one hand, it could bear the death aura, and on the other hand, Suyu felt that he needed some strong people under his command. Look, until now, there was not a single guard in Xinghong Ancient City, not a single general, not a night patrol, and not a city gate guard. There was not even a fee to enter the city, it was too tragic. Another thing was that it was best to kill all those guys who blocked the door. Otherwise, if you blocked the door today, I blocked the door tomorrow, and everyone came to block the door, he would lose all his dignity as the city lord. Tell Juan, don't provoke me, those who blocked the city would be finished. Why didn't anyone from the Black Devil dare to block his door? Why didn't anyone in Tianhe dare to? Didn't they just bully me, Suyu, for being weak? If he killed a few more people, naturally, no one would dare to block the door. Suyu had killed many people before, but they were all through other means. The only person that he killed was Ryu of the Red Frog race. Suyu had to make the management of this ancient city his own word. When outsiders came, they had to listen to him obediently. Since the Xingyu mansion was about to open, he could make some money and collect some entrance fees. With this idea in mind, Suyu also began to prepare to collect information, such as who came from Wan, who were the strong people, who participated in blocking the door, and how to target and kill them. He wanted to let everyone know that he didn't kill people indiscriminately, only those who blocked the door. He couldn't kill indiscriminately. If he killed too many people, everyone would be afraid and wouldn't dare to come again, and with Xianxio's identity, there was no harm in going out to collect information. The Sky Hunter Pavilion was in charge of collecting information. Moreover, there were actually some members of the Sky Hunter Pavilion active in the city. For example, there were people from the Heaven Division who entered the city to collect information. Perhaps, I can also develop some periphery. It's best to let my 10 Black Mask subordinates do some work. He had to strengthen his own forces from all sides. It was best to convert them into the residents of Xinghong Ancient City. This way, his control would be stronger. So you already knew that the residents of an ancient city couldn't live in other ancient cities for a long time. Because they weren't from the same city, they wouldn't be treated well in other ancient cities. Therefore, it was best to stay on whichever side they switched to. My goal is to convert a large number of strong people into residents, into my subjects. Kill, intimidate, and expand my forces. Then, when I leave the city, it's best if I can run away with the ancient city and use stone sculptures to smash people. Wherever I go, it's my territory. This was called safety, Suyu thought in his heart. Without delay, he quickly walked out of the Sky Hunter Pavilion. Outside the door, the sky was already slightly dark. Suyu didn't care. He quickly soared, like a ghost, flashed away, and quickly rushed in the direction of the city lord's mansion. A few minutes later. Outside the city lord's mansion, the gate of the city lord's mansion was closed, and the doors of several ancient houses near the city lord's mansion were open. Several suns and moons sat cross-legged, directly guarding the gate of the city lord's mansion. Not only that, under the gate, there was an expert with strong nether chi sitting directly cross-legged. Suyu wasn't surprised. He was from the Nether clan. Why was he so direct, more concerned than the gods and demons? He heard that it was a Nether king who was half-crippled by the stone sculpture. From a senior invincible realm. Expert, his future body and present body were destroyed, and he was afraid that it would be difficult for him to recover. He left behind a past body, which was actually quite strong, but its strength could only be said to be at the level of invincible realm not long ago. Turning back time and leaving behind the past body, if the past body was destroyed, this invincible realm expert would die. Moreover, he lacked a vessel, which was not easy to find. It would be difficult to capture the future body. The key was that if the body died, without the present, where would the future come from? It was very difficult to recover. This was something that Suyu heard from others. So, this descendant of the Nether King personally came this time to block Suyu and even kill Suyu. No one knew which corner the King of Hell was hiding in now. This Nether race expert came here with the intention of seeking refuge. After all, staying in the ancient city was relatively safer, and his old enemy also didn't dare to rashly kill people here. Suyu didn't care and just recorded it. One from the Nether race, Sun and Moon Stage 8, very strong. One from the God race, Sun and Moon Stage 8, very strong. One from the Demon race. Damn, Sun and Moon Stage 9, very strong. Another from the Blood Fire Demon race. Crazy, damn, this race's Sun and Moon won't die out, right? One from the Celestial race, Sun and Moon Stage 7, it seemed that the Celestial race didn't send too strong. One from the 5 Elements race, what is he doing here? Is he trying to block me? One from the Dragon race, Sun and Moon Stage 7, what the hell? I didn't kill your dragon race, did I? Okay, I did. Suyu remembered that the dragon race had Long Do, Sun and Moon Stage 7, who was killed by him in Sky Destroyer Ancient City. There was indeed enmity between them. Damn, there was more. The Silkworm dragon race actually sent a Sun and Moon Stage 7. What was going on? They were quite bold, weren't they? Afraid of the Silkworm Destruction King? The mysterious armor race actually didn't send anyone. What was going on? Were they afraid of being beaten up? There was also one Celestial Spirit Monkey from the ape race. Suyu was surprised. Why did this race come? Okay, he seemed to have picked up the corpse of a Sun and Moon Stage 7 monkey. It seemed like this race also bore a grudge against him for killing one of their Sun and Moon Stage 7. The corpse was still in his storage ring. There were a total of 8 late-stage Sun and Moon Stage 7. Scary, there were even Sun and Moon Stage 9. From the looks of it, Juan valued him a lot. Did they think that they would be fine after blocking him inside? The 8 experts probably had to change shifts. After all, the Sun and Moon Stage 7 couldn't bear the death aura all the time. Suyu quickly assessed the situation. He had to say that the various races really valued him highly. He should have done a meritorious deed. He had held back another 8 late-stage Sun and Moon Stage 7 for the human race. Otherwise, the human race would have to bear the threat of these 8 late-stage Sun and Moon Stage 7. He had eliminated many enemies for the human race. The human race actually didn't give him any rewards. Speaking of which, shouldn't the human race give him rewards for killing enemies in the All Heavens battlefield? Previously, he killed 100 Source Stage 7, which was Source Stage 1. For Ling Yun, it was 1,000, and for Shanghai, it was 10,000, right? Suyu thought about it. That seemed to be the case. On the human race's side, there were rewards for killing enemies on the battlefield. Then, killing a Sun and Moon Stage 7 should give him 100,000 merit points, right? Suyu couldn't remember, but it was probably so. Killing a Moon Stage 9, shouldn't it be 900,000? With this calculation, how many merit points could he get from the human race, including the Black Demons? He had killed 8 late-stage Sun and Moon Stage 7. Dozens of early-stage and middle-stage Sun and Moon Stage 7 were killed. On average, he would get 300,000 merit points for each one. That would be more than 10 million merit points. I can't forget this. I have to go back and ask for it. More than 10 million merit points. A large number of Shanghai don't even count. I can't be bothered with those Lingyun Source Stage 7. At least 10 million merit points, Suyu calculated in his heart. He kept observing the city lord's mansion, and also looked around. Because the Star Mansion was about to open, there were many people here. There were close to 30 Sun and Moon sovereigns in the city, but there weren't many geniuses. Recently, geniuses didn't come to the ancient city as they had a shadow in their hearts. This was especially so for Madonna and the others. This was not the first time they had been trapped in the ancient city. The number of suns and moons is close to 30, but it's hard to tell. Some of them are closed. There are many mountains and seas. What about outside the city? Suyu quickly flew out of the city. At this moment, it was very interesting outside the city. Someone was filling up the sea to create land. It wasn't just 1 or 2 cultivators, but many of them. They were filling up the sea and creating land around the ancient city. Upon closer inspection, they should be people from the 9 realms, people from the 1,000 Territories Alliance. This time, the 9 cities of the 9 realms were destroyed, causing their entrances to float on the sea. It was very dangerous. There was no defense at all. Normally, building a city would allow the suppression to spread out. This could be done slowly. However, now that the city was gone, there was no way to spread it out. This was because the Starry Sea was not affected by the realm's suppression. So, these guys started to create continents around the ancient city again. Suyu casually glanced at it and did not think much of it. He had spent a lot of effort to build it today. Perhaps it would be gone soon. He investigated the situation inside and outside the city. In general, Suyu had an idea. It was not easy to trap and kill them. The key was that there were more experts. Moreover, Suyu had some reservations. Last time, he killed a sun and moon, and 3 extremely powerful undead spirits came. If he killed them again, he would have to rely on the undead spirits to kill them. It would be very troublesome. Then I will directly seal the city with the city lord's token and trap and kill them. Everyone else will be converted into residents. Or let some out to prove that I am kind. If he let others out, those blocking the door would not leave. This was inevitable. When that time came, they could not blame him. Sealing the city with the city lord's token will cause me to be devoured by the death aura. This is not a big deal, I can try. Now that he had killed the undead, Suyu had some lingering fear, but he still chose to give up. He wanted to do something gentlemanly. Fighting and killing was not a good thing. After thinking about everything, Suyu soon returned to the Sky Hunter Pavilion. How can I spread this news to prove that I am a good person? Am I going to seal the city? Everyone, hurry up and leave. If you don't leave, I will kill you. Did those fellows think that Zhao Fu did not dare to seal the city? After all, sealing the city gates would result in a backlash. That was something that all of the city lords had said, so opening the city gates was the same. No one would force the city lords to open the city gates, as that would take their lives. Perhaps they felt that Suyu's death aura was about to attack their hearts. Sealing the city would kill them. Therefore, these guys felt that there was no need to worry about this and casually blocked the door. As he thought about it, Suyu took out the city lord's token. Previously, when Black Demon was in the city lord's mansion, he did not open the door. His voice spread throughout the city, and even those outside could hear him. This was the ability of the city lord's token, right? Should I give it a try? Suyu probed again and again, thinking back to the information he received when he refined it that day. Soon, he had a plan in mind. Great Star Ancient City was still quiet. In the past few days, Suyu did not appear, nor did he make a sound. It was as if he had accepted his fate. He was blocked, and everyone was relieved. Without this guy, there were only a few people who dared to kill undead spirits. Moreover, there were many experts in the city. Whoever dared to kill undead spirits would be courting death. And just as the ancient city was on the right track. On this night, suddenly, a loud voice resounded throughout the ancient city. I am Suyu, the city lord of Great Star Ancient City. All of you, leave the ancient city within a day. I do not want to kill indiscriminately. After a day, those who do not leave the ancient city will be killed without mercy. The voice reverberated in all directions. It seemed to be coming from the city lord's mansion, and no one cared where it came from. At this moment, the nether race expert guarding the gate said coldly, Suyu, everyone can talk big. You should stay in the city lord's mansion and live a few more days. Nether race expert? Don't force me to seal the city. If I seal the city for a month, none of you will have a good time. The nether race expert said coldly, then let's see who dies. Suyu, don't treat everyone as a fool. In your state, you will die after 3 days, and we will still be alive. They came to seal the city because they had this confidence. 3 days, late-stage sun-moon realm. If they really stayed for a month, and now that they were prepared, they really would not die. What was there to be afraid of? You forced me. After that day, if you still don't leave, then wait for death. It felt like he was putting on a strong front. Outside the city gate, the nether race expert sneered. The other experts looked at each other, and someone said with a faint smile, he can't hold it in anymore. Good thing. A cornered beast fighting, or did he want to make a final struggle? He put a cage on himself. So you could not blame others for this. It was hard to find him if he hid in thousands of houses, but he insisted on becoming the city lord and hiding in the city lord's mansion. Everyone knew he was here. Wasn't he giving himself to everyone to block? Several experts laughed. This guy probably couldn't hold it in anymore. Seal the city. If he wasn't afraid of the backlash, then seal the city. The city lord sealed the city, and no powerful dead spirits appeared. Did he really think that no city lord had sealed the city before? What was the result? A city lord had killed himself. In the end, the person he wanted to seal was still alive and well. This was something only a fool would do. At the same time, near the city lord residence, when the floating earth spirit heard this, he turned around and said, Elder, let's go. He looked at him in surprise. Go, what was there to be afraid of? Suyu was like a turtle in a jar. What was there to be afraid of? Could it be that our race's prodigy was already scared of Suyu? That was not a good thing. 2 he said meaningfully, floating earth, get up from where you fall. It was okay to be defeated by Suyu once, just get up. Perhaps it was a good choice to sit and watch Suyu die. The floating earth spirit also said meaningfully, Elder, it doesn't matter if you underestimate him once or twice, but you can't underestimate the number 1 on the heaven leaderboard over and over again. Otherwise, you won't be able to get up after you fall. The floating earth spirit could not understand. He had suffered losses at the hands of Suyu time and time again, but he still wanted to continue. What was he doing? Run, who cared how long Suyu could seal the city? Let others try. Why did he have to take the risk? As for the result, he would just wait for this wave of people to die. 2 he frowned and said, not afraid of being defeated? No. The floating earth spirit said in a low voice, it's not scary to fail once or twice. What's scary is that you keep losing to one person and don't learn from your mistakes. With that, he was already walking out. How many times had he suffered losses? The elder actually felt that it did not matter. People like Suyu, before he died, and with the ancient city to rely on, it was not like he could not do anything to them. Why did he have to fight with Suyu? Seeing this, 2 he could only follow helplessly. To be honest, he also felt that Suyu was finished. He was at the end of the road. Unfortunately, the floating earth spirit felt that Suyu could still jump around. Since that was the case, he had nothing to say. The floating earth spirit quickly left the city. In the city, some people came out too. No matter what, they would talk after coming out. This was Suyu competing with the top races. Even if the others were fine, it did not mean that the small races would be fine. Even if the city was sealed for 3 days, there would still be people who could not take it. If the city was sealed for 7 to 8 days, wouldn't they be finished? Gradually, there were fewer and fewer people in the city. There were still some who didn't believe it and felt that there was nothing wrong. They might even be able to pick up some benefits, so they fearlessly continued to stay. There were also some who were purely opportunists. Seeing that the experts from the major races were all present, some of the experts from the minor races also came over. They wanted to become familiar with them and help out with the miscellaneous tasks so that these major races would remember them. So you didn't care about any of this. I gave you a chance, I gave you time, there's no such good person in the world as me. At daybreak tomorrow, the city would be sealed. This time, no matter how many days they were sealed off, it would depend on how long these people could last. No matter who came, they would not let them go. As long as he had enough money, it was fine. Suyu had obtained a lot of resources. He was not short of them. Now, they could do whatever they wanted. If they had the ability, they could break in and break the city gate. Even if they could not kill the invincible, it was not bad to kill a few invincible 3 lifetimes. The stone sculpture and the necromancer monarch were not to be trifled with. In the blink of an eye, the next day arrived. At daybreak, the city gate closed with a rumble. The city was sealed. After activating the city lord token, Suyu found a random ancient house and began to resist the death chi. As for the Skyhunter Pavilion, it was open for business. He would not go there, lest someone discover something. In the ancient house, Suyu began to resist the death chi and began to temper his body. He circulated a large amount of heavenly essence chi. He found that the death chi and heavenly essence chi neutralized each other, which was helpful to his tempering speed. Stimulating himself to temper his body, this was a good thing. Therefore, it did not matter if there was a backlash, although it was indeed very strong. Suyu quickly accepted the death chi, reversed it, and neutralized it. And he did not know that at this moment, in the dead soul's world, Starmoon Monarch opened her eyes again, a little annoyed. Is there no end to it? I just increased your quantity not long ago, and you're doing it again? In that case, don't blame me for not being polite, you brought this upon yourself. A large amount of death chi entered Suyu through a special invisible channel. As the converter, there was actually an invisible channel between Suyu and Starmoon. This was also a kind of ancient rule. Starmoon increased the transfer of death chi again. Don't you like to play? Alright, then let's have some fun. I originally wanted to give you a chance to cultivate to the Sun Moon Monarch before dying. Since you don't cherish it, then die now. Suyu did not care about this. He was secretly shocked. What a fierce death chi, there was no way he could rely on heavenly essence chi. He could only reverse it. Originally, he could reverse it in 1.5 hours. Now, Suyu was shocked. It would take at least 2 hours to reverse it. It seemed that he could not be too reckless, look, adding half an hour at a time. Wouldn't he be done for if he did it dozens of times? Suyu did not dare to be careless and quickly reversed it. He was also constantly using heaven and earth mystic light to forge his body. 50 casting was not enough. This time, he had time and heaven and earth mystic light, enough for him to forge his body. He still needed 22 casting, but he still had more than 1,000 strands of heaven and earth mystic light. The first day of the city lockdown. Everything was fine, there were no dead spirits in the city, and the death chi did not increase. Even on normal days, ordinary people could stay for 3 days, not to mention these sun-moon monarchs. Not to mention the sun-moon monarchs, even though Sor was fine. They could block it, it was not a problem, the sun-moon monarchs were happy, but Suyu was not feeling well. At the same time, some ancient cities also received the news. Suyu sealed the city again, this guy was really free. Was he not afraid of dying immediately? At least he was struggling at death's door. Wasn't it good to be alive? Did he have to be in such a hurry to become a dead spirit? Sky Destruction Ancient City. City Lord Residence. Tianhe could not help but shake his head. He looked at the old man below and sighed, this guy is finding trouble for himself. Only we know how serious the death chi's backlash is. Moreover, in Xinghong Ancient City, many residents have died, and now the city is sealed. If this goes on, the death chi backlash he has to bear alone will be more serious than mine. The old man said softly, he should know the longevity secret art. He gave it to you last time. He should be relying on this. The longevity secret art is not bad, but in my opinion, not to mention that it consumes a lot of heaven yuan chi, it can only help him offset 10% of the death chi at most. This was not enough, if you offset 10% of the input, there was still 90% left. Suyu was converted by the death spirit monarch, so he would probably become a dead spirit in 3 to 5 days. Even if the longevity secret art continued to circulate, it could only circulate for 5 to 6 days at most. But to force the sun-moon monarchs to death in 5 to 6 days, these people would definitely be prepared this time. A large amount of heaven yuan chi was indispensable, how could Suyu compete with them? Stupid, sigh, for a moment of anger, he had to fight against these people. He did not have the ability to suppress them. What could he do to these sun-moon monarchs by just sealing the city? Tianhe sigh, the old man hesitated and said, Sir, will you help him? Me? The old man said softly, Sir, you should be able to help him, right? Tianhe was silent for a while, then said, I can. If there is a city lord in the 36 cities, the city lord can actually think of a way to gather the ancient cities. If the ancient cities gather, we can also help him share some of the backlash, but... He shook his head. He sighed and said after a while, that's not appropriate. Not many people know about this, and, if the vitality is greatly damaged this time, then some of the plans will not be able to be carried out. If it was any other time, I could help him, but not now. It has something to do with Prefecture Lord Xia? The old man said softly. Tianhe looked at the old man and said slowly, yes, you have followed me for many years. There are some things that you can guess. I hope you will not disappoint me. The old man said calmly, Sir, there is no need to remind me. If not for you, I would have died long ago. Then, he said, if you really can't hold on, you can transfer some of the death chi in the ancient cities to me. I can help you block some of it. No need. The city lord token could transfer some of the death chi pressure. Unfortunately, the guards of Great Star Ancient City were all destroyed. There was no city gate token, no guard general, nothing, in other words, the current Suyu could not be transferred at all. As for the residents, they were residents. Unless they had those special tokens or the guard token, they could not transfer the pressure for the city lord. Moreover, if the residents were too weak, there was no effect. While Tianhe was thinking, a figure flashed. The next moment, a figure appeared. He glanced at the old man and ignored him. The old man was shocked. Tianhe waved his hand, signaling the old man to leave. After the old man left, Tianhe frowned and said, Why are you here again? Is Suyu in trouble? He is courting death. Xiao Longwu hesitated and said lightly, I am helping him, sharing some of the pressure for him, you are crazy. Tianhe said angrily, once we summon the 36 ancient cities to help Suyu, then all the one heavens will know that I am on the side of the human race, helping you, or helping the human race. At that time, your plan will be gone, and what will I do? My grandfather may be able to help you. Tianhe said coldly, Da Xia of Gogirio's blade is strong, but his blade is also ruthless. The king of Great Xia's saber was strong, but his saber was also ruthless. I trust you, that's why I am cooperating with you. How will you explain it to us? Xiao Longwu, I am not alone. You did not just contact me, did you? Xiao Longwu, I am not alone. You did not just contact me, did you? If Suyu insists on seeking his own death, do you want us to seek our own deaths for him? We are cooperating so that we can all live, not die. Xiao Longwu was silent for a moment, then nodded slightly. I was arbitrary. I will go to Great Star Ancient City to take a look. You want to go? Tianhe frowned. Right now, everyone knows that you are in the All Heavens battlefield. That place is the focus of attention, and everyone is watching. If you are discovered, there will inevitably be enemies who will attack you. Killing Xiao Longwu did not mean that he had to wait for him to prove his Dao, it was just that there was no opportunity usually. Previously, they had sent people to Xia province to kill him, but he had easily defeated them. In order not to suffer heavy losses, they had not sent more people to kill him. But now he wanted to go take a look. Was he courting death? It's fine. I will watch from afar. With that, his figure flickered and disappeared. In the back of the hall, the Heavenly Annihilation stone statue opened its eyes and glanced at Xiao Longwu. At this moment, a shadow of Xiao Longwu overlapped with Xiao Longwu. The Heavenly Annihilation glanced at it but did not say anything. Was that his future self? Xiao Longwu, who had fused with his future self, might be very strong, but he did not have his past self. Once his past was severed, he would be finished. He would die easily. He was not like the invincible netherworld race from before. Even if his future self and present self were destroyed, he was still alive and well. It was just that he was a little weak. The three bodies had not fused together, so the weakness was more obvious. He just did not know how strong the future self that Xiao Longwu had captured was. Among the countless futures, it was possible to capture an incomparably weak future, such as a heavily injured state, a dying state, or a decaying state. Once it was captured, it would be very difficult to change. First, it needed a carrier. Second, going to the River of Time to capture the future self was a very dangerous matter. It was incomparably dangerous, and one could die if they were not careful. Many ninth-stage Sun-Moon cultivators did not come out of seclusion and did not appear because of this. Xiao Longwu, on the other hand, was not in a hurry to capture the past self, but ran around blindly all day long. How unrestrained, none of these humans could rest. Wouldn't it be better to capture the past body at home? Perhaps they could even capture the strongest past state. Many people like to capture the state of their past moments. Just now might be the strongest. But in the River of Time, it was very difficult to determine what to choose. And in the past moment, you might also be disturbed. Sky Destroyer thought and did not care anymore. That Suyu had started to cause trouble again. Fortunately, it was not with me. Xinghong could bear it himself. The city was sealed again. This time, he did not know whether it was a good or bad thing. If Suyu died, if Xinghong did not have a city lord candidate in a short period of time, he would have to bear more death energy, which would be enough to make him suffer. And the good thing was that Suyu might not be able to bear much death energy now. If another city lord was changed, perhaps that person would be stronger and could help Xinghong reduce the pressure. Sky Destroyer was thinking about this. As for Xinghong, he was as still as a mountain. There was no pressure at all. Suyu, that fellow, was very resistant, to the point that Xinghong trembled. This fellow, however much death energy Xingyu injected, he digested it all, and it did not overflow. This city lord. To Xinghong, this was the only requirement, and Suyu was qualified, very good, not like Black Demon, who would often overflow some death energy, and Xinghong had to bear it. As for Suyu, there was no need to worry at all. As for Suyu, he did not seem to be in a state of overflow. Every time you thought he was at his limit, sorry to tell you, he was not at his limit. He could still do it. For example, right now, the death energy backlashed again and again, but Suyu was fine, as if nothing had happened, and continued to cultivate. He continued to do his own thing, not only that, but he actually had the time to read books. Yes, Suyu had been reading books recently, to see if he could outline Shenwen. He only had 25 Shenwen, which was too little. Although Shenwen had been used a lot recently, most of them were auxiliary functions. The time when he could knock out his opponent with a hammer was gone forever. Back then, Suyu had relied on willpower. One hammer to knock out your opponent, and one knife to cut you down. Now, it was no problem for him to knock out an early Mountain Sea Realm cultivator, but, what was the point? He could destroy an early Mountain Sea Realm cultivator with a punch, so why bother? Of course, there were many Shenwen, and there were benefits. Tranquility, Tribulation, Transformation, these Shenwen were of great help to him. Without these Shenwen, it would be difficult for Suyu to kill opponents of similar strength. When the strength was equal, using Shenwen would give him an advantage. The fire of inheritance Shenwen, which had not been opened for a long time, began to open. As for Suyu, he began to study the Shenwen he had sketched in the ancient city. He had hardly used it, the death Shenwen. After Suyu had sketched this Shenwen, he had not used it much. At this moment, Suyu tried to use it. As soon as he used it, he could not help but feel that he had missed out on something good. This Shenwen was not bad, it could actually help him absorb some death energy to outline Shenwen. What do I lack? I lack everything, but not death energy. With the ancient city, I have unlimited death energy. This Shenwen actually grew stronger by absorbing death energy. You are too good. Shenwen began to absorb death energy, and Suyu's conversion speed became faster. As for Shenwen, it also began to grow stronger. Not long after, a grade 2 Shenwen appeared, and the death word was upgraded. As for Suyu, he slowed down the speed of converting death energy. He purposely slowed it down to provide enough death energy for Shenwen to absorb. Good stuff. Suyu was emotional. This Shenwen was very good. Even if he did not reverse into a dead spirit, he could still release death energy to attack. Moreover, with this Shenwen, he had some excuses to pretend to be a dead spirit. Not bad, not bad. He would try to strengthen it to grade 4. There was also a newly sketched Shenwen, a grade 2 endure word. Old Turtle King of Great Zhou's Shenwen was not bad either. It was not a bad idea to cultivate this divine character while he was still as a mountain. Suyu was carefree, minding his own business. He cultivated, forged his body, read books, and strengthened his divine inscriptions. He wasn't worried about the death aura backlash at all. What he was worried about was that he had to control it and not keep reversing it all day long. If he really reversed it until he lost all the death aura in his body, wouldn't that be the end of him? Everyone said that Suyu was finished, but Suyu suddenly appeared on the list. How scary was that? Therefore, he had to control himself. The next day, the city was still sealed. It was still peaceful, no dead spirits appeared. Only some dead spirits would appear at night to patrol. The entire ancient city was extremely quiet. Everyone did what they needed to do. It had only been 2 days. The third day, nothing happened. On this day, Suyu completed a body forging, the 51st one. Now, the body forging time was even longer. It took 3 to 4 days to complete a casting. The speed was much slower and the consumption was much greater. After completing the 51st casting, Suyu only had 1,240 wisps of heaven and earth mystic light left. Including the previous ones, he had a total of 1,700 wisps. Now, he had consumed 460 wisps. From 30 casting to 51 casting, it was not bad. However, the consumption was already as high as 50 wisps per casting. It was frightening. 50 wisps of heaven and earth mystic light was more than 250 portions of heaven's essence energy. Before this, Suyu had thought that 10 portions of heaven's essence energy would be enough for one body forging. As it turned out, he was thinking too much. Forging the body wasn't a constant process of consumption. While his body was strong, the consumption was also great. Moreover, Suyu was still devouring the heavenly blood fruit to strengthen his blood chi, lest his blood chi could not keep up. This thing was also very precious. He was now a super metal swallowing beast. However, the growth of his strength was also terrifying. Every time Suyu completed a reforging, it was a huge improvement for him. His blood chi was strong, his physical strength was strong. At this moment, in the world of dead souls, Xianxia continued to increase the output woodenly. You're awesome, you've become stronger again. Fine, then I'll continue to add materials for you. Really, at this moment, the death aura Xianxia output was not inferior to changing sun and moon, but completely equal. This meant that Xianxia was now changing to a sun-moon tier. And Suyu was still Ling Yun. This guy, when would Ling Yun end? In fact, purely in terms of physical strength, Suyu was only sore. His body forging was endless, right? Could he really reach the pinnacle with the 72 casts of iron? Xianxia remained doubtful. Could the heavenly cycle acupoints complete the 72 casts of iron? Xianxia also knew how to calculate. The more apertures one opened, the harder it would be to forge one's body. Xianxia estimated that if Suyu forged his body now, he would probably be at around 50 apertures. He, who had opened the heavenly cycle acupoints, could still forge. Was there no limit? Was his talent really so powerful? Talent determined the limit. This wasn't a problem of resources. Everyone had some resources, but it didn't mean that with resources, one could open acupoints infinitely and forge the body infinitely. What was going on with Suyu? After the destruction of the ancient times, could such powerful talent still appear in the human race? After the destruction of the ancient times, the human race was no longer the court of tens of thousands of nations. In the human realm, it was no longer filled with treasures and heaven's origin chi. Today, even in the heavenly origin Holy Land, there were only 2 extremely small places in the human realm, and it wasn't even as good as some of the top 100 races. In such an environment, could a freak like Suyu still appear in the human realm? Gods and demons occupied many places on the heaven hunting list, and it wasn't for nothing. The quality of origin chi in the immortal realm and demon realm was much higher than in the human realm, and heaven's origin chi wasn't rare either. This was also the reason why a large number of gods and demons were born a grade higher than humans. Their Kaiyuan acupoints were directly connected, and they were born with Qianjun. It was normal for some descendants of powerful beings to be born with Wanshi. And humans, even the descendants of invincible beings, almost all had to experience Kaiyuan. Xianxia was helpless. Forget it. No matter how strong you are, you can't escape my transformation. Sooner or later, you will be my undead general. On the 4th day, some people couldn't hold on any longer. Some experts from small races were a little regretful. If they had known, they wouldn't have stayed. It had been 4 days, why hadn't there been any movement? Hadn't the city gate opened, and the outside world's attention was once again focused here? In the human realm, in Xianxia province, some people were very depressed. What was going on? There had been some movement recently, and suddenly, everyone stopped caring about Xianxia province. The faculty of theology continued to develop, and Wan's eyes were once again focused on Suyu. Compared to Suyu, the faculty of theology hadn't produced any results, and there was no trace of the Southern Yuan relic. Forget it, I'll just keep an eye on Suyu and see when he dies. A few more days wouldn't make a difference. On the 5th day, some people really couldn't take it anymore and started to purchase Heaven Yuan Chi from the Sky Hunter Pavilion. The Sky Hunter Pavilion also increased the price. Normally, it would be 10 Heaven Yuan Chi, but now it was 20 Heaven Yuan Chi. And Suyu also dismissed the temporary workers, afraid that they would be robbed. He only showed up 5 miles away from the Sky Hunter Pavilion to sell the Heaven Yuan Chi that the Sky Hunter Pavilion had hoarded. It was very popular. These were all delivered by the Sky Hunter Pavilion. Previously, Suyu had asked Xianxia to stock up, and this time, he had stockpiled quite a lot. The price was very high. In 5 days, while suppressing the death aura, Suyu still had the energy to do business. He sold 500 Heaven Yuan Chi in the city, and that was all. Although the Sky Hunter Pavilion had Heaven Yuan Chi, it wasn't unlimited. 500 Heaven Yuan Chi was worth 5,000 Heaven Yuan Chi points. This was usually, but now, it was doubled to a total of 10,000 points. As for Suyu, the assessment mission for 3 years was 1,000 points. In an instant, he had completed the assessment mission for 30 years. As for the commission, it was only 10 Heaven Yuan Chi points. It was a scam. However, these things were all provided by the Sky Hunter Pavilion, so he didn't need to pay anything. And it wasn't as if Suyu didn't earn anything. For example, some people paid some mountain sea blood essence, or sun moon blood essence. Some were from strong clans, but Suyu exchanged them for weak clans. The Sky Hunter Pavilion was calculated according to the level. It didn't matter if one was from a strong clan or a weak clan. Each level was calculated according to the price. Some people only had the blood essence of strong clans, so they had no choice but to exchange it. Suyu didn't let the Sky Hunter Pavilion off easily. He had a lot of blood essence, so he exchanged them for the weakest ones, such as Ironwings or Yunhu's clans. He had quite a lot of these blood essences. He still caught quite a lot to earn from the price difference. Not only that, Suyu also thought of an opportunity to earn from the price difference. For example, at this moment, he was communicating with Xianxia calmly. "Elder, I've collected a lot of blood essence recently, but I've run out of heavenly yuan qi. There's an expert in the city who wants to sell heavenly yuan qi to me. He needs blood essence to exchange for it. The price is a little high. The cost is about 19 Sky Hunter points, but if we exchange it for heavenly yuan qi, we can sell it for 20 points and earn 1 point. Can we do this business?" Xianxia cursed. "That expert was you, right?" He was convinced. Wasn't Suyu sealing the city? He still had the energy to earn money and do business? Damn it, tell me I'm dreaming. Xianxia wasn't Suyu, or rather, the city lord wasn't Suyu. In the past few days, Suyu had come out to complete missions and transactions. This was enough to shock him. In his imagination, this guy was surrounded by death qi, unable to move at all. But now, no one suspected that Xianxia was Suyu. There was no other reason. Suyu was sealing the city, and Xianxia was doing business. The sealed Suyu had no time, energy, or motivation to do business, but Xianxia was doing it. If anyone said that Xianxia was Suyu, Sky Hunter Pavilion would be the first to kill them. Don't accuse me like that. This guy was really impressive. He still had the mood to sell it to Sky Hunter Pavilion at 19 points and then sell it to the residents in the city for 20 points. This way, not only could Suyu complete his business, he could also earn a lot. Normally, Sky Hunter Pavilion would only sell it for 10 points. And this way, no one would be suspicious. Otherwise, if one person sold it, others might not dare to buy it. Sky Hunter Pavilion still had a reputation. At this moment, Sky Hunter Pavilion also needed people to complete transactions in the city. Many people wanted to do business with them, but Sky Hunter Pavilion knew that the heavenly yuan qi had been used up and could not be sent in. They were worried about not being able to satisfy their customers. Now that Xianxia was trading with others, the price was a little high, but he wasn't profiting at all. After all, he still had to be responsible for communicating with the customers and expend energy. But in times of crisis, Sky Hunter Pavilion could provide sufficient resources at any time. This was enough to make all the experts look at Sky Hunter Pavilion in a different light, so even if it wasn't profiting, this transaction could still be done. Soon, Xianxia said, "It can be done. Communicate with the Yellow Division and say that you encountered a mysterious expert. Prepare a note to prevent any problems." "All right." Suyu smiled and quickly said, "My lord, I completed a large number of transactions. Will there be any additional rewards?" "Yes, the more you complete, the easier it will be for you to be promoted to elder." "Is that so? Then I hope I can reach the standard of an elder as soon as possible." Suyu smiled, and Xianxia didn't mind. The more Suyu completed, the more commission he would get. In fact, he was also profiting. And this time, Suyu completed the transaction, and it was a two-way transaction. He purchased a portion of the heavenly yuan qi and counted it as the transaction volume. He sold the heavenly yuan qi and counted it as the transaction volume. Suyu would get 2 portions of commission. As his supervisor, Xianxia would get the same. So under the premise that it didn't violate the rules, Xianxia let him be. If you have the ability, complete more transactions. From this day onwards, the name of the Sky Hunter Pavilion spread in the ancient city again. Heavenly yuan qi was scarce, so come to the Sky Hunter Pavilion, 20 points per portion, no more price increases, enough. The Sky Hunter Pavilion was omnipotent. As for Suyu, he began to devour the blood essence and extract the heavenly yuan qi. He was very busy. How much did 1 drop of heavenly yuan qi cost? He extracted 1 drop for about 1,000 human merit points, which was 1 Sky Hunter point. He sold it for 19 Sky Hunter points and earned 18 points, a profit of 1800%. It wasn't even a commission, of course, this was him. The Sky Hunter Pavilion provided it, and the cost was not low, about 3 times his, more than 3 points. In addition, he had to pay a commission to pay for communication with customers, transportation, and so on. All in all, the cost of the Sky Hunter Pavilion was about 5 points. Usually selling it for 10 points would double the profit. But for Suyu, it wasn't double, that was a huge profit. At this moment, the city was sealed, giving him this opportunity. Everyone's demand was high, and the experts from the small clans in the city came to buy. Every day, there were about 500 points of transactions. For 3 consecutive days, until the 8th day of the city being sealed, even the experts blocking the gate began to buy from Suyu. And Suyu continued to seal the city while doing business with them, preparing to empty them. It was actually a good thing that these people were consuming death chi in the city. They could help Suyu consume a lot of death chi. The living people in the city could also help consume death chi. Using heavenly yuan chi to consume it, the death chi was offset even more. This time, the stone sculpture was stunned. He discovered that the death chi he had to bear was less. Originally, the residents of the city were responsible for 20%, Suyu was responsible for 10%, and he was responsible for 70%. But now, the residents were responsible for 30%, Suyu was still responsible for 10%, and he only had to bear 60%. The stone sculpture fell into deep thought. He looked at the lively Suyu, who was still in the mood to earn money. At this moment, the stone sculpture secretly made a decision. In an instant, he transferred 10% of the pressure to Suyu. He would bear half, the residents of the city would bear 30%, and Suyu would bear 20%. Since you can jump around so much, I believe in you. You are very useful as a city lord. I support you. Continue to jump around, continue to seal the city, continue to consume. This was the first time he had borne so little of this death chi. At this moment, the stone sculpture was very satisfied. He felt that such a city lord was much stronger than the dozens of city lords he had experienced in the past. This was great. Suyu, who bore 20% of the death chi, was equivalent to 2, and the stone sculpture, who had originally borne 70% of the pressure, now, half was enough. All of a sudden, it freed him a lot, and his mood was much better. Sure enough, heavenly annihilation was right, Suyu could cause trouble, but he could also do things. Look, how awesome. The stone sculpture was worried that 20% would crush Suyu, but reality proved that there was no problem. As for Suyu, he was a little frightened. What's wrong? When he was counting the money just now, his death chi suddenly erupted. Previously, because of the backlash, he had to spend 2 hours a day to reverse the death chi. But at this moment, he suddenly had an extra hour to suppress it. In other words, the current Suyu had to continuously reverse for 3 hours every day to reverse the death chi. This was equivalent to the increase, and he wouldn't be corroded. It's been 3 hours. Suyu was frightened. What's wrong? I didn't do anything. Is it because the city has been sealed for a long time, and I've suffered a stronger backlash? This is too scary. Suyu was frightened. It had already been 3 hours. If this continued, he would be unable to cultivate after 10 hours. If he could only reverse it after 24 hours, then from then on, he would have to cultivate all day to offset the death chi like everyone else. Suyu was afraid. 3 hours later, he finished polishing the death chi that had increased today. As for the Xinhong stone sculpture, it looked at him again thoughtfully. Amazing. It was resolved so quickly. This means that even if I transfer a few more % to you, can you still bear it? Xinhong felt that he had encountered a treasure. This is too cool. How about I transfer another 10% to you? It's too obvious. No, Xinhong thought in his heart. Forget it. I'll wait a little longer. If this kid does something big again, I'll transfer another 10% to him. He might think that it was caused by the backlash, but it turned out that it wasn't. But, at least find an excuse, right? Xinhong was extremely satisfied. This city lord position is mine, no one is allowed to change it. Very good. As long as Suyu didn't die, he felt that he didn't need to change city lord. This is too considerate. Will Sky Destroyer regret it? He really wanted to tell Sky Destroyer that he had encountered a treasure. While you are still entangled by the death chi, on my side, a new city lord can already help me bear a lot of death chi. How comfortable. Xinghong was comfortable, but Suyu was really a little scared. Should I still seal the city? I'm scared. The death chi backlash suddenly increased by so much. He was really a little scared. No, if it really increased to more than 5 hours, why don't I reverse it all and run away? I keep feeling that I'm in danger. The word calamity in Shenwen just jumped, as if there was a crisis. Suyu was very afraid and worried, but the sudden increase in the deathly aura made him feel very helpless. He could only be ruthless and continue to strengthen himself. The stronger he was, the stronger the deathly aura would be. But Suyu felt that as long as he was strong enough that the deathly aura was not as strong as him, there would naturally not be too much danger. On the 8th day of the sealed city, Suyu completed the 50-second forging. Not only did he complete the 50-second forging, but Suyu also made other improvements. For example, his civilization master level dropped from Lingyan 8 to Lingyan 7. Yes, this was an improvement, because it meant that Suyu's willpower was purer and more solid. The God-expanding hammer had recently been constantly hammering his sea of will and willpower. Speaking of which, he had already reached the level of Zhaoli, and was even vaguely stronger. Of course, this was before Zhaoli had broken through. Zhaoli had spent decades or even 100 years, but Suyu had spent a year. Not only that, these few days, Suyu studied the text of will, and he once again outlined a Shunwen, seal. This Shunwen came from a non-house opening king, one of the 8 great clans in the Seeking Realm. He became invincible after opening his house, and his title was Heavenly King Restriction. He was famous for his restrictions. This time, Suyu comprehended a Shunwen in his text of will. Seal, this was also a support-type Shunwen. It could seal the heavens and seal the earth. It sounded very powerful, but it was still only a second-stage Shunwen. Suyu tested it and found that it had a sealing effect, but the effect was average. At least for the current Suyu, it did not have a particularly strong effect. Of course, if this Shunwen became stronger, it would definitely have a good effect. This was the 26th Shunwen that Suyu had outlined. It was a pity that he had dropped the beast word Shunwen. Otherwise, he would have 27 Shunwen by now. It was a good thing that Shunwen had one more. With 26 Shunwen outlines, Suyu could be considered to have verified what teacher Jinxing had said. Back in the Ming Constabulary, the human race's Shunwen outlines would increase in power. The more Shunwen there were, the stronger the human race's Shunwen was. After drawing one Shunwen, Suyu's other Shunwen also increased in power. On the whole, when Lingyan was at the 8th stage, Suyu could knock out a 1st or 2nd stage mountain sea cultivator with a single swing of his hammer. Now, when he was at Lingyan 7, he could knock out a 3rd stage mountain sea cultivator with a single swing of his hammer. The lower the realm, the stronger they were. Of course, his cultivation level was low, but it wasn't really low. It was just that he had forced himself to lower it. The compression was incredible. Compressing one's cultivation level was partly to purify one's willpower, and partly to not attract attention. It would be a waste not to kill to obtain more benefits. If he didn't have the power of his physical body, the current Suyu could be considered a genius, a top-notch genius, just by relying on his willpower alone. Lingyan 7 would most likely be beaten to death by Suyu against an ordinary 3rd stage mountain sea cultivator. Killing an enemy that was a major realm higher. Previously, Qin Feng, with Lingyan's 6th stage strength, killed a 3rd stage mountain sea cultivator and entered the heaven roll, maintaining his 18th place. As for Suyu, Lingyan 7, he could kill a 3rd stage mountain sea cultivator. In addition, he was much younger than Qin Feng. If he didn't have the power of his physical body, Suyu actually had the ability to enter the heaven roll as well. Even if he didn't have the power of his physical body, he would definitely be able to enter the earth roll. Of course, Suyu didn't care about these things anymore. In Suyu's eyes, the Shunwen path had extremely powerful support effects. Taken out on its own, it was actually just SOSO. It couldn't compare to the power of his physical body, which could become incomparably powerful the moment it was forged. While Suyu was strengthening himself, he also earned quite a lot of money at the same time. These few days, he kept selling Heaven Origin energy in the name of the Heaven Hunter Pavilion. Of course, at this time, Suyu also stopped selling. He was afraid that those red-eyed sun and moon cultivators would sneak up on him and rob him. After all, everyone in the city knew that the Heaven Hunter Pavilion had a lot of heaven origin energy. So you also stopped selling things now. Instead, he went into hiding and prepared to exhaust those fellows to death. 8 days, in fact, the people in the city were also panicking. Some of the experts from the smaller clans could no longer bear it. Suyu had emptied their wealth, and their heaven origin energy was depleted. They had no money, no heaven origin energy, and now they were facing the invasion of the Death Chi. 8 days in a row, many people were already going crazy. Didn't they say that Suyu would die in 3 days? Why was he still alive? Some people could no longer bear the invasion of the Death Chi. They had to consider whether or not to become residents. Otherwise, if they didn't make up their minds now, it would take another 3 days to convert, and after 3 days, they might die. Now, they could either prepare in advance, or gamble that Suyu would die in 3 days, and then open the city gates. In front of the city lord's mansion, after he left, there were still 7 elites at the late stage of the sun and moon in front of the city lord's mansion. There were originally close to 30 sun and moon cultivators in the city, but many had left. After all, Suyu's threat still had some effect. However, even if some had left, there were still 6 in the middle stage of the sun and moon, and 4 in the early stage. Including Gao Zhong, there were still 17 sun and moon cultivators in the city. More than 10 had left. Now, the city had been sealed for 8 days. These sun and moon tiers had all brought a large amount of heaven origin energy with them, and they had also purchased a portion. They could still hold on, but they were more or less anxious. The man in the late stage of the sun and moon race couldn't sit still, and said, "Lord Purple Demon, how much longer can Suyu last?" The strongest among them was this demon. He was in the 9th level of the sun and moon race. He wasn't on the Dao verification roll, but his strength was still boundlessly powerful. Purple Demon was also from the Blood Fire Demon race. This race really had many sun and moons, and it seemed like they couldn't all die. At this moment, Purple Demon's long hair fluttered in the wind. He was silent for a long time and suddenly said, "Get ready and find a chance to leave. In another 3 to 5 days, the city gates still haven't opened. Get ready to run." The surroundings were silent, and some sun and moons were dumbfounded. What did he mean? The Blood Fire Demon race wanted to run. Purple Demon didn't say anything more. He still had hope of running while he still had strength. In another 3 to 5 days, if Suyu could still hold on, then he would run. He wouldn't come again. How boring. Not only did they not fight, but they were also blocking the gate like idiots. They didn't even see the person's face, and they were already about to die. If they didn't run, what else could they do? Who knew when Suyu couldn't hold on anymore? On the side of the Blood Fire Demon race, many of their elites had been killed by Suyu. They had originally thought that Suyu would come out, but now it proved that they had thought too much. Suyu wouldn't come out at all. He simply opened the city gates, and they would be finished. The sun and moons were very strong. They also carried a lot of heaven's origin energy. However, it wasn't a good thing to continue like this. He could hold on for half a month, and he could even survive for a month. However, at that time, he would be completely exhausted, and he would be corroded by the Death Chi. While he was still in good condition, he had to find a chance to run. The other experts didn't say anything. They only knew that they had underestimated Suyu. If they didn't kill Suyu this time, no one would dare to come next time. After being sealed for 8 days, Suyu didn't say a word. If they were really sealed, then even one would have to consider whether he should continue looking for trouble for Suyu and pay a huge price. He was clearly about to die, but he killed them, late-stage sun and moons. Next time, no late-stage sun and moons would dare to come. No one wanted to die. It was very difficult to cultivate to this level. In the end, they didn't even see Suyu's face, and they were already covered in dust. At this moment, the celestial expert said softly, "Half a month. Wait for another 7 days. If Suyu is still alive, we will break out. It's not a big problem if the invincible ones don't enter the city. Let the invincible ones help us break the city gates, and we will quickly break out. One invincible one is enough. There will probably be a death spirit monarch. ZMO, you block 1 or 2, we will quickly break out. the ninth sun and moons of the blood fire demon race looked at him quietly. Do you think my race is stupid? I'm a ninth sun and moons, and I haven't even merged my 3 lives. You want me to block an invincible one? The blood fire demon race likes to fight, but they also like evenly matched battles. They like to kill others, but that doesn't mean they like to be killed. What a joke, Xianxia looked at him coldly. After a while, he said, break out, your celestial race will stay behind. The celestial expert was stunned. Xianxia said coldly, what are you looking at? Your celestial race will stay behind. If you don't accept it, we will work together to kill you. Silence. The other experts didn't say anything. The gods and demons fought against the human race. The dragon silkworm had a grudge with the human race. The nether race also had a conflict with the celestial race. The remaining 2 were from the celestial spirit monkey race and the dragon race. They didn't have much of a relationship with the celestial race. The celestial race used to be an ally of the human race. Of course, the celestial race was also very active now. No matter what, since Xianxia wasn't willing, he was a ninth sun and moon cultivator, the strongest expert. The nether race and the celestial race were both 8th sun and moon cultivators, not weak. The celestial race was 7th sun and moon cultivator. Your words don't count, the celestial race expert's expression changed slightly. Soon, he smiled and said, Lord Xianxia, you must be joking. I am weak, it will be very difficult for me to fight against the death spirit monarch, Xianxia said coldly, stop talking nonsense. Your celestial race's life force awakening technique makes your life force dense and can counteract a portion of the deathly aura. Who doesn't know that? If we break out, you will stay behind, and you will have a chance to live. If you don't stay behind, then just wait for death. The celestial race expert's expression changed. Lord Xianxia, our current goal is to kill Suyu, not to fight among ourselves. Do you celestial race think everyone is a fool? Xianxia said coldly, stop talking nonsense. How dare you order me around? Who gave you the guts? You can try not to stay behind and try to cause trouble. After saying that, he looked at the others and said coldly, everyone, remember, if we break out, if no one stays behind to block the death spirit monarch, then we will probably all die. If someone does, then there is a high chance of survival. Even if I die, I will be the last one. The silkworm dragon race and heavenly spirit monkey race are not as strong as the celestial race. If he doesn't stay behind, then your races will stay behind. It's that simple. Will he take the risk, or will you take the risk? Think about it yourselves. No one said anything. The silkworm dragon race's sun and moon were terrified. The silkworm dragon race was the weakest. If the celestial race didn't stay behind, then it would be him. Should he stay behind, or should the celestial race stay behind? Of course, it was better for the celestial race to go. Xianxia snorted coldly and ignored them. The best result was naturally that Suyu died. But if Suyu really didn't die, then there was no other way. They had to break out in half a month. At that time, they would still have the strength to resist and escape. After half a month, their strength would be greatly reduced, and the death energy would corrode them, making it difficult to escape. The celestial race powerhouse was a female celestial from the ice celestial race. At this moment, she glanced at the celestial race powerhouse with a hint of mockery in her eyes. The celestial race was strong, but also sinister. In the past, when the humans were weak, the celestial race had helped the humans not because they wanted to help the humans, but because they were worried that the weak humans would be destroyed by the celestial race. But now, the humans were showing signs of strengthening. With the appearance of many geniuses from the Shenwen faction, the celestial race's attitude rapidly changed. They were even more proactive than the humans in killing Suyu. The celestial race disdained such fence-sitters. Of course, the celestial race was very strong. Strictly speaking, the celestial realm and demon realm might not be as strong as the celestial realm. That was because they had many old-timers. Even the celestial race knew of the life force activation art. The celestial race was mysterious, and although many of the old-timers hadn't yet reached the Tao validation, there were still plenty of quasi-invincible experts who had lived 3 lives. After all, they had been passed down for countless years. the celestial race powerhouse didn't have a good impression of the celestial race. "Let's not talk about that for now," the celestial race powerhouse said. "So you might not be able to hold on for much longer." In the past, the city lord of ancient warring firmament city had sealed the city for 12 days, and the city lord of ancient warring firmament city had completely fallen. At that time, the backlash from him hadn't been too severe. Suyu isn't as strong as him, and the backlash is even worse. I doubt he'll be able to hold on for much longer. I hope so. The Silkworm race powerhouse sighed. If he'd known this would happen, he wouldn't have come. The Silkworm race powerhouse wasn't very strong, but the invincible Silkworm King wasn't weak. This time, the Silkworm King knew that Suyu had inherited his time magic, which was why he'd sent the Silkworm race to kill Suyu and teach the Silkworm King a lesson. The 7 stages of Sun and Moon weren't too many in the Silkworm Dragon realm. In fact, the Silkworm Dragon realm was equivalent to a prefecture in the human race. Of course, it had a much longer history than the human race's great prefectures, so it had a lot more late-stage Sun and Moon than ordinary great prefectures. In the entire Silkworm race, there were only about 20 late-stage Sun-Moon experts. If he, a late-stage Sun-Moon expert, were to die here, the entire Silkworm race would be shaken. Over there, he was a patriarch-level figure, and if word got out, he would probably be laughed at. Their patriarch had been ordered to kill someone, but he hadn't even seen the person before he was killed. That person was Ling Yunjing. He was starting to regret it. Suyu had wanted to leave when the city was sealed, but he'd been worried that the Silkworm King wouldn't be happy. Seeing that the Sun-Moon experts of the other races hadn't left, he'd decided to stay. But now, he'd lost most of his savings to the Hunting Heaven Pavilion, and now he had to think of a way to escape. Why bother? If he'd known this, he would have left with Tu He and the others. The Sun-Moon experts in the city regretted it. Outside the city, Tu He was also afraid. It had been 8 days, and the seal hadn't been opened. He looked at the floating earth spirit and sighed. Your feeling was right. This Suyu really can't be judged with common sense. In a few days, if the city still hasn't been opened, there will probably be invincible people coming to break the gate. Someone in the city is going to break the siege. The floating earth spirit didn't say anything, nor did he feel proud. What was there to be proud of? It wasn't him who had sealed the city and killed those people. He looked at the city, and after a moment of silence, he sighed. Let's go, Elder. There's nothing to see. This time I don't know how many people will die, but if they die, no one will dare to enter the city to stop him. The Sun-Moon experts of the big races might not dare to come. Suyu was trying to intimidate them. Suyu didn't want to be blocked and watched by people. This time, he had killed a group of late-stage Sun-Moon experts, and the powerful races of gods and demons probably wouldn't dare to come again. If they were weak, they might be killed by Suyu. If they were strong, if Suyu sealed the city again or lured the dead spirits out, they would just be sending themselves to death. If they were stronger, if the city was sealed a few more times, no one could stand it. They couldn't always use the lives of the Sun-Moon experts to exchange for a dying Suyu. It wasn't worth it. After this time, Suyu would definitely intimidate the Myriad worlds, and no one would treat him as a small character. If he didn't die, he would be an overlord in the ancient city. No matter when he died, or how strong he was now, he would be an overlord-level expert, on the same level as Tianhe and the others, or even more difficult to deal with. The floating earth spirit felt that Suyu wouldn't seek death. Since he had sealed the city, he wouldn't end it with a weak start. If he did so, others would see that he was weak. The moment Suyu decided to seal the city, he might have been prepared to trap and kill them. If there was a chance to trap and kill them, he wouldn't rashly seal the city. Let's go. There was nothing to see. Suyu could last for at least 7 more days, maybe even longer. As for the invincible ones breaking the city gates, the floating earth spirit didn't want to watch the show. It was easy to die, and it wasn't worth it to be involved. He trusted the floating earth spirit a lot at this time. Without saying anything, he followed them into the distance. Fortunately, he believed the floating earth spirit and followed them out of the city. Otherwise, he would probably be complaining in the city. At the same time, countless experts in the Myriad worlds were speechless and on the verge of collapse. The invincible of the powerful races of gods and demons were going crazy. 8 days, Suyu wasn't dead yet. Wasn't this guy Ling Yunjing? After he refined the city lord token, he sealed the city for 8 days, and he still hadn't died from the backlash. What was going on? In the city, there were still 7 Sun Moon tier elites. Moreover, there were still 10 other Sun Moon tier elites present. Could it be that Suyu was going to kill another 10 Sun Moon tier elites this time? If they didn't open the city gates, they would have to break into the city by force. Of course, some people thought about whether they should continue to negotiate peace with Suyu. However, they really couldn't afford to lose face. They threatened Suyu again and again, and then they compromised and negotiated peace. This was too embarrassing. The Myriad world saw them as a joke. After so many times, did the powerful races still have dignity? In reality, even if they wanted to negotiate peace, Suyu couldn't be bothered to care. At this moment, Suyu really didn't lack money. At least not now. He had a lot of good things, so why would he let these guys go? Otherwise, he would give them the impression that they could live as long as they spent money. Then, next time, these guys would dare to block the city gates. This time, whether he could kill a few or trap a few, at least he would let these guys know that entering the city meant danger. Scram far away. At this moment, Suyu didn't care about them. Instead, he was thinking about other things. This time, would there be Sun Moon tier residents? It was actually not bad to get a few Sun Moon tier residents to share the death aura. If they became residents, there was still hope that he could take them under his command and become a leading general. Of course, the city gate command couldn't be given casually. Now, Suyu finally understood that in fact, the general guarding the city gate had to be a general that the city lord trusted, otherwise, the city gate command could forcibly open and close the city gate. Of course, the city lord command had greater authority. The scary thing was that if that guy suddenly did this, you wouldn't be able to react. In that case, over at the Heavenly Destruction Ancient City, the Gate General of the Heavenly River City Lord, the Heavenly Gate, could be considered a confidant of the Heavenly River City. No wonder he could enter the City Lord's mansion and bring Suyu to the back palace to see the stone sculpture. Suyu continued to forge his body, unhurriedly. The 9th day passed in the blink of an eye. On the 10th day, the outside world was in an uproar. What to do? 10 days. There were no signs of the city gate opening. The late-stage Sun Moon tier experts were still fine, but the early-stage Sun Moon tier experts were already eroded by the death aura. They were somewhat terrified, not knowing whether to continue to wait or to quickly become residents. Otherwise, they would die. Outside world. East Rift Valley. The human invincible realm had not dispersed yet. Recently, the situation was not very good. Most of the invincible realm experts were guarding this place. At this moment, Suyu was mentioned again. Silkworm Destruction King, who had just rushed over from the human realm, exclaimed, "Really good, 10 days. This kid is still not dead. I have to admire him. I think the god race and the demon race are going to cry for their parents again. Many Sun Moon tier experts have died. More than they had killed in the past few decades of war." Of course, this was on the surface. Secretly assassinating some people was not counted. Great Light King laughed and said, "The number of Sun Moon tier experts killed by Suyu alone is not necessarily less than some of us. In the human realm, that kid killed many, and in the heavenly battlefield, he killed even more. A group of Eternals, why do I feel that he killed fewer people than them?" Not far away, a light figure said indifferently, "Killing Sun Moon tier experts is nothing. Eternals are not used to kill, but to intimidate. If we kill, no matter how many Sun Moon tiers there are, we can still kill them." Great Light King smiled and said, "Is that so? Put 10 Xiao Long Wus and 10 Yubations here. Do you think you can kill them, or they can kill you?" Contrarian, Invincible Realm expert did not want to pay attention to him. He was a contrarian. "I was talking about the Sun Moon tier, not these 2 Sun Moon tier experts. You might as well ask those Sun Moon tier experts on the Dao proving ranking to come." Great Light King laughed for a while, then quickly stopped. "Everyone, are we just going to watch? Juan has been besieging him again and again, while the humans ignore him again and again. Isn't it inappropriate to continue like this? This is not the first time. The first time, we can say that the humans did not have time to save him. The second time, we can say that we are powerless to save him. The third time, the fourth time. He sighed. The human race, has it really come to this? His sigh caused some people's hearts to tremble slightly. Yes, so you did not die. Not dying did not mean that the humans were very powerful. One saw it, and so did everyone else, besieging Suyu again and again, except for Daxia of Goguryeo and Great Light King. They were powerless at other times. They could only watch and watch. Did the humans still have dignity? Silence. After a while, Great Light King smiled and said, "Forget it. Let's continue to watch. Let's see when Suyu will die. No matter how many suns and moons he kills, it has nothing to do with us. He's no longer a human, so there's no need to treat him as one. Expel him. Suyu isn't a human. In the future, we will deal with him like this. Whoever is killed is not a human. Next time, we will discuss and expel Xia Longwu and the others. Remove their human records. Great Light King, it's not that we don't want to save him. There is nothing we can do?" Great Light King smiled and said, "I understand. It's fine. Honestly, it is not worth it to sacrifice so many experts for one Suyu. He is fated to die anyway. Next time, we will do it this way. If any of us dies, we don't need to save him. You are going to die anyway. To save you, more people might die. What is the point of saving? Also, no matter who proves the Tao, good luck. There is no need to beg us. You are fated to die anyway. To prove the Tao for you, we have to sacrifice eternity. What is the point?" Great Light King laughed and said, "This way, no matter who is in danger next time, we will expel him. In any case, you are going to die. We cannot save you. If we save you, more people might die. It is not worth it. If the armies fight and lose, there is no need to care. In any case, you are fated to die. If you die, so be it. It is fine. Otherwise, the losses will be even greater. If the human realm is broken, it is fine. If you break it, you cannot fight. If you fight, more people will die. It is not worth it." Great Light King smiled and said, "That's it. As long as we feel that it is not worth it, we do not need to care, right? Is that what you mean? I am right, right? If someone says no, come out to take a look." Someone said in a low voice, "Great Light King, this is not the same." Great Light King laughed and said, "Tell me, how is it not the same? Let me ask, is Suyu still human? Is he still a human genius? Is he dead? He killed dozens of Sun-Moon realm cultivators. Is he a hero or a coward? It is not the first or second day that he has been besieged by Wan realm cultivators. Is that true? If you say that he offended the invincible, offended the gods and demons. Let me ask, Moto killed dozens of human Sun-Moon realm cultivators. If you want to kill him, will the demons say that Moto deserves to die because he offended the humans' eternity?" Haha. A mocking laugh rang out. Great Light King did not speak anymore. He stood up and said, "I will go out for a walk and go home to see my son. There is no danger here recently. Everyone is watching Suyu. Call me if there is anything. I will see if it is worth it, and then consider whether to come or not." At this moment, the surroundings fell silent again. In the distance, the Great Qin King looked calm and let him leave. He did not say anything. After a while, Great Light King left, and the Great Qin King said, "Great Zhou King, Daxia of Goguryeo, Silkworm Destruction King, Great Han King, the four of you, charge into the Silkworm Dragon realm and slaughter the Silkworm Dragon race." "Old Qin," someone was shocked. The Great Qin King said lightly, "Bully the weak and fear the strong. You can't defeat the gods and demons, but you can defeat the small races. Go, Wang Hu, you have always wanted revenge, so go and take revenge. This time, Silkworm Destruction King will be the vanguard. The other three, listen to my command. Silkworm Destruction King, kill the silkworms and destroy the Silkworm Dragon realm." In the crowd, Silkworm Destruction King was overjoyed and quickly said, "Old Qin, good job. Ha ha ha. I have wanted to do this for a long time, but I never had the chance. Ha ha ha, I will go. I know the way. I have been to the Silkworm Dragon realm a few times. I can't do anything to the Silkworm Destruction King alone. In this realm, he is even stronger. The Great Qin King said calmly, go and come back quickly. Be careful of the reinforcements from the gods and demons. While they are focused on the ancient city, wait for an eternal realm to enter the ancient city and cause a commotion in the ancient city. Kill your way into the Silkworm Dragon realm and destroy this realm. Yes, sir. The powerful invincible ones were like soldiers and obeyed the order. Here, the Great Qin King was the commander. Some invincible ones wanted to say something, but the Great Qin King's eyes moved. He looked at the crowd and said indifferently, that's it. Although the human race is weak, it is not weak to the point that everyone can bully. The mystic armor realm is blocked by heavenly forging. Now, there are the gods, demons, immortals, dragons, apes, and underworld races. They are all very powerful, and it is not good for the human race to fall out with them. Let's start with the Silkworm Dragon realm and let the All Heavens One know that the human race is not weak to the point that it can't even fight a small realm. He said coldly, the Great Light King is right. If we retreat step by step, we will speed up the human race's destruction. The ancient races and the top 100 small races will look down on the human race. The human race can be bullied. He said coldly, for powerful Eternals, I think we can destroy the Silkworm Dragon realm. Kill an Eternal and intimidate the All Heavens. The All Heavens One hasn't seen such a scene in a long time. The 4 powerful undefeatable realm cultivators instantly disappeared into the void. The other invincible ones all fell silent. No one said anything. The Great Qin King looked into the distance, his gaze fluctuating with melancholy. Yes, they could only bully the weak and fear the strong. The 6 races, the gods, demons, immortals, dragons, and apes, were all very powerful. Even the ape race had close to 10 invincible ones, and the Wan race was ranked 12th. If they really attacked these races, it would be a war between the All Heavens. Right now, they could only attack the Silkworm Dragon realm. Let the small realms see the might of the human race, even if this might was laughable. The gods, demons, and immortals were the leaders, as for the human race, this was all they could do. This was the only way. The Great Qin King felt that it was laughable, but after laughing, he felt powerless. The powerless Great Qin King had no choice but to put on a brave front. He didn't want anyone to see how dispirited and disappointed he was. He was powerless, he could only do this. He could only let everyone see that the human race still had unity and could still kill. As for the others, he could only barely defend the front lines. As for that Suyu in the Starry Sea. I'm sorry, I'm powerless to change anything or do anything, because behind me is the mortal realm and the billions of lives. At this moment, the Great Qin King felt very complicated. He had been in the Eastern Rift Valley for 400 years, and this was the first time he had felt so powerless. No, it had happened last time when Yubadian was killed. However, even he felt that Yubation's death was very sudden. This time, it was not sudden. Suyu had been trapped in the city for a long time. It had been more than a month. The floating earth spirit had come out of seclusion, but Suyu was still trapped there. A month's time was enough for the invincible ones to go back and forth dozens of times. Suyu was still surrounded by people, trying to kill him. Even though he could crush those suns and moons, he was powerless to do so. He couldn't crush them to death. The Great Qin King closed his eyes. I hope that this is the last time I'm powerless. I hope that there won't be a next time. Next time. Xiao Longwu will prove his Tao. The Qin spear will see blood. The Great Qin King silently told himself that he could not retreat anymore. If he did, there would be no way out. If he did, the last bit of the human race's confidence would be destroyed. At this moment, some of the invincible ones behind him were silent, some were sullen, some were murderous, some did not care, some of the invincible ones wanted to move, but the Great Qin King's cold voice came, don't move, don't leave, don't send messages, don't use the heaven hunting list. As long as the Silkworm Dragon realm is not destroyed, no one is allowed to leave. Otherwise, if I can't kill the One experts, I don't mind killing the invincible ones. If the 4 invincible ones went to destroy a realm, once they were exposed, they might be surrounded and killed. At this moment, the Great Qin King completely removed the indescribable doubt in the hearts of the invincible ones. Silence, deathly silence. It was more silent than ever before. At this moment, the backbone of the human race, the strongest expert of the human race, the great Qin King, had personally removed the last shroud. There was a traitor in the human race, there was a traitor among the invincible ones, the traitor might be among them, and the great Qin King had already said that he did not mind killing this person, but the prerequisite was that this person was exposed. This was the great Qin King's attitude, as long as they revealed themselves and he found out, he would kill them. He would no longer ignore them like he did in the past, no longer pretending not to know, and no longer wanting to preserve an invincible ones for the human race. Ancient City. The 12th day of the lockdown. At this moment, there were sun moons that couldn't hold on anymore. Late-stage sun moons could still hold on, but how could early-stage and middle-stage sun moons resist? It had been 12 consecutive days. Now, the hunting sky pavilion was no longer selling heaven Xianxia, and even Xianxia was nowhere to be found. In front of the city lord residence, there was no threat from the undead. Actually, the ancient city was relatively safe, but the death chi was too thick. At this moment, one sun moon tier elite after another walked over to the other side. An elite of the minor sun moon tier almost begged, "Sirs, why don't we breach the city and leave today?" These people would only leave after half a month, but now, 12 days had passed, and they couldn't hold on any longer. 3 days, maybe they could hold on for 3 days, but if they couldn't get out by then, they wouldn't even have the time to become residents. In the crowd, several late-stage sun moon cultivators looked over. The revered female sun moon of the god race was silent for a moment before she said, "It's not that we don't want to break into the city now, it's just that Wudi isn't ready yet. Breaking into the city isn't something that can be decided in an instant. Even if we break into the city, without Wudi's help outside, we will still die." She could tell that the sun and moon really couldn't hold on much longer. But, he hadn't gotten an accurate answer from Invincible yet. Should they urge Invincible to hurry up and save the sun and moon of a few small clans? What are you thinking? They, who were only at the late stage of the sun-moon realm, did not have the qualifications to urge Wudi to do anything. Half a month, there were only 3 days left. This was also the answer that Wudi gave them. If Suyu didn't open the city gate in a few more days, then Wudi would come and destroy the city. Would they ruin Wudi's plan for the sake of a few minor suns and moons? The sun and moon of the small clan begged, "Milord, then. Do you have any extra Tian Yuanqi? Can you give us some support? Otherwise, if we really die and the sun and moon dead spirits appear, it might delay the opening of the city." His heart was filled with regret. It shouldn't be like this, he shouldn't have been with the god and demon races. Wasn't the repeated lessons enough? Why was he so forgetful? He had always felt that he wouldn't be the next unlucky one, but reality proved that he was right. 22 sun-moon sovereigns had died in the Sky Destroyer ancient city, and more than half of them were from small races. In Xinghong ancient city, 11 sun and moon sovereigns had died, and almost all of them were from small clans. Of the 33 sun-moon tier cultivators, 80% were from the small sun-moon tier. On the other hand, only a few of the fiend gods, suns, and moons died. He really regretted it. They shouldn't have stayed behind just to curry favor with these gods and devils. At this point, the gods and devils wouldn't change anything for their lives. Heavenly Yuanqi, the few late-stage sun-moons still had some left, but what if they failed to break out of the encirclement? The sun-moon saints thought to themselves, but didn't say anything. Ryu of the Nether clan pondered for a moment and said, "I'll help you contact the Sky Hunting Pavilion and see if they have any left. We just need to hold on for 3 more days. It's not that we don't want to break into the city and leave now, but the invincible realm hasn't arrived yet. Besides, so you may not be able to hold on for 3 more days. He may die in the next moment." The sun and moon goddesses of the smaller races didn't believe it. "That's what you said 12 days ago. Now, 12 days had passed. If this goes on, do we still have a way out?" Aggrieved, helpless, without fighting a single battle, without killing a single person, they had been trapped to death. They really regretted it. They regretted staying back then. They regretted leaving as soon as possible like the others. Why did he stay behind to curry favor with the experts of these great clans? In the eyes of the great races, what are we? So what if they are the sun and moon goddesses? To some small races, there is no invincible realm. The sun and moon goddesses are heaven and earth. However, In the eyes of these great races, the sun and moon goddesses of the small races are nothing, their strength is nothing. They don't have any deterrent force. When you are used, you exist. When you are not used, you are nothing, powerless to resist, powerless to resist. 7 late-stage sun-moon saints and even 9th-layer sun-moon saints. What can they do? Kill each other and draw out the dead spirits of the sun and moon saints. Is it useful to draw out some early and middle-stage sun-moon saints? Moreover, they don't want to die yet. Now, they can still endure for a while, but 3 days later, they might not have any chance. Convert into residents? They are not willing. If they convert, they will become the living dead of the ancient city in the future, unable to leave the ancient city. A middle-stage sun-moon saint shouted, "City Lord Suyu, we didn't block the city gate. We are just innocent passers-by. Why do you want to imprison us? Please open the city gate and let us live." The middle-stage sun-moon saints begged Ling Yun to let them go. They are no longer disdainful like they were 12 days ago. 12 days ago, when they decided to stay, they were disdainful and indifferent. Who are you trying to scare? You even give us 1 day to leave. You speak as if you can kill us if we don't leave. Now, the facts proved that Suyu doesn't need to show up to kill them, so what if they are the great sun-moon saints? They are still waiting here for the invincible sun-moon saints to come to their rescue. So you didn't even lose a hair. Even so, this time, the 7 late-stage sun-moon saints might not all leave alive. A powerhouse shouted again, "City Lord Su, we are willing to use heaven and earth profound light to exchange for a chance to live." The few sun-moon saints of the great races didn't say anything. They can't force these small races too much. Do they have to block their way out? If so, there will be a bloody battle. Troublesome. If Suyu is really willing to open the city gate, they might be able to take the opportunity to leave. At this moment, Suyu's faint laughter came from the ancient city. Using resources to exchange for life? Sorry, I have enough resources. I'm dying. I don't need too many resources. I just want to take revenge. You want to leave? Easy, I'll give you a chance. Kill a late-stage sun-moon saint, and you can leave. The dragon race, the celestial race, the silkworm dragon race, and the heavenly spirit race are all at the 7th stage sun-moon saint. You 10 late-stage sun-moon saints can kill one. Then, I'll let you leave. After saying that, Suyu said gloomily, on the side of the great races, there are 7 late-stage sun-moon saints. Whoever kills one can also leave. Why don't you try? Silence. After a while, the expression of the silkworm dragon race's late-stage sun-moon saint changed slightly, and he said in a low voice, "Suyu, don't try to sow discord. Open the city gate quickly. Otherwise, when the invincible sun-moon saint arrives in 3 days, you will die without a burial place." Hee hee. Suyu's voice shook the ancient city. Me? Die without a burial place? Invincible sun-moon saint? Let them come. If they don't come, they are cowards. When the invincible realm descends, I will wait for them at the city lord's mansion. If they don't come to kill me, they will be my grandsons. Do they dare to come? A mere silkworm dragon. Clan dares to spout such nonsense. The silkworm dragon race expert's expression changed as he cursed in his heart, "You're in the city lord's mansion. Woody definitely won't come in. If you have the ability, come out now. I'll beat you to death." The others did not speak. Some of the experts from the minor races paled. As for the devils, Ninefold Sunmoon frowned and said, "Enough. Don't listen to Suyu's nonsense. Even if you kill us, you won't be able to escape. If you really get out, there's an invincible force out there." As soon as these words came out, the eyes of the Sun and Moon clans dimmed. Really, someone was tempted just now. However, after hearing what the other party said, they gave up and fell into despair. Yes, they couldn't be killed. The 9-layer Sun and Moon demons said again, "I'll contact the demon king of my race and see if he can break the city as soon as possible. Everyone, please be patient." He still had to try. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a good thing to force these people into a dead end. After all, some of them were experts from the vassal races. Soon, the purple demon contacted the demon king of the devil race. A moment later, he received a reply. Outside, the Sun Moon demons looked at him longingly. The purple demon was silent for a while, then said indifferently, Lord Demon King wants everyone to be patient. He's already preparing to break the city. Preparing? A fifth-layer sun and moon demon said expectantly, Lord Purple Demon, can we break the city today? How long would it take to prepare? Now, every minute and every second was life slipping away. The purple demon was silent. At this moment, the sun and moon demons were in despair and dispirited. It seemed like they couldn't break the city today. They looked at each other. Should they become ancient city residents? But they were not willing, cultivating for hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years, just to become a living dead. But shouldn't they fight for their last chance of survival, or should they wait for another 3 days and charge out together with these sun-moon demons? It was hard to say how much combat strength they had left after 3 days. If an invincible force broke the city and drew out the invincible dead spirit, the late-stage sun and moon demons might have a chance to escape, but what about them, a group of dying sun and moon demons, where could they run to? And at this moment, Suyu's faint voice resounded throughout the city, do you want to become an ancient city resident? Do you want to ask me, the city lord, if I agree? Or do you think that I, the city lord, can't do anything to you after you become residents? You might even have the chance to replace me and become the city lord. No one replied. Suyu said again, if you really think so, then you're thinking too much. I think you should just wait for death. If I, the city lord, don't allow you to become residents, you won't be able to live. A sun and moon demon couldn't help but roar. Do you want to force us to die? Childish, you've lived for so long, yet you still can't see through this and say such childish words. No wonder you're just a small sun and moon demon. The weak are prey to the strong, that's the law of the world. You vassal clans want to force me, Suyu, to die, and you dare to say that I force you to die? I gave you a chance, but you don't want to cherish it. I'm too lazy to talk to you, it's useless. Great Star Ancient City doesn't accept useless people, the same goes for the sun and moon demons. Even if you become residents, you have to make contributions. If you don't, you still have to die. The sun and moon demon who roared just now snorted coldly, you're the city lord, but you're just Ling Yun. Once you seal the city, it's useless to us. What are you? What can you do to me? When the death energy was useless to him, why would he be afraid of Suyu? What a joke. He was also a sun and moon demon powerhouse, why would he be afraid of Ling Yun? Even if Suyu had killed the sun and moon demons of the red frog race, he couldn't compare to him. Very arrogant. Suyu smiled. At this moment, he was in an ancient house in the distance, playing with the city lord token and laughing. Really arrogant, but then again, the other party really became a resident, and didn't refine any token, so there was really no particularly good way to deal with him. Sealing the city was useless, the undead spirits appeared, and these people hid in the ancient house, and the undead spirits wouldn't find trouble. So, speaking of which, this sun and moon demon had the right to be arrogant. When the time came and they became residents, why would they be afraid of Suyu? Suyu wasn't the other city lords, who could fight with invincible people in the city. In the city, Suyu could at most deal with the early-stage sun and moon demons. They're not strong enough. They're about to die, and these guys are still so arrogant. Suyu sighed. At this time, he was close to 53 casting. Once he completed 53 casting, the power of his physical body would exceed 280,000 apertures. But this was only comparable to the trash sun and moon demon of the red frog race, and he was still far from the 4th stage. Suyu really didn't know how much the 1st stage of the sun and moon demon had improved. He only knew that the late stage of the sun and moon demon was very strong, terrifyingly strong. So arrogant? Suyu thought about it and shook his head helplessly. Forget it, I'll let you be arrogant. Wait for me to forge a few more times, and then I'll swallow the blood essence of the middle stage of the sun and moon demon. I'll slowly deal with you later. As for Suyu's silence, that 4th layer sun-moon saint was very satisfied. That's right, if I really become a resident, would I be afraid of you? The city lord of the ancient city didn't seem to have much control over the residents. Of course, they knew that the city lord token could destroy houses, but what was there to be afraid of? If Suyu really destroyed the house, then come, you, Ling Yun, can kill me, a middle-stage sun and moon demon. Thinking of this, he made a decision. I'll become a resident, I'm not afraid of you. at this moment, so you actually thought of some ideas. While everyone thinks I'm in the city lord's mansion, I'll pretend to be a dead spirit, and then pick up the jade talisman. After thinking about it, forget it. I'll successfully convert, lest everyone guess that I'm outside. Moreover, becoming a resident and helping me offset the death aura is also a good thing. When I want to kill you, I'll kill you and get some heaven and earth rewards. From this night on, the sun and moon began to change. 6 in the middle stage sun and moon demons, 4 in the early stage sun and moon demons. Among the middle stage sun and moon demons, 2 were in the 6th stage sun and moon demons, and didn't choose to convert. The remaining 4, including the 4 in the early stage sun and moon demons, had no choice but to convert. They had no choice but to convert, if they really waited until 3 days later, when they were seriously injured and on the verge of death, hoping to break out of the encirclement with others would really be courting death. And the great sun and moon demons also saw this situation, but they didn't say anything. Convert, then convert, whatever, anyway, after the conversion, they'd only be living dead, lest these people complain about them, although they more or less had some complaints now. At the same time, the stone statue and star moon monarch met again. As the sun and moon changed, some powerful sun and moon dead spirits appeared in the city. Of course, they only collected jade talismans, not killed, and were responsible for converting these sun and moon. Star moon monarch smiled faintly, and said, "Looks like. In the future, my army of dead spirits will have many more sun and moon tears." The stone statue didn't speak. These people didn't die, and if they were alive, they would be good residents to guard the dead spirits. On one hand, they could restrain the death aura of the sun and moon dead spirits, and on the other hand, they could wear away some of the death aura through cultivation. The death aura, in the process of their cultivation, was actually worn away. The reason why they felt that the death aura was not reduced was because it kept seeping in, but the reality was that the origin chi produced by the residents' cultivation could wear away the death aura. This reduced the pressure on the ancient city. For the stone statue, it was a good thing if there were a few more sun and moon demons alive, but if they died, it would increase the strength of the world of dead souls. This was also unavoidable. This was an ancient city with vitality on both sides. Give the living a chance, and give the dead a chance. The stone statue didn't say anything. Having more residents was a good thing, and having more powerful residents was even better. As for increasing the strength of the world of dead souls after death, it was nothing. Didn't see you kill a lot, this guy, just continue killing. Didn't Star Moon want to convert him? After killing the sun and moon dead spirits, Star Moon couldn't bear to kill Suyu. Not bad, the stone statue thought silently in his heart. For countless years, the strength of the world of dead souls had been growing. Now, he suddenly felt that it was a good thing to have Suyu. In the future, the strength of the world of dead souls might be weakened a little. It was said that Suyu also killed a lot of sun and moon dead spirits in the Sky Destroyer ancient city. On the 13th day of the city's closure, Suyu cast his body 53 times. At this moment, a lot of the mysterious light of heaven and earth had been consumed, and there were only 1,100 wisps left. There were 19 casts left. In the outside world, more and more people were watching. According to everyone's intelligence, on the 15th, the invincible realm would come to break the city. Would Suyu die before that and let someone come out, or would he not die and lead the invincible realm to break the city and draw out the king of dead souls again, or even the stone statue, and which invincible realm would come to break the city, or which one? The probability of it being the previous few was not high. They were all in trouble. The one from the Netherworld clan was hiding now. How could he come here to save his son? The sun and moon demon of the Netherworld clan was the legitimate son of the injured one. Outside the ancient city. Indeed, an invincible realm had arrived. Not just one, but a few. The celestial, demon, dragon, and celestial races had come. The Netherworld race and the ape race had not come. As for the silkworm dragon race, no one would come. An invincible realm expert had come. The 4 powerful invincible realm experts were looking down at the giant city below. No one saw the invincible realm experts coming. No one could see them. Down below, the enormous city was still standing tall and sturdy. Last time, the 12 invincible realm experts couldn't even shake it. After a long time, the demon king of the demon race said, "We can't attack together. One of us will break the city gate, one will guide the other experts back, and one will slap the city lord mansion." The dragon invincible realm expert frowned and said, "Attack the city lord mansion? Rad, do you want to draw out those ancient stone statues?" The dragon invincible realm expert didn't agree. This was Rad, the ancestor of Tian Duo, the demon king of the origin demon race. He was extremely powerful. The two invincible realm experts of the celestial race and the celestial race also frowned slightly. Demon King Rad said calmly, "Suyu is a variable, and the problem is, he has maintained it for a full 13 days and still hasn't died. This is different from what we expected. How much death energy has he been attacked by? Can he continue to recover? He, Ling Yunjing, is so powerful that he can stir up a storm. Once he walks out of death, what will happen? Then, he said, I will personally attack the City Lord Mansion. Destroy the City Lord Mansion. Even if the ancient stone statues attack, they might not be able to make it in time." He wanted to destroy Suyu, this was his judgment. It wasn't just to avenge Tian Duo. That was meaningless. He wanted to deal with Suyu. He had indeed felt that Suyu wasn't normal. His judgment wasn't wrong. He was even willing to take the risk and personally destroy the City Lord Mansion. With these words, the invincible realm experts had nothing to say. Rad said calmly, "The celestial race will attack the city. The dragon race will guide them. The celestial race will defend against the dead spirit monarch. I will destroy the City Lord Mansion. After one attack, retreat quickly. There was only one chance to attack. Otherwise, more dead spirit monarchs would soon appear, which would cause the stone statues to attack and even attract more stone statues. That would be troublesome." The other three invincible realm experts nodded slightly. This was possible. The celestial race's life force acceleration technique was effective against the dead spirit monarch. The celestial race was suitable to defend against it. Of course, the most dangerous one was Rad. No one paid much attention to this point. He was a demon king of the origin demon race, and one of the strongest. If he attacked, the danger wouldn't be too great. However, the dragon race's invincible realm expert still reminded, if you can't destroy the City Lord Mansion in one attack, then give up immediately and leave. I don't want to lose my 3 lives here. There were lessons to be learned. Of course. Rad wasn't interested in seeking death. Did the 4 invincible realm experts want to destroy the ancient city? Then the day after tomorrow? No, tomorrow. Rad said lightly, "They all think that we will attack the day after tomorrow. Why do we have to wait until then? Maybe even the stone statues think that we will attack the day after tomorrow. Tomorrow, when the sun rises, we will attack and catch them off guard. Then we have to gather them near the city gates. It doesn't matter. Tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, they should be near the city gates, but once they leave, will Suyu leave the City Lord Mansion? Let the silkworm race's sun and moon watch, will he agree? It doesn't matter. Tell him to leave the day after tomorrow. Watch for 1 day before leaving. If that doesn't work, let the nether race, silkworm dragon race, and ape race take turns watching." The 4 invincible realm experts discussed with indifferent expressions. Since the other 3 races didn't come, it was up to them whether they wanted to leave or not. If they died, then they died. If they were lucky, they wouldn't mind saving them. If they were unlucky, then so be it. This time, the invincible realm experts had no objections. This wasn't bad. Maybe they could stall the dead spirit monarch for a while. If your race doesn't come, don't blame us for not saving you. It's your race's fault. After saying that, the 4 invincible realm experts fell silent. No more words. Then they would wait. Tomorrow morning, when the death chi was at its weakest, they would break the city gates, save, and kill, outside the silkworm dragon realm. It was a well-hidden passageway. There was no army outside the passageway, but there was a 9th-tier sun-moon cultivator overseeing it. Strands of silkworm draconic domain power flowed out, allowing this 9th-tier sun-moon cultivator to suppress the enemy. If an invincible cultivator entered, he would be able to fight 1 or 2 of them. At this moment, 4 extremely powerful beings had hidden themselves in the void from all 4 directions. King of Great Zhou waved his hand and a Shunwen appeared, covering the sky. The Sun and Moon Realm experts didn't know about it. The next moment, 4 powerful Invincible Realm experts appeared not far from the Sun and Moon Realm experts. Da Xia of Goguryeo, King of Great Zhou, King of Great Han, and Silkworm Destruction Monarch, 2 were from the War God Hall, and 2 were from the Seeker State. Da Xia of Goguryeo and King of Great Zhou were publicly recognized as the top 3 Invincible Realm experts of the human race. King of Great Han was also extremely powerful, ranked in the top 10. As for Silkworm Destruction Monarch, he wasn't a realm-opening monarch, but he was a realm-opening monarch back then. It was hard to say how strong Silkworm Destruction Monarch was, but his time magic was very famous in the one. Silkworm Destruction Monarch hadn't killed an Invincible Realm expert before, but he was very good at one thing. If an Invincible Realm expert fought him, he would be able to deal the finishing blow. Especially when it came to killing the past bodies of 3 lives. He was an expert, he had killed an Invincible Realm expert's past body. This time, he was sent here to ensure that nothing went wrong, to successfully kill Silkworm Destruction Monarch's 3 lives. The 4 Invincible Realm experts floated in the air near the Sun and Moon Realm expert. No one spoke. Silkworm Destruction Monarch wanted to speak a few times, but seeing Da Xia of Goguryeo and King of Great Zhou's cold faces, he was speechless and could only keep quiet. As for King of Han, his face was indifferent, as if nothing mattered and he didn't care about them. Everyone knew that there was a conflict between Xia Province and Dazhou Prefecture. In fact, before Yubadian, the relationship between the 2 prefectures was actually quite good. Otherwise, King of Great Zhou's younger brother wouldn't have gone to save Yubadian. At this moment, the 4 Invincible Realm experts were very quiet, waiting for news and movement. They were ready to kill their way into the Silkworm Dragon Realm and destroy it. Perhaps in 2 days, there would be 1 less Silkworm Dragon race in the one of the top 100 races. It would be difficult for the Invincible Realm experts of other races to kill Silkworm Destruction Monarch. Without 7 or 8 Invincible Realm experts, it would be difficult to kill Silkworm Destruction Monarch in the realm. But humans didn't need to, for Invincible Realm experts were already giving Silkworm Destruction Monarch a lot of respect. Humans had no power to suppress them. This was a disadvantage, but also an advantage. Waiting. Everyone was waiting. Wan's gaze once again focused on the ancient city of Xinghong. It was getting closer and closer. On the 13th, it was already late at night. The city gate was stable, and there was no sign of it opening. The 14th day of the city's lockdown was coming. Over the starry sea, countless stars emitted a dim light. Gradually, they began to turn into bright light. That was a sign that day was coming. In the sky, the 4 Invincible Realm experts were ready. They would attack at daybreak. At the city gate, several Sun and Moon experts were already guarding it. They didn't know what was going on. The Invincible Realm experts didn't even tell them. They just asked them to come first and make some preparations to break the gate. In the city, Suyu continued to cultivate in an old house. Speaking of which, he also thought that they would break the gate on the 15th, but he didn't care too much. Who cares, now, it was almost daybreak. So, the city would be broken tomorrow? Forget it, they couldn't kill these Sun and Moon experts. Let's see if they dare to come again next time. This time, he was just a deterrent. He didn't really expect to kill all of them. As for the missing people in the city lord's mansion, he didn't care. Anyway, he didn't need to go. No one said that the city lord had to live in the city lord's mansion. At this moment, a ray of light illuminated the world. It was daybreak. At this moment, in the sky, the 4 Invincible Realm experts looked at each other and attacked at the same time. Boom, an earth-shattering explosion resounded through the world. The city gate was instantly broken. At this moment, Star Moon Monarch appeared. He was wearing a black cloak, and with a cold and death aura, he punched at the Sun and Moon experts at the city gate. The Dragon expert had already attacked. Dragon claws appeared and grabbed at them. The Celestial expert attacked Star Moon with a sword. At this moment, another Dead Spirit Monarch appeared in the city, sneering. A Dead Spirit Monarch grabbed at the Silkworm Dragon race's Sun and Moon. With a squelch, the Sun and Moon were torn into pieces. A star that was close to a full moon fell. Death. The Dead Spirit wanted to grab more people, but Star Moon shouted coldly, come, kill them. As soon as she said this, death aura exploded. With a rumble, the world collapsed, the celestial's long sword was instantly corroded and turned into a dead sword. In the blink of an eye, the other invincible undead spirit unleashed its aura of death and struck at the dragon claw that was grabbing people. The dead spirit and invincible dead spirit started fighting, and at this moment, Rad, who had been silent all this time, suddenly struck out with a palm. With a rumble, he slapped the world, covering the distant city lord mansion. It covered the sky. At this moment, there was only this palm in the world, fast, ruthless, strong. The palm pierced through the void, and in the blink of an eye, it landed above the city lord mansion, in the rear hall. The stone statue originally ignored it. The dead spirit and the living were fighting. He was only responsible for guarding the holy city. If they did not disturb him, it had little to do with him. However, the moment the palm landed, the stone statue opened his eyes. His gaze instantly turned cold. How dare you? The stone statue was enraged. How dare you attack the city lord mansion? The city lord mansion was not Suyu's city lord mansion, but his city lord mansion. This was a provocation. With a loud rumble, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The entire ancient city shook violently. As for the city lord's mansion, it was instantly destroyed, revealing a stone statue. As for Suyu, no one saw him. He was probably dead. In the distance, Suyu opened the door and then his mouth opened wide. Damn, that works, stop fooling around. In the ancient city, it was so dangerous. Even the city lord mansion was destroyed. How terrifying. He was trembling with fear. What the f***ck, does this mean that if I was in the city lord's mansion, I would be dead now? Damn, so dangerous, too dangerous. The stone statue was not good enough. He was unreliable. He was actually guarding the city lord mansion. Even the city lord mansion was destroyed. Wasn't this too weak? Who did it? He was still thinking, but at this moment, a voice appeared in his mind. You bear with it for a while. I will be right there. Suyu was still thinking, but at this moment, the pressure suddenly increased. Suddenly, the death energy on his body boiled, and at this moment, the expressions of Xingyu and the other dead spirit monarchs changed. At this moment, the world shattered. At this moment, a stone statue appeared. The stone statue outside his body instantly disappeared, transforming into an ancient invincible statue. This was a man, incomparably ancient, incomparably powerful. You dare to attack the holy city's passage. How dare you? Not even your half-emperor dares to do this. This ancient stone statue, at this moment, directly walked out of the ancient city. Under the shocked gazes of Xingyu and the others, Xinghong instantly appeared outside the city. Yes, outside the city, one punch, between heaven and earth, there was only this punch, as the fist descended, Demon King Rad was also astounded. How could this be? How could the stone statue leave the city? How could it take human form? Impossible, the ancient records were not like this. No, this stone statue could not have left the ancient city, and at this moment, he was only horrified. He quickly broke through the void, broke through time, and a long river appeared. The sound of flowing water could be heard. This was the river of time. Demon King Raid felt danger, run, but it was too late. Boom, the punch came down, and the long river broke and disappeared, one punch, then another, then another. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of punches were thrown. In an instant, everyone only saw one punch. The next moment, there was a loud boom, and the sky collapsed. Demon King Raid was also punching. Suddenly, his body exploded, countless fist marks appeared on his body. With a bang, his body completely exploded. Soon, a slightly younger Demon King Raid appeared. Just as he appeared, he was blasted by countless fist shadows with a loud boom. Soon, an old Demon King Raid appeared, his eyes filled with horror and fear, as well as the fear of death. No, spare me. The stone statue did not speak. He punched out again. At this moment, in the endless void, a long river appeared again, and a voice that shook the myriad worlds sounded. Guardian Xinghong, the demons know their mistakes. Please be magnanimous. Xinghong did not speak. He punched out, and the long river roiled. The phantom of a powerhouse wearing a crown appeared. Xinghong glanced at it and said coldly, "Don't force me." summon the 36 guardians and slaughter your demon world." With a cold snort, he turned and punched out, causing 3 of the escaping invincible beings to instantly perish. The phantom glanced at the ancient city, and his eyes revealed a trace of doubt. He instantly grabbed Demon King Raid's future body, and with a sigh, he pulled the future body and disappeared into the river of time. As for Xinhong, he did not care. After destroying Raid's past body and killing his present body, Raid, who only had his future body left, was like a rootless duckweed. If he was not careful, he would die even faster. The demi-emperor of the demon race personally descended on his future body and walked out of the river of time. This face had to be given even if he did not want to. Of course, the other party did not dare to push too far. Otherwise, provoking the 36 guardians would not benefit the demon race. "If you dare to invade the ancient city again, you will be killed without mercy." A cold shout shook the sea of stars. The stone statue instantly disappeared. There was no one around, and the other 3 invincible beings had long disappeared. The entrance to the 9 realms was completely sealed. The entrance shook, causing the experts of the 9 realms to tremble. One invincible being, no, 4 invincible beings had almost died. The demi-emperor of the demon race had personally descended. Also, the stone statue. The stone statue could leave the city. It was earth-shattering and incomparably terrifying. Thousands and tens of thousands of miles away, the faces of some experts were drained of blood. The ancient city could not be provoked, it was too terrifying. An ancient invincible being had actually walked out of the ancient city. This was unbelievable. This was impossible. There had never been such a record. It was impossible. Countless people could not believe it. However, the truth was that the other party had really walked out. Demon King Raid's past body and present body had been destroyed. If the Demon Emperor did not come out, he would be dead. The battle of invincible experts ended instantly. However, it shook Myriad worlds. The 4 invincible 3-world bodies perished, and the origin devil race's Devil King Rad's present and past bodies were destroyed. The Devil Monarch of the Devil race personally walked out of the river of time. The moment the Devil race's half-monarch walked out, all the heavens could see its radiance. Such an ancient expert had chosen to keep the peace and not fight with the stone statue. It was terrifying to think about it. As for the ancient city's stone statue, this was the first time he had walked out of the ancient city since ancient times. In the true sense, he had walked out of the ancient city. His boundless strength had frightened even invincible experts. In the city, Silkworm Dragon race's Sun Moon had died. Outside the city, when the stone statue had destroyed several invincible experts, the other Sun Moon had been destroyed by the stone statue. None of them had survived. The invincible experts couldn't even escape in time, let alone the Sun Moon. In the city, only Dark race's and Ape race's Sun Moon were left. These 2 were hiding in the ancient house, shivering. They closed the door, their bodies shaking non-stop. Everyone else had died, the invincible experts had fled. Demon King had personally come and only taken away Rad's future body. It was hard to say whether Rad's future body would collapse because of the loss of the past and present. Let's see if the demon race's half-sovereign could save him. Otherwise, many times, the past and present would be gone and the future would disappear. The future of a rootless duckweed was entrusted to the past and present. Star C, at this moment, was incomparably quiet. Xinhong's appearance caused fear, worry, shock, and surprise to all the experts who were watching the battle from all over the universe. To feel fear, panic, worry, shock, surprise. One stone statue was so powerful. Don't forget, there were 36 of them, in the ancient city. Xingyu and the other monarchs were also frightened. The stone statue instantly returned to the city lord's mansion. He glanced at Suyu, who was crazily reversing the death chi, and ignored him. The next moment, he looked at the death monarchs in the city and coldly said, "Go back." The death monarchs didn't waste words and instantly disappeared. Waiting for Xingyu and Xinghong to return, he walked to the stone statue and looked at Suyu in the city. He suddenly said, "What is he? No, what cultivation method does he know? How can he do this? Why?" The stone statue opened his eyes indifferently. "Go back." Xingyu was furious. "You're playing with me, aren't you? Did you find a way to deal with the death chi and deliberately let him enter the city so that I could reverse him?" The statue's eyes were cold and harsh. "Go back." I don't want to say it again. The Eternal has already retreated, so you should leave. Do not challenge the rules. Xianxia refused to accept this. I'm going to inject more death energy into him. I don't believe that he can withstand the death energy of an overlord. The stone statue said coldly, you can try. This was against the rules, the ancient rules, and he was the spokesperson of the rules. Of course, leaving the city just now was also in line with the rules, because Rad was the one who attacked him first. Of course, increasing the burden of the death aura on Suyu was also in line with the rules. This was because the city lord's job was to reduce the pressure on the stone sculpture. Since the city lord was so helpful, then he should reduce the pressure. In the past, the city lords were not good enough, so there was nothing they could do. Just because he was a stone statue didn't mean that he had to stay in the city all the time. It didn't mean that he had to bear the burden of the aura of death. If someone was willing to bear the burden, that was fine too. The death energy of the stars and moon was boiling. The stone statue silently stared at Xianxia. You dare to attack, or go against the rules. Although the world of dead souls was strong, he still had to see if he could leave the holy city. Xianxia's aura flickered. After a moment, she walked into the passage with deep unwillingness. She said coldly, fine, I'll wait for him to continue growing stronger. I don't believe that he can smoothly reach the Eternal. Even if he can't reach the Eternal, as long as I'm a little faster than him, he will sooner or later become a dead spirit, a general under my command. I don't believe it. I don't believe that he can smoothly walk all the way. According to the rules, Xianxia will always be a little faster than Suyu. A little faster. No matter how strong you become, you will still be a little faster than him. If 1 year doesn't work, then 10 years. If 10 years doesn't work, then 100 years, 1,000 years. Sooner or later, I will be able to convert Suyu. The stone statue was silent, not saying a word. Whatever you say, a certain someone is still converting the death aura that increased in that instant, and doesn't have time to care about us. Come to think of it, he's taking on all the death aura of the city in that instant, and he actually didn't die. How awesome, the stone statue thought to himself, maybe I can let him get used to it. Maybe I should give him a little more pressure. Without pressure, how can he have motivation? Instead of stirring up trouble all day long, it's better to cultivate, bear the death aura, and be a good city lord. Isn't this much better than stirring up trouble? As the stone statue thought of this, he somewhat missed the feeling of just walking out of the ancient city. Too long, it was so long that he had almost forgotten the feeling of walking out of the holy city. This feeling wasn't ordinary, the stone statue thought to himself. When can I go out again? Is there any Eternal left? Give me another palm, I have to abide by the rules. He vaguely felt a little bit of anticipation. Who's going to give me a palm, a punch, or a saber strike? That way, I'll be able to walk out openly. Just now, he was worried that Suyu wouldn't be able to withstand it, so he decided to end the battle quickly. He didn't pursue Suyu and quickly returned. Everything happened too quickly, and he didn't have time for himself. He didn't have the time to see the colorful world outside. At this moment, seeing that Suyu wasn't dead and was only cursing and reversing the death aura, the stone statue thought to himself. He hadn't reached his limit. How amazing, he actually still had the energy to curse. In that case, even if he left for a longer time, he could still bear it. If he had so much energy, why didn't he come back just now? He could have taken the opportunity to chase after those eternal ones who had escaped. The stone statue was thinking about Suyu. And Suyu was cursing at this moment. He finally knew why the death aura increased. It must have something to do with that stone statue. What a scam, what a scam. In that instant, the death aura erupted, scaring him so much that he peed his pants. He thought that he was about to die. Too much death aura surged in, causing him to tremble in fear and crazily reverse. Fortunately, now that the stone statue had returned, the pressure on him was greatly reduced, and he began to wear down the death aura that had surged in. He was scared to death. Suyu cursed in his heart, not only this shock, but also the shock of the destruction of the city lord's mansion. It was too terrible. The invincible realm's palm in the air had destroyed the city lord's mansion, which was hard to be hurt by the sun and moon. It was terrible. And, did the invincible realm just now get blown up? It's a carrier. Suyu struggled in his heart and roared, "Reverse it for me, hurry up, don't let it be taken away by others." Last time, he had seen a vessel taken away by Xingyu. He didn't understand last time, but he understood this time. This was the carrier of the future body and the past body, and it was extremely precious. Many of the 9 realms of the sun and moon lacked this thing. They couldn't carry the past body and the future body, so they couldn't enter the quasi-invincible realm. He had to pick it up himself. Moreover, there was also this kind of treasure trading in the Skyhunter Pavilion. Of course, this was not a matter of money, nor was it a matter of the heaven and earth mystic light. This thing could only be bartered. "Reverse it for me." Suyu roared wildly. How many future bodies and past bodies had been destroyed? If they weren't destroyed, how many carriers would there be? "I have to go and snatch them, be careful not to be snatched outside the city." Of course, he was thinking too much. At this moment, there was almost no living being within a 10,000-mile radius. It was too terrifying. He had destroyed 4 invincible realm experts, many sun and moon realm experts, and even a half-emperor had appeared. Only an idiot would come to watch the show. They were courting death, countless people fled in fear. Who would dare to come and snatch things here? At the same time that Suyu was crazily reversing the situation. Outside the Silkworm Dragon Realm's passageway. When the stone statue floated in the air and destroyed Rad with one punch, the 4 powerful invincible realm experts all looked over, all of them looking surprised. The next moment, when the river of light flowed, Silkworm Destruction King couldn't help but say, "Half-Emperor. Demon race." Heavens, even a half-emperor had appeared. Who did they provoke? Stone statues. Ancient stone statues. The invincible realm experts were shocked. Those stone statues had appeared. At this moment, Daxia of Goguryeo didn't say a word. He slashed out with his blade, and with a puff, a sun and moon fell in an instant. "What are you looking at? Go in and kill." Daxia of Goguryeo snorted. Great Zhou King smiled and waved his hand. The void was covered, and from the outside, one couldn't see anything out of the ordinary. Even the 9 suns and moons had fallen, but the outside world didn't see them. A group of powerful invincible realm experts, even stronger than the 4 outside the ancient city. The Grand Xia King didn't care about any of that. He didn't even care about the appearance of a half-emperor. Of course, he wasn't as strong as a half-emperor. However, he had fought one before, and had suffered. If a half-emperor could easily kill him, he would have died long ago. Silkworm Destruction King looked like he hadn't seen much of the world, but the Grand Xia King didn't think much of it. Walking out from the River of Time was quite flashy, but this also proved that this person was still in the domain of eternal invincibility, not stepping out. If he really stepped into the higher realms, then that person wouldn't have walked out of the River of Time. At that time, that person could descend at any time without a vessel. Silkworm Dragon World. An incomparably huge realm, very vast and boundless. In the center of the realm, there was a heavenly palace. A giant silkworm cocoon was hibernating in the heavenly palace. Outside the cocoon was a head that looked like a dragon's head. This was also the origin of the silkworm. And at this moment, the silkworm cocoon suddenly woke up. It instantly transformed into human form. In the blink of an eye, the white-robed Silkworm King walked out of the heavenly palace. His fingers moved, and the entire realm, invisible forces gathered towards him. Silkworm King's expression changed, and he looked around. All around, suns and moons gathered. "King, what happened? King, what can I do for you?" The suns and moons, seeing the shock on Silkworm King's face, couldn't help but be terrified. What happened? Is Wang Hu here again? I'm afraid so. Silkworm King didn't speak. What a strange feeling. The sense of danger was strong, but the feeling wasn't that strong. He didn't know because the Great Zhou King had come. The Great Zhou King, whom Suyu called an old turtle, was here. Even Suyu could comprehend the words calm and forbearance from his text of will, let alone the Great Zhou King himself. The number 1 person in the Seeker realm, the number 1 civilization master of the human race, the top 3 experts of the human race. These titles were also the capital that the Great Zhou King used to shock the heavens. Among the human invincible experts, there were a few who had killed invincible experts. The Great Qin King, Daxia of Goguryeo, and of course, there was also the Great Zhou King. There were actually a few more, but they usually surrounded and killed alone, and rarely did they kill alone. The Great Light King didn't kill anyone, but the Great Light King fought an invincible expert. That invincible expert of the Shen race died, and the Great Light King blamed it on him. He said that he killed the invincible expert, but there was no corpse. Anyway, everyone just listened. At this moment, two experts who had killed invincible experts personally came to Silkworm Dragon Realm. At the realm passageway entrance, Xia of Gogirio's saber flashed, and they were all annihilated. All the experts of the Silkworm Dragon race stationed at the realm passageway entrance were instantly annihilated. Whether it was sun, moon, or mountain, sea, they were all annihilated in an instant. Xia of Goguryeo looked towards the center of the realm and said lightly, "Wang Hu, you guard the passageway. Old Lu, you wait outside the void. Old Zhou and I will kill him." "All right." The Great Han King didn't have any objections. The realm was like an egg. The passageway opened in the All Heavens battlefield, but if you broke through the realm, you might not necessarily appear in the All Heavens battlefield. Most of the time, you would appear in the endless void. This was the birthplace of heaven and earth mystic light. In the All Heavens battlefield, you could also break through the void and enter the endless void. As for Xia of Goguryeo, he liked to guard the endless void the most, especially the Shen races, and he often went there. As for the Silkworm Destruction King, he was dissatisfied. "I want to take revenge personally. Moreover, I want to destroy his past." "You might not be able to kill him." Xia of Goguryeo tilted his head and looked at him, saying lightly, "Do you really think you can match me with that bit of time energy of yours?" He couldn't be bothered with him. End this quickly, otherwise, if the commotion was too great, and the gods and demons came to help for too long, they might not be able to enter the Silkworm Dragon realm, but they could break through the realm and enter the endless void. There was still hope of rescuing the Silkworm Dragon King. Since he wanted to establish his dominance, with so many invincible humans coming, if he didn't kill the Silkworm Dragon King, he wouldn't be able to face anyone. In the blink of an eye, Xia of Goguryeo and the Great Zhou King disappeared. In the Sky Palace, the Silkworm Dragon King was still terrified. What was going on? He was terrified and uneasy, but it seemed like nothing was wrong. It was too complicated. He was worried and uneasy. The next moment, he seemed to think of something and wanted to break through the void to leave. But at that moment, a flash of saber light appeared. The entire world was cut open. The entire Silkworm Dragon realm could only see this flash of saber light. It was too powerful, so powerful that it was frightening. The entire Silkworm Dragon realm seemed to have fallen into a state of stagnation. Xia of Goguryeo. Terror, fear, and despair, the Silkworm Dragon King roared. He transformed into a giant silkworm and tore through the void to avoid the saber light. Xia of Goguryeo, the human race's Xia of Goguryeo was the heaven-splitting saber. Fear and despair appeared on his giant head. He roared, "The humans have invaded a lesser realm and tried to kill me. The Wan will definitely resist. Xia of Goguryeo, you can't do this." He roared in despair. At that moment, he roared again. Two more Silkworm Dragon Kings appeared. They tore through the void and opened up a river of time. It wasn't as big as the one Rad had opened up. It was just a small stream. Buzz, the saber fell, and the river of time was split apart. Xia of Goguryeo appeared. Without another word, the Silkworm Dragon King split into three and fled in different directions. At that moment, a white-robed cultivator silently walked out of the void. He reached out, and the void froze. The entire world was like a giant net. It quickly enveloped the Silkworm Dragon King. The Silkworm Dragon King was in utter despair. "No, King of Great Zhou." Two of the top 3 invincibles of the human race had come to kill him, joined forces to kill him. This was the same lineup that had fought against the demi-emperors of the demon race. Yes, in the past, Xia of Goguryeo and King of Great Zhou had joined forces to fight against demi-emperors. That wasn't something the Silkworm Dragon King could handle. One Xia of Goguryeo was enough to drive him into despair. "No, you can't do this. I was born from primal chaos and trained for countless years. It wasn't easy for me to become the paramount god of the Silkworm Dragon realm. You can't do this." The Silkworm Dragon King was in utter despair. The two invincibles didn't even have the desire to speak. Indifference, saber light flashed again. Rumble, one saber slashed down on one of the three incarnations of the Silkworm Dragon King. Another slash, then another. The heaven splitter, in the blink of an eye, thousands of sabers slashed down, with a loud rumble, the third incarnation of the Silkworm Dragon King fell. Dasha of Goguryeo reached out and grabbed a tree branch. On the other side, King of Great Zhou's movements were minimal. One Shenwen after another appeared, covering the third incarnation. In the blink of an eye, the Shenwen vanished, and a black hole appeared where it had been. The third incarnation was gone, only the current incarnation of the Silkworm Dragon King remained. He let out a despairing roar, and with a boom, the domain shook and the firmament split open, a giant black hole appeared. He dove into the black hole. He had broken through the domain and was abandoning everything to flee, but at that moment, the Silkworm Dragon King's roar of despair rang out once more. No, King of Han, no. You can't do this. He had completely given up. He was in despair. He couldn't believe that three powerful eternal existences had been mobilized to kill him. The human race had gone crazy. He didn't have that much face. He wasn't worth the three invincible existences joining forces to kill him. At that moment, someone said helplessly, F***CK, why didn't you come to the passageway? I want revenge. Wang Hu. The Silkworm Dragon King, who had been struck by the King of Han's punch, suddenly roared, it's all your fault. If not for you, I wouldn't be like this. Wang Hu, I will definitely walk out of the river of spacetime again. I will kill you. At that moment, a river of spacetime appeared. King Silkworm Destruction walked on it and smiled. Come, kill me. I'll kill you first for fun. With that said, the river landed on the Silkworm Dragon King. In the blink of an eye, the Silkworm Dragon King's aura dissipated by more than half, and his body shrank. King Silkworm Destruction kicked him again and again. In the blink of an eye, the Silkworm Dragon King had turned into a tiny silkworm, his aura shockingly weak. The Silkworm Destruction Monarch smiled, stretched out his hand, and grabbed the little dragon silkworm in his hand. He sighed and said, you actually dared to swallow me back then. Dragon Silkworm, you planted a seed of disaster for yourself. Perhaps my name as the Silkworm Destruction Monarch should be changed. Rumble, with a loud noise, he crushed the little silkworm. At that moment, the entire realm seemed to be on the verge of collapse. It wasn't the realm that was collapsing, but the Silkworm Dragon King had been born in this realm, the ruler of this realm. Now, the ruler had fallen, at that moment, on the All Heavens battlefield. Everyone was still paying attention to the ancient city. But then, rumble. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. On the All Heavens battlefield, where there was almost no other weather, a gale blew. A shining sun-like star fell from the endless starry sky. In the next moment, the incomparably large star seemed to transform into a silkworm. It fell from the sky, blood-red and despair on its face, onto the All Heavens battlefield. Rumble, the blood-red light spread from the entire Silkworm Dragon Realm's passageway. From the sky, it spread for thousands of li. Everyone was shocked. The entire Myriad realms were shocked. The experts who had been watching the ancient city immediately looked over. At the entrance of the passageway, invincible experts appeared. Floating, their auras erupted. Was the All Heavens War about to begin? An invincible expert had fallen. This was the first time in 51 years. Even though there had been several great battles in the ancient city and 3 invincible experts had fallen, there had never been a situation where everyone had fallen. But now, not long after the chaotic battle in the ancient city, an invincible expert had actually fallen. Silkworm Dragon King, the powerful Silkworm Dragon King had died. He had died in his own realm. That direction was the passageway to the Silkworm Dragon realm. At that moment, 4 incomparably large figures emerged from the red light. The 4 invincible experts of the human race, under the shocked gazes of the All Heavens. The 4 invincible experts instantly broke through the sky towards the east. At that moment, the human race, East Rift Valley, the great Qin King stood up and his spear appeared. His voice shook the heavens and was filled with iron and blood. Silkworm Dragon King surrounded the human race, Suyu, and he must be killed. God, demon, celestial, and dragon races, please have some self-respect. Even though the human race is weak, we cannot be bullied. The great Qin King's spear swept through the air and his voice was cold. Kill the Silkworm Dragon King and destroy the Silkworm Dragon realm to serve as a warning to others. Wan's world, do not make a mistake. Human Celestial Alliance, if the Celestial race wants to break the alliance, I invite the ancient Celestial Emperor to come to the East Rift Valley and completely break the alliance. The myriad realms fell silent, his voice spread out, 1,000 li, 10,000 li, 20,000 li, 30,000 li, it continued to spread, it shook the heavens. At that moment, the great Qin King's power was boundless. His spear shone upon the heavens, suppressing the heavens. In the eastern war zone, only the spear appeared. At that moment, in the southern war zone, the demon emperor's image appeared. He had a crown on his head, and he stood on a river with his hands behind his back. He looked towards the east and lightly sighed, not saying a word. In the western war zone, an ancient expert's image was projected. Divine light erupted, shaking the heavens. In the northern war zone, after a long time, an ancient immortal appeared and softly said, "The human immortal alliance has not been destroyed. The kings of the celestial world should restrain themselves a little. Qingguang, it is not advisable to kill too much." With a sigh, his figure disappeared. At the same time, in the west and south, two boundless figures also quickly disappeared. At that moment, because of the appearance of these experts, the entire battlefield became deathly silent. Many invincible experts appeared with solemn expressions, and some were even filled with fear. Mystic Armor World. A Sun Moon Night stage flew out, his face filled with boundless fear as he lowered his head. "I, Wang Yan, know my wrongs. Please forgive me, Lord Heavenly Forging King." Heavenly Forging King had a strange look in his eyes. "Admit defeat, that's right, I have no choice but to admit defeat." He was also very surprised. It was really possible. The four experts actually took this opportunity to kill their way into the Silkworm Dragon world and killed the Silkworm Dragon King. In the void, endless flames were still shining. Invincible was dead, this flame would not dissipate for 3 days. Even the Heavenly Forging King was shocked. Was he really killed? He didn't want to live anymore? Yes, it could intimidate a group of people now, but it would also cause the other 100 races to be even more fearful of the human clan. This killing could only be said to be like drinking poison to quench thirst, but it would instead make it easier for the invincible to join hands. Were they preparing for a great war between the heavens? There was no joy on the Heavenly Forging King's face. This was the beginning of the great war, with the fall of the invincible, the human race. Was he really ready? This time, it was a surprise attack. Coincidentally, they had all been attracted by the ancient city. Next time, it would not be so easy to invade the small world and kill the invincible. Sending out the 4 invincible experts at once was even more dangerous. If the news was leaked at that time, the 4 invincible experts might be surrounded and killed. The slaughter had already begun, so who would be afraid of anything? The Heavenly Forging King was deeply worried. At this moment, the battlefield was silent for a long time. No one made a sound, no one moved. They were all looking up at the endless flames in the sky. Today, an invincible expert had died. Compared to this, it was not surprising that some of the bodies of 3 lifetimes had died in the ancient city. After all, they did not really die and still had hope of recovering. However, the Dragon Silkworm King was really dead, dead beyond dead. The Dragon Silkworm realm had been destroyed. Even if the entire realm was not destroyed, the Dragon Silkworm race had completely declined. Perhaps not even a single sun or moon remained. Perhaps some of them would become wanderers in the battlefield. This clan was exterminated. There was no longer a Dragon Silkworm race in the top 100 races. At the same time, in the ancient city, Suyu almost lost his breath, and was almost killed by the death aura, because he was so shocked that he did not care about reversing the death aura. What was going on? He struggled to open the door of the ancient house and looked into the distance. The endless flames illuminated the heavens. He also saw the incomparably huge brilliant sun falling to the ground. After a long time, he heard the faint voice of the great Qin King. His voice traveled thousands of miles. He also heard the reply from the celestial clan. The Dragon Silkworm King had been killed, the invincible had fallen. Suyu was dumbfounded. The human race had killed him. The human race was so daring, they had killed him for him. He had heard the great Qin King's words. Because the dragon silkworm realm had participated in killing him, the human race's invincible had gone to destroy the realm and kill the dragon silkworm king. He had killed an invincible, he had destroyed an entire realm, this race no longer existed. Just a moment ago, a sun and moon silkworm dragon had been cursing him, and now, that sun and moon were dead, and the entire dragon silkworm realm was gone. Suyu gulped. Did he have that much face? When had the human race's invincible been so kind as to stand up for him and even kill an invincible? At this moment, he was shocked, aghast, and in disbelief. He even felt a bit of satisfaction. This is the treatment of a great clan, right? Was this the treatment of a peerless genius? He had never experienced it before. Of course, when Daxia of Goguryeo and the great bright monarch had come to help, he had experienced it a bit, but it had never been as clear as it was now. The great Qin king's words about killing Suyu had destroyed an entire realm. This caused Suyu to suddenly lose control of his emotions. For me, he destroyed an entire realm? He muttered. He could not believe it, but he also felt a bit wronged, sullen, and carefree. Suyu's expression was incredibly complicated, his emotions were incredibly complicated. He immediately put on the white mask. He felt complicated, too complicated. At this moment, he could not describe what he was feeling. He had always felt that he had been abandoned by the human race. Perhaps it was more accurate to say that the Xinwen faction was the Xinwen faction, and the human race was the human race. The two actually had nothing to do with each other. However, at this moment, the great Qin king's words came from millions of kilometers away. It was not that the human race did not act or stand up for him. They had all sorts of misgivings and difficulties, but at this critical moment, they still stood up. They had killed an invincible, they had warned the myriad worlds. The human race was still one of the top 10 races, still the overlord of the eastern region. It was one thing to offend powerful races like the gods, demons, and immortals, but even small races dared to provoke them. Even if they had invincible beings, they were still small races. The number of invincible beings could be counted on 2 hands, and they were all small races. They should be slaughtered. At this moment, Suyu's emotions were so complicated that he could only use the mask to cover his face. He did not want others to see his loss of composure and his confusion. I don't need it, you really don't need to do anything for me. I'm scared, I've finally made up my mind. Suyu, am just me, Suyu, not the human race's Suyu. Don't try to position me and add prefixes to me. But now, the great Qin king is saying that he is the human race's Suyu. Suyu, who was feeling complicated, instantly entered the door. The next moment, he opened the door and flew out of the city. I don't care about this, it's none of my business, I don't want to hear it, I'll do my own thing, you guys kill yours, it's none of my business. I don't want to hear it, and I don't need your help. I'm just me, I'm Suyu, not some racist Suyu. No, the 19-year-old Suyu suffered a huge blow to his heart. There was excitement, resentment, reluctance, pride. Do you see it? I still have a backer. Do you see so many invincible beings? Provoke me, and I'll kill you. But he hid these emotions deep in his heart. No, I can't be affected by this. I don't want these favors. The human race is too unfriendly to my master, grandmaster, teacher Liu, and many Xinwen factions. I don't need your favors. My uncle master is still wandering, my master and grandmaster are still suffering in Daxia province, and my teacher Liu is still suffering in the heavenly battlefield. I don't need all this. Suyu was numbing himself. I don't care about all this. He quickly left the city and plunged into the Star Sea, quickly sweeping around and turning into a waterman. There's nothing more fragrant than finding a vessel. I only remember the vessel, I don't know anything else. He didn't know how to adjust his emotions, so he could only use these treasures to numb himself. At this moment, it wasn't just Suyu who was shocked. The entire heavenly battlefield, after a moment of silence, was completely quiet. The invincible beings returned, and the sun and moon returned to their nest. Too many major events had happened today. 4 invincible beings from the god and demon races were injured. Of the previous 10 invincible beings, 6 had died. In a short month, 10 invincible beings were seriously injured, and 1 died. Among them, 2 invincible beings from the god and demon races were seriously injured. 1 invincible being from the nether race was also seriously injured. All the powerful races, but the human race didn't suffer any losses. As for the sun and moon tears, the death of 5 in the late stage of the sun and moon tear seemed insignificant, dying with the invincible beings. These people died too lowly, in death, not many people remembered them. On this day, the name of the human race once again spread throughout the heavens. Countless small races were terrified. This was an overlord race, and an ancient common lord. Even if it had declined, it wasn't something that anyone could provoke. The ape race and the nether race quickly gathered to stabilize the realm channel. The Dark Armor King of the Dark Armor race asked someone to convey to the human race that he knew he was wrong. The God and Demon races also quickly withdrew their defense lines. The top 100 races, invincible beings, quickly colluded to be on guard. The Great War of the Heavens might break out. The ancient city of Xinghong was completely quiet. The 2 surviving sun and moon didn't dare to take a step out of the ancient house, shivering. The changed sun and moon were the same, maintaining absolute silence, not daring to make any sound. When Suyu returned with some treasures in the huge ancient city, he didn't see a single person on the road. 2 vessels. Suyu was overjoyed, and with the joy of counting money, he forgot what had happened before. What does it have to do with me? I don't remember. I only remember that I got 2 treasures. Good luck. Not bad, but it seemed that there were more than that. There were obviously more. The 4 invincible beings seemed to have died in 3 lifetimes. Had they been destroyed, it might have been the same last time, so he only saw 1 treasure that belonged to the nether race. This time, he was lucky enough to find 2 of them, and the moment he entered the city. Outside the city, Xiao Longwu held something in his hand, then looked at Suyu who had disappeared at the city gate, looked at the treasure in his hand, then looked at Suyu, and laughed. He was fast. Forget it, picking up a treasure for free was not bad. The next moment, Xiao Longwu turned his head to look in the direction of the red light, and sneered. The Silkworm King was worthy of 4 invincible beings to kill him. His death was worth it. Xiao Longwu looked into the city again, in the direction of the stone statue, a little afraid. His pupils shrank, and he instantly disappeared. This stone statue couldn't be provoked. Inside the city, the stone statue opened his eyes and watched him leave. He didn't say anything. It was best that he left, lest he caused trouble for himself. Although he wanted to go out very much, but it was better to give Suyu some time to recover. The human race was still very fierce. The Eternal was killed just like that, the stone statue thought. This race was still so fierce. The All Heavens battlefield was shaken that day. As for Suyu, the core of all this, some guessed that he was dead, while others weren't sure. Suyu was bound to have great luck. Was he really dead? However, Demon King Rad had destroyed the city lord's mansion with 1 palm strike and lured out the stone statue. This was something that some people had seen that day. Suyu was in the city lord's mansion. This was an ingrained impression. Nonsense. If he wasn't in the mansion, wouldn't it be a joke for the God-fiend experts to block the gate for half a month? Whether Suyu was dead or alive depended on where he was that day. Was he by the stone statue or alone in the city lord's mansion? Of course, it didn't matter whether Suyu was dead or not, because if he wasn't dead, no one would dare to find trouble with him. Because of Suyu, too many sun and moon experts had died, and even a large number of invincible experts had died. If Suyu was still alive, there would probably be people who would believe that Suyu could reverse yin and yang, face death, and walk out from the state of the living dead. Anything was possible for such a person, ancient city. Suyu put on his mask and played with the 2 treasures he had just obtained. He didn't return to the city lord's mansion, but hid in an old house instead. The city lord's mansion was too dangerous. There was also a powerful stone statue there. He needed to calm down. There were many questions in the mask, including the Hunting Heavens Atlas, that Suyu hadn't had time to read. Xianxia was still alive. Xianxia's direct superior, the black-armored elder, could see this. He knew whether Xianxia was dead or alive. If Xianxia was alive, it meant that Suyu was alive. The black-armored elder wasn't surprised. That fellow had been peddling treasures outside and wasn't in the city lord's mansion. What did Rad's destruction of the city lord's mansion have to do with Xianxia? It would be strange if he was dead. Xianxia, what's the exact situation? Xianxia, what's the situation with the stone statue? Xianxia, did you know that the human killed the Silkworm King? Xianxia, At this moment, Elder Xianxia was full of question marks. The entire headquarters of the Skyhunter Pavilion was also filled with countless experts. Even the head of the Yellow Division had come out personally. In the headquarters of Skyhunter Pavilion, there were many elders below, and at the top of the hall, there was an expert wearing a golden mask. This was the uniform of the division head, pavilion head, and tower head of the Hunting Heavens Pavilion. This was the division head of the Yellow Division. He was in charge of the intelligence system of the entire sky hunting pavilion, the head of intelligence. If one were to ask who knew the most secrets in the universe, it would probably be this person. At that moment, the golden masked department head was also alarmed. After a long silence, he said, Xianjiao of the Xian Division is still in Great Star Ancient City, right? Is he still alive? Xianjia quickly replied, he's still alive, but he might have suffered some trauma. He hasn't replied yet. Minister Gold Mask nodded slightly. It was good enough that he was still alive. This time, there was a huge change in Xinghong Ancient City, and a large group of Sun and Moon immortals died. It was lucky that they were still alive. Xianjiao seemed to have been stationed in Xinghong Ancient City, and he was lucky that he did not die after several major changes. Only the direct elders knew about the replacement of Xianjiao. Even the division head of the Yellow Division did not know that Xianjiao had been replaced. Of course, if the mask was broken and a new one needed to be forged, then the division head of the Yellow Division might know. And the mask that Suyu inherited was given to him by the previous Xianjiao. It was not a new mask. Xianjiao did well this time, the division head of the Yellow Division checked and said calmly, during the chaos in Xinghong Ancient City, Xianjiao actually made 80,000 heaven hunting points. Very good, 80,000 heaven hunting points, 80 million human race merit points. In just a few days, Suyu's performance was beyond imagination. Just the commission alone could make him 80 heaven hunting points. The blood essence of the Sun and Moon Immortal First Layer was priced between 10 to 50 heaven hunting points. Of course, the Skyhunter Pavilion bought it at 10 heaven hunting points, but the Skyhunter Pavilion sold it separately according to race, strength, and talent. If it was the blood essence of the Sun and Moon Immortal First Layer, it could be exchanged for 8 drops. The commission was huge. Moreover, Suyu had a 40% discount. If he was more black-hearted, he could buy a large amount of the blood essence of the Sun and Moon Immortal First Layer and then exchange it with the Skyhunter Pavilion for Heaven and Earth Mystic Light. He might be able to exchange for a strand of it for 6 heaven hunting points. Of course, it was fine if it was once or twice. If it was more than once, the Skyhunter Pavilion would not sell it to him. Moreover, they did not have that many low-grade Sun and Moon Immortals for him to kill and extract their blood essence. The Black Armor Elder nodded and said, we did make a lot of performance this time, but the headquarters did not make a profit. The expert who sold the Heaven Yuan Qi made a huge profit. We only managed to maintain a balance of income and expenditure, including the commission, which was actually an extra expense. The division head of the Yellow Division did not care too much and said with a faint smile, it's fine. Sometimes, even if you don't make a profit, you still make a profit. At least the Skyhunter Pavilion's reputation has improved. Oh right, did you find out the identity of the mysterious expert who sold the large amount of Heaven Yuan Qi this time? This time, the Skyhunter Pavilion sold a large amount of Heaven Yuan Qi because Xianjiao came into contact with a strong expert. Even the division head of the Yellow Division paid close attention to this expert. The existence of a large amount of Heaven Yuan Qi meant that the Skyhunter Pavilion controlled the Heaven Yuan Qi Holy Land, or was it an expert from a large clan selling Heaven Yuan Qi? Not at the moment. Xianjiao's reply was that every time he appeared, he was very mysterious, and they did not meet during the trading period. Xianjiao left the item in the ancient house, and when he went to retrieve it later, it would turn into Heaven Yuan Qi. However, there was no one in the ancient house. Very cautious. Division head Huang didn't mind too much. He smiled and said, it could be that some expert or genius of a certain clan secretly collected a lot of Heaven Yuan Qi, or even stole a lot of it. They took this opportunity to sell it to the outside world. After all, when the city is sealed, that's when Heaven Yuan Qi is in high demand. Everyone needed it. At this time, no one would bargain with you even if you sold it for a high price. The division head of the Yellow Division quickly changed the topic. This mysterious expert made Xianxia pay more attention to him, so that he could wake up and send some news back. Also, the humans killed the silkworm Draconis king, and the heavenly planes are in turmoil. Since the fall of several eternal experts 51 years ago, there have been no more deaths of eternal experts in the last 51 years, but today, there is. The division head of the Yellow Division sighed softly. The Invincible King's death was shocking news. It also meant that the Invincible King was no longer invincible, and was no longer an immortal existence. Perhaps a war of the heavenly planes would soon break out. The humans had exceeded his expectations this time. The division head of the Yellow Division quickly said, "Since the silkworm Draconis king is dead, there's no need to worry about him. Right now, we need to pay attention to the human realm. The humans Eternals are acting strangely, and they killed the silkworm Draconis king at this juncture. Soon, the human realm will become the focus of everyone's attention. Especially since Xiao Longwu is about to prove his Tao. Xiao Longwu's Tao will surely be accompanied by others, such as the humans Zhou Polong, Qin Jin, and the others. This time, I called everyone here to tell you that the Hunting Sky Pavilion also needs to infiltrate more forces into the human realm." A faceless elder quickly interjected, "Division head, infiltrating lesser worlds is a matter for the Eastern and Western pavilions. The 4 divisions are only responsible for the All Heavens battlefield. Is there a need for us to discuss this?" Division head of the Yellow Division said faintly, "Do you think the next core will be the All Heavens battlefield? Moreover, the Eastern and Western pavilions won't necessarily share any secrets with us. Soon, there will be some big changes in the human realm. Of course, the 4 divisions will also need to get involved, including trading. The human realm is not an ordinary small world, especially in Dexia province, which recently entered the human realm. Countless experts and races have gathered there, and the Invincible King's relic may be developed. Then, he added, when the eternal realm enters the human realm, there will be too much movement and it will be easy to be discovered. But for others, it will be much safer. Let the 4 divisions enter the human realm as soon as possible, build a communication system, and quickly cover the entire human realm. After so many years, the 2 pavilions have not penetrated deeply into the human realm, so it will depend on the 4 divisions." Speaking of this, he quickly added, "This time, we need the cooperation of the 4 divisions. I have already informed the other division heads. This time, the 4 divisions will select a group of elites to enter the human realm. Each division will select at least 3 elders, 20 white-faced, 50 black-faced, 100 color-faced, and 500 gray-faced elders to enter." An elder said in surprise, "So many? Won't the 4 divisions have nearly 100 white faces and 2,000 gray faces?" Division head Huang said lightly, "The human realm is very strong and huge. Of course, we need so many people. In addition, we need to have some understanding of the human realm, know the human realm's language and characters, and at least understand some of the human realm's history, the situation of the big mansions, including some battles, camps, and so on." A division needed to send 3 elders and 20 white faces, and all of them had to be elites. The elders of the various divisions fell into deep thought. Was the human realm dangerous? There was definitely danger. After all, outsiders had infiltrated the human realm. An elder quickly said, "Division head, in the human realm, the big mansions in Dexia province, Great Qin Mansion, and Dazhou Prefecture are all extremely dangerous, including the recently rising Ming Mansion, which has killed many sun and moon experts. I'm afraid that ordinary elders and white faces cannot infiltrate these places, including the double sacred mansions where the 2 holy lands are located, and the All-Heaven Mansion, which has tens of millions of troops, are all extremely dangerous." Division head Huang nodded. "We'll make specific arrangements after selecting the candidates. Those who infiltrate these dangerous places will definitely receive some extra rewards and support." Then, he looked at Xianxia and said with a faint smile, "Xianxia, you'd better go. I have high hopes for you in the Xian division, and your white faces and Xianjiao have also shown their abilities this time. I think they are very capable of infiltrating the human realm." Xianjia's expression changed under his mask. He quickly said, Xianjiao is an ancient city resident. He can't leave." Division head Huang nodded. "I know that, but with enough heavenly yuan qi, it's still possible. Xianxia hurriedly said, Division Head, Xianzhou is just a white face, and there are many of them. If we let him infiltrate, we'll need to spend a lot of heavenly yuan qi. It's not worth it. He did not know what Division Head Huang was thinking. Whether it was the current or the previous Xianzhou, they were all ancient city residents. Why would they let Xianzhou go for no reason? What was the use of Xianzhou going? They would also have to spend a lot of heavenly yuan qi to help Xianzhou resist the corrosion of the death aura. It was completely unnecessary. Could it be that Division Head knew Xianzhou was Suyu? That was impossible. Xianzhou was puzzled. He could not understand Division Head Huang's thoughts. It was normal for him to be asked to go, but it was not normal for him to ask Xianzhou. Division Head Huang said lightly, Xianzhou was able to earn 80,000 heaven hunting points this time. Actually, going to the human realm is an opportunity and reward that I'm giving him. You don't understand. The human realm is very special, and the invincible ruins are even more special. Xianzhou will die from the corrosion of the death aura. However, I heard that the southern Yuan ruins in Dexia province are of a higher grade. Once he enters the ruins, he might be able to block the death aura like the Xingyu mansion. Moreover, the ancient city and the dead spirits cannot enter the human realm. Xianzhou understood what he meant. He said in surprise, What you mean is that if Xianzhou can enter the southern Yuan ruins, there's hope for him to be freed? Division Head Huang nodded slightly. That's right. Xianzhou should only be converted by the dead spirits of the Sun and Sea realm or the Sun and Moon realm. There's a high chance that he can instantly cut off the death aura passage. I'm asking Xianzhou to go because I don't want your right-hand man to die in the ancient city. A few elders hurriedly said, Division Head, we also have some citizens of the ancient city under us. Division Head Huang said lightly, it depends on the contribution and ability. Even if he enters the ruins and cuts off the death aura passage, there's still a price to pay. Xianzhou has already accumulated 100,000 heaven hunting points. His contribution is outstanding, so I'm giving him a chance. In addition, the heaven hunting pavilion will pay 70% of the heavenly yuan qi consumed, and he himself will have to pay 30%. If you have such talents under you, I'll also give them special permission to enter. The elders pondered for a moment, wondering if it was worth it. It would definitely cost a lot. Xianzhou was speechless. There was a high chance that it would not work. Suyu was converted by the king of the dead spirits. It would be impossible to cut off his death aura passage without being invincible. But, if there really was such a powerful ruin in southern Yuan, that's not right. He was a little confused. The next moment, he thought of something. Damn, the ruin in southern Yuan. Isn't it Suyu's? He has a ruin in southern Yuan. Maybe, there's hope. Suyu was now converted into a zombie. If he entered the southern Yuan ruin, and there was an invincible warrior willing to help him, Daxia of Goguryeo and the others might be in the human realm, then Suyu really had a chance to be free. The premise was that the ruin had to be powerful enough. Was it enough? Xianzhou felt that it should not be weak. Maybe, as the rumor said, it was comparable to the ruin of a semi-emperor. Of course, he had to ask Suyu himself. Soon, he passed the news to Suyu. Of course, there were many problems. First, Suyu was not an ordinary citizen. He was the city lord. Could he leave for a long time? Second, did he have enough heavenly yuan qi? Well, he definitely had enough. Third, if he left, would the backfire of the dead qi be very serious? Fourth, could Suyu, who had been converted into the king of the dead, really cut off the passage? Xianzhou didn't know. Forget it, Suyu could think about it himself. Moreover, as the city lord, he might not be able to leave the ancient city for too long. The Sky Hunter Pavilion was considering the matter of infiltrating the human realm, and so were all the clans. As for the Xinghong ancient city, everyone was scared this time. Forget it, they didn't want to go there. In addition, the human realm suddenly invaded the small world with great fanfare and killed the Silkworm King. All the clans wanted to know the attitude of the human realm and the fighting spirit of the rear. Many other people from the Shenwen sect were also in the human realm. Suyu alone could cause so much trouble. What about the others? In the past, everyone thought that there was nothing to be afraid of since there were many people from the Shenwen sect after Yi Badian. But now, they took it seriously. Who knew if there were others after Suyu? With this thought in mind, the human realm, especially in Dixia province, quickly became the focus of all the clans. As for the impact of killing the Silkworm King, it was already dead. What could they do? Could they start a war with the human realm now? The divine demons were happy. A human realm expert had killed an invincible realm expert. In this way, the experts of the other small clans were in danger. In this way, these people were even more determined to deal with the human realm. They killed if they wanted to. Look at the divine demons. Even they had to send 10 invincible realm experts into the small world to kill an invincible realm expert. The human realm, on the other hand, could easily kill the Silkworm King with a few people. There was no movement at all. This was too terrifying. One would rather the divine demons win than let the human realm be powerful. This was the situation of the human realm in the All Heavens battlefield. Killing would cause one to be wary and hostile. But not killing would cause one to lack respect for the human realm, just like before. At the end of the day, it was because the human realm was not suppressed when they entered the small world, which made everyone feel a sense of crisis. Originally, the invincible realm experts were almost undying existences in the small world. Now that the human realm had appeared, the invincible realm experts became a joke. The myriad worlds were in turmoil. The human realm. Dixia province. Shouxinggu. Wan Tianxing also received the news. This time, he took a deep breath. Not bad. They even made a stone statue. As for Xia of Goguryeo and the others killing the Silkworm King, he didn't care too much. Killing an invincible realm expert and shocking the world was within his expectations. The Great Qin King wasn't easy to deal with, but because of all sorts of misgivings, he couldn't make up his mind. This time, he finally made up his mind, which was a good thing. Of course, as long as the human realm's internal problems weren't dealt with, the Great Qin King would always have misgivings. As for the Dixia province, his next goal was to help the Great Qin King get rid of all these problems. No one will dare to go to Xinhong Ancient City this time, right? In that case, since Xia of Goguryeo and the others killed the Silkworm King, the human realm will definitely become the focus of attention. Wan Tianxing felt that it was very difficult. Dixia province had been tossing and turning for a long time, and Suyu had attracted their attention again and again. Damn it, you've finally stopped. Even if you don't stop, no one will go to trouble you now. You can be at ease as the city lord of the ancient city. As for the scene he saw, maybe it was fake. Even if it wasn't fake, maybe you will return to the human realm after a few years. Maybe it won't be this time. Wan Tianxing exhaled. It was too difficult for him. In all the worlds, no one stole the limelight from Dixia province. Only Suyu stole the limelight again and again, causing the Southern Yuan Ruins plan to be delayed. Even the opening of the Faculty of Theology and the splitting of Shenwen's combat skills only attracted some small fries. It should be noted that before Suyu made trouble, this was the focus of all the worlds. Finally, it's back to normal. Wan Tianxing took a deep breath and felt lucky. Boy, just stay in Xinhong Ancient City and don't make trouble again. He was afraid. The feeling of losing control of everything was really terrible. At this moment, everyone felt that Suyu's side could finally stop. At this moment, Suyu also saw Xianxia's message. He was extremely surprised. Let me go back to the human realm, because there are relics in Southern Yuan, which may save my life. Suyu was speechless. Nonsense. Don't you think I don't know whether there are relics in Southern Yuan or not? Of course, except for me. Probably no one believed that there were relics in Southern Yuan. To be honest, even Xiahou Yi and the others probably thought that there were relics in Southern Yuan, but maybe they had not been discovered. Go back to the human realm. Suyu was lost in thought. Can I go back, or is it useful for me to go back now? He suddenly looked at the city lord's mansion in the center of the ancient city and licked his lips. Can I move the ancient city back? Can I take the stone sculpture away? If I can take it away, it will be awesome. Even if I reach the human realm, I will still be an overlord. But if I don't take the stone sculpture and the ancient city away, to be honest, if Suyu goes back, he will at most be comparable to the sun and the moon. His combat strength will be limited, and he may not be able to do anything. He still wanted to go back. Look, even the Sky Hunter Pavilion has begun to infiltrate the human realm. The East and West pavilions are not enough, and the 4 divisions have begun to go to the human realm. The human realm has now become the focus. It will be at least half a year before the Xingyu mansion opens. Next, it is very likely that I will focus on the human realm first. Suyu was lost in thought. He got up and walked out. Maybe, I can talk to the stone sculpture. When the stone sculpture left, the pressure on him increased greatly, and he was almost killed by the death aura. This also gave Suyu some ideas. The stone sculpture can leave, but there may be some restrictions. It is related to the death aura. Should I discuss it with the stone sculpture? Suyu once again returned to the restored city lord's mansion. At this moment, there was no one in the city, and no one dared to come out, even the few sun and moon cultivators who were not dead. And Suyu did not stand on ceremony, and once again sealed the city. Who cares, if I don't let you out, you can either change or wait for death. Anyway, I won't let you out. In fact, I don't need to seal the city. Previously, when the city was breached, the invincible dead spirit was drawn out, and the city gate was automatically closed for 3 days. Of course, this has nothing to do with Suyu. He can go out whenever he wants, and he can go in whenever he wants. It is nothing more than a little more death aura. Am I afraid of this? 3 days later, Suyu will continue to seal the city. He will kill the 8th layer of the Netherworld clan and the 7th layer of the Sun and Moon clan in the city. After entering the city lord's mansion, Suyu went straight to the back hall. In the back hall, the stone sculpture continued to close his eyes. When Suyu walked over, the stone sculpture felt a little guilty. Is he here to denounce me? Soon, he regained his composure. This is your duty as the city lord. Since you have become the city lord, this is your duty. You have enjoyed the treatment of the city lord, so you have to bear the responsibility. The ancient city sheltered you and saved you, so you have to pay for the ancient city. Suyu did not think so much. Denouncing me? Don't mess around. You want me to denounce a stone sculpture who blew up an invincible dead spirit with one punch? Am I crazy? As soon as he entered the door, Suyu smiled, elegant and easygoing, and said with a smile on his face, Suyu, the city lord of the great star ancient city, greets your excellency. May your excellency live a long and boundless life, suppressing the heavens. Suyu bowed politely. Nonsense, such a strong expert, shouldn't he be more respectful? Suyu looked at the stone sculpture with a smile on his face. Unfortunately, the stone sculpture ignored him, but he did not care and continued to say, Your Excellency's move this time was earth-shattering. Well, speaking of this, it was really earth-shattering. The heavens have been suppressed by Your Excellency. Your Excellency's power has lasted from ancient times to the present, incomparably powerful. After praising for a while, Suyu quickly said, Your subordinate has a few things that I do not understand and would like to consult Your Excellency. Can Your Excellency dispel my doubts? Your subordinate, that's what he said, because we are a family now. I am the city lord of the ancient city, and you are the ancient city lord, perhaps even the first city lord. Isn't that a family? The stone sculpture was silent for a while, and after a long time, a voice came out of nowhere, Speak. Suyu was overjoyed, from silence to now being able to speak. This was a good start, very good. Your Excellency, can this subordinate leave the ancient city? Yes, if you are not afraid of the backlash, leave the ancient city, and you will suffer double the corrosion of the death aura. Under normal circumstances, if Suyu did not close the city gates, he could deal with the corrosion of the death aura in 1.5 hours a day. Of course, the previous time did not count. Double, that's 3 hours, every day. He had to reverse it for at least 3 hours. Suyu judged, it was okay. Of course, ordinary city lords probably could not handle it. Suyu said again, then can this subordinate still enter the heaven hunting list? Yes, the corrosion of the death aura is less than 30%, and the vitality is greater than the death aura. You will be captured. Suyu finally understood. So that's how it was. Fortunately, I have been suppressing the death aura by more than 50%. This way, I can reverse a little more, in case an accident occurs and I have no time to reverse the death aura and kill myself. These 2 questions had helped him a lot. Then can this subordinate leave the city lord position? This time, the stone sculpture was silent. You actually want to leave? You want to leave instead of being the city lord? Although he did not want to answer, the stone sculpture still gave him the answer. Yes, but as the city lord, you have to pay a price. Also, it is not that easy to leave. You have to fulfill a few conditions. Sir, please enlighten me. First, the king of the dead spirit is dead. Second, the death aura channel is completely cut off. Third, you are still alive after the backlash. Suyu was speechless. Kill the king of the dead spirit? What a joke. Then, if the king of the dead spirit is not dead, I can't get rid of it? Even if I turn all the death aura into vitality, I still can't get rid of it? Impossible. That's because your death chi isn't rootless. Instead, it has a source. No matter how much you reverse it, the death chi will soon continue to suppress you. Of course, if you're able to suppress the death spirit monarch, then you'll be able to reverse the death spirit monarch's death chi. Suyu was stunned. What did it mean? Sir, you mean that if I am stronger than the king of the dead spirit, I can reverse it? Turn it into a living person? The stone statue said indifferently, you can. The demon race wants to summon a king of the dead spirit, and they want to use this method to reverse it into a living person. Of course, the method is different from yours. You don't need to know the exact method, you only need to know that the price to pay is shockingly high, even more difficult than giving birth to an eternal being. You can also try reversing it. Dream on, if you can reverse the stars and moon, then you are awesome. The king of the dead spirit, even if Suyu became invincible, he might not be able to reverse it. The suppression of the stars and moon on you is not as great as you think. If you continue to advance at a high speed, the stars and moon will not be able to reverse you into a dead spirit. Suyu nodded slightly. It seemed like this person knew something. Yuan acupoint reversal technique, he had to admit that this technique was terrifying. Suyu thought, if I can use it, then what about others? If everyone can use it, then, the ancient city is really not that scary. Soon, Suyu said, Sir, I may return to the human realm soon. Can I bring the ancient city with me? What did he mean? The stone sculpture was silent. Who are you going to bring with you? Suyu said cautiously, Sir, can the ancient city be moved? When I inherited the city lord token, there seemed to be some explanation, but I don't know much about it. Can I bring the ancient city with me? After all, I am weak and surrounded by death aura. Once I go to the human realm, I may die. Sir, as your subordinate, I think I should be responsible for you and for the ancient city. I also need to bear the death aura. If you know, you won't leave. The stone sculpture was speechless. After a long while, he transmitted his voice again. No, the ancient city going to the human realm will cause some changes. Opening the dead spirit channel in the human realm is a huge disaster. In the battlefield of heavens, one can move, but moving the ancient city will cause the death aura to overflow, and the backlash will be extremely severe. Then can you go to the human realm, sir? Suyu became more careful and said nervously, I want to invite you to the human realm to have a look and sightsee. If you go out of the city, it should cause the death aura to erupt. I can bear some of the pressure for you. I will bear some of the pressure for you. How about you be my fighter? Of course, this idea was suppressed in the depths of his heart. How could the stone sculpture not know what he was thinking? He was really speechless. This guy, he really dared to think, he ignored him. Suyu continued, Sir, the environment in the human realm is very good. There are a lot of fun, delicious food, and beautiful things. Silence, no words. Sir, if I die in the human realm, the next city lord may not be as strong as me. I think I still have a way to resist the death aura, sir. I am a person who attracts jealousy and easily provokes enemies. They want to kill me at every turn. You have seen it, I don't even go out of the city, but a lot of people want to kill me. The stone sculpture was speechless, and his voice spread, You go to the human realm, I am in the heavens, separated by the heavens, I can't help you. Moreover, I need to guard the dead spirit channel, I can't leave for you. He refused, of course, his tone was not too harsh, and he simply explained the situation. At least he gave an explanation. Suyu was a little regretful and said unwillingly, then. Sir, is there really no other way? I will provoke the invincible and be killed. You deserve it, the stone sculpture was speechless. You are just a Ling Yun, why do you always want to provoke the invincible? Sure enough, those who can do things can also cause trouble. This guy is good at doing things. And he is also very good at causing trouble. You can escape from the human realm, walk out of the channel, and enter the heavens. At that time, I can help you once. He gave a reply. That's all I can do, I don't want to care about anything else. Suyu was overjoyed. Understood, if you encounter trouble, run to the heavens residence and enter the channel. Then, once you enter the heavens battlefield, the stone sculpture boss can attack. Even if he is invincible, he can kill you with one punch. Understood, got it. Suyu was overjoyed, feeling that he had understood the truth. If there is a problem, come to the heavens battlefield. An ancient stone sculpture can kill an enemy at any time. Boss is boss, reliable. The premise is that I can escape to the heavens battlefield. With the stone statue's guarantee, Suyu was very happy. Finally, there was a guarantee. This was the first invincible that Suyu knew he could go to if he encountered trouble. Of course, this invincible was a bit troublesome. He had to find a place to help and couldn't be called on at any time. Forget it, don't worry about these small things. It didn't take long for Suyu to take out the 2 treasures he had found. My lord, he said carefully, these are the treasures you left behind after defeating Invincible. Do you still want them? If not, I'll keep them for you. He had to say it was a stone statue, but the stone statue probably wouldn't want it. It was useless even if he wanted it. I'll keep them for you. This wasn't snatching spoils of war anymore, of course, if he wanted them. Actually, Suyu wouldn't lose anything. He didn't need them now. He would just treat it as pleasing his new backer. The stone statue ignored him. Obviously, it didn't care about this. Suyu heaved a sigh of relief and said, Sir, can this carry 3 lives? Can anyone use the body of 3 lives? The stone statue spoke this time. Carrying 3 lives requires treasures of different attributes. The stone statue said faintly, for example, some people are good at physical combat, so they only need sturdy materials. If it's a civilization master, who is good at the way of time and space, they need some special materials. For example, the Thunder God race, the Frost God race, the Earth Fire Demon race. These races with special requirements, it's best to use some special treasures to carry their 3 incarnations. The 3 bodies vary in strength, and some are weak. They also require different kinds of vessels. The powerful 9-layered suns and moons. If I can capture a powerful body in the river of time, ordinary vessels won't be enough. Suyu understood and looked at the 2 items in his hand. One was an iron-like thing, and the other was a pearl-like pearl. The stone statue said again, that iron is the main material for heavenly weapons. It's a heaven-grade mid-level treasure, heaven gold mysterious iron. That pearl is a dragon pearl born at the peak of the sun and moon dragon race. It's suitable for the dragon race. The dragon race will also use it to carry 3 lives. Suyu was enlightened once again. One was heaven gold meteorite iron, and the other was a sun-moon peak dragon pearl. The dragon pearl was definitely invincible in the dragon race, but no one knew who this heaven gold meteorite iron belonged to. In any case, it was only those few. However, they were all good stuff. Sir, can I use it when I reach the 9 layers of sun and moon? The stone sculpture said indifferently, we'll talk when you get there. Now, he was actually anxious about this. He was really anxious. Suyu thought of something and said, Sir, can I prove my Tao in the ancient city? Once I prove the way in the ancient city, will other invincible realm experts come to fight me? Will I be entangled by the king of dead spirits? If that's the case, I won't have to be afraid at all when I try to prove my Tao. The stone sculpture's heart was tired. You think so far ahead? No. The stone statue dispelled his thoughts and said coldly, the so-called Tao corroboration is the merging of the 3 bodies. When proving one's Tao, one had to traverse the river of time, fusing the past and future into the present, achieving eternity. The great river of time flowed. The holy city was full of unexpected things. The slightest bit of carelessness would cause the great river of time to break, and that would be a failure to verify the Tao. Death energy overflowed into the heavens. To verify the Tao here was simply courting death. When proving the Tao, it's best to find a place where there are no disturbances. Suyu was regretful, since it couldn't be done, then if I wanted to prove my Tao, I couldn't do it in the ancient city. Thinking of this, Suyu said again, Sir, if I move all 36 ancient cities around, can I prove my Tao in the middle? Yes, of course, the stone sculpture didn't reply. He didn't want to talk to Suyu anymore. What a great idea, what a stupid idea, you want to move all 36 ancient cities together and prove your Tao in the middle? Believe it or not, we'll be the ones to kill you first. I can't be bothered with him, so you didn't get an answer and felt a little regretful. Forget it, I'll wait and see. Anyway, it's still a long time before I can prove my Tao. Thinking of this, Suyu quickly left the hall. After thinking for a while, he put on the mask and asked, Elder, how many benefits are there for sending us to the human realm? Also, if you reimburse me for heavenly essence chi, is there a limit? Xianxia was speechless. Do you need reimbursement? I'm finally alive. Are you okay? I'm fine. When the war started, I hid in the ancient house. It has nothing to do with me. Our Sky Hunter Pavilion is famous, and no one is targeting us. Then, Xianxia wanted to say something but soon gave up. Are you going to the human realm? Is our Sky Hunter Pavilion going through the All Heaven Mansions passage? Probably not. Xianxia answered. There are other passages in the human realm, and many experts sneak in through them. Suyu wasn't surprised. Elder, do you know where this passage is? Does the Sky Hunter Pavilion control a passage to the human realm? Don't ask me, I don't know, but the pavilion masters and ministers might know. Otherwise, would the human clan let you in when they know you're a spy? Xianxia quickly said, then can you leave the ancient city? Yes. Xianxia was speechless. After a pause, he said, then in a month, all members of the Sky Hunter Pavilion who want to go will meet near the Sky Destroyer City. Why the Sky Destroyer City? Come to the Great Xinghong Ancient City. Xianxia's reply seemed to be stuck. After a while, he replied, I'm afraid that none of them will come back. Nonsense, with you there, who would dare to go? So many people have died, and only you are there now. Otherwise, no one would dare to go to the Sky Destroyer City. Come to think of it, Xianxia warned, if you go to the Sky Destroyer City, don't act recklessly. Don't lose all the elites of the Sky Hunter Pavilion. Suyu was speechless. Soon, he said, Elder, are you going? Yes. Suyu was a little more cautious. Xianxia is going too, that's troublesome, I'm with him, and he knows my identity. If he locates me, I might not be able to escape. Even if he betrays me, I can't solve the problem. After thinking about it, he felt more at ease. It's okay. I'll use the City Lord's token on the All Heaven battlefield, and the stone sculpture boss will know. Besides, I have a good relationship with the boss of the Sky Destroyer City. He gave me many opportunities last time, and we're family. Anyway, what am I afraid of? These people are the ones who should be afraid. Fine, I'll test Xianxia's attitude. He won't betray me on the All Heaven battlefield, but when I reach the human realm, it'll be difficult. That's my territory, after all. Although I'm not doing well in the human realm, can't I still do well in the Ming Constables? Elder, then when I go to the human realm, do I have hope of taking charge of some subordinates? For example, being in charge of a line. There is hope. This time, Xianxia didn't lie to him. He quickly said, this time, the 4 factions will send 12 elders and 80 white faces. 12 elders can't control 36 prefectures, but there will definitely be some white faces in charge of one prefecture. You can try to fight for it. This will also build a good foundation for you to become an elder in the future. Suyu quickly said, Elder, how about this? You'll be in charge of the Ming Constables, and I'll be in charge of Dixia Province. We'll control the human realm together. Listen, how nice, I'll give my nest, the Ming Constables, to you. Of course, there's an advantage to this. If there's a problem, so you can contact some elites from the Ming Constables at any time to kill this Xianxia. The elders are all in the late stage of the Sun-Moon realm. They're very strong. But, what's there to be afraid of? It's not like the Ming Constables don't have any late-stage Sun-Moon realm cultivators. There are several of them. Xianxia ignored him. This isn't up to you, and it's not up to me to decide. As for Suyu, he was already thinking about what to do when he returned to the human realm this time. Also, Suyu thought of a problem and quickly said, Elder, will we promote our trading system in the human realm? The Heaven Hunter list can't cover the human realm, right? Yes, but the department heads are thinking of a way. They might follow the old practice and create a powerful sublist for the Heaven Hunter list to be placed in the human realm. It will cover the human realm temporarily, so that the Heaven Hunter list can continue to transmit information. Awesome, the sublist must at least be at the level of a heavenly soldier, right? Otherwise, how can it cover the human realm? They're rich. If I can get it later, forget it, I won't think about these problems for now. After communicating with Xianxia for a while, this elder impatiently chose to turn off the communication. He didn't want to talk to Suyu anymore. Suyu really had a lot to say. He was just short of saying how to rob the Skyhunter Pavilion. He even wanted to rope him in to do it together. Xianxia was speechless. Are you crazy? I'll rob the Heaven Hunter Pavilion with you. Do you think the invincible members of the Heaven Hunter Pavilion are easy to deal with? He ignored Suyu, and Suyu had no choice but to shut up. 1 month later, he entered the human realm. Now, it was the end of August of the 351st year of the peace calendar in the human realm. So, he would only enter the human realm at the end of September or October. 1 month. I'll cultivate in seclusion. There are many resources, money, and willful. I'll cultivate more and forge my body. Suyu had only completed 53 casting, and there was still a long way to go to 72 casting. There were still 19 casting left. In 1 month, he could probably complete 50 casting, and it would be more and more difficult as he progressed. And the time would be longer. He would strive to complete 58 casting after entering the human realm. This was also a rare opportunity to go back openly without being known by others. He would take the passage of the Heaven Hunter Pavilion. In this way, everyone would know that he was in the ancient city and even think that he was dead, but they didn't know that he had returned to the human realm. As for the Sun and Moon residents in the city, there were 12 of them in this time. Ignore them. 3 days later, the city gates would open, and those 10 would become residents. As for the remaining 2, these 2 might not give up. When the time comes, I will continue to seal the city, and they should give up too. Convert more Sun and Moon residents. Even if he was not around, these guys could hold on for a while. Of course, even if he was not around, Suyu would have to bear the death aura that he had to bear, and it would be doubled. As for the ancient city's population census, he would not do it this time. He would wait. Also, when he returned, he would throw all these guard tokens and general tokens out and see if anyone picked them up. These guys probably didn't know that these tokens could be transferred by the city lord. He would throw them at the entrance of the Sun and Moon Palace. With all this in mind, Suyu decided not to go into seclusion at the city lord residence this time. It was too dangerous there. If they wanted to fight, they would attack the city lord residence first. The Palm of Demon King raid also reminded Suyu. After finding an old house, Suyu began to devour the heaven and earth mystic light and officially began seclusion. See you in a month. Soon after the fall of the Silk Dragon King, there was a follow-up. Some invincible auras appeared near the Eastern Rift Valley. The invincible experts of the God race and the demon race began to come out of the boundary, with the intention of surrounding the human race. There were many invincible experts in the human race. Previously, they did not pay attention to them, and some of them ran away to kill the Silk Dragon King. Now, the invincible experts of the 2 races began to intimidate the human race. If the invincible experts of the human race ran away, they might be besieged by the invincible experts of the 2 races. Eastern Rift Valley, Vanguard Camp. A great hall was temporarily transformed into a gathering place for invincible experts. The Great Qin King said calmly, I don't think these guys are blocking the Eastern Rift Valley to trap us, but to distract us from what's happening in the human realm. If nothing goes wrong, a large number of experts will soon sneak into the human realm. He was not stupid. These experts were here to create opportunities for others. There would definitely be some experts who would take the opportunity to sneak in. On the side, the Great Song King smiled lightly and said, how about we send people to the boundless void to patrol? The Great Qin King waved his hand. No need. Besides, it's dangerous to go alone. If we go too many people, the Eastern Rift Valley may become real. Then, he looked at Daxia of Goguryeo and said in a deep voice, what's going on with the relic in southern Yuan? You've been in charge of southern Yuan for many years. Didn't you find it before? Daxia of Goguryeo said coldly, there was nothing unusual before. Only after Suyu appeared did people pay attention to it. In fact, I once suspected that there were relics in East Yuan, West Yuan, and Northern Yuan. I also wondered if there would be relics in Southern Yuan. Even Lu Wenyan went to southern Yuan with the same idea, but I never found it. It was hard to say. The group of invincible experts was lost in thought. The great Qin king was silent for a while and then said, because of Suyu, southern Yuan has received a lot of attention. Now, all the clans are wondering how powerful the relics in southern Yuan are. That's why Suyu, at such a young age, could easily climb to the top of the heaven list, kill sun and moon, and set off monstrous waves. Suyu might not be dead after the city gate was closed for half a month. Maybe there are some mysteries in it. Besides, the stone statues have never left the city before. Maybe it has something to do with Suyu. After all, the 36 ancient cities in the All-Heaven battlefield are also a huge force. Now, many people put their hopes on southern Yuan. If the stone statues could leave the city, would they be able to take these 36 ancient stone statues under their command? If they could, it would be incredible. Even the great Qin king said seriously, these stone statues are very powerful. Rad is not weak, but he was easily defeated. Even if his strength is not as good as mine, the gap is not big. He is comparable to old Xia and the others. Da Xia of Goguryeo kept a straight face and said nothing. Don't compare yourself to me. 1 or 2 stone statues are not as good as a demi-emperor. 3 to 5 stone statues might be able to match a demi-emperor. The great Qin king took a deep breath. There are 36 such stone statues and some undead monarchs. These 36 ancient cities are not weaker than any of the major forces. It was a very powerful force that must be taken seriously. He thought for a while and said, should we send someone to Xia province or the main constabulary to take a look? It would be best if we can meet Suyu and discuss this matter. If the human race can get the help of the 36 ancient cities, the celestial and demon will be one. The human race and the ancient city alliance will not be afraid of the celestial and demon. This was a big deal, a very big deal. Da Xia of Goguryeo said without hope, it will be difficult. Moreover, is he really still alive after that blow from Rad? Someone said in a low voice, summon Su Long and use his blood essence to check. Suyu has become a living dead. Su Long's blood essence may not be able to check his situation. Let's not do that. If Suyu is not dead, it will easily arouse hostility. Hostility? For him, the human race killed an Eternal Realm expert and caused the East Rift Valley to be surrounded. Does Suyu not remember the kindness at all? The Invincible Realm experts talked for a while. The great Qin king raised his hand and interrupted, all right, this matter ends here. Everyone was quiet. Soon, someone said, King Qin, about the human race, regarding Yi Beishan's death, the clones of the sun and moon Shenwen have appeared several times. King Qin, have you forgotten? The great Qin king was silent. He looked at the Invincible Realm experts and said after a while, since we have spoken, let's make it clear. That person may be among you. However, if I ask you to open up the Sea of Will for me to check, no one will be willing. Everyone was silent. Indeed, opening up the Sea of Will was something that even a father and son would have to think twice, let alone not a father and son. Even if we open up the Sea of Will, who knows how many sun and moon Shenwen the culprit has drawn over the years? Even if so many are dropped, we may not know who did it. Everyone sighed once more. This was a problem that was too difficult to investigate. The great Qin king said calmly, so, whether or not that person is among us, I hope that there will not be a next time. When Yi Badian died, we did not think too much about it. Now that we think about it, there are many suspicious points. You did it once, you did it twice. If you stop now, you may still have a chance. If you don't stop, don't think that the human race can't do anything to you. Silence. Da Xia of Goguryeo waited for a while and said slowly, there is no use in saying all this. That fellow had steeled his heart. Moreover, he might not be the human race. He explained, until now, no one has seen his true self. Maybe it is just a smokescreen to purposely make the human race fight. I have thought about this before and even suspected someone. In the end, I kept an eye on him for many years and did not find any problems. Someone was naturally referring to the great Zhou King who was sitting first on the right. Many looked towards him. The great Zhou King ignored them. He studied the cup in front of him. If one did not pay attention, it was as though he did not exist. This number one person in the Seeker realm was frighteningly low profile at this moment. The Great Qin King did not say anything and asked quickly, "Old Zhou, do Polong and the rest cultivate the Shenwen path?" The moment he said that, many looked towards the Great Zhou King. Only the Great Qin King would ask in such a direct manner. The Great Zhou King was silent for a moment before shaking his head, "No." The Great Qin King nodded and did not ask any more. If he said it wasn't, then it wasn't. At that thought, he looked around and said, "I know that some people have groomed many geniuses in private. Many experts from the Shenwen faction are fighting in some small worlds. They are quite talented and strong. In fact, they have become overlords of their own small worlds and swept through their generation." Everyone remained silent. The Great Qin King continued, "But can these people really be relied on? To become the key person to open the barrier? To roam the small worlds is usually controlled by us. The human race is the overlord and everyone gives us face, but that does not mean that we are strong. I think we should pull these people out sooner or later. If they keep roaming the small worlds, their future will be limited. Those small worlds do not even have eternity. It is not a good thing to look at the sky from the bottom of a well. The small worlds controlled by the human race usually had the sun and moon as their limit. Even invincible ones would not go there. Such small worlds might have geniuses, but if they did not come out and kept roaming the small worlds, the Great Qin King felt that their horizons were not high enough. Just look and you will know, in the heavens battlefield, the sun and moon roamed and invincible ones could be seen everywhere. For example, Suyu had seen many invincible battles. The more sun and moon there were, the more invincible ones there were. In the eyes of people like Suyu, the sun and moon were experts but not overlords. Invincible ones were overlords but they could not roam the worlds. Even half-emperors did not mean that they were invincible in this world. In a small world, the sun and moon could be an overlord, an ancestor-level existence. Killing a mountain sea might cause a small world to tremble. But in the heavens battlefield, killing a mountain sea wouldn't cause any waves. It was a matter of horizons. The geniuses of the small worlds might aim to reach the mountain sea, sun and moon, but the geniuses on the heaven hunting list all aimed to prove their Tao to eternity. The Great Qin King knew some things, but of course, he did not care. This was also a test. In fact, it was a good thing. At the very least, it gave the human race a bit more hope. However, he did not support staying in the small worlds forever. The dangers of the small worlds were not even as great as those in the mortal realm. Only when the mortal realm swept through the small worlds did the small worlds exist, and there were no powerful enemies. The geniuses of the mortal realm still had to come out. Moreover, those people had to come out and see the world. In the crowd, an invincible nodded slightly. Yes, they have to come out. If they don't, their horizons are too limited. Even though we didn't see much in the past, after experiencing the Heaven's Great War, we went further and became eternal. Now that the mortal realm is in turmoil, why don't we let some people return to the mortal realm so that they can strengthen their sense of belonging? They haven't lived in the mortal realm since they were young, so the mortal realm might be very unfamiliar to them. Soon, some people will sneak in from Wan, and it'll be a good time to let them see Wan's strength, as well as the strength of some geniuses. Also, the Starry Universe Mansion is about to open, and the spots for the human race have not been decided yet. Why don't we let these people fight for some spots? It'll be a great pity if they don't enter the Starry Universe Mansion. Everyone spoke one after another. Some had not been trained, and some had been secretly trained. However, it was still necessary to let some geniuses from the small worlds come out. At this moment, the Great Han King smiled and said, "It's not a problem to come out, but I'm afraid that, if they come out and are easily swept away, it will be ugly." Your Great Han Mansion did not train them? The Great Han King smiled faintly and said, "A little, but, to be honest, I thought they were good before, but now I feel that they are still a bit lacking something." Sigh, if you want to talk about the Shenwen faction, the Dexia province faction has more hope. What a pity. The Great Han King shook his head. It was indeed a pity. The bloodline of the Great Xia Mansion was being watched too closely. Soon, an invincible martial artist said, "Daxia of Goguryeo, the Shenwen faction's Shenwen combat skill steal, is it with Suyu or Qinyong? Without this Shenwen combat skill steal, we lack some powerful Shenwen combat skills." Dasha of Goguryeo said indifferently, ask them yourself. I don't know. After Yubadian died, I don't care about these things anymore. Someone frowned and did not say anything else. However, it had to be said that without that Shinwen combat skill steel, the other mansion's Shinwen combat skill steels were inferior. Moreover, the Shinwen combat skills to choose from were limited. Once the latecomers could not continue to brand Shinwen combat skills, the inheritance would be completely severed. Since Dasha of Goguryeo did not care about this, they could not say anything else. The great Qin king did not care about this and said, then so be it. I don't want to say anything else. Everyone, just cultivate near the Eastern Rift Valley in the near future, lest the gods and demons find an opportunity. What about the celestial race? Ignore it for now. The great Bright Lord is still in the human realm. Should we summon him back? No need. It's a good thing that the human realm has an eternal realm cultivator. If there's chaos, we won't be able to suppress it in time. Xiao Longwu is still in the All Heavens battlefield. Is Dasha of Goguryeo going to prove his Tao? The invincible martial artists continued to talk, but Dasha of Goguryeo could not be bothered with them. He stood up and said, Longwu's proving his Tao depends on fate. Whether to protect him or not, it's up to you all to decide. If he fails, then so be it. Leaving these words behind, he had already disappeared from where he stood. Someone laughed and said, Old Xiao's temper is still the same. He did not say that he won't protect Xiao Longwu. The great Qin king did not say anything else and disappeared. Once he left, someone looked at the great Zhou king and said, Old Zhou, what are Polong and Potion's plans this time? The great Zhou king looked up, his eyes deep. He chuckled and said, it depends on them. Proving their Tao is not something that can be forced. Polong has already captured 3 bodies, but Padian has not. He might not be able to make it in time. The few of them did not say anything else. Someone laughed and said, the great Bright Lord's son can't do it, but there's Niu Bai Dao. He might follow them to prove his Tao. That's not for us to worry about. The invincible realm experts dispersed one by one. The king of Great Zhou smiled and disappeared on the spot. Time passed, day by day. The all heavens were quiet, the myriad worlds were quiet too, however, everyone knew that there was a turbulent undercurrent. The death of the dragon silkworm caused some of the smaller races to quickly connect with each other. Smaller races like the Thousand Territories Alliance did not have any invincible martial artists. Now, a large number of Sun and Moon Ninth Realms were discussing whether or not they should find a chance to prove their Tao. How do I prove my Tao? Of course, it was during a war between the strong races when no one cared, for example, when Xiao Longwu proved his Tao, human, celestial, demon, and immortal races' invincible martial artists would be entangled. At that time it would be an opportunity for the smaller races. It was not that the smaller races did not have people who could prove their Tao. There were, but they did not dare to. The various strong races actually suppressed the smaller races and did not give them a chance to prove their Tao. In the past, there were Sun and Moon races that tried to prove their Tao, but most of them failed. The key was that one could not find the reason. Even if they proved their Tao in a small world, there was a high chance of failure. Some ambitious ones went to the All Heavens battlefield to prove their Tao, but less than 1 in 10 survived. In recent years, there were too few people who succeeded in proving their Tao. It was not that there was no hope, but that they were deliberately framed. The large races controlled the myriad worlds. Who would want an overlord to appear in the small world they controlled? Everyone knew in their hearts, and this time, the chaos of the All Heavens battlefield might be their chance. In the ancient city. 5 days later, Suyu completed 54 casting. 12 days later, he completed 55 casting. 20 days later, he completed 56 casting. And at this moment, the news that Suyu was not dead had also spread slightly. The reason why it was determined that he was not dead was too simple. The Netherworld race and the Ape race's Sun and Moon race's 2 Sun and Moon race still could not come out, and they were about to cry. They had no choice but to switch. Don't hold any hope, you lost so many invincible martial artists here, and you still hope that an invincible martial artist will save you? Don't even think about it. These two, one at the 8th and the other at the 7th level of the Sun and Moon, chose to switch after Suyu continued to seal the city for 7 days. On the 10th day of Suyu's seclusion, they successfully switched. Only then did Suyu open the city gates. From start to finish, Suyu sealed the city for nearly a month. This time, when the city gates opened, no one came. Even though the Star Mansion was in turmoil and a lot of good things had appeared recently, everyone was only active around Xianxia Island. No one came to the ancient city anymore. This damn place was too scary, and this time, there were 12 more sun and moon in the ancient city. Originally, there were a few sun and moon residents in the ancient city, but the number was very small. This time, there were 12 more, and 2 of them were in the late stage of the sun and moon. All of a sudden, the number of sun and moon residents in the ancient city reached as many as 15. Of the 36 ancient cities, Suyu's side was probably the ancient city with the most sun and moon residents. As the news spread, the city lords of the major ancient cities all wanted to do the same. The city lords all knew the situation. With more sun and moon residents, they could help them bear some of the pressure. However, unless the sun and moon residents were desperate, who would come to the ancient city to be residents? Now, Suyu opened up a path for them, or rather, a dead end. First, sealing the city would cause a backlash. Second, after the city was sealed, wouldn't they be afraid of invincible martial artists attacking? Although Xinhong Ancient City deterred some invincible martial artists, that was Xinhong Ancient City. It didn't mean that other ancient cities would do the same. In this situation where no one dared to come, it was the end of September. Suyu also officially came out of seclusion. 57 casting, failed to complete 58 casting, just a little bit more, but probably soon. He came out of seclusion to meet up with the people from the Heaven Hunter Pavilion. As for strength, Suyu was so strong that he was afraid. The power of his physical body's apertures had exceeded 400,000 apertures. Was he afraid? 400,000 apertures might not be as strong as the sun and moon of the gods and demons, but it was much stronger than the sun and moon of some small races. With his physical body reaching this level, Suyu was considering whether to consume the blood essence of the 4th stage of the sun and moon. In this way, he might be able to burst out with the strength of the mid-stage of the sun and moon. And it had only been more than 4 months since he walked out of the Ming Constabulary in May. This time, when he returned to the human realm, he would first lay low for a period of time, lay a good foundation, and perhaps become stronger. At that time, he would naturally take revenge. On September 28th, like a ghost, Suyu put on a white mask and sneaked out of the ancient city under the night sky. He drifted in the sea of stars and left Xinhong Ancient City. After he left, the stone statue opened its eyes and sighed. He didn't want to be the city lord, but he had to run away. He didn't know if he could come back. If he couldn't come back, it wouldn't be easy to find the next city lord. Even if he found one, it wouldn't be as powerful as Suyu. He was already a living dead man. Who knew what he was doing all day long? Suyu naturally didn't care about all this. Time to go back. When he came out, he couldn't even defeat a first-stage Mountain Sea Realm cultivator. When he went back, he could even beat the sun and moon to death. When he went back this time, if some guys dared to be arrogant with him again, he would kill them all, not leaving a single one alive. Speaking of which, his grandmaster, he could also kill him now, right? How weak. Suyu felt helpless. He finally understood Hong Tan's hardships. He was too weak. No wonder he couldn't defend his base. At the same time, human realm. Xia province. Hong Tan rubbed his nose. He felt that someone was scolding him. Forget it, he couldn't sense it. He didn't know if there were too many people scolding him in the city. Heavenly Destruction Ancient City. At the city gate, Suyu was filled with emotion. I'm back again. Here, I started the peak of my life, the climax of my life. I killed the sun and moon, slaughtered the undead, and competed with one of the heavens. Thinking about it, it had been more than 2 months, time flew by, it's been so long, and I'm back again. Suyu sighed with pride. However, it had to be said that being able to deceive the Protoss and do a big job in Great Star Ancient City had a lot to do with Heavenly Destruction Ancient City. Here, he learned the breathing technique and deceived the demon god Wan. Otherwise, without the breathing technique, it would have been a little difficult to deceive people. Here, he learned the undead reversal technique, otherwise he wouldn't have lived until now. Here, he didn't harvest as many treasures as in Great Star Ancient City, but here was the starting point of his dream. It turned out that the sun and moon could also be killed. When he came back, he was filled with emotion. Feeling emotional, Suyu didn't go through the main gate, but stepped into the side gate. On the city wall, General Tianmen glanced at him, but he didn't care. In the past 2 days, people from the Sky Hunter Pavilion had been coming, and he couldn't be bothered to care about them. At this moment, in the rear hall of the city lord's mansion, the heavenly destruction stone statue suddenly opened its eyes. It looked at Suyu. Invincible might not be able to notice this in an instant. Invincible didn't stare at someone all the time, but when someone entered, the aura of death was strong. This was a city lord. He opened his eyes and looked. Sure enough, it was that human kid. I heard that Xinghong actually fought his way out of the holy city. Out of the holy city, was it related to this kid? Looking at Suyu carefully, the stone statue's eyes weren't very friendly. You took my things and caused me trouble. Then, you changed residence and ran to Xinghong's house to change. Are you still worthy of being a human? You gave me all the disadvantages, and gave the benefits to Xinghong. I passed on the breathing technique, the vibration technique, and even gave you 3 teleportation talismans, although, this inheritance seemed to be learned by someone himself. But that was also taught by me. Sky Destroyer felt like he was eating a lemon, but he quickly comforted himself. It was fine. It was good that this kind of scourge wasn't in Sky Destroyer City. He caused trouble all day long. If he dared to cause trouble in his city again, he would inject all the death energy in the city into him. Who asked you to stir up trouble? Come to think of it, if that's the case, I can leave the tunnel and go out for a stroll, right? He then looked at the heavenly river in the front hall with some disdain. In the past, I thought that the city lord was fine, but now, he's really useless. From what I can see, even though Suyu has left the ancient city, he's still shouldering quite a bit of the deathly aura here. What about you, useless fellow? Sky Destroyer instantly closed his eyes. Out of sight, out of mind. Kid, you better not cause trouble in the city. Let me tell you, if you cause trouble this time, I'll imprison you for 3 years and let you absorb the death chi for me. This is in accordance with the rules, it's just that I've never done it before, Sky Destroyer thought. Suyu, who had just entered the city, naturally didn't know about all this. He also didn't know that the moment he arrived, he was like a shining star in the night sky, immediately being noticed. He wore a mask, and he was like a ghost, disappearing in a flash. This was the prestige of the Sky Hunter Pavilion. How could someone from the Sky Hunter Pavilion stop and stroll on the streets? What kind of appearance was this? What they were playing was mystery. It was unfathomable. His figure flashed, and flashed again. There were also people flashing beside him, and they were also people from the Sky Hunter Pavilion. Suyu turned his head, and the other party also turned his head to look at him. Both of them were wearing masks, and it was best not to fight. Otherwise, the Sky Hunter Pavilion would find trouble with them. What mask is this? Suyu was slightly startled. Whether it was a white mask or a black mask, they all had facial features. However, the other party's mask had no facial features, and it was like a piece of white paper. After a moment of shock, he thought of something. Elder. Suyu's heart stirred. This was an elder of the Sky Hunter Pavilion, an important figure, above the sun and moon 7th heavenly layer. I've only killed a few of them, less than 20 of them. This was an elder-level expert. Which elder was it? Even though he wasn't sure, Suyu quickly cupped his hands, and without any nonsense, he flashed and disappeared. As for the other party, he also flashed and appeared beside Suyu again. This time, Suyu looked at the faceless elder, and the other party also looked at Suyu. Suyu understood. Yes, damn, everyone was going to the Sky Hunter Pavilion branch, so they were going the same way. Which white mask? That elder finally spoke, his voice hoarse and a little low. Mystery Division's white mask. Mystery Division? That elder was slightly startled. Are you Xianxia? Silence. Suyu was stunned. You are, the Black Armor Elder? After saying that, Suyu's speed soared, and he instantly disappeared. Damn, direct superior. This wasn't the main point. The main point was that this guy knew him. In the entire universe, other than the stone statue, this person was probably the only one who knew his identity. He was above the 7th level of the Sun-Moon realm. Be careful and stay away from him, danger, this was Black Armor. He knew me, and he also knew that I was rich, especially rich. I must be careful. If I was suddenly killed, even the stone statue wouldn't be able to save me. At this moment, a jade talisman appeared in Suyu's hand. That was one of the 3 jade talismans given by the stone statue. Thousands of meters away from Black Armor, Suyu was extremely vigilant. As for Black Armor, he was speechless. Did I encounter evil when I went out? I met this guy the moment I went out. The main point was this the attitude you used to treat an elder, a direct superior? Xianxia. The faceless Black Armor bellowed, come here, what a scandal. You are my direct subordinate, why are you running? Suyu didn't dare to approach, and quickly asked from the mask, Elder, is that you? Yes, it's me. Why are you running? If someone sees you, wouldn't it be a misunderstanding? Elder, is it really you? Of course. Then will you attack me? I won't. Elder, I have a very good relationship with the stone sculpture boss of the Heavenly Destroyer City. It's true. My breathing technique, vibration technique, and even those teleportation talismans were all given to me by him. Elder, you're dead meat if you attack me here. Shut up. Black Armor's tone was unfriendly. Why do you think so badly of everyone? When did I say I would kill you? Speaking of which, Black Armor asked, have you hidden those resources well? Be careful, the gods and demons will sense them. Suyu looked at the faceless elder in silence. Black Armor, on the other hand, didn't care too much. I'm just showing you some concern. As my subordinate, of course I have to show some concern. A moment later, Suyu took out the 3 jade talismans and aimed them at Xianxia's back. Standing behind him, he looked down at Xianxia and said, you just got here, Elder? I've been here for a few days. Also, can you take away those things in your hands? Black Armor was speechless. He felt threatened. What was this thing, divine talisman? Could it be from the stone statue? This thing seemed to be quite powerful. The two flashed in the ancient city. After flashing for a while, Black Armor transmitted his voice. Are you really going to the mortal realm? Yes. You've been gone for a long time. Will anything happen? I'm fine. The stone statue boss told me that if anything happens, he can tear the void and take me away. Black Armor said calmly, even a half-step emperor can't tear the void and kill his way into the small world from the heavenly battlefield. Although that stone statue is strong, he hasn't reached the half-step emperor realm. Elder, half-step emperor is just an honorific. It doesn't represent the realm. Suyu was speechless. What do you know? What do you know? Half-step emperor is an honorific. The bosses of the ancient races are all half-step emperor, not the realm. Black Armor sneered, that's old news. Nowadays, the so-called half-step emperor represents combat strength. Half-step emperor is an honorific and also a combat strength. Some ancient race chiefs rarely call themselves emperors before they reach that level of strength. Nowadays, the publicly recognized half-step emperors represent the invincible half-step emperors. Many years ago, half-step emperor was an honorific. The boss of a race was considered half-step emperor. The boss of the human race was an emperor. It meant that they were half a level lower, but now, it wasn't the case. Without powerful combat strength, one wasn't qualified to be called half-step emperor. Suyu was surprised. Was that so? Not really. In any case, half-step emperor or invincible didn't matter in his eyes. They were all people who could kill him with a slap. He was very nervous now. Meeting someone who knew his identity made him feel a little guilty. He felt so guilty that he wanted to kill Black Armor. The two flashed for a long time. Soon, the Sky Hunter Pavilion branch was in front of them. Black Armor transmitted, don't talk nonsense. The more you talk, the more mistakes you make. Do you understand? Don't worry about anything. You are Xianxia now. The members of the Sky Hunter Pavilion don't know much about each other. Understood. With that, Suyu quickly said, Elder, did any of my 10 black faces come this time? No. Suyu didn't say anything more. It seemed that his black faces weren't good enough. Elder, can I develop my own black face? Yes. When your black face is dead, apply for a black face mask from headquarters. That'll be enough. Understood. So you understood. Looks like it's time to get rid of my black face subordinates and develop my own power. The two flashed and appeared at the entrance of the Skyhunter Pavilion. At the entrance, a white face was waiting. When he saw Elder Faceless, he bowed and said, "Please come in, Elder. The other elders are already waiting on the third floor." With that, he looked at Suyu. "Brother Whiteface, meet me on the second floor." The third floor was for the elders, and the second floor was for the white faces. As for the black and gray faces, Suyu didn't know about them. He didn't see them on the first floor either. Perhaps the meeting place was different. The white faces were considered high level, while the black faces were lower. Most of the white faces had the battle prowess of the mountain and sea realm. For example, Xianxia was at the 7th layer of the mountain and sea realm, which wasn't weak. Such experts were also strong on the surface. The black faces were mostly Ling Yun. Ling Yun had both sore faces and half faces, which were gray faces. Almost all of them were sore faces, which were also the type that did odd jobs. Suyu didn't say much, and quickly followed Xianxia upstairs. Xianxia went straight to the third floor, while Suyu stopped on the second floor. At this moment, 30 to 40 white faces were gathered in a small hall on the second floor. This time, 80 white faces had been dispatched, and this place only had about half of them. When Suyu arrived, he was also dazzled by what he saw. Damn it, they were all the same, it was almost impossible to get a clear look at them. They all felt the same, white masks, white clothes. Of course, there were some people wearing clothes of different colors, but they all looked the same. To be honest, when put together, it was hard to tell who was who. Everyone's aura was very indistinct. Under such circumstances, it was very difficult to tell each other apart. As soon as Suyu arrived, many white-faced people looked at him. Most of these white faces were standing, and a few were sitting. When they saw him, a white face said in a cold voice, "Introduce yourself. Which department are you from, and what's your number?" Bang, the answer he got was a big fist. Suyu punched one of the white faces and sent him flying. The white faces around him instantly scattered. Of course, there was no surprise. And Suyu wasn't surprised. Before Xianxia went upstairs, he had sent him a voice transmission. The white faces were also living beings. Where there were people, there would be Jianghu. Seniority was very important. This time, only 12 elders were going, and the human realm was so big. Some white faces would be in charge of a prefecture. Now was the time to fight for it. Suyu punched the white face away and said with a cold smile, "Xianzhou of the Xian division." When these words came out, many white faces were in a commotion. Xianzhou stationed in Xinghong Ancient City? Someone recognized him. Suyu said coldly, "From the Huang division or the Earth division?" The Huang division was responsible for exchanging intelligence, so it was normal for them to know where he was. The Earth division was responsible for transporting supplies, so they might have had dealings with him. Huang division's Huang 3. This high number seemed to be an important figure in the Huang division. Of course, it was hard to say. Number didn't mean everything. Suyu didn't care. "Anyway, I remember you now. Later, when everyone was in the human realm, I might not remember you." He glanced at the hall. There were 24 chairs. Suyu smiled. What did he mean? It was said that there were 36 prefectures in the human realm. No, 38 prefectures. Of course, there were the All-Heaven Prefecture and the Double Sacred Prefecture. No one treated them as official prefectures. Now that there were 12 elders, there were 24 seats left. People weren't fools. They more or less knew what it meant. Suyu glanced at it. It wasn't full. He glanced at the hall. Including him, there were a total of 42 people here. Now there were only 16 chairs, and there were actually 8 empty ones. Was there a trap? He didn't think about it. In the ancient city, he wasn't afraid of such things. So you couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense. He found a chair and sat down. No one said anything. They were all smart people. Except for the lack of self-awareness, they all knew whether they should sit or not. Those below the 7th tier of the mountain and sea realm shouldn't sit. Even if they did, they would have to get up later, or they would be sent flying. The white-faced man who had been punched by Suyu had also blended into the crowd. He kept a low profile and didn't mention what had just happened. In this world, the weak had no rights. They were all white-faced. If you asked them, they would give you a punch, which meant you didn't have the right to ask. Then there was nothing to say. Maintaining silence, Suyu sat down. Of the 24 chairs, 17 were occupied. There were still 7 left. As for Suyu, some people were also paying attention to him. An expert stationed in the ancient city, and it was the white-faced man stationed in the ancient city of Grand Star. He was no ordinary person, and couldn't be weak. Otherwise, he would have been dead long ago. The one he had just punched was at the 6th tier of the mountain and sea realm. And Xianxia was at least at the 7th tier. After Suyu sat down for a while, a few more white-faced men arrived. Some of them sat down without saying a word. Some glanced around and judged, but didn't rush to sit down. Instead, they chatted with some of the white-faced men who might be familiar with them. In the hall, 50 people, 60 people. When the number reached 80, the seats were completely filled, not a single one of the 24 seats was empty. And the number of people was also reached. Suyu had been waiting for the remaining 56 white-faced men to provoke and snatch the seats. But it turned out that he had been thinking too much. These people actually didn't try to snatch the seats. Strange, how could they be so self-aware? Just as he was thinking, a group of people suddenly came upstairs. This group of people was somewhat different. There were 4 kinds of masks: white, black, colorful, and gray. However, unlike the ordinary ones, each mask had a golden pattern on it. Suyu thought for a moment, and his heart stirred. Damn, it was a little familiar. White One, whom he had seen before, was wearing this kind of mask. This was an organization directly under the minister of the 4th Division. He didn't say that these people were coming, and when the leader of the white-faced men opened his mouth, it shocked Suyu even more. I'm White One, the enforcer of the Heaven Division. White One, damn it, I know you, you owe me a lot of money. Suyu was surprised that he actually met an acquaintance. This guy had sold a lot of information in Xinhong Ancient City last time. No, this guy had dealt with Ren Xuanjiu before. He wouldn't recognize him, right? Suyu quickly communicated with the mask. Elder, White One is here. He met my predecessor in Xinhong Ancient City, right? What should we do? Ignore him. The white-faced men are fickle. Yesterday, they called you father. Today, they will kill your mother. It's normal. This answer made Suyu dumbfounded. He had nothing to say, and White One also said straightforwardly, the enforcers of the 4 divisions, 5 from the 1st division came. We are all at the level of white-faced. There are exactly 20 people, plus 80 of you, a total of 100. There are 38 prefectures in the human realm. You don't have to worry about the All-Heaven Palace and the Double Sacred Palace. The remaining 36 prefectures, 1 line for each prefecture, 12 elders in charge of 12 prefectures. The remaining 24 prefectures will depend on everyone here. White One said calmly, however, overseeing a prefecture, responsible for the transmission of information, trading, rescue, assassination, protection, it's impossible to do without great strength. Just like in the All-Heaven battlefield, what do we do here? What do we do in the human realm? The elders and white-faced men in charge of a prefecture are all at the same level. They don't need to report to each other. They will directly transmit information to the enforcers, who will gather information. As White One said, he looked at the 24 white-faced men in the seats. You know what these chairs represent, but if you don't have the strength to sit on them, you're courting death. The human realm is not a small world, but a super great world. It's a great world with dozens of invincible cultivators and thousands of suns and moons. If you can't defeat the suns and moons, it's best to leave. He looked around. Among these white-faced men, there were sun-moon tier cultivators. Those who weren't in the 7th layer of the sun-moon tier were all considered white-faced men. Of course, there were also those who hadn't reached the sun-moon tier. Because of the white-faced men, he couldn't see too clearly, but the strength of their auras could still be determined. White One's eyes swept over Suyu and the others. Soon, he looked at Suyu and the other white-faced men. Without saying a word, he stretched out his hand to grab them. Not only Suyu, but a total of 8 white-faced men were all facing his palm. They hadn't reached the Sun-Moon tier. In other words, there were actually 16 who had reached the Sun-Moon tier. Added with the 12 elders, there were 28 Sun-Moon tier cultivators. Among the enforcers, there were probably some Sun-Moon tier cultivators. This time, the 4 divisions of the Hunting Heaven Pavilion also made a big move, and elites from various divisions gathered. All of them were elites, facing this palm. Some people instantly disappeared on the spot, some people erupted in Shinwen, and some people roared. And Suyu, without batting an eyelid, shot out a punch. There was a loud boom. The other Sun Moons had already shielded the surroundings at this moment. White One's palm struck, and 2 people were sent flying. 2 disappeared, and the remaining 4, some had blood flowing out of their masks, and some were as unmoving as a mountain. Suyu was one of them, unmoving like a mountain. With a punch, he knew that White One definitely didn't use his full strength, or it could be said that it was just a test. This palm strike probably didn't have the destructive power of the first layer of the Sun-Moon tier. White One was in the 6th layer of the Sun-Moon tier. The 2 who flew away can join the other white-faced teams by themselves. White One withdrew his palm without batting an eyelid. His palm was still a little painful. Suyu didn't use his full strength, but with a punch, at least more than 200,000 apertures of power erupted. The fist aura was sharp, and White One felt a little pain, but White One didn't care too much. The 2 who were sent flying by him didn't say much, and soon, they joined the other white-faced teams. And the 2 who disappeared appeared again. White One nodded slightly. They all had some tricks up their sleeves. Disappearing and escaping were also abilities. White One quickly said, "Is there anyone else willing to sit on it? There are still 2 left. Can the law enforcers?" Someone asked in the law enforcer team. White One said indifferently, "Yes." As soon as these words were spoken, a black-faced and color-faced elite sat down, from the Earth and Mystery divisions. White One was also straightforward. This time, he didn't even probe, because these 2 were both in the Sun-Moon tier. Then 24 have been gathered. Including us, there are 76 here. Apart from me, there are still Black One, Kai One, and Hui One. There are still 72. Each person will choose 3 white-faced, and each office will have 4 white-faced to cooperate and be in charge of the office's intelligence trade. It's best to match them. If the 4 departments work together, they have their specialties. And I, Black One, and the others will be in charge of patrolling the entire Heaven Hunters' 4 divisions. White One said, looking at the standing white-faced. When we reach the place, cooperate, remember. Don't think about fighting for anything. If you don't fight now and go to the human realm to fight, that's courting death. On the human realm side, if you're the slightest bit careless, you'll all be wiped out. Very dangerous. After going so many Sun Moons, even the Heaven Hunter Pavilion felt that it was dangerous. And Suyu, on one hand, was shocked by the Heaven Hunter Pavilion's generosity, and on the other hand, was also thinking, with so many people from the Heaven Hunter Pavilion, how many Sun Moons did the All-Heaven One plan to infiltrate to the human realm this time? Wasn't he afraid that he would be invincible in the human realm and be captured in one fell swoop? White One continued, when we reach the human realm, we can develop some humans to enter the Heaven Hunter Pavilion, but above black faced, we can only develop some gray and colorful faces. Everyone's Heaven Hunter catalog can continue to be used when we reach the place, and the rules are the same as before. The white-faced who are in charge of guarding the office will have a special ability to directly contact the law enforcers of the headquarters. For example, the Heaven Division can contact me, and the Mystery Division can contact Kai One. Because the elders directly under you may not participate in this operation. White One spoke for a long time, all of which were some rules and regulations. Finally, he said, when you go to the human realm, you may be separated at first and be chased by the humans. Don't underestimate the humans. There are many Sun Moon tier in the human territory, and once you're discovered, the humans, especially in Dixia province and the Great Qin Mansion, are tough people. They don't welcome outsiders, and like to hunt outsiders in exchange for merit. After you're separated, don't worry. Try to stay alive, and get the gathering place from the law enforcers of the headquarters. If the law enforcers are killed, then contact the elders. If you can't contact the elders, then wait for the replacement to contact you. A white-faced couldn't help but ask, is the human race so dangerous? Could it be more dangerous than the All-Heaven battlefield? We all survived the All-Heaven battlefield, so why are we afraid of this? White One said coldly, the All-Heaven battlefield hasn't erupted into a great war, and this place isn't the home ground of the other races. Although the human realm doesn't have the power to suppress us, there are many elites, and it's the home ground of the humans. Don't you think it's dangerous? Remember what I said, especially in Xia province and the Great Qin mansion, it's the most dangerous. As for which prefecture everyone is guarding, I'll inform you when we reach the human realm. I won't tell you now. If you're assigned to one of these two prefectures, good luck. It was very dangerous, the elites of the two great prefectures liked to kill. What about Dazhou Prefecture? Dazhou Prefecture. White One thought, and said, it's also very dangerous. However, Dazhou Prefecture prefers seclusion, and there aren't many elites outside the prefecture. Lord White One, won't we be too conspicuous if we go to the human race wearing the hunter's mask? Yes. Then can we take off the mask? You can try if you're a human. If you're not, you'll find that you'll die faster if you don't wear the mask. White One was indifferent. If you're a human, you can try and blend in. If you're not, humans also like to kill demons and gods because they're very poor. When they see you, they think of essence blood. If you want to wear a mask, you can adjust it. It doesn't have to be a white mask or a black mask. You can wear a mask or something like that. Some humans like to wear masks and cloaks too. Everyone had learned something new. Those who weren't humans might not understand the habits of humans. White One continued, in addition, black mask, color mask, and gray mask will arrive later to meet up with you. Whichever prefecture you're assigned to, they'll give you a communication channel to contact those people. Or you don't need to meet them. You can just control them remotely. It's best if you don't meet each other, lest you get caught in one fell swoop. So you interrupted, Lord, then we'll be in charge of intelligence, transportation, and transactions. For transactions, will we be in charge of the warehouse here, or will the law enforcers be responsible for transporting the goods here? You guards will be in charge. We'll talk about the specifics when you arrive. If you die before you arrive, it's useless to talk too much. He repeatedly reminded everyone of the danger. After a few times, everyone became more vigilant. This time, White One didn't say anything else. He quickly said, let's start picking people now. At night, we'll leave the city and meet up. Then, we'll set off for the human realm. Yes. Everyone responded, so you also began to pick people. After taking a look, they were all about the same. Of course, there were strong and weak auras, but most of them were at the Mountain Sea realm. He didn't know if Ling Yun was among them. Perhaps there was, but their auras were chaotic, so it was difficult to tell. Was there Ling Yun among the white masks? Yes, I am, Suyu thought to himself. He couldn't be bothered to choose and quickly said, I need a white mask from the yellow tribe and two powerful ones. After saying so, he added, it's best if there's a Huangjiu, Earthjiu, and Heavenjiu. It's easier for everyone to address each other. When he said this, someone in the crowd really laughed, and said, I'm Huangjiu, Xianxia, together. There was a Huangjiu, but Earthjiu and Heavenjiu. Alright, there were also two elites of the Sun-Moon tier. The elites who had been sitting on the chairs just now all looked at Suyu. Even if their expressions couldn't be seen, their eyes were strange and sharp. We're Heavenjiu and Earthjiu. Do we want to go with you? Suyu smiled, and didn't say anything. His battle prowess wasn't too strong. At least, what he had shown just now was just that. The only one who took the initiative to come to him was Huangjiu. Of course, when those elites finished choosing, the shorty was worried that he would be assigned to the side of the weakest few, so another two elites who had been chosen quickly came. One was like Suyu, from the Xian tribe, Xianxia. The other was from the Earth tribe, Earth 18. At this point, the higher-ups of the mansion were formed. Xianjiu, Xianxia, Earth 18, Huangjiu. They were all at the Mountain Sea tier, including Suyu, who also showed the strength of the Mountain Sea tier. This kind of strength wasn't considered weak, but compared to the other groups, they were clearly weaker. The other groups had more than one sun-moon, because the enforcers of the 4 tribes were also among them. Those elites had recruited those enforcers from the very beginning. So you couldn't be bothered to recruit them. There were also many sun-moons among the enforcers. More importantly, if he recruited a sun-moon, who would have the final say, he might as well give them a group and be done with it. A few mountain C-tier was good enough. At this moment, White One and the other 3 enforcers looked at the team. White One nodded slightly, and said, "Then we'll follow this. Remember, everyone has a mission when they reach the mortal tier. Of course, there are missions, and there are rewards. The mortal tier is considered to be opening up a market, and the commission is very high. All of them are calculated at 1%, which is 10 times higher than the All Heavens battlefield. In addition, there are very few hunter lists in the mortal tier, almost none. Even if there are, most of them are in the All Heavens battlefield. Therefore, the market there can only be opened up by everyone. We can't use the current mature market system." Hearing this, Suyu felt a headache coming on. They made it sound like they were doing business. Alright, they were indeed doing business, but the humans didn't believe that they were doing business. Also, everyone can carry some of the hunter list and give it to some people you think you can do business with. The overseer will send it out, and those who send it out can only contact your own hunter list. Whoever sends it out can keep it. There is no act of stealing customers. So you secretly praised. This was not bad. Otherwise, it would be like the current All Heavens battlefield, where we could only rely on the platform to assign orders. There would be no room for individual performance, and we would lack regular customers. We would become errand boys instead of salespeople who opened up a market. He was a little excited. Opening up a market, I can do it, just assign me to Xia province. I'll go and open up Xiahuyu. He's rich, Xiajia is in charge of a prefecture, so he's rich. If not, I'll go and open up a market for Xiaohuyi. He's rich too. There are still a few celestial race corpses in Xia province, of course, I can assign it to Ming prefecture. Old Zhu's family is rich too, there are many rich people in Ming prefecture, speaking of which. I'm not going back to do business. What am I thinking about? So you secretly warned himself not to think about this. I'm going back to kill my enemies, not to earn money for myself or the hunter pavilion. I'm already so rich. Alright, that's all for now. Let's leave the city tonight. Yes. Late at night, a group of people left the city at an extremely fast speed. 12 elders led the group. They flew around randomly, making them dizzy. Not only that, what surprised Suyu was that along the way, they passed by a few portals. Those were teleportation formations. He had heard that the powerful god and devil races had teleportation formations in this world. He did not expect the hunter pavilion to have one too. Of course, there was something unusual. It seemed like some ancient teleportation formations were controlled by the hunter pavilion, or rather, they had been repaired. After a few teleportations, Suyu and the others lost their sense of direction. They flew and ran around randomly again and again. After running for a long time, after another teleportation, Suyu and the others arrived at a large array. A passageway appeared, a human realm passageway. Suyu was extremely surprised. There really was a passageway, and it might be controlled by the hunter pavilion alone. The key was that no one knew about it. At the entrance of the passageway, there were a few faceless elders guarding it. Once they arrived, a faceless elder quickly said, "Tend to a group. This passageway is not big. Enter quickly. After entering, you will be teleported separately. Pray that you're lucky. If you're unlucky and get teleported to the center of the prefecture, you're dead. After entering, pay attention to the information. It will tell you which prefecture you're in charge of." As the voice fell, these faceless elders quickly made arrangements. Suyu was almost pushed into a group of people. The first row of 10 people instantly jumped into the passageway and disappeared in the blink of an eye. After about 30 seconds, a faceless elder suddenly said, "One dead." Speechless, Suyu was also speechless. Damn, so unlucky, where were they teleported to? They were killed as soon as they entered. The mountain sea realm was not weak. In the human realm, there were not many mountain seas, right? Killed in 30 seconds. Could it be that they were teleported to the city Lord Prefecture of Xianxia province at the same time? Mortal realm. Zhu Tiandao looked up at the sky with a surprised and solemn expression. Someone from the Hunter Pavilion. He had crushed a person to death in his hand, but he did not think much of it. However, it was strange. Where did they come from? A realm passageway. Did the Hunter Pavilion cross realms to come here? This passageway seemed unstable. It was actually teleporting randomly. Fifth layer of the Mountain Sea Realm. By Mian. Zhu Tiandao murmured and quickly transmitted, pay attention to the inspection and activate the sensing mirror. The Hunter Pavilion seems to be teleporting across realms. See if you can capture a few people alive. I'm afraid there's more than one. Not only that unstable passageway might be near the Ming prefecture. Otherwise, it would not be so coincidental that it smashed into his head. Forget it, it's not a big deal. By Mian, send a few faceless people. Faceless people are not enough. If you have the ability, send a gold-faced person. Speaking of which, will there be gold-faced people? I'm a little scared. It's fine, call me father. My father is in the human realm. The next moment, he quickly transmitted, father, the Hunter Pavilion is teleporting across realms. The passageway might be near the Ming prefecture. Come quickly and capture them. Got it. We're rich. The Hunter Pavilion is rich. At this moment, in the Seeker realm, the bright lord who was watching his grandson farm quickly disappeared. His voice reverberated in the Seeker realm. My grandson is very good at farming. If you dare to destroy the fields again, I'll kill all of you. The entire Seeker realm was incredibly quiet. The bright lord had returned alone. The moment he returned, he brought his grandson to farm. Right now, Zhu Guangshan was just short of planting the fields into the Seeker realm's holy land. If he continued, the Tianyuan Holy Land would be surrounded. Did that mean that the Tianyuan Holy Land would become the Zhu clans? Some people wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Some felt indescribable grief and indignation. Some prayed for the old ancestors' return. This won't do, the Tianyuan Holy Land is going to be gone. The Bright Lord did not allow the monsters to farm, and the Tianyuan Holy Land is going to be surrounded. How are we going to go? Why is everyone in this family like this? At the entrance of the All Heavens battlefield. Someone died in the first batch. Even so, everyone just expressed their condolences for the unlucky guy. Soon, the second batch continued. This time an elder entered. So you seem to see Xianxia. Well, he didn't recognize Xianxia. A group of elders really looked the same, and it was difficult to identify them carefully. He couldn't tell them apart at all. I hope Xianxia is okay. So you prayed for Xianxia, not very sincerely. If Xianxia died, it would be okay for him to become an elder, but if he died, it might be more troublesome to change to a new elder. Soon, the second batch of experts entered. Then, the third batch, the fourth batch. Soon, it was Suyu's turn. 10 people quickly walked into the passage. Elder Faceless shouted, jump. The regular passage was to walk and teleport, while this one was to jump in. Sure enough, smuggling was smuggling. The next moment, Suyu jumped into it. The world was spinning, with the pressure of the realm wall. If it weren't for this unstable passage, he might have been crushed directly. Suyu's body was extremely strong, but he still felt a little uncomfortable. How did those sores sneak in? Suyu was thinking about this problem during the teleportation process. It should be noted that a large number of gray faces would also enter this time. So weak, weren't they afraid of being squeezed to death? With doubts, he had already teleported into the mortal realm. His vision blurred, and then it lit up again. I've reached the mortal realm. When he opened his eyes, Suyu was startled. At this moment, from all directions, a burst of aura quickly rushed toward him. Suyu was slightly startled and looked down. He was really stunned for a moment. This is so familiar. This is Southern Yuan? Damn. Is my luck too good or too bad? Southern Yuan. I'm actually in Southern Yuan. At this moment, several sun and moon auras came, and someone shouted, who are you? Long Wu-wei, capture and kill him. Sky Hunter Pavilion's white face. So you came to his senses. Seeing the experts coming from all directions, he shouted, "I am Xianxia of the Heaven Hunter Pavilion Xianxia. I am here to do business and bear no ill intentions. If anyone has any needs, feel free to look for me." As soon as he finished speaking, he tore through space and vanished in an instant. Since he was already here, he might as well make a name for himself. There seemed to be a lot of strong people in southern Yuan, and he sensed that not only were there strong people, but there were also a lot of weak people, including many Sor Ling Yun and Shanghai. He didn't know that there were so many people in southern Yuan. It was even more than last time. From the looks of it, they were people from various forces. "Just nice, I can make a name for myself." Buzz, the saber slashed out. It was a familiar saber technique, a simplified version of the heaven-splitting saber. Suyu punched out and shattered the saber light. He laughed and said, "The Sky Hunter Pavilion is omnipotent after entering the mortal realm. We can provide everything. All the major forces can trade with us. Intelligence, assassination, protection, trading, all kinds of business." As soon as he finished speaking, another burst of light exploded forth, and he instantly disappeared from the spot. "Forget it, I won't tease them anymore. Look at how scared they are now." Suyu quickly flew into the air and disappeared from the spot. He was secretly delighted. Not bad, he actually landed in southern Yuan. This was considered the border between the Ming Prefecture and Dexia Province. Not too bad, there wasn't much danger. The ones in charge here were also the Sun and Moon Realm, but the one who had just slashed him was probably at the first or second tier of the Sun and Moon Realm. An attack from a distance did not have much effect on Suyu. He ran away. He had to find a place to hide first. At the same time, he would see which prefecture he would be guarding. His speed was extremely fast, and he soon disappeared from the sky of southern Yuan. In southern Yuan, countless people raised their heads. Some had a strange look in their eyes, but some didn't quite understand. Someone whispered, "Sky Hunter Pavilion? I think I've heard of it. Xianjiao. Is that his code name or his real name? He seems to be very strong. The leader of the Longwu Dark Guards actually couldn't take him down. The Sky Hunter Pavilion actually sent a mortal realm cultivator, and with such great fanfare. Is this Xianjiao, courting death? How dare he be so bold in the territory of Dexia Province? This is a group of guys who are even more despicable than Wanzhou. Of course, it's also very dangerous." Those who had been to the battlefield of the heavens quickly explained to others. A group of people exclaimed. Soon, they all learned what kind of force the Sky Hunter Pavilion was. Xianjiao. At this moment, countless people remembered this code name. Sky Hunter Pavilion Xian Divisions by Mian. In the sky, the Sun and Moon Realm cultivator of Dexia Province didn't chase after them. His expression was solemn. He actually knew Suyu, and he had been guarding here. Of course, at this moment, he wouldn't think that the person who just escaped was Suyu. He also didn't think of this, don't fool around. Just now, that person smashed his saber light with one punch, and his strength had reached the Sun and Moon tier. He was extremely powerful. What did it have to do with Suyu? He quickly sent a message. Members of the Sky Hunter Pavilion suddenly appeared in the sky above southern Yuan. By Mian, Sky Hunter Pavilion Xianjiao, battle prowess should be at the first layer of the Sun and Moon Realm. He has already escaped, and may be hiding in the territory of Dexia Province, he quickly reported the news. At this moment, in this area, the territory of Dexia Province and Great Ming Constabulary, Suyu wasn't the only one who appeared. Some people escaped, some were captured, and some were killed. Meanwhile, Suyu was in the midst of escaping at this moment. Suddenly, the word tribulation on Shenwen jumped. He was stunned. Danger? He didn't want to be stunned, but he was really stunned because the word tribulation on Shenwen suddenly jumped as if it was about to explode, causing his entire sea of will to tremble. The next moment, he heard laughter. Caught another big fish. I didn't tear the void in vain. I'm exhausted. Suyu was terrified. He felt a hand suddenly appear behind him. Suyu was terrified. Grandpa Zhu, Grandpa Xia, he didn't know which invincible realm expert it was, but it didn't stop him from knowing that it was an invincible realm expert. Nearby, it might be Da Xia of Goguryeo or Great Ming Wang. The voice sounded vaguely familiar. He should have heard it in the ancient city. It seemed that he only heard the voices of these two old masters. Behind Suyu, the great bright prince appeared almost soundlessly and reached out to grab Suyu. An invincible realm cultivator could see through Suyu, but which invincible realm cultivator had nothing better to do and went to investigate one by one? If they did not investigate carefully, it would be very difficult to see through them directly. Great Ming Wang was about to grab Suyu when he was slightly stunned. Calling me? Do I know you? His eyes flashed, and he looked at Suyu again. He only saw the back of Suyu's head. It didn't matter. At a glance, he could see that this was a human's head was still different from others. He reached out his hand to grab Suyu's head as if he was grabbing a chick. He looked again. Although the mask blocked him, it still couldn't stop him. Great Ming Wang looked carefully, a little familiar. He then sensed the thick death chi inside this person's body, and was stunned. Xianxia of the Heaven Hunter Pavilion, Xianxia equals Suyu. He heard this arrogant person's words from afar. He easily retreated from the Sun Moon Tear, and the power of his fist reached the might of the Sun Moon Tear. That was why he said he caught a big fish. The Sun Moon Tear was a big fish everywhere. But now, Suyu of the Sun Moon Tear, Great Ming Wang looked at him with a strange expression. Meanwhile, Suyu's head stiffened in fear. Damn, how could he encounter an invincible realm expert the moment he arrived? This was too scary. The mask disappeared instantly. Suyu looked at Great Ming Wang, and Great Ming Wang also looked at him. After a while, Suyu swallowed. Greetings, Grandpa Zhu. Great Ming Wang was silent. He had heard a rumor that someone said in Heavenly Destroyer City that he was his god-great-grandfather. Now, he had seen it for himself. Pinching Suyu's head, he was thinking about a question. Was this true or false? Suyu, who was in the ancient city, had come to the mortal tier. He felt that Suyu, who was on the verge of death, was extremely energetic, and still had the thought to come to the mortal tier. No, he had even snuck into the Hunting Heaven Pavilion, left the city, and just shouted with the Sun Moon Tier, very arrogant. This was Suyu, so strong. He pinched Suyu's body, and the expression in his eyes changed. He actually couldn't pinch it for a while. He pinched it again, and tears streamed down Suyu's face. It hurt. While the great bright prince was frightened, the great bright prince was also shocked. Damn, this physical body was too strong. It was truly as strong as the Sun Moon Tier. How could he be so strong? As an invincible realm expert, he still had good judgment. Suyu didn't use any blood essence. He could still see if the blood essence was used or not. He didn't use it. This was the true strength of his physical body. He didn't use Yubation Shenwen. He wasn't blind. Patting Suyu's head, the Great Ming Wang said with a complicated expression, "Put on the mask. I don't really want to see this young face. It's easy for me to recall my lost youth." Suyu obeyed and immediately put on the mask. The Great Ming Wang secretly heaved a sigh of relief. I feel much better without seeing his face. You came through the passage? Yes. How many people? 12 elders and 100 white masks. Where is the passage? I don't know. I teleported a lot, but I don't know the exact location. Is there a golden mask? No, I didn't see it. You betrayed the Hunting Heaven Pavilion just like that? The Great Ming Wang was so confused. I wanted to capture someone alive and interrogate him. Why did you tell me everything? Suyu was speechless. Nonsense. It was normal for me to betray the Hunting Heaven Pavilion. When did you sneak in? A few days ago. Xianxia died after the city was sealed for the first time and I took over. Your physical body, after opening the heavenly cycle orifice and forging my body 50 to 60 times, that's it. He was speechless, indeed, after opening the heavenly cycle orifice and forging my body a few dozen times, wouldn't that be it? How simple. As for Suyu, he sneaked a glance at the Great Ming Wang. This was his first time seeing the Great Ming Wang. The Great Ming Wang looked like a middle-aged man who looked rather scholarly and had the air of a civilizator. However, amidst his scholarly elegance, there was a hint of rudeness, and he was not easygoing enough. A civilizator was a scholarly and easygoing person. This person seemed to be pretending to be scholarly. He sneaked a glance at the Great Ming Wang, and the great Ming Wang was also looking at him. After a while, the great Ming Wang said weakly, "You are quite lucky. To think that you actually fell into my hands. I heard, you are very rich," Suyu was horrified. "Forget it. I won't snatch it from you. That, after you die, remember to tell us where your body and inheritance are." Since he was still alive, then forget it. Even if he died, this fellow would not be able to use up all his assets. Remember to tell us where his body and inheritance are. I don't mean anything else. I just want to collect your corpse. Suyu felt helpless. Was there a need for that? Grandpa Zhu, did your seniority rise? Suyu was speechless. What did I say previously? This is my god-great-grandfather, his seniority has risen. That, can you let go of my head? He was afraid of being pinched by the great Ming Wang. He was afraid that the great Ming Wang would accidentally pinch him to death when he found out that he was rich. Invincible. He was really too powerful. Suyu did not have any thoughts of resisting at all. He was terrifyingly powerful. Grandpa Zhu, the others have also entered the great Ming Wang. Hurry up and kill more. Kill more and snatch more. If we kill all the elders, I might be able to control the channels of several large mansions. That made sense. There was no need to waste time with Suyu. This fellow, forget it. Even the great Ming Wang was speechless. Everyone thought that he was in the ancient city, but he had returned to the mortal realm. The great Ming Wang casually tossed Xianxia aside and instantly vanished. When you return to the mortal realm, you can contact Zhu Tiandao for help at any time. Don't run around. After saying that, the great Ming Wang vanished. It was not easy to snatch, and it was not easy to kill. Never mind. The great Ming Wang ignored Suyu. Suyu did not have much death qi in his body. Even the great Ming Wang was surprised. Wasn't this fellow the city lord? The backlash was not too strong. He even sealed the city gates for so many days, and he was still fine. If you say that he was dying, the great Ming Wang did not believe it at all, to think that everyone thought that Suyu was dead for sure. The great Ming Wang seriously suspected that this fellow might not die even if he lived for another 100 or even 1,000 years. Everyone thought too much for nothing. The great Ming Wang vanished. As for Suyu, he wiped the non-existent sweat off his forehead, feeling quite frightened. He was nearly pinched to death. He prayed for the heaven-hunting pavilion's people. To think that an invincible existence came to look for them personally. TSK, TSK. Who knew how many people would die this time? The mysterious armor elder is still alive, right? I'll pray for you again. Suyu quickly fled. Soon, he found an uninhabited wilderness. He landed, hid, and activated the enduring divine art. Only then did he have time to check for news. Xianxia, you're in charge of overseeing Dixia province. If anything unexpected happens, Huangjiao and the others will take over. Wait for the Heaven Hunting branch ranking to open. At this moment, the Heaven Hunting branch ranking covering the mortal realm had not opened yet. Currently, only a few people were contacting one another. Dixia province, Suyu muttered. Dixia province was very dangerous. Did the Heaven Hunting Pavilion not know? Why did it feel like the Heaven Hunting Pavilion was sending someone to his death? To tell the truth, he was only Suyu. If he weren't, it would truly be dangerous for him to keep watch over the Grand Xia mansion. Forget the fact that he was only at the Mountain Sea realm, even if he was at the Sun and Moon realm, he would still be in danger. To think that the Heaven Hunting Pavilion really assigned him to Dixia province, Suyu grumbled in his heart. Soon, he contacted his direct superior. Elder, are you still alive? He could contact Xianxia through one-way communication. Xianxia had come to the mortal realm and was not in the battlefield of heavens. There was no reply for a long time. After a long time, Suyu thought that he was dead. Xianxia replied, your ability to protect yourself is not weak. Let me ask you a question. When you are being chased by a Sun-Moon realm cultivator, how can you escape? Suyu was speechless. What did this mean? You are being chased by someone, or a Sun-Moon realm cultivator? This serves you right. Elder, who is chasing you? Maybe it's the master of the Great Ming Constables, maybe it was, but he was not sure. Because Xianxia was frantically fleeing, he could only reply at his limit. the master of the great Ming constables? Probably. Do you think I should tell him your identity so that he will give up on chasing me? This, cough cough, elder, I am not familiar with Master Zhu. Xianxia did not reply. It seemed that he was continuing to flee. As for what Suyu said, who would believe him? It was not like Xianxia had not checked Suyu's information. At this moment, in a mountain, a faceless person flashed and disappeared, fleeing rapidly. Another flash later, someone came from behind and said with a faint smile, "You can't escape from the palm of my hand." It's actually a faceless elder, Sun Moon 8th layer. Seems like I've struck it big this time. Seal the heavens. With a low shout, heaven and earth turned upside down, and the sun and moon hung in the sky. Xianxia only felt his vision blur, and he instantly fell into a white world. With a low shout, his qi and blood soared into the sky. With a loud bang, he broke an opening and fled rapidly. In the back, Zhu Tiandao was a little surprised. Not weak, the Sun Moon Realm 8th layer was strong, but there were not many of them who could escape from his seal the heavens. Good, it seems that we have really caught a big fish this time. Faceless, who was ranked high? Zhu Tiandao smiled. This was definitely the faceless elder who was ranked high. Xianxia suddenly turned around and said in a low voice, "Chief Zhu, the Sky Hunting Pavilion is only here to trade, not to be an enemy. Why are you so aggressive? So what if I am forcing you? I am willing to pay for my life. I will kill you, and your corpse will be mine." Xianxia cursed inwardly. It was really a headache to meet Zhu Tiandao. He quickly said, "Do you want to know about Suyu?" I know Suyu. I'm on good terms with him. I'm with him, huh? Zhu Tiandao sneered and instantly waved a piece of Shenwen. The surrounding void stagnated, and it was difficult for Xianxia to escape. Helplessly, he transmitted his voice again, "It's true. Suyu is with me. If you don't believe me, you can transmit your voice to him. He has returned to the human realm, so he should be able to use the voice transmission talisman. Transmit your voice to him and ask him if Xianxia is with him?" Zhu Tiandao was surprised. Don't fool around, he was a city lord in the All-Heaven battlefield. Despite his doubts, he quickly transmitted his voice to Suyu. If Suyu was really in the human realm, he could transmit his voice. Of course, Suyu had destroyed his voice transmission talisman, so there was nothing he could do. While he was thinking, the transmission was transmitted. Zhu Tiandao's heart trembled slightly. The next moment, Suyu replied, "Chief, long time no see. That Xianxia, cough, cough, he is my direct superior. Master, you killed him. It's best to capture him alive and kill him. If another elder comes to manage me, I will be in trouble." Suyu's voice transmission, Zhu Tiandao was extremely surprised. Like his father, he did not expect that Suyu had really returned to the human realm. Xianxia knew Suyu's identity. Yes, this was Suyu's direct elder. At this moment, Zhu Tiandao shouted in a low voice. Shenwen was suspended in the air. That guy was too careless. It was not a good thing that someone knew his identity and knew that he had returned to the human realm. At this moment, countless thoughts flashed through Zhu Tiandao's mind. The next moment, with a roar, the void around him was completely frozen by him. Xianxia also grunted and quickly broke through the frozen space. Run. Although Zhu Tiandao had not reached the quasi-invincible realm, he was also in the 9 heavens of the Sun and Moon realm, while he was in the 8 heavens of the Sun and Moon realm. It was very difficult to fight against him. Run? Zhu Tiandao snorted coldly and murmured. The heavens are under my control, suppress. Boom, countless mountains crashed down with a loud rumble. The way of heaven is ruthless, and all laws are destroyed, disperse. Rumble, all the primordial qi around him dissipated in an instant. Xianxia was shocked. Suddenly, he lost the connection with the primordial qi outside. Fire up. Water. Freeze. Zhu Tiandao kept shouting behind him. Flames were surging, waves were surging, snow was flying, and the world was spinning. Shenwen exploded one after another, hitting Xianxia's faceless mask, and blood splashed everywhere. Open! At this moment, Xianxia roared and punched the sky. Qi and blood surged into the sky, and he fled in the blink of an eye. Just as Zhu Tiandao was about to chase after him, he was slightly stunned and suddenly stopped. Mountain suppressing fist? Zhu Tiandao blinked. Mountain suppressing fist, what? What was going on? He did not chase after him anymore, and his eyes were a little strange. He quickly sent a voice transmission, Suyu, where did that Xianxia come from? I don't know. Did the prefecture master kill him? No, he escaped. Suyu was speechless. You had the Sun Moon Nine Heavens, but you did not stop him? Alright, you are indeed a fake Sun Moon Nine Heavens, and you can't get on the Dao proving roll. You are so weak. You can't even win against Xianxia. Suyu was speechless, and Zhu Tiandao could not be bothered to say more. His eyes were a little strange, and he quickly said, Where are you? I'm hiding. Where are you hiding? I don't know. You are still guarding against me? No one knows that you are back, right? Someone knows. Just now, Lord Ming met me and said that he wanted me to ask for your help at any time. You are on standby 24 hours and will come to rescue at any time. Damn, you even met my father? This luck is really good. Zhu Tiandao really wanted to ask, did my father rob you? You are so rich, and you are worth 7 or 8,000 strands of mysterious light of heaven and earth. If you are not robbed, then my father's conscience is acting up. Destroy the voice transmission amulet, quickly, change the frequency and contact me. Zhu Tiandao reminded him. It was okay now that he had just come back, but once someone tried to contact him, they would know that he had come back, or that his voice transmission amulet was in the human realm. So you almost forgot about it, and did not reply. Soon, a new frequency fluctuation came, and Zhu Tiandao received it. Sure enough, it was Suyu, and he changed the channel. Prefecture Master, how many white-faced elders have the Ming Mansion killed? Why do you ask this? I want to see how many died and how many are left, and if I can have a chance to kill a few to expand my territory. Zhu Tiandao was also speechless. Soon, he said, it's not over yet. I will contact you when it's over. Don't run around, he was the same as his father. Suyu was also depressed. Why do you all say the same thing? Don't let me run around, I am not a child, I can defeat the sun and the moon, too lazy to say more, Suyu quickly said, Prefecture Master, capture by Junsheng. I want to pretend to be him. Don't let him out, lest my identity is exposed. There were still some acquaintances in the Ming Mansion. Bai Junsheng, Bai Feng's cousin, was also familiar. It was not good to pretend to be a member of the Zhu family. Since he had come to the human realm, he had to at least have a proper identity. Of course, he had to choose someone to pretend to be. Suyu knew Bai Junsheng's situation. Zhu Tiandao secretly complained, you are the one who made Cui Lang unable to get out, and now you want to mess with Bai Junsheng. The geniuses of the Ming Mansion will not dare to go out in the future. Alright. He did not say much, then pretend to be him. Suyu did not care about this. Bai Junsheng's identity was good. As Bai Feng's cousin, he could openly look for Bai Feng and the others. Bai Feng, your father misses you. Look, there is nothing wrong with it, moreover, he would not be exposed, because the prefecture master of the Ming Mansion would capture Bai Junsheng. How good would that be? If he pretended to be someone else, be careful that there were two identical people. Even a fool would know that there was a problem. In Xianxia province, Suyu took a deep breath. He was back again, this time, he returned as an expert. Xianxia of the Skyhunter Pavilion, the person in charge of the Skyhunter Pavilion in Xianxia province, at this moment, Suyu's mask vibrated. The leaderboard has been established. We can communicate with each other. Suyu's heart stirred. Indeed, in his mask, there were a few more signal sources. There was Earth 18, Yellow 9, Suyu did not waste time and quickly asked, are you still alive? Yes. Yes. No problem. The three white-faced men were all alive. Their luck was not bad. We're in charge of guarding the Xianxia province. You guys move around the Xianxia province's periphery. Don't go to the prefectural cities. Keep in touch at all times and try not to meet each other. Otherwise, your identities will be exposed and you'll be targeted by the Xianxia province. We're in charge of guarding the Xianxia province? Yellow Nine's words were just short of cursing. Xianxia, did you offend someone? They were actually assigned to the Xianxia province. It was too dangerous. One had to know that White One had warned them many times before that the Xianxia province and the Great Qin mansion were frighteningly dangerous. Especially in the Xianxia province, now, the few of them were assigned to the Xianxia province. The few of you have offended a lot of people and have been assigned to this godforsaken place. Let's not talk about it. It's too dangerous. If there's a situation, report back to me immediately. Settle down in the Xianxia province first before planning to follow up. All right. The few white faces quickly replied. Suyu was their direct superior now, so they had to give him some face. Moreover, in the Xianxia province, they had to listen to Suyu in all their actions. On this day, the human territory also received the news. The Heaven Hunter Pavilion had entered the territory. A large number of faceless and white faces had entered the territory. There were many suns and moons, and the rest were almost all mountains and seas. They mainly appeared near the Great Shang Mansion, Great Ming Mansion, and Great Song Mansion, which meant that there might be an unstable passageway in this area. It covered a few large mansions, and the exact location was not clear. The Great Ming Prince personally rushed back, but did not find the passageway. Of course, this passageway was very unstable, and the teleportation was very random. The Sky Hunter Pavilion had paid a huge price for this stowaway. On the first day, an elder died, and 8 white faces died. The suns and moons crashed 3 times. The elder was the sun and moon tier, and among the 8 white faces, there were also 2 in the sun-moon tier. On this day, 3 sun-moon tier cultivators died, and this was only the first day of the illegal entry. Of course, the first day was also the most dangerous. At this point, 11 elders and 92 white faces survived, and quickly hid in various places in the human territory. In the following period of time, it was time for the white faces and elders to go to their respective areas to understand and integrate into the human territory. In a short period of time, the Heaven Hunter Pavilion would not issue any more missions. There was an adaptation period. And at this moment, near southern Yuan, Bai Junxing appeared. Hiding in the dark was not Suyu's style. Bai Junxing had been caught. Zhu Tiandao told Suyu that Bai Junxing was now in the dungeon of the city lord's mansion, and Suyu could pretend to be him if he wanted. Suyu had to admit that the mansion master was really awesome. He was caught in a while, awesome, in front of him, southern Yuan City was once again in sight. Suyu took a deep breath and returned. This place carried too many things. He didn't have time to take a closer look just now, but now it was nothing. When he looked again, beams of qi and blood light appeared in the city. Ordinary people couldn't see it, but Suyu saw it. There were many experts gathered in the small southern Yuan City. While Suyu was pretending to be Bai Junxing, he entered southern Yuan City. At the same time, Xianxia province. Shouxinggu. Wan Tianqing frowned slightly and looked to the south. He frowned, puzzled, confused, and strange. What was going on? He had left something in Suyu's heart. He could generally control Suyu's location in the human territory. But at this moment, he seemed to sense someone's existence. Impossible, Wan Tianqing murmured. He sensed it wrong. Suyu was in Xinghong ancient city, he was still the city lord, it was impossible for him to return to the human territory. Even if he did, he would know that there was no news from the All-Heaven Palace. Suyu is still in the All-Heaven battlefield. Am I too old? Wan Tianqing thought and shook his head. The distance didn't seem too far. He seemed to be near southern Yuan. How could it be? Wan Tianqing laughed. It was impossible. After a while, his face stiffened. I'm not that old. How could I have sensed it wrong? Suyu was really near southern Yuan. F***ck, this kid is back, Sky Hunter Pavilion. Suyu, he thought of the news he had just received. The Sky Hunter Pavilion had entered the country illegally. In that case, Suyu might have sneaked into the Sky Hunter Pavilion and then came back. Wan Tianqing had a strange expression on his face. Is he Ling Yun? It seemed so. Could he defeat the Mountain Sea Realm? It seemed so. In that case, it wouldn't be this time, right? Did everything I saw happen in this one time? He looked up at the ceiling with a smile that was not a smile, and a cry that was not a cry. In that case, I spent 100 years of my lifespan to see something that happened recently, 100 years. It wasn't worth it, no. Wan Tianqing suddenly thought of something. With 100 years of lifespan, I shouldn't be so useless. I only saw something so close. In other words, the person who spent my lifespan might not be someone else but Suyu, because what I saw was more important. I spent so much of my lifespan. In that case, Suyu must have left a deep impression on him. At that time, Suyu was only in Kaiyuan. In that case, it might be because of this kid that I spent so much of my lifespan. Wan Tianqing had a strange look in his eyes. In that case, it made sense. It was also because he saw Suyu that he paid more attention to Suyu at that time. All the karma has already appeared? Wan Tianqing muttered to himself. Actually, when I saw that scene, I didn't see Invincible's appearance. Instead, I clearly saw Suyu's appearance. Actually, the main character of that scene might not have been Invincible's appearance, but Suyu. He seemed to have been mistaken about the main point all along. Wan Tianqing's expression changed. Suyu occupied a very important position and role in the future. He had seen his appearance in a corner of the battle, but he had such a deep impression of him. In that case, perhaps he hadn't seen a corner of the battle, but rather he had been in a corner. Suyu was the future that hadn't been fully seen. Many thoughts rose in his mind. At this moment, Wan Tianqing seemed to have understood something. He looked south again, somewhat speechless. The ancient city lord, Suyu, had returned. Who in the entire universe would believe that this guy could return to the human realm? The battle is about to begin. Wan Tianqing took a deep breath. The scene that I saw was about to appear. Southern Yuan. At the city gate, Suyu walked in. There were guards, but the strength of the guards was very weak. There were some long Wu-wei and a few sore, but the strongest was only Ling Yun. They were much stronger than the group of 10,000 kilograms and 10,000 stones from back then. But to Suyu, who had seen invincible battles, who had slain the sun and moon, when he looked at these soaring clouds, he really felt that they were very weak. Several long Wu-wei watched Suyu enter the gate with unkind eyes. A sore guard said coldly, "Register, which mansion are you from?" As the elite troops of Dixia province, they had watched people from all the mansions and forces come to Southern Yuan and treat Southern Yuan as a latrine pit, going in and out, searching, and searching. They were all full of anger. Don't expect them to be too good to these outsiders. Ming Mansion, by Junsheng. The next moment, the faces of these guards changed. It was not fear, or disgust, but the expression of, "So he is from Ming Mansion." Their expressions were a little relieved and a little complicated. Ming Mansion? Okay, go in. Don't make trouble, and don't mess around with people from other forces. By Junsheng, from the Bai family? The sword guard nodded with an understanding attitude and said casually, "Don't make do with people from Ming Mansion. The city is not that safe, understand?" So he is from Ming Mansion. I was worried for a while. Now there is no problem. There are many salted fish in Ming Mansion. Last time, Cui Lang, who was not salted fish, came out. Later, I heard that it was not Cui Lang, but Suyu in disguise, who is also from Dixia province. Therefore, Ming Mansion will not make trouble. The person who made trouble from Ming Mansion might be an accident, which is Suyu. Of course, now that Suyu is not in the human realm, the people from Ming Mansion are really salted fish. Suyu felt that he was being despised. He had been looked down upon. What was going on? The guards of Dixia province had been shouting for him to be killed just a moment ago. Now, they were saying, "You can go in and be careful. Even if you don't cause trouble, you have to be careful of others causing trouble for you." Are you looking down on me, by Junsheng, or the people of the Ming Constabulary? The mansion of Ming has invincible martial artists wandering around here. Suyu was powerless to retort. The reputation of the Ming constables had been harmed. Seeing that he was still in a daze, the guard who spoke earlier snapped, "Go in. What are you waiting for? If you're from the Bai family of the Ming Constabulary, you should leave as soon as possible so that you don't cause trouble for researcher by phone of the Faculty of Theology." Suyu was speechless and entered the city gloomily. He felt a little helpless. If you were a little more vicious to me, I would still have some face. But now, you were chasing me away like a child, chasing me into the city. How embarrassing. As soon as he entered the city, someone shouted from the street, "Brother Bai, you're here too? Didn't you say you wouldn't come?" So you looked up and casually said, "Old Chi, you're here too?" "I'm just taking a walk." "Why are you here?" "Brother Bai, what are you talking about?" "I've been here for a long time. The last time I asked you to come, you said that if you didn't come, if you couldn't win against Bai Feng, you wouldn't enter Xia province again, so you actually knew Old Chi. He was from the faculty of blacksmithing in the Ming Constabulary. So was Bai Junxing and Chui Lang. So you didn't know much about Bai Junxing's recent situation, but it was fine. He said casually, "My second uncle asked me to come and have some fun. I'll also look for my cousin brother and tell him to get some good stuff for the Bai family when he's free." Old Chi laughed. He wasn't surprised by Bai Junxing's tone, because Bai Junxing was like that. Old Chi looked around and whispered, "Brother Bai, keep a low profile. There are many people watching researcher Bai Feng. Be careful not to be targeted." "So you didn't take it seriously?" The next moment, he shouted, "I'm Bai Junxing, one of the 8 heroes of Heaven Capital. I'm going to Xia province to meet my cousin, Bai Feng. If anyone wants to kill me on the way, I'll be waiting for you." Southern Yuan was not big, and Bai Junxing was a sore. His roar echoed far. "Keeping a low profile is not my style. I can't keep a low profile. Since that's the case, I'll be a little more high profile. Of course, the real experts will treat me like a child. However, those with ulterior motives will definitely keep an eye on Suyu." Bai Junxing, Bai Feng's cousin. Now, Bai Feng held a high position in the Faculty of Theology, second only to Hong Tan. Moreover, he was Suyu's teacher. Many people were watching him. Suyu came back to stir up trouble, not to keep a low profile. Now that he had established a relationship with the Shinwen department, it was the easiest to stir up trouble. He was very bold now. First, he was strong. Second, the great bright lord was nearby. Third, the human clan was invincible. Most of them were on the All Heavens battlefield. No one knew that he was back. Fourth, according to his contact with Xia Houyi and Xia Huyu, these guys wanted to stir up trouble himself. They were even prepared to be destroyed in Xia province, including the opening of the Faculty of Theology and the promotion of the separation of Shinwen's combat techniques. In Suyu's view, all these were preparations to stir up trouble. Since that was the case, he did not need to be involved. Nowadays, Suyu had seen a lot and understood a lot. In fact, he had roughly guessed some of Xiajia's thoughts, including those of Hong Tan and the others. Revenge, yes, revenge. It was not that Suyu wanted to do something alone, but the entire Shinwen department, including Yi Baishan's, was actually seeking revenge. Since that was the case, he had to stir up some trouble. As he shouted, many people came around in an instant. Old Chi, who had greeted him before, was speechless and helpless. He hurriedly said, "It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Don't take it seriously. Bai Feng and the Bai family have long broken off relations. Last time when Brother Bai went to Xia province, he was beaten away by Bai Feng. Their relationship is very bad." As he spoke, he transmitted his voice, "Brother Bai, don't mess around. You'll get yourself into big trouble." But Suyu was careless and fearless. He looked around, squinted his eyes, and snorted. "I am Bai Junxing. The Bai family of the Ming Constabulary is about to go to the capital of Xia province. Also, this relic of Southern Yuan belongs to Suyu. Suyu is my cousin's student, so he is half a student of mine. This relic, if found, will also belong to the Bai family. You guys, don't get any ideas about the Bai family. Idiots. Humph." Some people cursed directly, and some sneered. The Bai family? Was it very powerful? What a joke. The 2 brothers of the Bai family were only in Ling Yunjing, and Bai Feng's grandfather was only in Shanghai, and he had not come out of closed-door cultivation for many years. Your Bai family? What a big appetite, what a big tone. Even if Bai Feng was here, he wouldn't dare to say that the relic of Southern Yuan belonged to the Bai family. Even if Xiajia of Xia province was here, he wouldn't dare to say that the relic belonged to the Xiajia family. Where did this fool come from? Was cousin Baifeng so stupid? The 8 great generals of Tiandu Prefecture, 8 fools. Everyone knew that the 8 great generals of the Ming Constabulary were a joke. Look at who they were. Bai Junsheng, Zhu Hongliang. They were just a bunch of spoiled brats. There were many spoiled brats, but the spoiled brats of the Ming Constabulary were the most looked down upon. Suyu snorted, looking dissatisfied. He looked around, especially when he saw some alien races. His expression suddenly changed, and he said coldly, "So what if they are from the Bai family? Also, a bunch of trash. Seeing the alien races here, no one actually dares to kill them. If my cousin was here, he would kill them with one sword strike." Someone said angrily, "Bai Junsheng, these are all students from the Great Xia Civilization University. Some of them are even on the same side as your cousin. Your cousin could kill them with one sword strike, but didn't he kill these guys? What was he bragging about?" Some of the experts from the alien races sneered, some were disdainful, and some were overflowing with killing intent. Many people secretly asked about Bai Junsheng, and soon, they found out who he was. Bai Feng's cousin, his identity was true. The Bai family was nothing, but the Bai family had some connections with Bai Feng and many Shenwen factions. This was not normal. They sneered, but Suyu sneered. Sooner or later, they would all be killed. If I, Suyu, said that I was number 1 in causing trouble, who would dare to say that they were number 2? Just wait and see. Of course, enough was enough. He wanted to see if he could attract some people to chase after him. Then, he would lure out the Sky Hunter Pavilion, and he would use Xianzhou's identity to do something. Bai Junsheng could be considered Xianzhou's first client, Suyu secretly calculated in his heart. Perhaps, he could give himself a Sky Hunter ranking and then assign a mission to lure out the Sky Hunter Pavilion. Then, he would let the Sky Hunter Pavilion stir up trouble in Xia province. This way, even if they knew that it was related to Bai Junsheng, their attention would not be on Bai Junsheng, but on the Sky Hunter Pavilion. The Sky Hunter Pavilion wanted to expand into the market. How could there not be some big movements? While the others were in hiding, he would make a name for the Sky Hunter Pavilion in Xia province. With a good reputation, perhaps he would soon become the backbone of the Sky Hunter Pavilion. Also, he really wanted to go to Xia province to find Bai Feng and Hong Tan. This time, he wanted to find out what the Shenwen factions wanted to do and see if he could do anything. At least, he was stronger than Hong Tan, right? The Grandmaster's strength was average, but he still wanted to show off. In the city, after Suyu's speech, everyone knew that the Bai family of the Ming Constabulary had come. A little brat who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth, what he said made people laugh their teeth off. His family, Southern Yuan's relic, his families, how ridiculous, but Suyu did not pay attention to them. He directly pulled Old Chi and said, "Come, accompany me to Suyu's house. I heard that the relic is in front of Suyu's house. I will go and have a look. This is my family's relic." Old Chi was speechless. "Brother Bai, you, really?" He was speechless. Suyu said disapprovingly, "What's wrong? Is Su you my brother's student? I've heard that Suyu might not be able to return, and will die in the All Heavens battlefield. Since that's the case, his belongings, his inheritance, naturally belong to my Bai family. Is there a problem with that?" Old Chi thought about it. No problem. That made sense. Of course, the first heir to Suyu's inheritance was Su Long, and then, his teacher. Because Suyu had no other relatives. Su Long was also in the battlefield now. If Bai Junsheng insisted on saying so, there was really no way to refute. Of course, no one would take it seriously. What was yours just because you said it was, not to mention the Bai family. Even if Suyu himself was here, no one would say that the relic belonged to Suyu. More than 10 minutes later. Downstairs of the Su family's house. This building was now sore. Because people often came here. Experts secretly came to investigate, those with status and background came to investigate, and those without status and background came to investigate secretly. As time went by, they almost got into a fight a few times. The night before, the experts from both sides who came to investigate the situation encountered each other by chance. They thought that they had encountered an enemy, so they fought with each other and almost destroyed the entire building. Fortunately, they knew that it was the Great Xia Manor, so they restrained themselves and only injured a few residents. No one died. Even so, this place could not be stayed. Even Shanghai and Luanyue came to investigate. If this went on, a random fight could lead to the death of all the residents in this community. The building where Suyu lived had been completely vacated. Under the arrangements of the Great Xia Manor, the other people in the neighborhood had also moved out one after another. This community was now very desolate. In the past, you could see the elderly and children playing and chatting in the garden. Now, you could not see it. A desolate community, some dilapidated buildings. Suyu did not say anything. This house could be considered ruined. Even if his father came back, this house could not be lived in. The whole building was now a little tilted. This should be caused by a fight between experts. It was considered good quality that it did not collapse. In the corridor, there was a lot of debris left behind by some residents who moved. Several Long Wu-wei guards downstairs saw Suyu. One of them, Ling Yun, said coldly, "Do you want to enter the house? If you enter, you will bear the consequences." There are many people investigating Suyu's house. This house is cursed. Dozens of people have died. Are you sure you want to go in? Huh? Suyu was puzzled. Really, he had only killed 2 people. How could there be dozens of people? He turned his head and looked at Old Chi. Old Chi nodded. It's true. It's quite strange. Of course, some people say that it's not a curse. It's done by Qinyong. Brother Bai. If it's really him, he probably won't kill you. I'm in danger. Why don't I not go in? Who? Suyu was surprised. Old Chi explained, it said that it's Qinyong. You know Qinyong. After the public trial last time, several Invincible Realm experts ordered him to return to Xia province within half a year. This explains everything. It's October now. 4 months. If he doesn't show up in 2 months, he will be a traitor of the mortal realm. Speaking of this, Old Chi added, it said that some people have died recently. They were all killed by him. Uncle Master killed again, so you did not pay much attention to the news of the mortal realm. Of course, Bai Junxing was not a person who paid attention to these news. He nodded. That's also my senior brother. Who said he's a traitor? If it's really my senior brother who killed them, then so be it. This is the property of the Bai family and the Chen family. It's reasonable for someone to kill a thief who came uninvited. His face was calm. That's my senior brother. Old Chi wanted to say that you're not Bai Feng. You said you're his cousin. You're really shameless. You can get involved with anyone. The other Long Wu-wei were also a little surprised. Someone from the Bai family? Yes. Researcher Bai Feng's good-for-nothing younger brother? Bai Junxing, who is known as one of the 8 heroes of Tiandu. So you said with a dark face, do Long Wu-wei talk like this nowadays? Believe it or not, I'll ask my cousin to teach you a lesson. My cousin has a good relationship with Xianxia. My half-student, Suyu, has a good relationship with His Royal Highness Xia Huyu of Xia province. The other Long Wu-wei were speechless. Ling Yan was also speechless. Alright, go up. People from the Bai family. Be careful. I'm warning you. Many people have died. Of course, whether it's Galao's doing or not. We don't think so. Don't make wild guesses. Don't be caught by others. Especially you, Bai Junxing. Don't talk nonsense outside. Qin Galao is from Xia province. He's one of us. Bai Junxing can be counted as half. It's okay for outsiders to talk, but people from the Bai family shouldn't talk nonsense outside. In fact, they were also inclined to believe that Qinyong did it. Recently, the human territory has been very chaotic. Many people have died. Many of them have been found to have some grudges with the Shinwen faction. Needless to say, it's most likely that Qinyong killed them. So you said carelessly, I know. Can I cause trouble for my brother? Can I cause trouble for my senior? You've already caused trouble. The group of people was very helpless. People from the Bai family couldn't be violent. Otherwise, they would definitely give him a slap to wake him up. So you didn't talk nonsense and went upstairs alone. The door of the house was broken. It was getting more and more desolate. It was dirty. In some places, it had already been moldy. The sofa was also rotten. The table also had some holes. The bedboard was lifted. The pots were thrown everywhere. The bowls were broken. The chopsticks were scattered. This was Suyu's home. The last time he came, it wasn't so dilapidated. It had only been a few months, and it was getting more and more dilapidated. The windows were all broken. This time, Suyu was much calmer than last time. If it's gone, then it's gone. Everything in his memory has long been different. In this place, he left his youth, left his hot-blooded self. Let those things disappear with this house. No more hot-blooded, no more fantasies. After looking around, Suyu smiled. Where did the relics come from? How could I not know my home? He thought in his heart. After a moment, he showed a little doubt. The death aura on his body was slightly impacted. Very weak. If it weren't for the death aura on his body, Suyu wouldn't be able to detect it. After carefully experiencing it, Suyu's eyes moved slightly. Heavenly Essence Chi? Strange, there is Heavenly Essence Chi in the house? It's very weak. Under normal circumstances, it couldn't be sensed. Suyu was very sensitive, but he didn't notice it. It was the death aura that made him feel the existence of Heavenly Essence Chi. Heavenly Essence Chi. Last time, he gave an idea to Xiaoyi. To fake the relics, of course, Heavenly Essence Chi was the most suitable. Could it be that the plan had begun? In fact, this place had been set up with fake relics? Suyu's heart moved slightly. If this was the case, it meant that the chaos in Xia province would come soon. They had actually set up some Heavenly Essence Chi here. Suyu thought to himself, his expression unchanged. In this place, if he couldn't feel it, ordinary sun and moon definitely couldn't. Maybe the top sun and moon could feel it, because the Heavenly Essence Chi was too weak. It was so weak that Suyu could only sense it through the death aura. Now, he didn't know where the trap was set up. Interesting. Suyu smiled and walked out of the house. Downstairs. Old Chi shouted, did you find anything? Suyu smiled and said, of course, this place is the entrance to the relics. Suyu told my cousin. My cousin told me, so it can't be wrong. The Long Wuwei powerhouse said coldly, by Junsheng, don't talk nonsense. Now, there were many people staring at this place. Suyu said disapprovingly, who's talking nonsense? Suyu told my cousin. It's true. If you don't believe me, then forget it. He said that the entrance to the relics is in his house. It's a very powerful relic with endless Heavenly Essence Chi and countless treasures. Humph. Long Wuwei snorted coldly. This guy from the Bai family was really annoying. At this moment, in the neighborhood, someone suddenly laughed and said, Brother Bai, are you serious? Suyu looked up and saw a group of young men and women walking in his direction. Among them was someone he knew. He saw and met Zhou Hongba from the Seeker Academy last time. Is he still alive? Suyu wanted to kill him last time, but he didn't find a chance and chose to leave. After that, he forgot about this guy. Now he met him again, not only him, but it seemed that Zhou Hongba's status here was not too high. There were also some men and women. Seeing these people, Old Chi tugged at his clothes and said, don't talk nonsense. They are all descendants of some big shots, and some top geniuses from various mansions. Suyu looked at them and snorted, why do you care if I'm serious or not? Can't I just say it? By Junsheng, don't be presumptuous. Someone shouted coldly, do you know who you are talking to? Suyu sneered and said, what's wrong? Can't I? Beat me to death? I know now that in the entire human realm, only our bright lord is watching over it. Try to provoke me. Although my bright lord doesn't like to cause trouble, we are not afraid of it. My Bai clan has served bright lord for generations. I have a good relationship with Zhu Hongliang. If I beat Zhu Hongliang and go to the city lord's mansion and call him Grandpa Zhu, mansion lord Zhu will not punish me. Do you think I am afraid of you? Hearing this, many people had strange looks in their eyes. Damn it, even the bright lord is like this, what a foul mouth, more importantly, he is not afraid of you. If you provoke him and he can't beat you, he will call his parents. Indeed, the bright lord is watching over it now. Will the Bright Lord appear for Bai Junsheng? It is impossible for ordinary invincible masters, but the Bright Lord, it is hard to say. If the Bai family really went to the Great Bright Prince's side, maybe the Great Bright Prince would really come forward. This time, this group of men and women also felt disgusted. How could this be? Fortunately, the Great Bright Prince is not your grandfather. Otherwise, you will be like the Zhu family, asking the Great Bright Prince to come. Suyu looked proud. Don't use invincible masters to scare me. Don't use the sun and moon to scare me. I am not afraid of scares. Not only that, let me tell you, I still have a trump card. Speaking of this, he coughed, as if he had said something wrong. He quickly pulled old Ji away. The others looked confused. What does he mean, what trump card? At the same time, old Ji also asked curiously, Brother Bai, what other trump card do you have? If you have nothing to do, don't provoke those guys. What are you afraid of? Do you know about the Sky Hunter Pavilion? Of course. I just heard about it. You don't know, but before you came, a guy from the Sky Hunter Pavilion appeared. His name is Xianxia. He is very powerful, a sun and moon realm master. He fought with the leader of the Long Wuwei secret guards, and he did not lose, old Qi said for a while inside. More and more masters are gathering into Xia province. I heard that the Sky Hunter Pavilion is also a big force in the All Heavens battlefield. They have several invincible masters. I didn't expect that they also have a human realm master. So you said proudly, I don't need you to tell me. Do you know? The Sky Hunter Pavilion will give some geniuses and masters some Sky Hunter list. They can ask for anything at any time as long as they give money. They will do anything, such as murder or arson. I know this, but I heard that they only give it to some top geniuses, such as the geniuses on the Sky Hunter list and some Sun and Moon Realm masters. It has nothing to do with us. I am also a genius. So you said proudly, I am one of the 8 heroes of Heaven Capital. I became a Sora at such a young age, you know. Old Qi was surprised to hear this. He seemed to think of something and sent a voice transmission. You mean, don't tell others, don't talk nonsense. Holding the list is not a crime, nor is it considered colluding with Wanzhou. We, the human realm geniuses, also have such things in the All Heavens battlefield. It's fine. Old Qi understood now, and he was shocked. Bai Junxin got the Sky Hunter list, no wonder he was so arrogant. He thought he could rely on the Sky Hunter Pavilion to fight against those people. The Sky Hunter list. You really got it? Hee hee. Suyu chuckled and did not say anything. He raised his eyebrows and looked proud. I got it, so many. Only Bai Mian had some of the Sky Hunter list. On Suyu's side, he had 100, and the other 3 Bai Mian each had 30, for a total of 190. In other words, Suyu could communicate with 100 clients while he was in charge of Xia province. This information could be directly sent to him. Of course, the other 3 Bai Mian also had some authority, but they still had to listen to Suyu. Old Qi was a little envious. He heard that this was for top experts and geniuses, but Bai Junxing actually got it. Everyone knew a little about the Sky Hunter Pavilion. It was true that it was not under Wanzhou. Of course, everyone knew that this force was not a good guy. Anyway, colluding with them was not a crime. After all, this force could buy many good things that others could not. At this moment, old Qi finally knew where Bai Junxing's confidence came from. Do you have money? Old Qi suddenly asked. I heard that this force only recognizes money. Suyu smiled and said, it's okay, they gave me face. My cousin is a famous person. Old Qi was speechless. You used to clamor and trample on your cousin, but now you always talk about your cousin. That's enough. As they were talking, a middle-aged man next to the group just now transmitted his voice, don't bother with Bai Junxing. This guy seems to have got the Sky Hunter list. Be careful of the Sky Hunter Pavilion. The Sky Hunter Pavilion only recognized money, not people. They also did the work of assassins. Whether you were a descendant of the invincible realm or not, they only cared about money. Strictly speaking, they were more daring and dangerous than Wanzhou. Most of the people in Wanzhou were cowards. The people in the Sky Hunter Pavilion were not afraid of death, and many of them were geniuses. Sky Hunter Pavilion? Someone said thoughtfully. Big forces had some understanding of the Skyhunter Pavilion. Someone sighed and said, there are not many people in the human clan on the heaven, earth, black, and yellow rolls. Almost all the geniuses on the heaven roll can kill people of a higher level. Previously, Suyu of the human clan reached the top and killed a cultivator in the 4th stage of the Sun and Moon realm, that was killed by the Shunwen who killed Jibadian. Moreover, he obtained the inheritance of the relic. Otherwise, how could Suyu kill the Sun and Moon realm? The relic, an extremely powerful relic. That guy must have obtained a lot of benefits. In the group, some were jealous, some were envious, and some were silent. Looking at Suyu's house in front of them, they were even more eager. Perhaps, the relic was nearby. Suyu was already so powerful after obtaining some superficial inheritance. Then, if they got the relic, would they be better than Suyu? The inheritance of the invincible realm was not a sin. Suyu was killed because he was from the Shinwen faction. If others got it, once they had the protection of the invincible realm, they might be able to go on the road to proving their Tao. Many people had the same thought. It was normal, give me the relic, give me a large amount of resources, give me everything, I can do it. As for how Suyu got his resources and how he cheated them, they didn't care too much. The gods were too stupid to be cheated by Suyu. How stupid. They heard that Suyu had used a modern corpse as an ancient one and cheated them of countless treasures. There was nothing to be afraid of if the gods were so stupid. The experts felt that Suyu's scam was very powerful. These people only felt that one was too stupid and easily deceived. As for how much effort and preparation Suyu had put into it, they didn't think about it. What they heard was that in that instant, Suyu had managed to trick the Protoss into running around in circles with a fake corpse. By Junxing, Heaven Hunter list, by Feng, and at this moment, some people had their own ideas and thoughts. Even an idiot like Bai Junxing could get the Heaven Hunter list. Were the experts of the Heaven Hunter Pavilion blind? As for how Sun and Moon realm knew, nonsense. Bai Junxing was just a sore. Did he think he could hide from Sun and Moon's prying eyes? And Suyu, who had already left, smiled slightly. Perhaps the business of the Heaven Hunter Pavilion was about to start. Come and kill me. Are you plotting against me? Those who killed Bai Junxing were not good people, this was inevitable. Whether it was killing Bai Junxing or kidnapping him, it was most likely to target Bai Feng. Since that was the case, it was best to catch them all in one fell swoop and give his business a good start. He also wanted to make the first order for the entire Heaven Hunter Pavilion's human realm branch. Let those elders see Xianxia's ability. Of course, if he was promoted to elder, he would have to be directly supervised by the head of the mystic department. He had to think twice. If he was directly supervised, his information would be known to the other party. While Suyu was stirring up trouble. Great Xia Civilization University. Many Faculty of Theology. The agitated Bai Feng was about to step into Ling Yun. At this moment, his voice transmission talisman vibrated. A moment later, Bai Feng cursed, F***CK. Bai Junxing, you idiot boy. I have deliberately drawn a clear line between us, but you still come to Xia province and cause trouble in southern Yuan. Bai Feng was about to explode. Idiot, my surname is Bai, but it doesn't mean I'm an idiot. This idiot actually came to the prefecture city of Xia province. Bai Feng really wanted to go crazy. Do you know how many people are staring at me now? Do you know that if you come now, you can easily drag the entire Bai clan into this? Bai Feng was really furious at this idiotic cousin of his. He gritted his teeth. You can come here secretly, or you can have someone to protect you. But now you come alone. Southern Yuan is still very far from Xia province. Along the way, there will definitely be people who will attack you. You idiot, it's too infuriating. He quickly got up and walked out of the seclusion place. No, although this idiot is a fool, I can't just watch him be killed or taken away. I have to think of a way to make him leave immediately or stay in Southern Yuan. In Southern Yuan City, Suyu didn't plan to stay for long. Anyway, he didn't believe that there were relics in Southern Yuan at all. Even if there were, they were prepared by Xianxia and not real. What was the point of staying here? He would go to Xia province to find his teacher and grandmaster. If possible, maybe he could talk to Old Wan. Suyu really couldn't see through this man. He had been pretending to be at the peak of the mountain and sea realm for many years. Recently, he heard that he had been in seclusion to break through to the sun-moon realm, so you didn't know how strong Wan Tianxing was. However, Xiao Houyi, Hong Tan, and these people, including Niu Baidao, all talked about Wan Tianxing with an attitude that he was more than that. In Su Yu's opinion, these people were all geniuses. They admired Wan Tianxing so much. Was it true that Wan Tianxing hadn't broken through to the sun-moon realm in 50 years? This time, he wanted to go to Xia province to find out more. Near the city gate. So you wanted to leave? Old Chi couldn't help but ask, are you really going now? Of course. Old Chi said through voice transmission, I know you rely on the Sky Hunter list, but what if they don't send people here? I heard that the Sky Hunter Pavilion didn't seem to have any power in the human realm before. They just came here this time. In Xia province, Long Wuwei seems to be tracking them. Are you sure they can send people here? Do you have the money to call people here? How long will it take? Aren't you afraid of losing your life? Su Yu thought for a while and nodded. That makes sense. Old Chi, why don't you give me a ride? Old Chi looked at the sky and thought, stop dreaming. I've just soar. I won't give you a ride even if you beat me to death. At the city gate, the Long Wuwei who urged Su Yu to enter the city saw that Su Yu and Old Chi were chattering and seemed to want to leave the city. The Long Wuwei said angrily, Bai Junxing, don't run around. Why don't you wait for someone from the Bai clan to come and take you back to the main constabulary? Or wait for researcher Bai to send someone to take you to Xia province. When they arrived, Bai Junxing didn't make any movements, so no one paid attention to him. Now, this fellow had foolishly acted arrogantly for a while, and everyone knew that Bai Feng's cousin was here. Did he really think he was safe? Su Yu smiled and said, it's fine, I have arrangements. I'm just fishing on purpose to attract some people with bad intentions. I'm not stupid. Su Yu said loudly, I have confidence. Whoever dares to find fault with me, I'll make sure they die a horrible death. His voice was still quite loud. Confidence? What confidence? The main constabulary, Long Wuwei was also speechless. Fine, you're the one who wants to die, I'm too lazy to care about you. Su Yu laughed and soon said, I'm leaving the city. I'm going to the prefecture city of Xia province to find my cousin. If you're not afraid of death, come and find trouble with me. He was as arrogant as ever, with some confidence. After saying that, he smiled at Old Chi and left on his earthly dragon beast. After he left, Old Chi cursed, that's my earthly dragon beast. This Bai Junxing was a little more arrogant this time, and he even took away his earthly dragon beast. He was really inhuman. Was the Heaven Hunter list really useful? He wasn't sure, at the same time. In the city lord's mansion. Several Long Wuwei elites looked at each other, and then looked at the old man in the middle, the commander who was guarding this place, a sun and moon tier elite. Commander, what should we do? Bai Junxing is Bai Feng's cousin. If he leaves now, will he be fine? The commander looked into the distance and frowned slightly. After a while, he said, send some people to follow him secretly. Intimidate the others, just in case. The Bai clan's spoiled brat doesn't know the dangers of the world. Do you really think no one dares to deal with you? What are you thinking? Your brother and Hong Tan are now a thorn in everyone's side, but they've been staying in the prefecture city, so nothing happened. Your Bai clan is also in the Ming Constabulary and Tiandu Prefecture, so no one dares to deal with the Bai clan. It's rumored that Bai Feng is the creator of the Shunwen battle skill disassembly method, and now he's quite famous. Hong Tan only has 2 disciples, and the eldest one is missing, or perhaps he doesn't dare to come back. The second disciple, Bai Feng, is his only hope. If they captured Bai Junxing and threatened Bai Feng, they might be able to obtain the method to split the divine character battle technique ahead of time. There were more than 1 or 2 people who coveted this cultivation technique. One wants it, and so do the other prefectures. The Shunwen faction secretly wants it, and so do the Shunwen faction secretly. Don't let the faculty of theology change because of an inconspicuous Bai Junxing. The Dragonmite sentinels quickly followed him out. At the same time, in a mansion in the city, someone said in a low voice, Bai Junxing is gone. That guy is full of confidence, probably because he got the Sky Hunter list. But that idiot didn't think that just today, someone from the Sky Hunter Pavilion entered the human realm. It seems that a large number of people from the Sky Hunter Pavilion entered today, and all the prefectures are hunting for them. Would the Sky Hunter Pavilion dare to make a move now? In Xianxia province, Xianxia appeared before, but it's hard to say if he can survive. Don't be impatient, don't act rashly. You're a precious person. I know. Leak the news to Wanzhou and wait for the results. Xiajia probably won't watch Bai Junxing get caught. Soon, the courtyard was quiet again, and the sky gradually darkened. Bai Junxing's arrival caused some waves. But most people didn't choose to follow him. Southern Yuan was more important. Besides, they didn't need to make a move. Maybe, someone would test the situation for them. If they could really capture him, someone would naturally do it. No one stipulated that all the forces should stay in Southern Yuan. Outside the city, a large number of experts were active. At the same time, several white-faced experts scattered around Xianxia province received a voice transmission from Suyu. Good start, there's a mission. In Southern Yuan, Bai Feng's cousin, Bai Junxing, released a message for help, hoping that the Sky Hunter Pavilion can send someone to protect him. Xianxia, you accepted the mission? Xianxia, you've already published the Sky Hunter list? The white-faced experts were surprised. Damn, aren't you a little too fast? This is called luck. The place where I appeared was not far from Bai Junxing, and I gave him a list. This guy said that he's Bai Feng's cousin. I've looked up Bai Feng's information. Bai Feng is very important. He's Suyu's teacher and also a genius of many Shenwen factions. He even developed the talent blood essence and Shenwen's combat technique decomposition method. Anyone related to Bai Feng can publish a list. Speaking of this, Suyu added, whoever is closer to Southern Yuan will protect him. I'll follow him secretly. I feel that this time, I can establish the prestige of the Sky Hunter Pavilion and make a name for myself. Xianxia, isn't it too risky? This is only the first day, and we've just arrived. We're not familiar with this place. We don't know how many human experts there are in Xianxia province, and we don't even know who they are. If we accept the mission rashly. Suyu quickly said, we're not sure, and the other party won't believe that we dare to accept the mission as soon as we arrive. Then, what price did Bai Junxing offer? He introduced us to Bai Feng, let Bai Feng hold the list, and even sent it to Hong Tan. He didn't pay for it, but this is a great opportunity for us to expand the market in Xianxia province. Bai Feng and Hong Tan are both key figures in this vortex. Once we can establish a relationship with them, our Sky Hunter Pavilion will have an absolute advantage in the future. As soon as these words came out, the hearts of the three white-faced experts froze. So fast. So efficient. Once he arrived, he could establish a relationship with the two from the Shenwen faction. It had to be said that Bai Junxing's condition was better than some resources. It was in line with their interests and requirements. To oversee Xianxia province, of course, they had to establish a relationship with some experts, geniuses, and high-ranking fellows. Otherwise, how could they expand the business of Sky Hunter Pavilion? I can accept this mission, but I'm too far from Southern Yuan. I'll need at least 2 days to reach there. Me too. I'm near Southern Yuan, in the area around Tianshui City in Xianxia province. I can accept this mission. Xianxia, what do you think? It was Huangjiu who replied. Suyu quickly said, sure, you and I will work together to protect them. I'm also worried that I'll be lured away by others if I'm alone. I'll keep a distance first. You be careful. Long Wuwei from Xianxia province seems to have people following him. Before Long Wuwei can hold on, let's not interfere. All right. The two of them quickly completed the handover. Suyu gave himself a mission. Of course, he had the files to check. He specially took out a list and sent a message to himself. In the future, if the law enforcement officers found out about it, there would also be records for him to check. Moreover, Suyu seriously suspected that all the words on these channels that were opened now might be monitored, because these weren't directly communicated through the mask, but through the Sky Hunter Atlas. This thing wasn't too safe. His communication with Huangjiu and the others might be seen by the law enforcement officers, or even the higher-ups. If it was Suyu, he would definitely be in charge of the movements below. After arranging this, very soon, Suyu began to contact Xianxia through the mask. This person ran away. This was out of Suyu's expectations. Old Zhu really couldn't do it. He actually let him escape. Elder, are you still there? Elder, are you alright? Suyu asked for a while. After a while, Xianxia replied. What's the matter? Elder, where are you now? I'll look for you. Which great prefecture are you in charge of? Great Tang Prefecture. As for the specific location, I don't know. Xianxia snorted in his heart. Now that you know, you're going to leak the news, right? I've seen through you, responsible for Great Tang Prefecture? Suyu murmured in his heart. Speaking of Great Tang Prefecture, there was still that fake father-in-law of the 9th layer of Sun and Moon there. Scary. However, now that his identity was exposed, that Elder Qing wouldn't look for him anymore, right? Cui Lang was his grandson-in-law. Also, Qing Mo gave him a token previously, but Suyu didn't use it. He said that he could ask Great Tang Prefecture for help, but Suyu didn't have the chance to use it. He actually didn't like asking for help and owing favors. Moreover, Qing Mo gave it to Cui Lang, not him, Suyu. Xianxia was in charge of Great Tang Prefecture, which was still quite a distance away from Dexia Province. It was a pity that it wasn't Ming Prefecture. Then who was in charge of Ming Prefecture? I heard that an elder died. Could it be that person, or one of the other 8 white faces who died? Forget it, I don't care about this anymore. Elder, I'm friends with the top powerhouse of Great Tang Prefecture, Elder Qing Mo. If you encounter any trouble, you can ask me for help. I'll help you anytime. I'll ask Elder Qing to stand up for you. As long as it's not beheading. Xianxia transmitted. Xianjiao, we know each other very well. Don't play this game with me. If I really die, do you think you'll have a good ending? Of course, you can also give up this identity. Suyu was embarrassed. I'm not that kind of person. However, Xianxia didn't seem to cause any trouble for him at the moment. Of course, he didn't rule out the possibility that Xianxia was casting a long line to catch a big fish. Suyu didn't trust these people, or rather, the number of people that he could truly trust could be counted on one hand. This was how things were these days. If you trusted others too easily, it would be easy to die. Suyu rode on the earthly dragon beast, but his speed wasn't fast. Along the way, he also quietly observed. 3 people from Long Wuwei had come. One was Shan Hai, and the other 2 were Ling Yun. It could be said that they thought highly of him. They were his secret guards, and they were the free kind. From the looks of it, Dexia Province had increased the protection of Bai Feng and the others. Huangjiao and Suyu didn't know their exact strength, but they definitely weren't weak. They were definitely above the 7th tier of the Mountain Sea realm, but they probably hadn't reached the Sun Moon realm yet. Their strength was still acceptable. With their protection, unless the Sun Moon realm came. If the Sun Moon realm came, he would have to make a move. Of course, the 1st tier of the Sun Moon realm was fine, but the 2nd or 3rd tier was also fine. Suyu had activated the illustration of the 3rd tier of the Sun Moon realm, so he could kill the other party. However, if the middle or late stage Sun Moon realm came, it would be big trouble. They didn't have to go so far just for Bai Junsheng, right? Although late stage Sun Moon realm cultivators weren't rare in the All Heavens battlefield, don't forget that even one had participated in that battle. Under normal circumstances, a race would only have a few late-stage Sun Moon realm cultivators. Moreover, in the past few battles, the various races had lost quite a few late-stage Sun Moon realm cultivators to Suyu. How could there be so many late-stage Sun Moon realm cultivators running around? As Suyu moved forward, the sky was already dark. In the wilderness, Suyu wasn't in a hurry. He got off the earthly dragon beast and started to make some barbecue for himself. The few Long Wuwei that followed him in the dark cursed, the Bai clan was also a warrior clan. Why were they like this? Couldn't they travel in the middle of the night? Would a sore like him starve to death if he didn't eat for a day? As Suyu barbecued below, the few experts secretly went all out to guard against him. They were just short of cursing Suyu to death. This Bai clan spoiled brat. The next time they encountered him, they would give him a good beating. Further away, a black figure flashed by. It was Huangjiu. With the help of the mask, Huangjiu also entered the void and hid his tracks. The Long Wu didn't notice him at all. In the dark, Huangjiu also looked around. He wanted to find Xianjiu's location, but he didn't find anything. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Xianjiu was still very capable to be able to sit on the 24th seat. Moreover, he was very daring. As expected of an expert stationed in the ancient city. This guy was still alive after the few big changes in Xinghong ancient city. He heard that Xianjiu's visit to the human realm this time was specially approved by the head. It seemed like he had some real skills, so you didn't care about these. His mission this time wasn't to kill many people. He didn't expect one by Junxing to attract many experts and big shots. He would give Skyhunter Pavilion and Xianjiu a pass. At the same time, he could kill a bunch of people to vent his anger. Back then, he was chased all the way like this. Now, he wasn't afraid anymore. He was thinking, if even Huangjiu couldn't solve the problem, how could he appear in public? Clone technique. If it was clone technique, it would be easily seen through by experts. Shadow clone, or flesh rebirth, Suyu pondered in his heart. Perhaps, he should create a fake doppelganger to pass off as the real one. At a critical moment, he could make do with it. It just so happened that he still had the little furball in his head. He could make a puppet and let the little furball take over for a while. After making up his mind, Suyu secretly drew some blood and started to create a fake clone. If the other party really attacked, and Huangjiu couldn't solve it, then he would let the little furball pretend to be by Junxing, and then he would go out and kill those guys. While Suyu was preparing, he didn't stop barbecuing. His heart was slightly moved, but he pretended to be ignorant and continued barbecuing. The next moment, in the darkness, a ghostly light flickered, shooting towards Suyu from afar. It was a poisoned arrow. In the darkness, the Long Wuwei's mountain sea quickly moved, grabbing the arrow. Without a word, it flew into the distance. Everything was carried out in silence. The two Lingyunjing's Long Wuwei quickly looked around. Luring the tiger away from the mountain was a common trick. Be careful that if the leader left, someone would immediately come to assassinate by Junxing. As expected, as soon as the mountain sea leader left, a ghostly light flickered in front of the two Lingyunjing's eyes. One sword light flickered, and in an instant, the two Lingyunjings fought with the other party. In the darkness, the voices of these people were very soft. As for Suyu, he seemed to have discovered something and suddenly shouted, "Who is it? I have someone protecting me. Are you courting death?" The people who were fighting cursed inwardly, "Protection my ass." In the next moment, in the distance, the Long Wuwei's mountain sea returned and quickly fought with the other party. With a rumble, he lost control of the sound. This time, Suyu finally woke up. Of course, he was pretending. Suyu shouted, "Courting death." After saying that, he got on the earth dragon beast and quickly left. The Long Wuwei's mountain sea, who was entangled, couldn't help but shout, "Don't go, stay where you are. Idiot, why are you running?" Protecting this kind of person was the most troublesome. It was afraid that they would run away. If they were obedient, this kind of person would be easy to protect. Suyu ignored him and continued to flee. He snorted from afar, "Trying to trick me? I don't even know you. Trying to trick me? No way. I'm Long Wuwei." The mountain CC was furious. "Idiot, I'm Long Wuwei." In the next moment, he said angrily, "Do you want to die, Wanzhou? Running amok in my Dixia province, do you really think I can't do anything to you?" Hee hee. In the darkness, someone sneered, "Dixia province? Do you still think that Dixia province is the same as before? Prefecture Lord Xia has gone to the All Heavens battlefield, and Xiaoyi hasn't returned yet. In the vast Dixia province, only a bunch of trash is left." The Long Wuwei's mountain CC was furious. With a rumble, his saber slashed through the darkness, causing light to erupt. In the darkness, a group of people quickly fought, fighting so hard that the darkness became as bright as day. As for Suyu, he mounted the earthly draconic beast and shot off at top speed. The mountain and sea commandant couldn't do anything about it. Running away really was a bit troublesome. With two mountain and sea commandants joining forces, he and the two Lingyuns were locked down. "Who hired you?" the mountain sea commander shouted. Bai Junxing has nothing to do with Bai Feng. He's just an ordinary genius from the Ming Prefecture, but he has a close relationship with the Ming Prefecture's Zhu clan. Do you want to attract the Ming Prefecture's lord to kill you? Hee hee. In the darkness, cold laughter rang out. And at this moment, a dark light flickered, and with a squelch, a head fell from the void. Huang Jiu casually grabbed the headless corpse and put it in his storage ring. He quickly disappeared, catching up to Suyu. A bunch of boring fellows, pretending to be mysterious. When the hunting heaven pavilion was mysterious, it was more mysterious than them. What was there to pretend for? Just because they had the invisibility ability of Shenwen, they could pretend to be mysterious and powerful. In the All Heavens battlefield, there were many such people. On Long Wuwei's side, a group of fighters couldn't do anything to the other party, but he didn't have such worries. And the people fighting were slightly stunned. In the next moment, Long Wuwei's Mountain Sea commander knew who the other party was. He shouted, "Hunting Heaven Pavilion? People from the Hunting Heaven Pavilion? No need to thank me. The Hunting Heaven Pavilion has completed the mission. Cheating neither old nor young, under the heavens, the Hunting Heaven Pavilion exists forever. Huang tribe, Huang Jiu." He he he. Huang Jiu's laughter rang out, and he had already disappeared. He had the same idea as Suyu, advertising, and in front, Suyu secretly cursed. "I am the boss, and you actually advertised yourself. Are you trying to rebel? You have to talk about Huang Jiu's subordinate, Xianxia, soon." Suyu also shouted, "Be it Long Wuwei or Wanzhou, stay away from me. I don't trust you. I have hired people from the Hunting Heaven Pavilion to protect me. No one else is allowed to come near me." The Long Wuwei's expert who was still fighting cursed. No wonder he was so arrogant. It turned out that he had a relationship with the Hunting Heaven Pavilion. Idiot, was the Hunting Heaven Pavilion very strong? Although the Hunting Heaven Pavilion was strong, in Xianxia province, it could only be considered a grandson. It was just that Bai Junxing wasn't worthy of Xianxia province paying too much for him. This time a Mountain Sea commander came to protect him. It was already not letting him down. As for Wanzhou's 2 Mountain Sea commanders, they quickly prepared to escape. The people from the Hunting Heaven Pavilion had arrived. This group of people roamed the heavens battlefield, and their strength was not weak. Wanzhou had also heard of them. The people from the Hunting Heaven Pavilion were actually not weak, especially Elder Bai Mian and Elder Faceless. However, they appeared weak. There was no other reason. Those who dealt with the Hunting Heaven Pavilion were not easy to deal with. They were either geniuses or powerhouses. Those geniuses often thought of ways to lure them over and kill them. To be able to survive and become Bai Mian, they more or less had some ability. The moment Huang Jiu attacked, he killed a Mountain Sea commander. A Mountain Sea commander was also a high-ranking person in Wanzhou. Soon, the remaining 2 Mountain Sea commanders exploded with power. They repelled Long Wuwei and quickly fled. Mountain Sea realm experts were also powerhouses. Since they couldn't complete their mission, they could only run. The hidden Mountain Sea commander was in the middle stage of the Mountain Sea realm. Even he was killed in an instant. Clearly, the people from the Hunting Heaven Pavilion were very strong. The few of them were only in the early stage. Suyu, who was running in front, felt a little bored. There were only a few Mountain Sea realm experts, and the strongest one was only at the 4th stage of the Mountain Sea realm that Huang Jiu had killed. Was there no sun and moon? He had roamed the heavens battlefield for a while, and his horizons had really broadened. Without sun and moon, he felt that there was no motivation. In fact, Suyu had almost forgotten that in the mortal realm, in Wanzhou, a Mountain Sea commander was already a high-ranking person. They were either powerhouses in charge of a sect, or powerhouses at the level of a deputy sect master. Some small sects only had Mountain Sea commanders as sect masters. The 3 Mountain Sea commanders were really not weak. He had just seen too many battles between powerhouses, and subconsciously felt that the 3 Mountain Sea commanders were looking down on him. In fact, the fact that the 3 Mountain Sea commanders had come here meant that they thought very highly of him. Experts in the higher stages of the Mountain Sea realm were actually rare. Perhaps there were many in the mortal realm, but they were not everywhere. There were many Mountain Sea commanders in the Great Xia Civilization University, but there were only a few in the later stages. He felt that Huangjiu and the others were weak, but Huangjiu and the other white faces were all elites among white faces. They had roamed the heavens battlefield for many years without dying, so how could they be weak? The hunting heaven pavilion was a major power with at least 8 invincible existences. As for the white faces, they were considered middle to high level. It was just that Suyu's white faces had come too easily, so he hadn't realized this. Suyu continued forward. Along the way, Huangjiu didn't show himself, but he had secretly killed many people. Suyu knew all of this. Soon, this news spread through the mouths of some survivors. On Wanzu's side, he soon received the news. Bai Junxing had hired a white face as an escort, Huangjiu of the Yellow Tribe. Previously, the one who had appeared in southern Yuan and could rival the sun and moon was Xianxia of the Black Tribe. These two might be related. Clearly, there were some white faces from the Hunting Heaven Pavilion in Xia province. At this moment, Bai Feng, who had just left the city, also received the news. Huangjiu? The Hunting Heaven Pavilion? Bai Feng was stunned. No wonder this kid is so arrogant. He found a backer. But where did this idiot get the money to hire a white face for protection? Also, this Hunting Heaven Pavilion is really bold. I just received the news that a large number of people from the Hunting Heaven Pavilion have entered the mortal realm, and all the major prefectures are surrounding them. They actually dare to accept a mission now. Aren't they afraid of being surrounded and killed by Xia province? The Hunting Heaven Pavilion was not a good person. He was worried that Bai Junxing would get involved with them. At this moment, he was not the only one going out. Of course, he did not call Hong Tan. It was best for Hong Tan not to go out now. It was too dangerous. Accompanying him was Wu Yuehua, a top expert at the 9th tier of the Mountain Sea Realm. Wu Yuehua had long been at the 8th tier of the Mountain Sea Realm and had only recently broken through to the 9th tier. At this moment, hearing the news, he frowned slightly and said, "The Hunting Heaven Pavilion. These guys actually entered the mortal realm in large numbers. This is a sign of chaos. The Hunting Heaven Pavilion won't do anything without benefits. If it's not chaos, they won't go. If they go, there will be chaos. These guys only want the world to be in chaos. They are the source of chaos, or rather, the creator of chaos." Of course, this was an exaggeration. However, it was true that the people from the Hunting Heaven Pavilion liked to add fuel to the fire. In any case, there were not many good people among them. Wu Yuehua quickly said, "Go and pick up your cousin. If that Huangjiu is still there, see if we can kill him. This is also a great contribution." Killing Bai Mian was also a great contribution. Bai Feng nodded and said helplessly, "This guy is really stupid. He's looking for trouble for me." At this juncture, sigh. "I'll teach him a good lesson this time. Cut the crap. It's good enough that you're stronger yourself. Otherwise, you'll need others to help you every time. Look at that disciple of yours. Although he doesn't have long to live, the All Heavens One will never forget him. Blossom brilliance, illuminate the myriad worlds." Clearly, Wu Yuehua had an extremely high evaluation of Suyu. The Wu family was the same. The Wu family's matriarch had previously said in the All Heavens battlefield that only such a person was worthy of her Wu family. He didn't seek eternity, only an instant of brilliance, illuminating the heavens. Suyu had obviously done it. The Wu family had an extremely high evaluation of such a peerless monster, just like Lu Wenyan in the past. Bai Feng said helplessly, "Martial auntie, don't hurt me like this. My master hasn't hurt me enough." "You should too," Wu Yuehua said. Indifferently, "That's the truth. My Wuqi slaughtered everyone in the All Heavens battlefield." Even Huang Ting was unconvinced. "When I mentioned Suyu, she didn't object when I said I would betroth her to Suyu. It's obvious that she also has her eyes on Suyu." "Holy shit," Bai Feng said helplessly, this. Wuqi belongs to our generation. You're pulling a couple. Didn't Wulan follow Suyu to the Ming constabulary? What the hell? Wuqi may be hard to deal with, cold, and this and that, but she's still one of the few female experts of our generation. She's a female prodigy, and you're pulling her to Suyu just like that, really? Also, did you know that your grandniece ran away with Suyu? Wu Yuehua said carelessly, a person like Suyu is worthy of our Wu family's women. It's not a big deal to betroth Wu Qi and Wu Lan to him. Forget it. Bai Feng felt powerless. He said somewhat gloomily, that's just your wishful thinking. So you might not have such thoughts. That brat told me before that women are not as good as cultivation. That's a talent. Wu Yuehua nodded in praise. This is a real cultivator. Very good, no wonder he's so outstanding, F*CKU, Bai Feng cursed inwardly. So, as long as you have abnormal strength and talent, any personality is good in your eyes. If you're a playboy, you're casual and elegant. If you're a straight man, you're determined. If you're ugly, you're honest and simple. If you're short, you're concentrated. They're all the essence, forget it, Bai Feng didn't want to argue with this woman. It's scary that the Wu family's women are so stubborn. There's no point in arguing with a woman. Forget it. I'll vent my anger on my cousin. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have gone to Wu Yuehua. If I didn't go to Wu Yuehua, I wouldn't have been looked down upon by her. Poochie, the sound of a sharp blade piercing through something rang out. With a rumble, a corpse fell to the ground. Huang Jiao's figure flickered. He laughed coldly and transmitted his voice from the mask, the human race is only SOSO. Wanzhou, a bunch of idiots. I've killed a few mountain seas, but they still come forward wave after wave. They don't know what's good for them. This kind of trash won't survive more than a few days in the battlefield. He had seen too many geniuses and experts. Now, fighting with some of Wanzhou's mountain seas was very boring, weak, he couldn't feel the strength of a strong race at all. The human race was like this. The strong were very strong, and the weak were very weak. They weren't like the god and devil races, where the strength was more balanced. The weaklings of the human race were even weaker than the smaller races. The experts of the human race couldn't be matched by the god and devil race. This race was extremely polarized. Wanzhou had elites, but they wouldn't come looking for Bai Junxing. That would be a waste. The ones who came were all weaklings. In the end, they were easily dealt with by Huang Jiao. As Huang Jiao was thinking, a huge cauldron descended from the void, boom, Huang Jiao stabbed out with his sword. In the next instant, the huge cauldron shattered. Countless poisons covered it, and with a poochie sound, its flesh began to rot. Huang Jiao, who had been very arrogant just a moment ago, instantly fled. He cursed inwardly, unlucky, I've met a poison master. I won't brag next time. Just as I finished saying that, I suffered a great loss. Humph. Consider yourself lucky to run. At this moment, Wu Yuehua walked out from the void. With a cold snort, he put away the huge cauldron. I'll poison you to death. As for Suyu, he was so bored that he wanted to cry. I wanted to kill them, but in the end, you guys are really capable. Huang Jiao was dealt with by someone else, but the one who came was Wu Yuehua. How am I supposed to fight? Forget it, forget it. A bunch of small shrimps. I'll let them off this time. At this moment, Suyu felt movement behind him. Someone was going to kick him, he subconsciously wanted to retaliate, but in the next instant, Suyu endured it. With a bang, Suyu flew back in a pretentious manner and cried out in pain. Behind him, Bai Feng grimaced in pain but quickly restrained himself. Without batting an eyelid, he pulled back his leg that was in excruciating pain and cursed inwardly. While he cursed furiously, he was also surprised and puzzled. What the hell? This cousin of mine has just entered SOAR not long ago. I, a dignified half-step Ling Yun, actually kicked my leg so hard that it hurts. What's going on? At this moment, Suyu did not show any reaction. He was laughing in his heart. He took out a large steel plate from behind him and turned to look at Bai Feng. With a wronged expression, he said, "Why did you kick me? Look, even this mystic grade shield was flattened by your kick. You're too ruthless." Bai Feng blinked his eyes. Was there a shield just now? I didn't feel anything. This cousin of mine is also a blacksmith. It's not surprising that he has a mystic grade weapon. But I didn't feel anything when I kicked him. Although he still had some doubts, Bai Feng could not care less. He said angrily, "Who asked you to come?" Didn't you hear me when I asked you to scram? Grandpa is injured. I'm here to tell you about the situation. Second uncle also said that he wants to talk to you. I'm here to bring the message. Speak. We'll talk when we reach Xianxia province. Bai Feng was furious. So you said fearlessly, I won't say anything until we reach Xianxia province. Wu Yuehua could not be bothered to waste any more time. He said, let's go back quickly. If we let him go now, will you send him back? Let's go to Xianxia province first. Bai Feng was helpless. That's right. If you chased him away now, no one would be able to escort this cousin of his. The person from Skyhunter Pavilion was scared away just now. At this moment, Huang Jiao, who was scared away, observed from afar. He smiled and did not care. Bai Feng is here. Forget it. Since that's the case, my mission is considered completed. Not bad. A good start. My first mission was completed smoothly. Humans are not to be underestimated. This woman is very domineering and strong. Disregarding her strength, that poisonous cauldron almost poisoned me to death. I have to be careful. Xianxia, the mission is completed. I'll take my leave first. Accept more missions. Our team has completed a mission the moment we arrived. It seems that the target you chose is not bad. Xianxia did not reply. He did not mind. Xianxia might be busy or hiding in the dark. Who cares? As for Suyu, he had already contacted Bai Feng. His mood was not bad. As for the vibration of the mask that was hidden, he could not be bothered. It was not a big deal. It was probably a message from Huang Jiao. I'm going to Xianxia province. Suyu thought to himself as he looked at Bai Feng. No matter how he looked at her, she was so beautiful. Old Bai, long time no see. It has really been a long time. It has been 4 months. However, this teacher of mine, TSK, level 9 of SOAR. Sigh, too pitiful, too miserable. Isn't he too weak? I can pinch him to death with one finger now, right? This won't do. I gave you so much Heaven's Essence energy. Why haven't you reached Ling Yun yet? Suyu cursed in his heart. Are you slacking off? Are you not working hard enough? If you were working hard, why is there no improvement? He looked down on Old Bai in his heart. In truth, he was extremely happy. Old Bai, long time no see. I miss you a little. I have always been surrounded by wolves. Only now does my mood become much more cheerful. Seeing Bai Feng again, Suyu was indeed in a good mood. He was very happy and delighted. Although this teacher was not very responsible, he had to admit that Bai Feng had taught him many things and helped him a lot when he first came to Great Xia Civilization University. Moreover, Bai Feng had taught him many things, including some secrets. The Xinwen combat techniques and the creation of talents and essence blood were all things that Suyu knew. Outsiders yearned for them, but Bai Feng imparted them to him casually. Moreover, he had used 100 drops of mountain-breaking bull's essence blood to build his foundation. Only then did Suyu know how useful the mountain-breaking bull's essence blood was. Many mountain-breaking bulls died, and Bai Feng was also an indirect executioner. Ever since Bai Feng was sent to the All Heavens battlefield as a punishment, Suyu had not seen him. The last time he appeared as Cui Lang, he did not meet with Bai Feng. At this moment, when they met again, Suyu was in a really good mood. On the All Heavens battlefield, there was a pack of wolves waiting for him, and there was no one he could trust. That feeling was like trying to survive in the cracks, afraid that someone would suddenly stab him in the back. Suyu felt extremely insecure. But now, he was much more relaxed. He relaxed, but Bai Feng remained vigilant. He looked around, cursing and swearing. This cousin of his was too deceitful. On the way back, he had to be careful. Wu Yuehua had already escaped into the void to investigate the enemies in the dark. As Bai Feng led the way, he scolded, when we reach Xianxia province, there is a caravan in Xianxia province that will go to the Ming constabulary. You should go with the caravan. You idiot, get lost. I have the same bloodline as you. Suyu laughed and retorted. With Bai Juanqing's identity, it seemed very satisfying to anger old Bai. Bai Feng was really angry. he said angrily, "What's wrong with Grandpa? What did my father ask you to tell me?" Grandpa's yang opening aperture failed and he's injured. Hearing this, Baifeng was not surprised. He sighed and said, "I guessed it." Suyu asked curiously, "Do you know how to open your yang aperture?" "That's right, teacher is a member of the Bai clan." "Does he know how to open his yang aperture? If I open it, can I control it?" To be honest, Suyu felt that he would be very strong after opening all his yang apertures, but he didn't dare. That was because once the yang aperture was opened, it could not be stopped. It would continuously absorb the power of one's aperture acupoints. Suyu was fine as the power of his aperture acupoints was strong, so he could still hold on for a while. Ordinary people could not. Did Elder Bai really open all his yang apertures? If that was the case, to be able to hold on until now without dying, that was incredible. "No." Baifeng said grumpily, opening the yang aperture, exploding the aperture acupoints first. "You're courting death. The method left by the ancestors is not reliable. There must be another way to open the yang aperture." As he spoke, Baifeng realized something and was a little surprised. He suddenly turned to look at Suyu and said, "Yang aperture?" He was a little strange. What yang aperture? Of course, he could generally understand the meaning of this philosophy. Therefore, he did not pay attention to it at first. But at this moment, he was suddenly stunned. The Bai family did not name this aperture. Similarly, no one named this aperture. The one who named it was actually Suyu. As for Suyu, he did not tell many people. He only mentioned it to Lu Wenyan. Therefore, this was the first time the term yang aperture appeared. Back then, Suyu mentioned the vital spirit aperture instead of yin aperture and yang aperture. Suyu did not care at first because he was used to saying it. At this moment, seeing his expression, Suyu pretended to be calm and said, "You don't even know about the yang aperture?" "The last time Suyu came to our house, he told me that our elder ancestor actually opened the yang aperture, and correspondingly, there should be a yin aperture. Only when yin and yang are balanced can the yang aperture be opened without any trouble." Suyu, Baifeng understood and nodded slightly. Yang aperture and yin aperture. He thought about it and said, "This is the vital spirit aperture that he mentioned." The vital spirit aperture and the divine aperture both have an exploding point, a gathering point, and a combination point. I've read some of his theories. Speaking of which, I was the one who taught him all of them. Baifeng sighed. Actually, I was the one who discovered the vital spirit aperture. However, Suyu made some more outstanding discoveries in this area. At least he didn't embarrass me as his teacher. All right. Suyu was too lazy to say anything to him. This was his teacher's hobby, and he would boast a little when he had nothing to do. In the past, he always said that no one could beat him and that he was invincible among his peers. In the end, only later did he find out that he was beaten up by Huangting 3 times. Suyu heard it from somewhere else. Since Suyu was mentioned, Suyu also wanted to inquire about the situation. "Brother, is Suyu doing well in the heavenly battlefield?" "He's doing well." Baifeng did not say much about this. "Doing well my **s, he's about to die, that bastard won't feel comfortable if he doesn't cause trouble." Now, he heard that no one dared to go to Xinghong ancient city. That guy couldn't cause trouble even if he wanted to. He turned to look at his cousin and said with some dissatisfaction, "Don't learn from him." There was a trend, it was not the Bai family's style to cause trouble in southern Yuan. This was Suyu's style. As for Suyu, he felt that he could not be blamed for this. Causing trouble. Baifeng taught him. Yes, Baifeng taught him. Suyu remembered that when he first came to the academy, Baifeng went to beat up Zhou Mingren's disciple, Hu Wenxing, in order to show him how strong Shenwen's combat skills were. Soar level 7 defeated Soar level 9. After that, Hu Wenxing went into seclusion and did not come out. This led to many disputes between Shenwen and Shan Shenwen. "Wasn't it you, Baifeng, who taught me the ability to find fault? Now you deny it," Suyu muttered in his heart. Baifeng did not think so much. Suyu was looking for trouble. His ability to find fault was first class. What did this have to do with me, Baifeng? He did not remember what he did. At this moment, he was still having a headache over this matter. Seeing his cousin's disapproving look, he could not help but say angrily, cut the crap. Did you hear what I said? When you reach Xianxia province, get lost with the caravan tomorrow. I won't. You, Bai Feng's lungs ached. He said angrily, fine, if you don't get lost, I won't care about you. Do whatever you want. Also, how did you get involved with Sky Hunter Pavilion? That organization is not a good thing. Today, all the manners are surrounding them. Do you know that? Siyu quickly said, I know, but they gave me a lot to protect me for free. Look, they helped me kill a few troublemakers. You, Bai Feng was speechless. Gave you a lot? They will protect you for free? What are you thinking? It's really free. Of course, I promised them that I would introduce you to them. Nonsense. Bai Feng was furious. Siyu said with a smile, don't be anxious, brother. They said that they have just started doing business and there will be a lot of benefits. For example, if I introduce you, they will help me for free once. If you introduce Honggalao for free, there might be free benefits too. If Honggalao introduces Wanfu Prefect or Xiaoyi for free, I might also get free benefits. Bai Feng was stunned. After a while, he asked, how much? Siyu secretly curled his lips. I knew it. Let's see how you negotiate. Bai Feng pondered. Free things, it would be a waste not to take it. Isn't it just introducing them to my teacher? It's not a big deal. He was afraid of being targeted in the All Heavens battlefield, but in the mortal realm, what was there to be afraid of? This cousin of his had learned how to do business. You have the Sky Hunter list? Yes. Let me use it. Siyu was speechless. You are really anxious. Very soon, he took out a list and handed it to Bai Feng. This was also what he had used before. It could be considered by Juanxing's in case something went wrong. Ignoring Bai Feng, Siyu operated it himself. That white mask entered the Sea of Will. This white mask was considered an earth soldier and could naturally be kept. Previously, Siyu was afraid that it would be troublesome and that white mask might be dangerous. Hence, he didn't bring it into the Sea of Will. At this moment, he still had to take a risk. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if he couldn't communicate with it. It wasn't easy to wear it. In the Sea of Will, Siyu sensed for a while and soon saw Huang Zhou's message. He replied, I've already left. The mission has been successfully completed. The earlier missions won't earn you anything. This time, it's also free. Fellow comrades, please have a long-term view and cast a long line to catch a big fish. Missions usually had rewards, but there weren't any this time. Because there was no charge. Huang Zhou quickly replied, it's fine. I saw Bai Feng. He is one of the people in the human realm this time. It's a good thing that I've come into contact with him so soon. Xianzhou's business ability is still very strong. At this moment, Earth 18 also praised. It seemed that he didn't gain anything from the first mission. However, he had quickly entered the circle of the core people in the human realm this time. Gaining connections was the key. Bai Mian from other big mansions was still looking for a place to stay and wait to integrate. However, Xianxia province had already started to accept missions and make a name for itself. So you didn't reply. Very soon, he received a message from Bai Feng. Hunting Sky Pavilion? I'm Bai Feng. My cousin said that if I use your list to introduce my master to you, I will be rewarded with 1,000 wisps of heaven and earth mystic light. Is that true? Siyu was speechless. He raised his head and looked at Bai Feng, who was walking slowly in front of him. You're really something, you're lying through your teeth. Very soon, Siyu replied in his mind, impossible. Of course, if researcher Bai uses our list and is willing to introduce Hong Tan and Galao to us, we will do our best to pay a price. Just say it. What's in it for you? Siyu ridiculed. He was really straightforward and didn't hesitate. He quickly said, killing, protecting, it's free of charge. Of course, it's only once. We will also judge the degree of danger. If it's too dangerous, we will reject it. That's it? Bai Feng, who was walking in front, seemed very dissatisfied. He even turned around and glared at Bai Junxing. Alright, so you thought that his identity had been exposed. Why was he glaring at him? Very soon, Bai Feng's message came again. Killing and protecting is fine. Help me find my senior brother and secretly protect him for half a year. Screw you, Suyu was speechless. This was too difficult. To be honest, the Hunting Sky Pavilion might not even know where Xianxia was. Secretly protect him for half a year? What a joke. But, it might not be impossible. He could actually give it a try. Thinking of this, Suyu quickly contacted Kai Yi. This was the enforcer of the Mystic Department. He didn't know if he was dead or not. Bai Yi was in the 6th layer of the Sun-Moon realm, so Kai Yi should also be in the middle layer of the Sun-Moon realm. As Suyu's superior in the human realm, Suyu could also contact him. Very soon, Suyu sent a message. Enforcer Kai Yi, my department is already stationed in Dexia province. Previously, we took on the first mission to protect Bai Feng's younger brother, Bai Junxing. The mission was successfully completed. Now, Bai Feng is communicating with my department. He wants me to find Xianxia's location and protect Xianxia. Speak directly. Kai Yi's message came quickly. Bai Feng, Hong Tan's disciple, Yi Beishan's grand disciple, obviously, Kai Yi was considering. It had to be said that the Dexia province branch got into character too quickly. Kai Yi, who was hiding, could actually monitor their conversation. The channel opened by Suyu and Huangjiu could be seen by the enforcers. Suyu also had his own guesses, so he wouldn't talk nonsense in these public channels. The only thing he could be sure of now was that his conversation with Xianxia was probably not seen by others. It was considered a top-secret channel. As for the rest, they might be seen. Including his conversation with Bai Feng now, of course, Suyu didn't have any evidence. Kai Yi quickly said, "You want to seek help from the human realm branch?" "Yes, because this is to open up the market. We need more support from the headquarters. Bai Feng is the key person. Dexia province is the core of the storm. I hope that the headquarters can give us more support." Kai Yi thought for a while and quickly said, "All right, I will report for you to find Xianxia and provide protection. But Xianxia, Dexia province is very dangerous. You can come in contact with people like Bai Feng, but you have to be careful in case you fall into their trap." "I know. Also, Enforcer Kai Yi, when will Black Face, Kai Face, and Grey Face enter the country? We are too short of manpower. Even for small missions, the few of us White Face have to take action. We can't split ourselves and can't accept it at all. Arrange it as soon as possible." "Thank you. No need." After ending the communication, Suyu quickly replied to Bai Feng, "I will reply to you later. I have already reported to the headquarters. It will take some time to find Xianxia's whereabouts. We also need to arrange people to provide protection. It might not be completed smoothly." "All right." Bai Feng didn't have too much hope. He quickly asked, "Oh right, do you guys want to accept the mission to kill an invincible cultivator? My authority isn't high enough. I am unable to make the transaction." "Damn, this is similar to how I chatted with the Heaven Hunting Pavilion back then. That's all there is to it?" Bai Feng looked at him in disdain. He quickly asked, "Then do you want to accept other missions? For example, to save Suyu or something like that?" "I can't." Bai Feng harumphed. When Suyu heard this, he felt a little touched in his heart. This teacher of mine still remembers to save me. At the next instant, Bai Feng transmitted a message over. "In that case, can you pass a message to Suyu? I can give it a try. Let him announce in the ancient city that I am his teacher, and I can help him submit the mission. That brat killed so many sun and moon cultivators, it would be a waste if he didn't receive any rewards. As his teacher, I will reluctantly go and collect some rewards for him." Suyu was speechless. Needless to say, his teacher was thinking the same thing as him again. "I also feel that it would be a waste if he didn't receive any rewards. I can give it a try." "Try your best. Your Heaven Hunting Pavilion can't even do anything. Do you still want to establish a foothold in the human race?" He was being looked down upon. "Also, send me a copy of the rankings as soon as possible. Can you send it to the Great Xia Civilization University? Send it to the entrance of our research institute." Suyu felt helpless. This was courting death. Of course, he could do it. But in that case, the heaven-hunting pavilion might very likely guess that he had sneaked into the Great Xia Civilization University. How could it be so easy? Then, Suyu's identity would be easily exposed. Right now, he was a multifaceted liar. I will send it to you as soon as possible, but the exact location is not convenient to disclose. TSK, if you are afraid, just say it. Bai Feng didn't say anything else and casually threw the rankings to Suyu. He turned his head and said, "Don't come into contact with this organization. You are too stupid. This organization isn't anything good. The strength of the people who came this time can only be considered average. Many of the missions can't be completed at all." Suyu felt that Xianxia was being looked down upon. "Forget it, do what you want." He nodded and smiled. "I know, brother. Do you want to set a trap and catch them all in one go?" "Nonsense, do you think I don't want to?" Bai Feng said in annoyance. "I told them to deliver the leaderboard to me and find a chance to kill them. They aren't stupid and know the danger. They don't dare to tell me when, who, and where." He guessed it, so you felt helpless. How pitiful. He had to be more careful in the future. It wasn't just one or two people who thought this way. All of them wanted to kill the people from the heaven-hunting pavilion. As the two of them chatted, Wu Yuehua appeared in the sky and said, "There probably won't be anyone coming. Leave the matter of the heaven-hunting pavilion to the Great Xia province. Don't get involved personally." After saying this, he said solemnly, "This organization is extremely powerful. They are extremely mysterious in the battlefield of heavens and know many ancient secrets. There are even rumors that some of their pavilion masters or building lords might be invincible existences passed down from ancient times." Suyu was surprised. There was such a rumor, probably, but it seemed normal. This organization did have a long history. If that was the case, the strength of the heaven-hunting pavilion was somewhat terrifying. Ancient invincible existences. Suyu had seen the strength of the stone statue. It had killed Demon King Rad with one punch. This was the invincible existences passed down from ancient times. Bai Feng nodded slightly. "I know this. Actually, there are some people from Great Xia province who have snuck into the organization. However, they are only at the bottom. Their upper echelons are very strict. Invincible existences, elders, and then Bai Mian. Very few people can sneak in. They are all experts that they have nurtured themselves." Was it difficult for Bai Mian to sneak in? Suyu was surprised. "I snuck in easily. It was not strange for someone to sneak into the heaven-hunting pavilion. This organization even recruited geniuses. The first time they met, they invited Suyu. Of course, when these people joined, they were usually not in the upper echelons. Therefore, Bai Feng knew a little about it, but he did not understand it too well. He had only heard of it. At this moment, Wu Yuehua also walked down from the void. As he flew, he said, "It's good to have less contact with them. Of course, if you really lack any treasures or materials needed for cultivation, you can trade with them. Even if they don't have them, the heaven-hunting pavilion will sometimes act as a middleman to help you contact people who have these treasures." Bai Feng nodded. He did not continue talking about the heaven-hunting pavilion. He looked at Suyu again and said, "You better scram back and cultivate. You are a sore. Aren't you embarrassed to run around? You are a sore too." "Me?" Bai Feng coldly snorted and said, "If it wasn't for you, I would be Ling Yun if I went into seclusion for a few more days. Moreover, my sore is different from your sore." It was different. Suyu nodded. "I can crush your sore with one finger. To be honest, I am also a sore physique. Moreover, strictly speaking, I am only at the 8th stage of the sore physique. My realm is not as high as yours. You are already at the 9th stage." They walked and chatted. Their speed was not slow. As they neared the prefecture capital of Dixia province, Wanzhou was not stupid enough to really come here to kill them. Since the mission could not be completed, Wanzhou also chose to give up. The reward was not high, and the price he had to pay was too heavy. No matter how weak a mountain sea was, it was still a mountain sea. Along the way, several of them had been killed. Who would accept this mission again? He cursed those guys who issued the mission for using Wanzhou as cannon fodder. They arrived at the prefecture capital of Xianxia province. Suyu no longer had the shock of his first visit and the fear of a country bumpkin entering the city. Now, in his opinion, the Xianxia province city was just like that. As for the prefecture guards, a group of Wanshi and a few sore physiques, they were really weak. They did not look like they had come here for the first time. Wow, there are so many experts. Wanshi is an expert. Now, on the battlefield of the heavens, except for the army, there was almost no Wanshi. If they did see him, he was either an expert in disguise or he had accidentally wandered outside. Anyone who called Wanshi an expert now would be laughed at. The three of them quickly rushed to the Great Xia Civilization University. Bai Feng said as they walked, "Stay in the academy for a while, then leave immediately. How many times have you repeated that I will leave? You should at least give me a few days of rest, right?" Suyu said discontentedly, "You're a big shot in the Faculty of Theology. What's wrong with me staying here for a few days?" "You." Bai Feng was annoyed. Was that the question? Did this idiot know that he would drag the Bai family into this? He was about to die of anger. Bai Feng could not be bothered to talk to him anymore. He walked to the academy in silence. A guy who can't do anything right, 3 days at most. "If you don't leave after 3 days, I'll knock you out and send you away." Great Xia Civilization University. As always, it was quiet, but not peaceful enough. It was already October. It had been 2 months since the admission of new students. There were more people in the academy. There were more experts too. There were many experts, including the Tao protectors of the students of the 10,000 races, the Tao protectors of the disciples of the 10,000 races, and the researchers who had been hired. Compared to when Suyu left, there were many more experts in the academy. At this moment, in Shouxinggu Gulao's conference room, the Gulao were having a meeting. Of course, this had nothing to do with Wan Tianxing. He had not participated in such things for a long time. He was going into seclusion to break through to the sun and moon realm. Nowadays, the meetings were usually hosted by Yuan Qingdong. This vice principal from the seeker state was very flamboyant at first, but he had been keeping a low profile recently. After Hong Tan broke through to the sun and moon realm, he kept a lower profile. There were many things to talk about today. Yuan Qingdong did not say much. When everyone was present, he said, "Let's start the meeting. The first thing is that Dean Zhou Mingren is coming back. He killed a sun and moon in the Vanguard Battalion and completed his mission. Not only him, but his student Qing Yuming is also coming back." He glanced at Hong Tan, and quickly said, "The seeker state means that Zhou Mingren will continue to be in charge of the Faculty of Theology. Of course, now it can be said to be Shan Shenwen University. Does anyone have any objections?" When he finished speaking, he looked at everyone. When he saw that they were all looking at Hong Tan, he also looked at Hong Tan. Hong Tan ignored them. He was thinking, why hasn't that brat Bai Feng returned? No objections, then it's decided. Yuan Qingdong forced a smile, and said, "With me and Dean Hong, the Great Xia Civilization University can be considered to have recovered some vitality. There are 3 sun-moon tiers now." Everyone was silent. Yuan Qingdong was used to it, and continued, "The second thing is that the Hunting Heaven Pavilion started to enter the territory yesterday. A large number of elites sneaked into the human territory, and there are traces of them in Xia province. Xia province needs our help to investigate. Everyone, be more careful. This time, the members of the Hunting Heaven Pavilion are very strong. If you encounter them, try to delay them until Xia province deals with them. The third thing is that it's October now, and the assassinations are still happening outside. The seeker state asked me to ask Dean Hong, when will Chen Yong return?" Hong Tan raised his head, and said in surprise, "My disciple is missing, and you're asking me? You're not going to save him, and you're asking me?" Yuan Qingdong could not be bothered to say more. In the past, he would have argued for what was right and argued with Hong Tan for a while, but now, forget it. None of these guys were afraid of him. Up to you. At the end of December, if Chen Yong does not appear, the decision of the 3 invincible elites will take effect. Hong Tan did not care about this, and they could say whatever they wanted. Yuan Qingdong added. Fourth, Jiao Galao and the others have been in closed-door training for a long time, and the situation is not very stable now. If it's not a life-or-death training, they should all come out as soon as possible. No one answered this. Galao's closed-door training was their business. Who knew if it was a critical moment? Fifth, the Seeker State asked us to try our best to find out the whereabouts of Lan Tian. Recently, Wanzhou seems to have the intention of joining forces, including a large number of Wan clan experts to sneak into the human territory. Lan Tian is the clearest high-level leader of Wanzhou that we know. Still no sound. This was also the norm of the meeting. After saying this, Yuan Qingdong exhaled, and after a moment of silence, he said the last thing. Finally, on the Seeker State, I hope that Zhao Lian Galao can go to Xinghong Ancient City and contact Suyu, including the upgrade of his talent blood essence extraction technology, and I hope that Suyu can provide a small number of resources for the human race. Without waiting for the others to speak, he quickly said, "It has nothing to do with me. I'm only responsible for conveying information and instructions. Don't ask me about anything else. I don't know. If you don't want to go, you can refuse it yourself, and I will convey the truth to the Seeker State. That's all." He knew that once he said this, he would definitely be rebuked. However, he did not want to be rebuked. "So, don't tell me that I'm just a tool to convey orders, I don't care about anything else." Although Suyu had left, he still had a strong foundation in the Civilization Academy. Among Galao, there were many from the Shunwen faction. In addition, there were also the neutral Galao Huang, Galao Nya, and the newly promoted earthly armament master Zhao Galao of the Galao faction. They were all on Suyu's side. On the Divine Talisman faction's side, there were also Galao who spoke up for Suyu. There was no need to mention the Divine Pill faction. Therefore, when he said this, he would definitely be rebuked. However, this time, Hong Tan did not make things difficult for him. Instead, he nodded slightly and said, "If that fellow can really extract the sun and moon blood essence like the rumors say, actually, Bai Feng and I can learn this technique." However, he might have already lost his nature and prioritized killing. Tell the Seeker State that anyone who isn't afraid of death can go and try. Zhao Li is an earthly armament master, so forget it. Hong Tan smiled and said, "Go, and give it a try. If the sun and moon 9 heavens go, it won't be too dangerous. At most, he will seal the city, and the humans will think of a way to save them." His smile was a little strange. "You guys go, can you guys threaten and command the current Suyu?" He oversaw a region and became the ancient city's overlord. Even if he was invincible, he would be unlucky if he went. Not to mention the sun and moon 9 heavens, those who aren't afraid of death can go. "Do you think it's still the Suyu who was forced to leave?" Then, he said, "If I remember correctly, the one overseeing the Seeker State now is the Great Bright Prince. Is this the Great Bright Prince's order?" "No." "Then who gave you the order to go to the Seeker State?" Yuan Qingdong replied woodenly, "Probably the 9 great clans. I'm not sure. Under normal circumstances, they are in charge of trivial matters. Don't ask me. I haven't been to the Seeker State for a long time." Hong Tan thought for a while and said, "How about this? We can ask the Seeker State to provide us with some resources. We created the innate blood essence technique ourselves. We can also create the sun and moon blood essence, but we need a large amount of sun and moon blood essence to conduct experiments. I hope that the Seeker State can provide us with a few thousand drops. I'll pass the message on." Yuan Qingdong had a woodenly written expression. "I'll pass the message on. Don't tell me anything else." Hong Tan was really surprised. "You don't even refute what I said. You even want to pass the message on, have you been bullied so much that you've turned stupid? What a strange fellow." Yuan Qingdong could not be bothered to argue with him. If he did, it would be troublesome. Right now, he was in Xia province, in the eye of the storm, and he could already vaguely feel some pressure and danger. He really could not stay in this place for long. Those Seeker State fellows had not come over and had not experienced some of the recent changes in Xia province. They could not sense it, but he knew that it was best to leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, he might really lose his life here. Wan Tianqing had not appeared for a long time, and he, who came from the Seeker State, had been in charge of the academy. In the past, he had been happy. Now, he was perturbed and uneasy. The Great Xia Civilization University was now like a crematorium that was about to explode. If it exploded, not even a corpse would be left. After talking for a while, Yuan Qingdong stood up and said, "That's all for now. I might have to go into seclusion in the near future. If there's nothing important, try not to look for me. Principal Xia and Principal Su can handle it." After saying this, he quickly left. In the entire Galao conference room, the group of Galao looked at each other. This Yuan Qingdong was completely different from when he had first arrived. In the beginning, he wanted to interfere in everything. Now, he wanted nothing more than to ignore everything. Those who did not know better would think that they were suppressing him. Alright, they had indeed suppressed him for a while. "Dean Hong, how's the situation on your side? Many faculty of theology have opened, and it's very chaotic. There are all kinds of people. Can your side still hold on?" Hong Tan smiled and said, "It's fine. It'll be fine once Principal Xia proves his Dao. This time, I accepted these people to ease the relationship with Wan. Recently, the students of the Celestial Demons and Celestial Dragons have been studying very happily. This way, the relationship between Xia province and them will ease a little." Bullsh *T, everyone was speechless. Could it really be eased? They did not have any hope. They felt that the current Xia province, from top to bottom, was a little strange. At this moment, on the upper floors of Xiaoxinggu, Wan Tianxing suddenly turned his head to look at the entrance of the academy. His eyes were complicated, and he seemed to be smiling and crying at the same time. You're back really fast, huh, so fast that I'm a little overwhelmed." Sigh. "Fatty Xia should be back too." With a sigh, Wan Tianxing smiled. "Alright, he's back. It's good that he's back. Fatty Xia should be back too. Why is he dawdling outside?" Long Wuwei had also gathered. Most of the experts in the academy had returned. Now, on the battlefield of heavens, Xia province did not have much strength. Lu Wenyan and the others should be back too. Xia Yunqi and the others should be breaking through to the sun and moon realm. Wan Tianxing counted one by one. It was time to start. The rapid rise of Shunwen faction in Xia province, and the appearance of the Invincible Realms relic. Chen Yong and the others found some clues. Chen Yong was not enough, but someone at Ji Hong's level. This guy had been investigating for a long time, and it was time to show his face and let people know that he had some control of the situation. Looking in the direction of the Education and Welfare Administration, Wan Tianxing smiled. This guy was quite bold. He still dared to continue investigating. If not for the fact that Xia province had helped him cover up, he would have been discovered long ago. Being too bold might not be a good thing. Of course, it was not bad now. It was also part of the plan. After thinking about this, he looked at Yuan Qingdong again. He was a little surprised. This was not part of the plan. This was not good. Yuan Qingdong should be boundlessly domineering. He should have asked for help. He should not have been so low-key. This was not in line with his expectations. He had to change. At the entrance of the school, Bai Feng scolded, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and go in." Siyu nodded and did not say anything. He followed Bai Feng into the school. There was no inspection. Recently, the school seemed to be more lax. In the past, when outsiders entered the school, they would need to be inspected. As for Suyu, he didn't receive such treatment. He did not know if Bai Feng's status had risen, or the entire school was slacking. When they reached the school, Wu Yuehua did not follow them. Only Bai Feng and Suyu were there. The sky had just brightened, and there were not many people in the school. However, some students could be seen dancing at the sound of rooster crows. It seemed that they had been reading since early. In the school, there were still people who focused on reading and doing research. Suyu glanced at them for a while and did not look further. As for Bai Feng, he ignored all of this. He said as he walked, "I will arrange for you to stay in the nature-nurturing garden." Scram after 3 days. "No, I want to stay in the research institute." "Nonsense." Bai Feng said angrily, "Is the research institute a place where you can enter?" "Suyu lives in the research institute. He even told you about this?" Bai Feng was surprised and quickly said angrily, he is a student from our Shenwen faculty. Of course he can stay, but you can't. Then I will also join the Shenwen faculty. Do you want to die? Bai Feng turned his head and glared at him, his eyes cold. If you give me any more trouble, I won't be polite to you. So you curled his lips, then forget it. So fierce, I just want to go and take a look. Really, why are you so fierce? Then I want to visit Dean Hong. I have no time for you. Who are you? Do you have the right to visit? Bai Feng said mockingly, with your reputation as one of the 8 heroes of Tiandu Prefecture? What a joke. In this school, anyone can beat you up. Not to mention Soar, even some Wansher can beat you up. I don't believe it. Alright, I'll find someone to spar with you later. Wansher level 9, let's see if he can beat you to death. Zhou Hao? Bai Feng was stunned for a moment. You know about it? I've heard of him. He's only in the 9th tier of Wansher? Didn't you say that you've reached the Soar realm? Bai Feng frowned as he looked at him. Ever since his cousin came to the academy, he had changed. Of course, he didn't really understand. He frowned and said, no, he wanted to enlighten his acupoints on his own. He wanted to imitate my student and opened hundreds of acupoints. He hasn't been able to break through, so he's still in the 9th layer of Wansher. Suyu nodded. Zhou Hao's ambition was not small. At this moment, the names in his memory flickered. To be honest, it hadn't been that long. It had been less than a year since he had left Dixia province. He had left at the end of last year. It was now October. Only 10 months had passed. But some people seemed to have been separated for a long time. The wild Zhou Hao, the saintly Wan Mingze. Speaking of Wan Mingze, the last time Suyu heard of him was a long time ago. At that time, not long after he came out of the 100 Dao Pavilion, Wu Lan told him. He told Suyu that Wan Mingze had left. Wan Mingze established the so-called Youth Alliance Army and left with many people. Jiang Mu, who was in the top 10 of the top 100 list, Zhan Hai, and the eldest disciple of Hu Wenxing, Guo Xingquan, who was only heard of but never seen. These people had left with Wan Mingze. However, Hu Qiuxing, who had a good relationship with Wan Mingze, did not follow. There was also Lao Zheng's grandson, Qingyun Fai, Xiao Hoye's granddaughter, Xia Chan, and Jia Mingzhen, Fatty Jia, who was unaware of the situation. The last time he came, Suyu did not have so many thoughts. Because the last time he came, it was because of Chen Yong. This time around, he felt a little more emotional. These people seemed very far away now, but in reality, they were not that far away. Brother, what's the situation with Wan Mingze recently? Suyu asked. Bai Feng was a little surprised. You still know how to care about the outside world? Wan Mingze, that kid is not bad. His Youth Alliance army has expanded a lot. Now there are more than 100 people in each prefecture. They are all of the younger generation. Recently, they have been fighting in several large seas. They are practicing first and will soon go to the All Heavens battlefield. There were more than 100 people, speaking of which, the number was very small. But the so-called Youth Alliance Army's mission was really childish. Of course, it had to be said that it was ideal and beautiful. Fight for the peace of the human race, fight for the unification of the human race. This was the Youth Alliance Army. This was Wan Mingze. Xia Huyu had said a long time ago that he was either a saint or a hypocrite. Suyu did not care about this. Wan Mingze's ideals were still very noble. Even if it was just an act, it was a very noble act, not to mention, Wan Mingze was almost broke. It was already very good that he had gathered more than 100 people with just his ideals. Suyu even suspected that there was an invincible realm master behind him. Maybe it was the disciple of an invincible realm master, but he did not know. How did they do in the sea? They are very strong. Bai Feng was not stingy with his praise. A group of young people with a bright future and ambition. They're stronger than us. We have our dreams, but we can't realize them. But at least they're able to realize their dreams. Wan Mingze and the others have all entered the soaring sky continent and made a name for themselves in the sea region. He then sighed. Speaking of which, this generation of young people is quite good. He then added, you have to learn from them. I know. Bai Feng ignored him. You know nothing. If you knew, you wouldn't have come here. Bai Feng quickly said as he led him to the Liuxing garden, you can stay here by yourself. If you need anything, you can find me at the Wentan Research Center. I will see if there are any strong caravans going there and arrange for you to follow them. Suyu did not say anything. As they walked, Suyu said, I want to live in a detached house. I don't have money. I will pay for it myself. Up to you. As the two conversed, Suyu was not in a hurry to reveal his identity. It might not be a good thing to reveal it now. He actually wanted to meet someone first. To be honest, the moment he came in, he felt that he might have been targeted by someone. It was a very special feeling. In Xianxia, someone was watching him. After meeting that person, they would talk about other things. Soon, Bai Feng arranged a residence for him. It was indeed a detached house, but Suyu had to pay for it himself. It was a small amount of money, of course, and Suyu did not care. He lacked everything except money. Essence Qi liquid was stored in barrels. Soon, Bai Feng left. He still had a lot of things to do. If not for this disappointing younger brother, he would not have come out of seclusion. Bai Feng left. As for Suyu, he did not stay in the house. He also walked out and strolled alone on the campus. Things had changed. There were more experts. When Suyu entered Dixia province, there were 42 Galao, 36 of which were Shanhai, and 6 were Lingyun. Later, many died. On Shan Shenwen's side, Yu Hong, Sun Xiang, and the others had all died. Some of them were Galao in seclusion, and some had gone to the All Heavens battlefield. In fact, the Shanghai Academy should have around 30. This could be considered a powerful force. However, as Suyu walked and stopped, the sensory jade displayed a lot of light spots. Especially when he arrived at the former Wan Academy, the number was even more frightening. There were more than 30 Shanghai Academy. There were 6 Sun and Moon Academies. Dixia province recruited Wan students. These people had Dao protectors, but Suyu did not expect that there would be so many Dao protectors. With so many Shanhai and Sun and Moon Academies, would the Great Xia Civilization University be able to hold on? Well, that was not all. He then walked to another courtyard that seemed to be newly built, and sensed even more information about experts. There were dozens of Shanghai Academy. There were 7 or 8 Sun and Moon Academies. In the small academy, there were more than 10 Sun and Moon Academies. Were these the Dao protectors of the newly recruited Shenwen students? Suyu thought as he continued to wander. There were more than 10 Sun and Moon Academies and dozens or even close to 100 Shanghai Academies. Such a force, if not for the fact that they lacked some mid and late Sun and Moon Academies, could definitely be compared to a large tribe. He had the sensory jade. At this moment, Suyu also wanted to go to Xianxia to take a look. He wanted to see the strength of that Wanfu prefect. Soon, he walked to the Xianxia area. He did not get close, but he was within a kilometer. Suyu did not say anything. On the sensory jade, there was no one. Yes, there were no light spots. It was not that there were no light spots, but he knew where Wan Tianxing lived. There was no one there. Suyu's sensory jade had been created by Zhao Tianbing. Later, it had been modified by Hu Qi and 2 earthly armament grandmasters. The effects were very good. Even if there were some god fiends at the 8th or 9th tier of the Sun and Moon Academies, Suyu could still detect them. But at this moment, he could not detect anything. Suyu took a deep breath. Was there some special method, or was there some other reason? He looked up at Xianxia. Xianxia had 36 floors, and it seemed that Wan Tianxing lived on the 35th floor. As for why he did not live on the 36th floor, there were 2 versions. One was that the 36th floor was where Yi Badian lived, and Wan Tianxing did not live there. The other was that on an unknown day, there had been a huge explosion on the top floor of Xianxia. The explosion had blasted through the top floor, and Wan Tianxing had moved to the 35th floor. Of course, this was not important. Just as Suyu looked at Xianxia, he suddenly took a step back in fright. At this moment, on the 35th floor, a pair of dark eyes, like that of a devil, was also looking at him. Suyu was startled. Damn, why are you scaring me in broad daylight? It's so scary in broad daylight. He felt that he was peeping, but he suddenly realized that someone was peeping at him in advance. He was immediately frightened by the look in the eyes. He immediately lowered his head and swallowed his saliva. Suyu's combat power was very strong, but at this moment, when he saw that pair of eyes, there was still some fear in them. Was that Wanfu Prefect? What a scary feeling. How strong was he exactly? Just as Suyu was thinking, he heard a faint voice in his ear. You're here. Come in and take a seat. Suyu's heart stirred slightly. As expected, I did not hide it from him. It was definitely not because of my strength. The Lord of Daming did not notice me at first glance, unless the Lord of Daming had been probing me all along. As if thinking of something, Suyu looked up again. That pair of eyes had disappeared. Actually, Suyu was not familiar with Wan Tianxing. He was really not familiar with him. Wan Tianxing was too mysterious. From the beginning to the end, the only official meeting was when he came to Xianxia to meet Wan Tianxing. After that, he only heard Wan Tianxing's voice, but did not see Wan Tianxing. Taking a deep breath, Suyu walked toward Xianxia. As he walked, his figure disappeared. There were guards at the entrance of Xianxia. However, Suyu walked straight past them without attracting anyone's attention. He bypassed the guards and walked up the stairs one by one. As he walked, just like the first time, Suyu saw many things again. He seemed to have walked into the academy again. Last time, he saw many things here. He saw himself killing, and he saw Bai Feng and the others killing. And this time, he saw it again, he was still killing. In the academy, blood flowed like a river, and corpses were everywhere. Suyu's expression changed slightly. With a low snort, all the images shattered, he continued to walk forward, and another scene appeared. It was the same scene as before, but the scene did not seem to be in the academy, but somewhere else. He was still killing. Suyu frowned. He did not care about it and continued to walk. After walking for a while, he walked out of everything. There was a faint light in front of him, and a door appeared. He reached the 35th floor. Wan Tianxing's back was facing him, and he was overlooking the academy. He said softly, "Is the outside world exciting?" "Very." "Why didn't you come to take a look the last time?" "I didn't dare to come." "Didn't dare?" Wan Tianxing chuckled. "You didn't want to, didn't you? Did you think that I was a joke when I promised you that I wouldn't make trouble for you in the mountains and seas? That I'm a person who goes back on his word? You're wise, Principal. You recognized me long ago." So you said calmly, "Did Principal leave some kind of mark on me?" "If you're talking about a mark, it's probably in my heart. I've been cleansed by the aura of death everywhere else. Did you leave something on me the first time you saw me?" "You can say that." So you said, "If Principal Zhu hadn't appeared in the battle at Mount Starfall, would you have?" "There are no ifs, right?" Wan Tianxing said faintly, "The past is the past." "Do you still need to know this?" "Yes, Principal is right." So you nodded and said, "How strong is Principal?" "You are what you see. If you can't see, then there's no need to know." So you frowned. Deliberately mystifying. "I've seen plenty of Invincible Realm experts. Old Wan, you're the only one who likes to hide your strength." Wan Tianxing smiled and suddenly said, "Do you know how to prove one's Invincible Realm?" "I do, the fusion of 3 lives." "Then do you know how to capture 3 lives?" "I don't know." Wan Tianxing smiled and said, "How about I tell you?" He turned his head and looked at Suyu. His eyes were very bright, but there was a faint, chilling coldness in them. There's a past and a future in a person's life. There's only one past, and the future has endless possibilities. The past is the only one. The present is changing, and the future is unfathomable. He smiled and suddenly grabbed at Suyu. Suyu's expression changed, and he punched out. Wan Tianxing's hand covered the sky, and he was extremely calm as he grabbed his fist. "Your fist is pretty hard." "Not bad." Suyu's expression changed, so powerful, he felt that his fist was wrapped by the palm, and he could not move at all. It was just like when he encountered the Great Light Lord previously. "Don't struggle. I'll show you the past and the future. I'll show you this world, the most mysterious river of spacetime. I'll show you this colorful world." The laughter was faint. The next moment, Suyu felt a little dazed. He seemed to have entered another space. Walala, the sound of flowing water appeared. Suyu's heart trembled slightly. He looked up again and saw Wan Tianqing in front of him. Wan Tianqing's back was still facing him. He smiled and said, "Don't move, don't speak. Look at this colorful world. This is the river of spacetime. Be careful not to fall in. If you fall in, you might die. Principal, don't ask. Just listen to me. I'll say what I want to say. If I don't, then I won't." "No." Suyu interrupted. "Principal, why do you keep turning your back to me? There's a hole in your clothes behind your butt." "Nonsense." Wan Tianqing laughed. Suyu was speechless. "It's true." Wan Tianqing's figure trembled slightly. He touched it casually. After a while, he said speechlessly, "Spacetime corrosion. Ignore it." After saying that, he turned to look at Suyu. Suyu was speechless. "Why didn't you continue turning your back to me? Is it cool to turn your back to me?" At this moment, he was actually extremely shocked. He looked at the huge river under his feet. This is the river of spacetime, the most mysterious thing in the myriad worlds, something that one must come into contact with to become invincible. It was said that only top powerhouses at the 9th stage of the Sun-Moon realm could come into contact with it. They could explore the river of spacetime and capture the future and past. As for Wan Tianqing, he ignored him. Suyu's position began to be at the same level as his. Wan Tianqing glanced at the river that led to the endless void and said with a smile, "Walk forward and you'll reach the future. Walk backward and you'll reach the past. There are thousands of paths in the future, but there's only one path in the past. Which path do you want to take? Up to you." Suyu didn't say anything. He was only filled with endless curiosity and doubt. How powerful was Wan Tianqing? Why did he bring him here? Then let's go over and take a look first. Wan Tianqing smiled. "My river of spacetime can only see my past. It's very boring. I'll try to show you something interesting." After saying that, he turned around and walked backward. Suyu quickly followed. The so-called river of spacetime was much simpler than Suyu imagined. It was just a turbid river. The river water flowed and there were some waves. He and Wan Tianqing walked on the river and looked down at the river below. They couldn't see anything. Wan Tianqing smiled and said, "This is your past. A drop of water, a memory of the past. The so-called capturing the past is to fish out a drop of water from the endless river. When you feel strong, you capture it and use it as a carrier to turn it into the past." Suyu thought for a moment and said, "In a person's past, the strongest moment will always be that moment, right?" "Wrong." Wan Tianqing shook his head. "No, definitely not. Let me ask you, were you stronger when you unleashed Jibation's power in Shenwen or now?" Suyu thought for a moment and said embarrassedly, "I was stronger back then." "Isn't that it?" Wan Tianqing said indifferently, "You were at your strongest back then. If you capture the past won't be able to distinguish any external forces. That's your past. If you're strong, your past will be strong." Suyu nodded and asked curiously, "Can I capture countless past bodies?" "No. Once I capture one, I can't capture a second one. The river will be very calm and won't flood." Suyu said thoughtfully, "You didn't capture the past body?" "No." "What about the future body?" "None." "So you're at the 9th firmament of the Sun-Moon realm?" "You can say that." Suyu was surprised. For real, he didn't believe it. Old Wan's words might not be true. But at this moment, the river was raging. Indeed, as Wan Tianqing said, he couldn't capture the past body. Of course, what he said might not be the truth. But is there a need to lie to me about this? Wan Tianqing ignored him and continued walking forward. At this moment, a small wave appeared. Wan Tianqing smiled and said, "A small wave means that something special happened at this moment. Maybe at this moment, you are the strongest. To capture the past and the future, choose the bigger and tallest water droplets to capture." Having said that, he reached out and grabbed. The next moment, Suyu's vision blurred and he appeared in the academy. A big hand reached out and with a boom, a person was crushed. Suyu was stunned. This. What a familiar scene. This was the moment when Wan Tianxing crushed Qing Yuming. At this moment, he also saw himself, a very weak version of himself. He was in Xiaoxingge. In Xiaoxingge, there was Wan Tianxing. And beside Suyu, there was also Wan Tianxing. They were like outsiders, watching this scene, watching Wan Tianxing in Xiaoxingge make a move. They were frighteningly calm. Next to him, Wan Tianxing said, "This is one of the most powerful fluctuations in recent times. If you can't capture it, then don't move. Don't cause spacetime chaos. This is what they call turning back time to kill people. For example, if I want to kill you now, I can walk out of this place and kill you in the arena. Of course, there's a high chance I'll die first. Reversing time to kill is actually the most difficult thing to do. Unless you have no other choice, you can try. More likely, even if I killed you in the past, you'll still be alive. Because there are thousands of you in the past, you might just lose this memory." Suyu was surprised, glancing at Wan Tianxing in Xiaoxingge. What if I kill this Wan Tianxing now? Wan Tianxing did not care about this. Looking at the people in front of him, he smiled and said, "This is the moment of the past. If you want to capture it, then walk out, merge with it, take out the vessel, and capture it." Suyu nodded, understanding. This wave isn't big enough. With that, the two appeared above a river again. Wan Tianxing smiled and said, "This is boring. Capturing it won't do much." Suyu asked curiously, "Can principal be captured?" "Yes." "Then why not?" Wan Tianxing said blandly, "What's the point of capturing such a weak past?" He was speechless. Suyu asked curiously, "What kind of past do you want to capture, principal? Is it when you were born?" "Stop fooling around," Wan Tianxing smiled and said, "You'll know after watching for a while longer." With that, he continued to walk forward. There were still waves in the river, but they weren't very big. Some were even smaller than the waves from earlier. As Wan Tianxing walked, he panted a little and said, "Let's go. The further we go, the harder it will be. It's the same in the future. Sometimes, you don't care about what you can get. Some people in the 9 levels of the sun and moon don't care. They can get whatever they want, and then they can enter the quasi-invincible realm." Suyu was speechless. "So, you're not that kind, but the kind that can be picked at random? That's awesome." Suyu did not understand this, but he felt that it was definitely not easy to travel the river of time and space. It must be difficult, while Wan Tianxing was traveling the river of time and space with Suyu. Daming Mansion. City Lord's Mansion. Daming Mansion looked to the north, where Dexia province was, and frowned slightly. Beside him, Zhu Tiandao said with a smile, "Father, what's wrong? You don't feel it?" Daming Mansion turned to look at his son, and Zhu Tiandao also looked there for a while. After a while, he said, "No, what's wrong? Someone is traveling the river of time and space." Daming Mansion looked for a while and said hesitantly, "Am I the only one who feels it? You don't have any reaction at all?" "No. My cultivation is not good enough, and I can't grasp the past and the future accurately." Daming Mansion said strangely, "Dexia province. Dexia province. Who reached this step? Xiao Longwu is back? No, could it be him? Wan Tianxing? Maybe." Daming Mansion was not sure. Zhu Tiandao nodded and said, "It's probably him. Is he going to advance to the quasi-invincible realm?" Then he said with a smile, "It's not easy. It's easy to capture the past and the future, but it's too difficult to find the right time." After saying that, he opened his palm, and a river as thin as urine appeared. Zhu Tiandao said with a smile, "There are not many people like me who can open the river of time and space at any time." With some pride and complacency. "Father, I'm powerful, right?" Soon, the river disappeared. "Let's call it a river for now." Daming Mansion nodded slightly. "You're not bad, but why do I feel that the opened river is very vast?" Zhu Tiandao asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Daming Mansion was still a little confused. Soon, he said, "If it's Wan Tianxing, is Wan Tianxing going to prove the way? Enter the quasi-invincible realm, and then take the opportunity to prove the way? I'm not sure about that." I think he might be planning for the matter in southern Yuan. Zhu Tiandao said with a smile, let's not talk about that guy. He has been hiding for many years. I guess that he has the strength of the ninth realm of the sun and moon. Daming Mansion nodded. He and Yibadian are good friends. Even though Yibadian is about to prove the way, he often goes to the Seeker's Land to ask him for advice. Wan Tianxing is more talented and powerful than I imagined. Zhu Tiandao said with a smile, I heard that Wan Tianxing is the next Xia Chen. Later, when Yibadian rose, no one talked about it anymore. Xia Chen, the first generation, the head of the Great Xia Civilization University. Daming Mansion did not say anything, but he was still a little confused. The opening of the river of time and space did not cause a big commotion. The opening of the ninth realm of the sun and moon was a sign of great strength. Being able to capture the past and the future meant that one was quasi-invincible realm. For example, Zhu Tiandao's demonstration just now. Under normal circumstances, the ninth realm of the sun and moon could be captured like this, open the river of time and space, and go in and fish. It did not have to be a person entering. One could grab it with one's hand. If a person entered, the opening of the river of time and space had to be very large and strong. Furthermore, one might not be able to last long, it would be easy to get lost in it. The normal ninth realm of the sun and moon would be like what Zhu Tiandao did. One would open a crack and grab a drop of river water. The Daming Mansion no longer cared about this. Never mind. Wan Tianxing is opening the river of time and space. If I disturb him and the opening fails, he will definitely come after me. At this moment, Su Yu and Wan Tianxing continued walking on the vast river. Soon, a huge wave appeared. Wan Tianxing reached out to grab it. In the next moment, Su Yu appeared in a familiar place, the Myriad Heaven battlefield. Bang! It was a huge hand that covered the sky, smashing an incredibly strong demonic god to death with one palm strike. Su Yu felt stunned. Then, he looked carefully. In the next moment, the Wan Tianxing of the past appeared. No, it was not Wan Tianxing but an old man with a long beard. Su Yu looked at Wan Tianxing, who was beside him. Wan Tianxing said indifferently, disguises are necessary when traveling. There is nothing to see here. The two instantly left where they were. Su Yu looked carefully. No matter how he looked at the vanished Wan Tianxing and the killed demonic god, he felt that the demonic god was at least a late-stage sun-moon cultivator, yet he was killed with one palm strike. Damn, also, didn't they say that this person has not left the academy for a long time? How did he go? How did he kill it? Su Yu felt incredibly surprised and confused. He continued to follow Wan Tianxing. As they walked, another huge wave came. Wan Tianxing continued to bring him down. Soon, Su Yu opened his eyes and saw two people. Just as he wanted to take a clearer look, there was a bang, and he was hit until he felt dizzy. In the next moment, Su Yu appeared in the river of spacetime with Wan Tianxing beside him. Su Yu's head hurt, he rubbed his head and looked at Wan Tianxing. Wan Tianxing said calmly, sometimes, it's easy to encounter some things when you barge in. It's also possible to be attacked. Be careful. No. Man or head, I saw two people just now. I don't think you were there. Maybe they were in disguise. But I saw someone who seemed a little familiar. Familiar? I know him. Perhaps you know him too. It's nothing. Is that so? Su Yu did not ask further, but he was puzzled. He saw two people just now. One was Wan Tianxing, and the other was. Anyway, they looked familiar, but he did not feel like he knew them. Was he really attacked, or was he forced out by someone who did not want to show him? Strange. Wan Tianxing is very strange today. Also, why did you bring me to see this? I'm actually not interested in your past. This time, Wan Tianxing proceeded onward for a long time. He didn't stop for even a little bit of water. By this point, Wan Tianxing was gasping for breath, as if he couldn't hold on much longer. Soon, a gigantic wave appeared, a huge wave surged. Wan Tianxing smiled. It's here, right here. Take a good look. I don't know if it will help you. It's good to take a look. Su Yu was taken aback. At that moment, he suddenly fell into the wave. This time, he instantly woke up and opened his eyes. He was in an extremely dark void. In the next moment, 4 suns appeared in the void. Boom, it was a silent scene, but Suyu seemed to hear sounds. In the void, 4 people were fighting, a golden-armored god fiend, an ancient expert with a magic staff, and the Tianyuan clan. Suyu recognized them. The ancient expert with the magic staff seemed to be from the Tianyuan clan. Before he could take a closer look, 2 other figures appeared in the void. One was Yi Badian. Suyu was shocked. Yi Badian, he had seen this person's portrait in the academy. He was domineering, indeed domineering, holding a giant axe and slashing at the god fiend. As for the other one, Suyu took a closer look. He was extremely mysterious, and his face was covered. Everything happened very quickly. A great battle broke out in an instant. The 4 great experts fought in the endless void, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. In the blink of an eye, the void collapsed, and there seemed to be a small world at the side that was instantly destroyed by them. Suyu was dazzled. Time passed, and after a while, it seemed like a long time. A bright sun appeared, and Yi Badian slashed down with his axe, directly splitting the god fiend in half. At the same time, the mysterious person was fighting with the Tianyuan clan expert, and he was actually suppressing the Tianyuan clan expert. Suyu was shocked. No. Yi Badian died in this battle, but this was different. Just as he thought about it, in the endless void, 2 hands suddenly reached out. One went for Yi Badian, and the other went for the mysterious person. In an instant, there was a loud boom, and the mysterious person was attacked from both front and back. His body was smashed into pieces, and he instantly disappeared. The next moment, the Tianyuan clan expert struck Yi Badian with his magic staff. The 3 of them joined forces, and in an instant, there was a loud boom. Suyu did not hear it, but he felt. Bang, Yi Badian was smashed into pieces. After a while, a long saber tore through the endless void, and an incomparably powerful expert attacked. It was Xia of Goguryeo. As soon as Xia of Goguryeo arrived, everything disappeared, leaving only a trace of wreckage in the void. Suyu suddenly opened his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he was out of the river of time and space. And Suyu, in a daze, looked at Wan Tianxing, whose back was facing him, and swallowed. This was Wan Tianxing's past. This was his past. I don't see Wan Tianxing. Then where is Wan Tianxing? F***ck. Please, please, don't tell me that the mysterious person is you. Wan Tianxing did not say much, and lightly said, see? Traitors really exist. It wasn't one, it was 2. One of them might be from the human clan and the other from the 10,000 clans. They pretended to be fighting to kill Yi Badian. Yi Badian wasn't arrogant, nor was he flamboyant. He knew that he was in danger, and that was why his friends acted as his Dao protector. Unfortunately, his friends couldn't protect him. Therefore, Yi Badian died. Actually, Yi Badian could have succeeded. Suyu swallowed. That. I think, they could have killed 2 invincibles. Yes, no one intervened. They could have killed him. But, Suyu did not know what to say. At this moment, his brain was like glue. Wan Tianxing said quietly, I let you see this to tell you that Yi Badian's Dao is still missing something. Remember this scene and watch carefully. You may not understand it today, but it doesn't matter. Keep watching. You will remember. When your strength increases, you will see different things once more. Remember, Yi Badian can succeed, but I think he can only succeed with his mortal body. In the path of divine runes, there are no signs of him successfully confirming the Dao. Suyu nodded dully. He was muddle-headed. I got it. The primordial spirit aperture is divided into yang aperture and yin aperture. The primordial aperture is open 360 times, and the divine aperture is open 360 times. Maybe some other things are needed to achieve the Dao. Suyu said his judgment. Wan Tianxing said thoughtfully, maybe. You can try. Besides, the foreign Shenwen Dao might also be affected. Yes. Let's go. That mysterious person is dead? Wan Tianxing said indifferently, what life and death? It was not the original person, just a body of 3 lives. F***cku, Suyu was shocked. One body of 3 lives suppressed the heavenly abyss invincible realm. Today, He had learned something new. One Yibadian killed a person with one axe, a mysterious person, just the 3 reincarnations of an expert, had almost killed the Heavenly Abyss race's invincible expert. In the end, the 3 experts had joined forces to kill Yibadian. Of course, they had also killed the 3 reincarnations of the mysterious person. Whose body of 3 lives, he didn't ask, but... So you had some guesses. He swallowed. That. Mannerhead, I'm leaving. You won't kill me, right? I'm so scared, why did you show me this? I'm so scared, Wan Tianqing said quietly, kill me? If you don't leave, I'll kill you. With a swoosh, Suyu ran. I wanted to run for a long time. Without your permission, I didn't dare. At this moment, he was so scared. At this moment, the little furball in his mind was also scared. It lay on the surface of the Shenwen, licking crazily. I'm scared too. I'm going to die, I'm going to die, I'm going to die, I'm going to eat a Shenwen, at this moment, in a certain world, on the heavenly Yuan fruit tree. The large furball also opened its eyes, as if it had seen something. Bubbles appeared beside it, and it murmured to itself, one of the 3 incarnations has been killed. What a powerful future incarnation. Are they going to capture another one? As it thought, the big furball fell asleep. What does it have to do with me? It continued to sleep. Maybe it was dreaming again. Out of Xiaoxinge, Suyu was sweating profusely. The scene just now was like a dream. What did he see? He saw that Wan Tianqing actually participated in the battle that year. He saw Wan Tianqing and Yibadian join forces and almost kill 2 Invincible Realm experts. In the end, 2 Invincible Realm experts secretly took action and destroyed Wan Tianqing's 3 incarnations and killed Yibadian. Were they Invincible Realm experts? Probably not. Wan Tianqing and Yibadian might only be quasi-invincible realm experts, but they were not ordinary quasi-invincible realm experts. They were 2 terrible people. The key point was, why did old Wan show me this? Suyu's bare one's teeth grinned. Do you want to show off to me? No. At this moment, Suyu was in a trance. I see. He vaguely understood something. Old Wan was teaching him, yes, teaching him. He is teaching me not to capture the past body, but the future body. Then, when the future body breaks out, capture the past body. He vaguely seemed to understand something. He was shocked. Yes, when you capture the future body, your combat capability may be comparable to the invincible realm. But if you haven't captured the past body, can you capture the strength when the future body breaks out? For example, Wan Tianqing could capture the scene from 51 years ago and use it as his past self. Then he would be very powerful, Suyu swallowed. In that case, everyone could do it, provided that you capture the future body first. Of course, he didn't know how difficult it would be, but it must be very difficult. Is Old Wan teaching me this? Suyu murmured. Maybe. As for the rest, Suyu didn't want to think about it. He only knew that everyone in the world had underestimated Wan Tianqing. Of course, there might be people who knew that the Heavenly Abyss clan's invincible expert who had escaped with serious injuries was not dead. It was said that he had been injured by Wan Tianqing. What a terrifying fellow, that person might know something. Of course, Wan Tianqing's identity was probably not exposed, but the 2 invincible realm experts who attacked that day might also know that there was a guy who did not die. Only one of the 3 lives incarnations died. Suyu exhaled. Could they guess that it was Wan Tianqing? Not sure. Back then, Wan Tianqing had only been at the peak of the mountain and sea realm. Perhaps no one would have even thought of him, right? Such a powerful 3rd reincarnation could kill invincible existences. Perhaps it was an invincible 3rd reincarnation, such as Dasha of Goguryeo. Perhaps they thought that they had killed the 3 incarnations of the Dasha of Goguryeo, so you didn't want to think about it anymore. He was in a daze. Since Lao Wan was so powerful, he must have been hiding for so many years. Suyu had consulted the stone sculpture before. The 3rd reincarnation could be recovered. Of course, the past reincarnation was the most difficult to recover. If the past reincarnation existed, there would be a past, and there would be a present, and there would be a future. Lao Wan's death was most likely due to the future reincarnation. That meant that he might have recovered the future reincarnation. Terrifying, he didn't capture the past reincarnation. Was it because he couldn't? or because he was afraid that he would enter the invincible realm after capturing it, proving the way would cause a great commotion. So you still didn't know much about this realm. He didn't know if capturing the past reincarnation would automatically unite and prove the way to invincible realm, or if he had to capture it first and then find a way to prove the way to invincible realm. There were still some differences between the two. The former meant that as long as he captured the third reincarnation, he would instantly step into the invincible realm. The latter meant that he might have to slowly close it, just like closing the orifices. That would take a lot of time. Capturing the future reincarnation in the past, Suyu said it a little awkwardly, but he knew the general meaning. First capture the future reincarnation, let it merge, and then the future would become the past. What the hell, would that work? Suyu hadn't thought about this before. This time, Wan Tianxing had opened his eyes. Just as Suyu was mumbling, Wan Tianxing was a little sad on this Shoshingo. He murmured, I'm not asking you to capture the future reincarnation in the past. I'm telling you that even someone as powerful as I have to lie low. You have to. I'm telling you that there's something wrong with Cultivation's proving the way. Do you understand? Idiot, why is your ability to understand things so well? My goal isn't for you to capture the invincible realm in the past. You're pissing me off, idiot. Do you think you can do it? Bullshit. He felt a little helpless. Forget it. You can interpret it however you want. When you're a little stronger, you'll understand. Understand how shocking the scenes I've shown you today are, and how powerful I am. Forget it. The ignorant are fearless. Playing the lute to a cow, this guy has also seen the river of time this time and learned how to capture the 3 lives reincarnation. Of course, it's because Suyu is too stupid that he didn't learn it. You can't blame me for that. At the very least, this guy has reached the 9th layer of the Sun-Moon realm and knows how to prove his Tao and how to strengthen himself. He has walked the river of time and knows the dangers within. He also knows what kind of 3 lives reincarnation he should capture. This can be considered my final gift to him. Wan Tianxing smiled and lay down on the chair. He hummed an unknown tune, and the old rattan chair creaked. At this moment, Suyu was still thinking about the past reincarnation. I've merged with the future reincarnation of the past reincarnation. Will my future reincarnation be stronger? Should I merge with another future reincarnation? In his mind, little Furball felt dizzy. So complicated, Suyu didn't feel that it was complicated. He was thinking again. If he could only merge with one past reincarnation and one future reincarnation, it wasn't a big deal. If that didn't work, he could just destroy a weaker 3 lives reincarnation. Continuously strengthen it and then merge it again. TSK. Suyu was thinking about a question. Is my past reincarnation getting stronger all the time? Can I continuously destroy my past reincarnation and then merge with a new past reincarnation to become even stronger? I seem to have thought of a way to become invincible. Could it be that everyone is doing the same, continuously making the past reincarnation and future reincarnation stronger? After all, when the 3 lives reincarnation converged, they would be in their strongest state every time. And every time, they could capture a second of themselves. So you went round and round until he was dizzy. Wouldn't that make him endlessly stronger? The premise was that he would still be alive after destroying the 3 lives reincarnation so many times. Otherwise, he would blow himself up. That's not right. I only have sore physique and Lingyun willpower. Why am I thinking about these things? Suyu cursed in his heart. Old Wan had led him astray. 2 invincible realm experts. Maybe one is from the human clan, and the other is from another clan. All the outsiders are my enemies. I'm not afraid of that. What I'm afraid of is that both of them are from the human clan. Then I'll be in trouble. Suyu frowned. This time, he clearly knew that there was really a traitor. Of course, he couldn't rule out the possibility that both of them were invincible realm experts of one realm. But at least he knew that Yi Badian had been sneak attacked, and so had Old Wan. Yi Badian wasn't as arrogant as people said he was. He knew what he was doing. He found his good friend to be his personal protector. His good friend was very powerful. Together with him, 2 invincible realm experts wouldn't be a problem. Maybe he wanted to fish for 2 invincible realm experts and kill them. As a result, he went too far. This time, 4 invincible realm experts came. 2 were in the open, and 2 were in the dark. Even so, they killed one and seriously injured another, which was incredible. That's awesome. So you sighed for a while. It turned out that a quasi-invincible realm expert could also kill an invincible realm expert, and more than one could do it. Future body, thoughts flashed in his mind. Don't think about it, don't think about it. The more he thought about it, the scarier it was. The key was that Old One had been hiding for so many years. I'm afraid he has a big appetite. So you guessed. Old One had been hiding for so many years, and now he showed up and took him to the River of Time. Was he ready to go all out, after walking out of Wan Tianqing's place, so you didn't wander around? He went back to his residence. So you felt more and more insignificant. In front of Wan Tianqing, he was just a piece of trash. This time, he was sure that Wan Tianqing's strength was terrifyingly powerful. Even so, he had to hide. It seems that I can't be arrogant. Until now, I've only reached 57 casting. 58 casting is fast. I should finish 72 casting as soon as possible. Grandmaster is in the Sun and Moon tier, but he's only in the first layer of the Sun and Moon tier. He's too weak. Maybe the Sun and Moon mystic yellow liquid can improve his strength. As for Master, he's about to reach Ling Yun. I don't know if he has cultivated the 5 elements cultivation method I gave him. If he hasn't, it'll be difficult for him to reach the 9th layer of Ling Yun. If he has cultivated it, he'll lack a lot of willpower. It's best to cultivate in Sun and Moon Shenwen. Thoughts rose in his mind one after another. This time, he was here for revenge. As for who he was revenge for. To be honest, so you didn't really sympathize with Yi Badian. He was here for Master, Lu Wenyan, Hong Tan, and the others. As for Suyu himself, he didn't have any hatred. I've killed almost all the people who hurt me. I have to have a showdown with Master. Since Old Wan is here, I have nothing to be afraid of. He's so strong that even the invincible realm might not be able to make trouble. Thinking of this, Suyu cultivated for a while to restrain the death chi. Soon, his figure flashed and disappeared. At the Wentan Research Center, Hong Tan and Bai Feng were busy. As usual, the master and disciple were very busy. Wu Jia was also there. She didn't disturb them, but helped them clean up and quickly left. There was a trace of worry on her face. Her master was gone. Perhaps he was still alive, but perhaps he would soon become a traitor of the mortal realm. As soon as Wu Jiao left, Hong Tan raised his head, looked at her back, and sighed softly. Bai Feng also raised his head, and said helplessly, seeing your brother left so decisively. Even if others didn't contact him, he could have contacted us. Great, he didn't even contact us. As he said this, he added, my poor disciple is now waiting for death in the All Heavens battlefield. Otherwise, it would be better to play matchmaker for him and Jia Jia. You. Hong Tan was speechless. Don't think about these useless things. You should come up with the mountain and sea separation method as soon as possible. Up. Until now, you can only split up Ling Yun's 9 heavens. How can you do that? When it comes to Ling Yun, it will be of limited help. Only when it can split up the mountain, sea, sun, and moon can it be considered a true divine skill. Bai Feng said helplessly, we still lack some experimental materials. As I said, you are the sun and moon, and I am the soar. It's already not bad to be able to create Ling Yun. If senior brother is here, he is the mountain and sea, and we can use him as a guinea pig. Now that we don't have a guinea pig, how can we do it? Others were worried. It's fine. We can just grab a few mountain and sea and study them. There are plenty of them in the institute now. Can we? Bai Feng said sneakily, why don't you go and catch a few? Get lost. Hong Tan cursed and said angrily, how many people are watching me? Can I make a move? After saying that, he rubbed his chin and said, didn't you say that you hooked up with the people from the Sky Hunter Pavilion? Why don't we let them try and catch a few of them? Are you all right? I'm fine. It's best to catch a few. Hong Tan said eerily, kill those disobedient ones. Once they're dead, the forces behind them will send more people, the kind that get stronger and stronger. It's best if we anger them and they send dozens of sun and moon. Bai Feng's eyes flickered. He nodded and said with a chuckle, I understand. Let them fight each other. But in Dixia province, it's not good to kill them. That's true. We'll see. As Hong Tan said that, his eyes flickered and he looked around. He shouted, who is it? After shouting, there was no response. Hong Tan's eyes flickered and he quickly grabbed at Bai Feng. At that moment, a hand appeared behind Bai Feng and grabbed at Bai Feng's head. You're courting death. Hong Tan roared and slapped out with his palm, sending Bai Feng flying. A divine character burst forth, and in the next moment, a giant sword and shield appeared. Boom, the person in the dark punched out. Cracks appeared on the shield, Hong Tan's expression changed. Bai Feng was sent flying by his palm and flew into the wall. He slid down from the wall, feeling dizzy. The mysterious person cracked Hong Tan's huge shield with one punch. The next moment, his figure flashed and he grabbed Bai Feng. He lifted him up and said with a cold smile, surrender now. Hong Tan's expression changed, the captured Bai Feng's face was ashen. Hong Tan gritted his teeth and said, impossible. How did you get in? Impossible, this was in the research institute. He had set up countless arrays in the research institute. Was this person from the Sky Hunter Pavilion? The mysterious person sneered, how can such insignificant tricks trouble me, Xianxia? Xianxia. Hong Tan knew who the other party was. He gritted his teeth and said, it's you. The high-ranking member of the Sky Hunter Pavilion who appeared in southern Yuan. That's right. I'm the head of the Sky Hunter Pavilion's branch in Dixia province. Hong Tan's face was cold. High-ranking member of the Sky Hunter Pavilion, he did not expect the other party to be so bold as to really sneak into Dixia province. He even sneaked into his research institute. This was impossible. Where was Wan Tiansheng? Did he not know? What do you want? Hong Tan was cold. Suyu smiled and said, nothing. Don't chase me. I only want Bai Feng. I see that his skin is soft and tender. I want to catch him and sell him. Silence instantly. Bai Feng, who was caught, was stunned for a moment, and blinked his eyes. Sneaking into the research institute. It might not be sneaking, but it could be directly entering. And in this research institute, there were only 5 people who could directly enter. Aside from the 3 of them inside, there were 2 others. One was Su Yu, and the other was Chen Yong. This strength, the next moment, Bai Feng suddenly scolded, senior brother, you've gone too far. Don't play like that. Hong Tan was also stunned, and asked suspiciously, little Yong? It wasn't impossible for Chen Yong to possess such strength. After all, he was at the Sun-Moon tier, and Chen Yong had reached the 9th tier of the Mountain Sea tier with a single step. However, this mysterious person's physical body was truly powerful. Little Yong was a civilization master. Was it Chen Yong? Hong Tan was not too sure. Meanwhile, Bai Feng could not help but kick Suyu, and said angrily, senior brother, it's very scary, you know? I'm scared to death. Fortunately, it's you. If that brat Suyu saw this, I'd want to kill myself. Bai Feng was full of resentment. Fortunately, it was his senior brother. If it was Suyu, he dared not imagine. It was too scary. Of course, Suyu was still his city master, and now the only one who could sneak in silently was his senior brother. Unexpectedly, his senior brother had become a big boss in the Heaven Hunter Pavilion. How amazing, as he said, he punched Suyu's chest again, and said angrily, senior brother, stop playing, why are you still wearing a mask? Take it off. Master misses you, Jejia too, and Suyu looked at him blankly. Teacher, I didn't say I was senior uncle. How did you know I was senior uncle? And you punched my chest. You, good mother. On the other side, Hong Tan frowned slightly, feeling that something was wrong. Was it little Yong? If not, Bai Feng had escaped, and even kicked him. If they were not on the same side, how could this happen? Little, he wanted to shout, but in the next moment, his mouth opened wide, and soon, it shrank back. He quickly said, little you. He, and Bai Feng, who was still talking at this moment, raised his head, and suddenly, was completely stunned, his whole person was stunned, his mouth was so wide that it was scary, and after a while, he said dryly, that senior brother. Stop fooling around, his eyes must be playing tricks on him, and Suyu laughed dryly, Master, Grandmaster, I'm just joking, don't take it seriously. I didn't use my full strength just now, it was just a joke, to test everyone's vigilance. Bang, a punch landed on his head, and Bai Feng wanted to cry in pain. Hong Tan originally wanted to persuade him, but when he heard someone say I didn't use my full strength just now, he instantly swallowed his words. Hit hard, kill him, what the hell, what do you mean, didn't use your full strength, one punch cracked my tortoise shell, and you say that you didn't use your full strength, so you mean that if you used your full strength, you could kill me with one punch, and Bai Feng gave Suyu a punch, and then another. Suyu smiled awkwardly, and Bai Feng was in so much pain that he wanted to cry. So painful. F***K, damn it, why does hitting you hurt so much? Xianxia? Bai Feng stopped hitting, grabbed Suyu's collar, and roared, is it Xianxia? That, cough cough, you bastard, you actually sneaked in to play with your grandmaster and teacher? Do you still have any respect for your elders? Bai Feng roared again, you still hit me. No, teacher, I didn't hit you. It was Grandmaster who gave you a slap and sent you flying. I only helped you up. If you don't believe me, can you recall? Bai Feng thought for a moment and cursed inwardly. Seems like it was my teacher who gave me a slap and sent me flying, and then this brat went to grab me, and that was considered helping me up. At this moment, he could not calm down. He could only use his roar to cover up everything. Damn it, it's him, how can he be so strong? In front of him, it seems like I can really be killed with one slap. I'm so angry, I can't accept this, so embarrassing. Hong Tan, who was at the side, also had a complicated expression. He said calmly, Xiao Feng, you can't use this method to discipline your disciple. It's too unfriendly. Don't use your sword to cut him, his body is very strong. As soon as he finished, a giant sword appeared beside Bai Feng. Cut him to death, inhumane. In the middle of the night, you played such a joke with your grandmaster and teacher. I was almost scared to death. I thought I was finished this time, damn it, in the end, it was this little bastard. Bai Feng's dragon-slaying sword might not be able to cut him, then my sword will cut him. Bai Feng picked up the sword and turned to look at his master. He was speechless, and casually threw the sword away. Alright, master, if you want to hit him, then do it yourself. I won't do it. Hong Tan glared at him. What are you saying? Am I that kind of person? As for Suyu, he smiled and said, Grandmaster, calm down. Grandmaster is very powerful. Just now, he gave me a palm strike, and the wind from the palm strike caused me to suffer internal injuries. Shut up. The master and disciple shouted angrily at the same time. Hong Tan could not take it anymore, and Bai Feng also said snappily, Shut up, you bastard, you actually dared to tease your grandmaster. Although your grandmaster can't beat you, he did his best. With that, his tone changed, and he sighed, the disciple I taught. Sigh, deceiving your master and destroying your ancestor, forget it, don't be rude to your master next time. You were taught by me, and if you don't know, you might think that I wanted to deceive my master and destroy my ancestor, and that I ordered you to do it. Between the lines, there was only one meaning. You were taught by me, and my disciples were really awesome. Hong Tan rolled his eyes, there's no saving you. Taking a deep breath, suppressing the doubts and surprise in his heart, he looked at Suyu. After a long while, Hong Tan said, the rumors are false? Suyu hesitated, what rumors? I killed dozens of sun and moon, or did I get the stone sculpture boss to help me and defeat the invincible, or did I get to the first place on the heavenly ranking, or something else? I don't know what happened after that. Silence. Bai Feng really wanted to beat him up again. Is this a rhetorical question? No, you're showing off. What are you showing off for? Bai Feng humphed, and Suyu grinned foolishly, naively, and brilliantly. It was as if he had returned to the past. I just like to pretend. What? I want to see teacher's shocked expression, how about it? Ha ha ha, I'm in such a good mood. It was as if he had returned to the past, when Bai Feng took a look at him and also smiled. His smile was a little bitter, and he even had the urge to cry. "You idiot, are you all right?" I'm fine, very good." "What's the point of showing off in the All Heavens battlefield? Now that the whole world wants to kill you, are you happy?" "No, I just don't like them, I'm not afraid of them." Suyu smiled. "They bullied me, bullied the Shinwen faction, sooner or later, I'll kill them one by one." "Don't worry, teacher, I'm really going all out now, and I can even fight a mid-stage Sun Moon. Sooner or later, I'll kill all our enemies." Even at this time, he didn't forget to show off. Bai Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and Hong Tan also wanted to cry, but no tears came out. "Enough, you've been stimulated enough, and you're done, that's enough." "Where's Jejia?" Hong Tan suddenly thought of something. Suyu smiled and said, "I was afraid that senior sister would be too excited to see me, so I trapped her just now." "Senior sister still doesn't know about the illusory realm." "You brat, you're really capable." At this moment, the 3 generations of disciples looked at each other, and for a moment, they all had very complicated feelings. First, Hong Tan didn't return from the All Heavens battlefield for a long time, then Bai Feng was punished to go to the Vanguard Battalion, and then Suyu was forced to leave Xia province. After that, there were even more storms. Now, the 3 of them finally stood together again. Things remained the same, but people changed. Bai Feng was the most complicated. He glanced at Suyu, a little emotional, and a little helpless. "How did you become so strong?" "Strong talent." Suyu said with a smile, "It's all thanks to teacher, who discovered my talent back then and has a discerning eye for talent." "Go to hell, I want to scold you to death, Scram, if I knew that you're such a blow to people, I wouldn't have accepted you." Bai Feng secretly cursed. Soon, he frowned and said, "Is it really Xianxia or fake?" "It's true." Suyu said with a smile, "I'm not lying. I'm now the #1 person of Sky Hunting Pavilion in Xia province, and I'm in charge of 3 white noodles. The rest of the people haven't arrived yet." "In that case, protecting my cousin is your order?" Bai Feng understood. "So that's how it is." Suyu laughed dryly and shouted, "Brother!" "Cheeky," Bai Feng cursed, and then his face froze. He really froze. He opened his mouth wide again and looked at Suyu. After a while, he said angrily, You're pretending?" Cough, cough, cough. "That is to have an honorable identity to enter the academy." "I'm going to kill you." Bai Feng went completely crazy. "I'm going to die. Damn it, Xianjiao is you, Bai Junxing is you, the lurker is you. You're taking me for a fool, I won't be satisfied if I don't kill you." The master and disciple chased each other around the laboratory for a while. Hong Tan watched from the side. As he watched, he felt a little helpless, a little amused, and a little gratified. Suyu was still alive. He was alive and well, he was back. It wasn't as everyone had imagined. He was about to die. He was back, he came back in an unexpected way and identity. Sky Hunting Pavilion Xianjiao, Sun and Moon Realm. At this moment, Hong Tan really had too many feelings and helplessness. Was he so strong? Very soon, he suddenly said, "Stop fighting." "Suyu, let me ask you, does anyone else know that you're back?" "Yes, the Great Bright Lord, Prefecture Master Zhu, and the Wanfu Prefect all know." "I see." Hong Tan felt relieved. "I was just saying that Wan Tianxing didn't do anything in the academy. That shouldn't be the case." So he knew. He cursed silently. That old fogey might have been secretly laughing at us. What a jerk. If I just gave him a slight reminder, he wouldn't have ended up like this. It's embarrassing. His tortoiseshell was almost destroyed by a punch from my own grand disciple. Sigh. As for Bai Feng, he kicked Suyu a few more times, causing his own feet to hurt. He then harumphed, "All right, stop acting like a grandson. You bastard, you're here to watch us make a fool of ourselves, right?" "No." Suyu denied it. He laughed and said, "Teacher, I was afraid that you guys would be too agitated to see me. So, I changed my method to make you guys happy." "Happy?" "Very happy, so happy that I wanted to self-destruct just now." Bai Feng cursed again in his heart. However, the helplessness and melancholy of reuniting after such a long time had dissipated. or rather, they were not there at all. This kid was alive and kicking. He could even defeat the Grandmaster with one punch. What was there to worry about? Soon, the few of them quieted down. Suyu smiled and said, "Do you want to call senior sister over? I'll tell you what I saw and heard this time. It's really interesting. The All Heavens battlefield is really fun." He was the first person to say that the All Heavens battlefield was fun. Hong Tan thought for a while and nodded. "Go and call her. Ever since your martial uncle left, your senior sister has been in a bad mood. She should be in a better mood now that you're back." "All right." A few minutes later, Suyu and Wu Jia arrived. Wu Jia's face was filled with joy and disbelief. Junior brother is back. Wu Jia liked this junior brother of hers very much. When junior brother was around, no one dared to bully her. Her master and martial uncle were also very happy. However, everything changed when junior brother left. Now that junior brother was back, Wu Jia's depressed mood instantly improved. As for Suyu, he began to tell everyone about his experiences. He started from the time he went to the Ming Constabulary. He talked about how he killed those suns and moons, how he beat up Shan Xiong, how he disguised himself as Cui Lang, especially the battle at Starfall Mountain. He talked about it in detail. How he killed Zhou Pingxing, how he killed those from Shan Shenwen's faction one by one. Wu Jia and Bai Feng were extremely excited. Hong Tan, on the other hand, had mixed feelings. After all, they had been colleagues for many years. Soon, Suyu talked about the All Heavens battlefield. "Wow, junior brother, you made it to the heaven roll. Is the heaven roll very powerful? Didn't you kill that Madonna? Is the ancient city that fun? Are the stone statues cute?" Hong Tan and Bai Feng were speechless. "Screw you." In Suyu's words, the stone statues seemed cute. But both of them knew that they were invincible in ancient times, an existence that could kill a demon king with one punch, defeat 4 invincible existences that almost died, and defeat a demi-emperor demon who personally showed up. You call such existences cute, especially the king of the dead. That was an existence feared by all worlds. In Suyu's words, it was like the head of his guards, and he would take it out for a walk whenever he was free. The incomparably dangerous All Heavens battlefield had become a playground in Suyu's words, and there was fun everywhere. Bai Feng had to interrupt. "Jia, don't believe him. If you go there, you will be easily misled." Wu Jia said nonchalantly, "Uncle Master, of course I know that. Everyone is afraid. Junior brother is not afraid because he is powerful. I am not stupid. If junior brother thinks it's cute, I will think it's cute." Wu Jia rolled his eyes at Bai Feng. "Uncle Master is so stupid. Will I take it seriously? Of course not." Bai Feng was mentally exhausted. "Women, the next time I talk to a woman, I will break my own legs." Hong Tan did not utter a word. In fact, he could hear the danger and hardship in Wu Jia's words. In his mind, many scenes had already appeared. Narrowly escaping death, time and time again, relying on Suyu's strength, luck, wits, talent, he had escaped death many times. Otherwise, he would have died long ago. Hong Tan felt a bit of pity for Suyu. He was only 19 years old, and didn't dare to believe or imagine that Suyu could still be so lively without breaking down. He was only 19 years old, and didn't dare to believe it. If it were him, he would have broken down long ago. Back then, when his master died, he had almost broken down. At that time, he had not experienced as much hardship as Suyu. In Suyu's words, all tribulations were fun, his enemies were silly, and the stone statues were adorable. But only by experiencing it would one know that it was a great horror time and time again. Bai Feng and Hong Tan glanced at each other, and both of them revealed helpless sorrowful expressions. Everything that Suyu had encountered, many things, were already unimaginable to them. They could not participate in such major events. They could not help Suyu at all. At this moment, their emotions were extremely complicated. As for Suyu, he was still smiling brightly. He told his senior sister everything without hiding anything. He said that he was almost scared to death, that Demon King Raid had destroyed the City Lord residence with one palm, and that he did not dare to return to the City Lord residence for several days. He talked about how he had become a big shot in the Heaven Hunter Pavilion. All of this was very heartwarming. Amidst the warmth, there was cruelty and cold-bloodedness. In Suyu's description, the death of dozens of sun and moon sovereigns was just a trivial matter. He was more talking about the freedom he had on the battlefield. Speak and listen. In the laboratory, Suyu was in charge of speaking, Wu Jia was in charge of warming up, and Bai Feng and Hong Tan would ask a few questions from time to time. The atmosphere was good, and Suyu was also very happy. In the end, Suyu revealed the purpose of his return this time. I came back this time to prepare for a big fight. Suyu gritted his teeth and said, Ancestral Master, our bloodline has been bullied for so many years, and everyone wants to kill us. The one of the all heavens is not easy to deal with. There are too many of them. Let's kill all the internal enemies first. Rude. Bai Feng reprimanded, who did you learn from? Kill them at the drop of a hat. As a civilization master, you are no different from a reckless warrior. To us, this is called sending them to heaven. Master is right. Uncle Master is right. Hong Tan was speechless. These fellows, but then again, Hong Tan glanced at them and could not help but smile. These fellows were too young. Even Bai Feng was just a child in his eyes. Looking at Wu Jia, who was in a good mood, and then at Suyu, who looked like he was ready to go all out, Hong Tan said, some things can't be rushed. He looked at Suyu and said with a slightly solemn expression, what targets our bloodline, or rather, the entire human race, is not those mountains, seas, sun, and moon, but that hidden invincible. All these years of forbearance, lying dormant, and waiting, are actually all because of this invincible. And it is precisely because of this invincible that many of the human invincible have no idea where to start and how to act. The root cause is still this invincible, because no one knows who he is. He may be the great Zhou King, the great Bright Lord, or even the Daxia of Goguryeo, the great Qin King, it is not impossible. Under such circumstances, no one dares to act rashly, and no one dares to be alone with another invincible. Hong Tan sighed and said, a piece of rat poop has led to the invincibility of the entire human realm. His heart is not quite in sync. The danger this fellow poses is even more terrifying than his strength. If they really had to face off against each other, the human race wouldn't be afraid of having another invincible opponent. What I'm afraid of is the hidden one among you, among his own people. Such a guy was more dangerous than 10 invincible realm experts or even more. He was even destroying the unity of the entire human clan. Suyu nodded. That's true. If it's just an invincible realm, it'll be easy. If it really doesn't work, we can lure him to the ancient city and let the stone sculptures kill him. It was easy to say, Hong Tan was speechless. F***CKU, in your mouth, why is invincibility worthless? Stone sculptures are killed, stone sculptures belong to you. Having said that, this guy was the city lord of Xinghong ancient city. It was not impossible to say that he was from his family. Suyu quickly said, Grandmaster, then what is the objective of Daxia province now? What was the plan? What was the target audience? Is it all for the sake of capturing that invincible? Then he said, if I cause trouble, will it affect anything? As soon as he said this, Hong Tan glanced at Wu Jia and Bai Feng. Bai Feng said gloomily, why are you looking at us? Aren't we qualified to listen? Hong Tan thought for a moment and nodded. Take Jia out. You two are too weak. It's easy for others to sense your thoughts. Bai Feng cried out in grief and indignation. He glanced at Suyu. Suyu smiled and said, Master, my willpower is also close to the mountain sea realm. Invincible realm experts can't see through what I'm thinking. Your willpower is not good, and your physical body is not good either. It's only right to hide it from you. Bai Feng wanted to vomit blood. Wu Jia was originally unhappy, but now he suddenly didn't feel anything. Grandmaster didn't even tell Martial Uncle. Obviously, he thought they were too weak and could be easily detected. This so-called too weak also included people at Bai Feng's level. Bai Feng really wanted to die. F***CK, my disciple can listen, but I can't. I don't want to live anymore. After Bai Feng left, Wu Jia followed him happily. He mocked, no, he comforted Martial Uncle so that he wouldn't be too sad. After they left, Hong Tan closed the door of the laboratory. He glanced at Suyu and thought for a moment before saying, Xianxia and Xia province, including the academy, does have a plan. Of course, I don't know the whole plan, but Xianxia and Wanfu Prefect's goal is to find that invincible realm expert and lure him out. In fact, we've tried it a few times before, but that guy is very vigilant. The last time my senior brother came here, that guy only appeared in Shenwen. He didn't show up in person. If that guy doesn't die, first, the human race won't be united. Second, if we don't punish the traitor, there may be another traitor. Suyu nodded. So this time, including Grandmaster's establishment of the Faculty of Theology and the promotion of Shenwen's combat technique splitting method, are all to increase the bargaining chips to lure that guy out. Yes. Hong Tan nodded. This bargaining chip is not enough. That guy tricked my master and has been targeting me and senior brother, including our lineage. So, we must kill him. Just these alone, he may not come out. We need to increase the bargaining chips. So, there are also some arrangements in southern Yuan. He continued, not only that, there are many things, such as the students of the demon race, the important children of the big families, Wan Zhu, Hunting Sky Pavilion, Wan Gatherings of All Heavens, they are all bargaining chips. Suyu nodded thoughtfully. I understand a little, but can't that guy see it at all? He may be able to see that we are luring him to take the bait. Hong Tan sighed. He may know and see it. So, we need to continue to increase the stakes. Increase the stakes to the point where he has no choice but to come out and act. Or make him feel that he is already in danger of being exposed. Making a move won't be as dangerous as he imagined. All of this requires a game between both sides. Suyu nodded again. Then the role of the students of the demon race is to attract more powerhouses and make that invincible person feel that he can fish in troubled waters. Dexiao province can't deal with all of this. For example, the demon race has sent dozens of sun and moon cultivators, and even invincible people have secretly infiltrated. Suyu frowned. Invincible people infiltrate? If so, can Dexiao province hold on? It's hard to say. Hong Tan wasn't sure either, but he still smiled. Regardless of whether they can hold on or not, after this time, that person will definitely be exposed. As long as he dares to appear and act, even if we can't kill him, we can force him to completely betray humanity and dispel the worries of others. The next time we meet him, he will only be an invincible person in the enemy camp and not a comrade by our side. In this way, the situation will be clear. Suyu thought about it and agreed. In fact, Dexiao province didn't necessarily have the intention to kill him. They just needed to lure him out. If his identity was exposed, that guy would have nowhere to go. But, Suyu was still a little worried. But what if there is more than one betrayal? Hong Tan's body trembled. After a while, he said in a low voice, no, there is only one. The invincible person has already reached the extreme. In the human race, he has a high position and is respected. The human race hasn't reached the point of destruction. One betrayal is hard to imagine. How can there be more? What if there is? There isn't. What if there really is? Are you a contrarian? Hong Tan cursed inwardly. He said there was no betrayal, just to comfort himself. But Suyu, this bastard, didn't he understand what he meant, if there were more? To be honest, it wasn't that they hadn't considered it, but if there were more, it would be troublesome. This was the situation that everyone was most worried about, and also the situation that the invincible person was most worried about. What they were afraid of was that there was more than one invincible person who betrayed them. If that was the case, it would really be very frustrating. Suyu said again, especially in the seeking realm, the 8 great families are in charge of it, and they have been making trouble. Do they really not know the invincible people of the 8 great families? Why doesn't anyone care? With such a clear attitude, I suspect that there are more than one invincible person among the 8 great families. Hong Tan explained, that's not necessarily true. The 8 great families are actually only targeting us. Maybe they don't care about us. The 8 great families should have secretly cultivated some Shenwen system civilizational masters. Suyu understood. Even so, the attitude of the 8 great families is still questionable. Hong Tan didn't say anything. Suyu asked, then what can I do? Hong Tan thought for a moment, then said, yes, create some chaos, kill some Wan powerhouses, draw out stronger powerhouses, and let one invest more power into Xia province. Saying so, he added, stirring up trouble, you're good at this. Right now, Xia province is not afraid of chaos. The more chaotic, the better. The more chaotic it is, the more opportunities there are to fish in troubled waters. The Hunting Heaven Pavilion can intervene as a third party, making the chaos bigger, and also get rid of some of the suspicions of Xia province. Let the other side know that it wasn't Xia province that did it on purpose, but that there were too many external factors. Suyu nodded, understanding, sure enough, this is still my specialty. Stir up trouble, create chaos, the more chaotic, the better. As for whether Xia province could hold on if the chaos got bigger, Suyu thought about it. With Wan Tianxing here, perhaps they had some confidence. Then Housemaster Xia, that's their business. Hong Tan said calmly, don't worry about it, Housemaster Xia. Housemaster Xia may act together with us to attract the attention of one invincible in all heavens, and also give the secret invincible a chance. Because Xiao Longwu is going to prove the way, the human clan invincible can't come to help, including Da Xia of Goguryeo. Don't you think this is a good opportunity? It also gives the betraying invincible a chance. Everyone is going to rescue Xiao Longwu, and they are all acting alone. He can also act alone like he did in the past, or pretend to fight with the one invincible. At this moment, Suyu completely understood. He completely understood the two routes in Xia province. The first route was to restrain the human clan invincible and one invincible in all heaven's battlefield on Xiao Longwu's side. The second route was to lure the betraying invincible to appear in Xia province in the human realm. Xiao Longwu proved the way to give the invincible a chance, to let him know that the opportunity was once in a blue moon. Otherwise, it was almost impossible to find a chance to act in person. Only when Xiao Longwu proved the way, when all heavens were in chaos and an invincible disappeared, few people would care. Then, Housemaster Xia, Suyu felt that Xiao Longwu would be in great danger. Of course, Xia province could also be very dangerous, including Wan Tianxing. Once the other side sent two invincible, one was a betraying human clan, and the other was one invincible who colluded with the other side. How could he fight the other side? He completely understood what Xia Huyu said to him that day. Despair, the entire army of the great Xia dynasty might be wiped out because of this battle. Xiao Longwu failed to prove the way, and Xia province would be razed too. The ground, Xiajia, as well as Wan Tianxing and the others, might have come with the idea of perishing together and setting up this trap. Perhaps it wasn't even a trap, perhaps the other side knew the meaning of Xia province. However, Xia province had put everything on the line, betting on a hope to break out of the trap. Suyu sighed in his heart. Today, he finally understood Xiajia's thoughts. Xiajia was still the same Xiajia, the invincible clan. This clan had never been prepared to compromise from the beginning. At this moment, Suyu felt a little difficult to understand. Then, Grandmaster, me? Hong Tan said with a smile, my role is very simple. To promote Shenwen's method of disassembling combat skills. Not only that, but I also have to disassemble it myself, to let people know that I am part of Shenwen's faction. Perhaps I have found the hope of proving the invincible Dao as a civilization master. Your teacher Lu and I are both primers. If the invincible Dao really comes, we can't join the battle, but we will attract more firepower. It was very dangerous, the danger was shocking. Because if the invincible Dao really came, they would be the first to be killed, without exception. What about Uncle Master? Your Uncle Master guessed something, so he kept killing to provoke that person. He told that person that he was about to track him down. Most of the people that your Uncle Master killed should be related to that person. Understood. It turned out that this trap had started from that time. No, maybe a little earlier. Including Lu Wenyan's appearance, it was all to lure that guy out. And all this opportunity probably came from Xiao Longwu proving his Dao. Thinking of this, Suyu's eyes flickered. Prefecture Lord Xia killed everywhere in the All Heavens battlefield, causing people to call him the Bloody Butcher King. Experts from everywhere want to kill him. Could it be, was this premeditated long ago? Was Xiao Longwu setting up a persona that was ruthless and merciless, killing without end? As a prefecture lord, Xiao Longwu sometimes appeared to be too bloodthirsty. In the past, so you did not understand. He had heard that Xiao Longwu had once slaughtered a few students from a small clan that Wan Tianqing had attracted. At that time, Suyu felt that it was very satisfying. Now that he thought about it, it was too impulsive. Small clans were very weak. What was the use of slaughtering them? It could only make people afraid, make people resentful, and cause trouble for oneself. Xiao Longwu proving his Tao was troublesome because of this. Was Xiao Longwu a pure brute? Not necessarily. If so, why didn't Qin Zhen and the others have as much influence as Xiao Longwu? Xiao Longwu was not the only one who wanted to prove his Tao. Wan knew this. Only Xiao Longwu was Wan's must-kill target. At this time, Suyu somewhat understood. This was Xiao Longwu looking for trouble for himself. Was he creating a persona, just for everything that would happen next, 50 years? Xiao Longwu was not that old, right? Then who made Xiao Longwu create this persona for 50 years, leading to today, when Xiao Longwu proved his Tao? Could it really lead to Wan Wudi's assassination? He thought of Wan Tianqing. He could not help but ask, Grandmaster, is there any contact between Manor Head Xia and Wanfu Prefect? You don't know? Hong Tan said faintly, of course, you might really not know. There are probably not many who know. Wanfu Prefect can be considered Manor Head Xia's teacher. Suyu moved, as expected. In that case, this trap had been set up many years ago. That made sense. Wan Tianqing had known about Wudi's betrayal from the very beginning. Therefore, he might have been waiting for this opportunity for a long time, and Xiajia had always been cooperating with him in this trap. In that case, Dasha of Goguryeo and the others might know of Wan Tianqing's strength. There were some things that, once you had a deep understanding of them, you would be able to see through everything very quickly. At this point, Suyu could be said to have seen through everything. He had seen through the plans of the Xia clan and Wan Tianqing. His thoughts were a little complicated, using Xiao Longwu as the stake, using Xia province as the stake. Xiajia and Wan Tianqing were really crazy. Grandmaster, then, can you win? I don't know. Hong Tan said with a smile, who knows? There is no such thing as a sure win trap. We can only say that we will do our best. Moreover, Xiajia and Wanfu Prefect might have other plans, so I don't care about that. Our mission and goal are very simple, to lure that guy out, and then, we will have our revenge, and those who bully us in the past, we will kill them all. As for the rest, they will care about it. It is not our business. I am telling you all this because you are now powerful. I am also afraid that you will get involved in it and cause some trouble. After Hong Tan said this, he said helplessly, actually, this trap has been set up for a long time, including me setting up many faculty of theology. I was originally prepared to shock Wan when the school was opened, but you. In August, when you were doing something big, I think not only me, but also Wanfu Prefect and Xiajia were probably scolding you. You really know how to make trouble. Suyu thought for a moment and suddenly grinned foolishly. It seemed so. Previously, he had thought of sharing some of the pressure and focus for the Grandmaster and the others. Now that he thought about it, they probably scolded him to death at that time. Thinking of this, he could not help but ask, when I said that the Zhou family practiced a lot in Shenwen, did they also scold me? At that time, he also said it casually, but in the end, Dehou Prefecture also attracted a lot of attention. So, Xia Province is not afraid of being the focus, but is eager to be the focus? I used to think that Xia Province was too difficult. My unintentional move made Dehou Prefecture the focus, and Xia Province had to thank me. Now that I think about it, maybe they were eager to be the focus at that time, but in the end, it was gone all of a sudden. It was good that they did not explode in anger, Hong Tan said with a smile. It is good that you understand. You have to know that after Xinghong ancient city quiets down, probably Wanfu Prefect and Xiajia Mansion can sleep peacefully. It was too difficult. They had been the focus of attention for decades, waiting for this moment to break out. Suddenly, a guy with an extremely crazy ability to make trouble came. How could they not collapse? Suyu laughed dryly. Got it. In this case, at this time, in Xia Province, the bigger the better, and the more trouble, the better. Thinking of this, Suyu hesitated and said, if I make trouble, it will be easy to attract invincible realm experts. Will it be okay? Hong Tan said with a smile, this is the human realm. It is not so easy to attract invincible realm experts. Suyu muttered a few words. It was hard to say. For example, I exposed my identity. For example, I said I knew how to reverse the death chi. For example, I could learn Wan's martial arts. For example, I had a golden book in my head. For example, I pinched little furball to death. It was possible to attract invincible realm experts. For example, if I trapped and killed all the people from Sky Hunting Pavilion, it was also possible to attract invincible realm experts. What if I attract invincible realm experts? Nothing. Hong Tan said calmly, if it is really attracted, then so be it. If more people come here, the chances of Xianxia Mansion Master successfully proving his Tao will be higher. On both sides, one will be successful. It is not a loss, is it? Before doing anything, everyone had to consider the success or failure. If they really failed here, then they could count on Xiao Longwu to prove his Tao and find a way to reverse the situation with Daxia of Goguryeo. Suyu nodded. In this case, I don't have to worry about anything. At this point, he understood the general situation. Hong Tan did not say anything more. Soon, Bai Feng and Wu Jiao returned again. The two did not ask what they had just said. Suyu said quickly, I can't stay for too long. My identity as Xianjiao is still useful. Next, I need teacher to cover for me or something. I still need the identity of Bai Junsheng, but I may go out often. Bai Feng nodded. Soon, he scolded in a low voice, you brat, Junsheng will be like Cui Lang in the future, not daring to go out. As he said that, he smiled. It was also a good thing, if he did not dare to go out, then he would cultivate well. Suyu also smiled. Soon, he said, let's not care about this. Grandmaster, when you reach the Sun Moon Mystic Yellow Liquid, I still have some, so you really had a lot of Sun Moon Mystic Yellow Liquid. The first time, he obtained 300 drops, the second time, 800 drops, a total of 1,100 drops of Sun Moon Mystic Yellow Liquid. Suyu did not use much himself. He strengthened his aperture points and absorbed the 10 drops rewarded by Heaven and Earth last time. Suyu was generous. He was always willing to give to his own people. Grandmaster, here are 500 drops of Sun Moon Mystic Yellow Liquid. You need. Hong Tan's eyes were complicated. This was the true meaning of returning a drop of water with a fountain of water. Suyu actually did not receive anything from him. Of course, the little furball did not count. Now, there was a large amount of Heaven's Origin Chi, a large amount of merit points, and a large amount of Sun Moon Mystic Yellow Liquid. You need it when you reach the Sun Moon realm. Although you are surrounded by Death Chi now, you will be able to get rid of all this sooner or later. We believe in you, Suyu did not mind, and said, Grandmaster, I have a lot of this. I have 1,100 drops, and I've only given you 500 drops. Not only do you need it, but there are also many others who need it. If nothing unexpected happens, I feel that Senior Xia Yunqi and the others will soon reach the Sun Moon tier. Hong Tan looked at him, but Suyu did not mind, and said, that's for sure. I can roughly guess the situation of their Sea of Will. At this juncture, the more people from the Shunwen faction, the better. There will definitely be someone who will think of a way to help them reach the Sun Moon tier. Suyu was not stupid, and he could guess it. You guys use it to strengthen your strength. It's better than now, and killing people will be easier. Don't be sullen until the last battle, that would be too unfair. Suyu's words were not pleasant to hear, and Bai Feng kicked him. What kind of words were these? Hong Tan laughed, and said, makes sense. Then I won't be polite with you. The only thing I can do is to kill more people and create a better environment for you guys. He did not stand on ceremony, and accepted these things. Meanwhile, Suyu took out some other things. Heaven's Origin Chi. He handed it to Bai Feng, and said, Teacher, you can use it for now. I have it. I haven't finished using what you gave me last time. Last time, Suyu pretended to be Cui Lang, and asked Xia Huyu to give him many treasures. It's okay, I have more. Suyu said with a smile, Heaven and Earth mysterious light is gone, and I need to use it for myself, but I have a lot of these things. Not only these, I have a shocking amount of sun and moon blood essence, more than 1,000 drops. Everyone was stunned. How could it be? Where did he get so much sun and moon blood essence? 10 drops from each sun and moon would be enough, and that would be 100 sun and moons. How could he have so much? Suyu explained. In the ancient city, I cheated a lot. The entrance fee, the security deposit, and what they gave later, I have about 500 drops. Later, when the city was sealed, I did a big business with the Hunting Heaven Pavilion, and almost all of it was sun and moon blood essence. Calculating, he really had a lot of sun and moon blood essence. They continued to be stunned, since when was sun and moon blood essence counted in hundreds and thousands? Did Suyu take away all the essence blood of the suns and moons of the myriad races who had died in battle all these years? Even if not all of them, Suyu had taken away more than half of the sun and moon blood essences accumulated over the years. One also had battles and killings, and sun and moon blood essences had fallen. The security deposit that the major clans had paid was the accumulation of their sun and moon blood essences, but Suyu had taken it all in one go. Suyu laughed, so I don't lack money. Everyone, take it. I have a lot of money, it's nothing. It's just a drizzle for you, of course, that was just a saying. Heavenly essence energy was a drizzle, but the sun and moon mystic yellow liquid was not. Suyu looked at Wu Jia. Wu Jia was at the 9th tier of Wanshi, and she was about to reach Soar. Her physical body was about to reach Soar, and her willpower was about to reach Soar as well. She could have done it a long time ago, but she had been enlightened. Senior apprentice sister, I have a use for your heaven and earth mystic light, but I can't give you too much. 10 wisps of heaven and earth mystic light and some heavenly essence energy should be enough for you to forge your body. Not everyone was his. A wisp of heaven and earth mystic light could help an ordinary person forge their body once. Wu Jia did not refuse, nor did she say anything. She took the things from her junior apprentice brother. If she was not strong, she would be a burden to others, and she might have to pay more. It was better to take something now. Suyu smiled. Also, Dexia province is not safe anymore. Senior apprentice sister, you should go to Ming Constabulary. Go find Wu Lan. She's doing well there. Wu Jia glanced at him and said in a low voice, then I'll go. I know I can't help you. Junior apprentice brother, can you find my master? Yes. Suyu nodded. I've already asked the Sky Hunter Pavilion to search for him. Don't worry, Uncle Master is strong and cunning. My master is not cunning. Wu Jia retorted. Don't think that you're my junior apprentice brother and very strong. If you say that again, I'll hit you. Suyu shrugged and smiled. Alright, let's not talk about this. But Uncle Master will be fine. With Uncle Master's skills, ordinary people can't do anything to him, nor can they find him. Qin Yong, this person was not easy to deal with. He had killed so many enemies. Now that so many people were looking for him, they couldn't find him. This was his ability. Qin Yong had laid low for decades. Now that he had run out, he was probably like Suyu. He had let go of himself and used whatever he had. He had a lot of tricks up his sleeves. Wu Jia mumbled a few words. Soon, she said, then I'll go to Ming Constabulary. I'll inform Manor Head Zhu. Hear that? Bai Feng and Hong Tan looked at each other, speechless. What prestige did he have now? If you go, I'll inform the Manor Head and take care of you. Those who didn't know might think that Suyu was also a manor head. Alright, he was, and he was the ancient city's city lord. Strictly speaking, his status might be higher than Zhu Tiandao's. There was no comparison. After talking about this, Suyu thought for a moment. He suddenly said, Grandmaster, where did you catch the little furball last time? Little furball? The one from the God-Eater clan that you mentioned. Oh. Hong Tan was surprised. What's wrong? Right, this thing disappeared. You took it away, right? Don't lose it. This thing is still very lethal. It's quite effective against civilization masters. Suyu nodded. I took it away. I just wanted to ask about the situation. This clan seems to be quite powerful. Let's see where we caught it. Maybe that clan's passageway is there. In his mind, the little furball didn't care. It didn't remember. How could it remember these things? At that time, it was muddle-headed. It ran everywhere after leaving the passageway. Who knew where it was? Hong Tan explained. When I caught it, it had already been out for a while. I caught it in the northern part of the eastern war zone, near the Celestial Clan's territory, near the Heavenly King Ridge. So you remembered this place and said, when you caught it, did you encounter any danger? He was thinking about pinching the little furball to death to see if it was invincible. But there didn't seem to be any accidents when Hong Tan was caught. No. Hong Tan thought for a moment and said, I don't know. When I caught it, it seemed a little dangerous. But it didn't seem like it. I didn't pay much attention to it. After all, it was on the heavenly battlefield. Danger is normal. What's wrong? Was it in trouble? Hong Tan thought. Could it be that it was in danger? Did that little fellow bring trouble? Suyu smiled. Nothing. It's just that this little fellow might be a half-sovereign's son or daughter. Who cares, as long as Grandmaster is fine. Drip, sweat dripped down. It was Hong Tan's. He looked at Suyu. Don't mess around. Nonsense. How could it be possible? I caught it casually, but you told me that I caught a half-sovereign's descendant. Bullshit. At the side, Bai Feng was also stunned. He looked at his master and suddenly gave him a thumbs up. Awesome, you're really awesome, you caught a half-sovereign's descendant. In his mind, the little furball twisted its body, feeling a little embarrassed. Don't praise me like that. I'm very powerful, but I'm just average. Suyu smiled and dealt a blow to Hong Tan. Soon, he stopped talking about this and said, then I'll leave. If I stay too long, people might notice something strange. Next, I'll do some things. Teacher can also use some things to issue missions to the Skyhunter Pavilion. Use the Skyhunter Pavilion's power. As for spending money, just spend it. It's fine. The money will still end up in my hands. Bai Feng smiled. Okay, you brat, now you've made a name for yourself. Pay attention and don't be arrogant. Got it. Suyu was in a good mood. Meeting his teacher and the others today was probably the happiest time he had in recent days. Of course, a few people were missing. Teacher Lu Wenyan wasn't here, Qin Yong wasn't here, and his father wasn't here either. If they were all gathered here, he would be even happier. Suyu quickly disappeared. He came secretly and left in a cool and unrestrained manner. After he left, Hong Tan and Bai Feng looked at each other and took a deep breath. Bai Feng stood up and said, Teacher, I'm going into seclusion. Ling Yin will come out soon. Hong Tan nodded. Me too. With so much Sunmoon mystic yellow liquid, even if I can't quickly reach the middle stage of the Sunmoon realm, it shouldn't be difficult to reach the third layer. It's not a major breakthrough. Seclusion, become stronger. Suyu was already so strong, and they were so weak. It was embarrassing. What happened next was also the beginning of changes. This time, the Shinwen faction would definitely shine. To be honest, with Suyu here, the two of them suddenly felt a little more at ease. That brat, although he was good at stirring up trouble outside, he almost never suffered any losses at critical moments. It had to be said that it was quite embarrassing to rely on a junior to give them a sense of security at this time. The teacher and disciple sympathized with each other for a while, and soon, they both ran into seclusion. As for Wu Jia, he also prepared to pack up and go to the Ming Constabulary to seek protection. There were actually people watching this scene. In the Shouxinggu. Wan Tianqing sighed. F***CKU, I showed you the River of Time, such a great benefit, but you didn't give me anything. I really want to knock you out and snatch it all from you, Suyu was really too much. Suyu, who had left, naturally did not know any of this. He also did not know that a certain fellow had been watching them all the time. Suyu, who had returned to his residence, quickly took out his mask, put it on, and sent a message to the other white masks. Quickly approach the prefecture of Dixia province. Most of the experts in Dixia province are not around. Xia Shaoer has not returned yet. Take this opportunity to distribute the Skyhunter list, including some descendants of the Invincible Realm and some students from powerful clans. Xianxia, you've arrived at the prefecture? Yes. did something happen? Nonsense. Would you still receive my message if something happened? Cut the crap and hurry up. I hope the 190 lists can reach the hands of some important people as soon as possible. The motto of our Skyhunter Pavilion is to create chaos even if there is no chaos. Do you hear me? The few white masks were speechless. That made sense. Soon, Huangjiu replied. All right, Xianxia, you're the leader. We'll listen to you. I'm just afraid that we don't have enough manpower and can't complete too many tasks. It's okay. If there really isn't enough, we'll transfer more white masks over. Why do those small and weak prefectures need so many people? I'll apply to the higher-ups. With Suyu's words, the others had no objections. Since they were here, everyone wanted to achieve something. Currently, the other white masks were still in hiding. Even the business in Xianxia province had been started. This was also a capability. After giving orders to the white masks, Suyu continued with his own work. Cultivation, body forging. 58 casting should be completed within these 2 days. He hoped to complete 72 casting before chaos broke out. They had also met and chatted with by phone. There was no need to chat too much, lest they were noticed. If something really happened, they could make use of Bai Juanxing's identity. At this moment, the few white masks under Suyu also began to move. They moved closer to Xianxia province, somewhere in the human realm. Bai Yi and the other 4 law enforcement officers gathered. Other than the 4 of them, there was also a faceless elder. Slightly different from the other elders, this faceless elder had a golden mark on his mask. That was the symbol of the enforcement elder. As for the law enforcement elder, it usually meant the quasi-invincible realm or the quasi-invincible realm. This was a small space that was hidden underground. Apart from the people of the 4 tribes, there were actually some cultivators from the eastern and western pavilions in front of the mortal realm. They were distributed in the mortal realm to spy on information. Now, be it the east or the west pavilions or the 4 tribes, all the human realm experts of the heaven hunting pavilion were under the command of this law enforcement elder. At this moment, on the side of the mysterious department, Kai Wen quickly reported, Elder, the mysterious department Xianxia, the helmsman stationed in Xianxia province, has begun to accept the mission. He has completed the contact with the Bai families by Junxing and by phone. The law enforcement elder stepped forward and looked at the chat records in front of Kai Yi. He nodded slightly. Not bad. I've heard of this Xianxia. He completed a large transaction in Xinghong ancient city. He's a talent. After saying that, he quickly added, continue to keep an eye on them. The main focus is on the changes in Xianxia province, Great Qin Manor, and Dazhou prefecture. Xianxia and the others are just the first wave of probing. If they can take root there, it'll be a good thing. Understood. Kai Wen replied quickly and told the law enforcement elder about the other party looking for Chen Yong. The law enforcement elder nodded and said, I will arrange for people from the east and west pavilions to look for him. They have been looking for him for a long time. After saying that, he added, Xianxia was right about one thing. Our goal is very simple. We want to create chaos. Even if we don't have it, we need it. If we don't create chaos, then we don't need intelligence, assassins, protection, and resources. Chaos is the opportunity for the heaven hunting pavilion. The law enforcement elder was very satisfied. He nodded and said, Xianxia has seen the truth. I hope everyone can understand this. In addition, quickly establish a relationship with Wanzhou in the human realm. This is also a powerful force. Yes, sir. Someone under his command quickly answered. The heaven hunting pavilion's branch in the human realm was about to be completely established. This time, the heaven hunting pavilion had invested a lot of manpower and resources. They hoped to make a fortune and leave a mark in the history of the heaven hunting pavilion. Time passed quickly. 2 days passed quickly. Suyu had officially completed the 58th casting. It would be difficult to complete the 59th casting without 5 days. Suyu was not in a hurry. Breaking out would not happen in a short period of time. At this moment, it was already the 3rd day since he left southern Yuan. At this moment, Huangjiu sent him a message. Xianxia, I've just received a mission to assassinate a descendant of the invincible realm. Do you accept it? Who? Assassinate Xia Huyu, idiot. Suyu's tone was unfriendly as he scolded, idiot. Creating chaos doesn't mean seeking death. We've just entered Xia province. You killed Xia Longwu's son. Do you want to die? Who gave you the mission? A client I'm developing. Who is it? My client, I'm the ruler of this place. I'm asking who it is, and you'll answer me. Not only that, you'll have to provide me with a list of all the clients you're developing. Remember, in Xia province, I'm the boss. My word is law. If you think it's inappropriate, you can get lost. Huangjia was speechless. The other two did not even utter a word. Xianxia was a little overbearing. The Sky Hunter Pavilion had given them a quota. Xianxia himself controlled 100 Sky Hunter sub-leaderboards, and each of them had 30. Yet, Xianxia still wanted to force them to provide the client list. So you said again, did you hear me clearly? I don't want to die because of your stupidity. I survived in Xinghong Ancient City until now because of my cautiousness and wisdom, not stupidity. If you don't want to die, listen to me. There was a moment of silence in the channel. After a while, Huangjiu said, all right, I'll provide you with the name list. This time, the mission is from a genius from Dazhou Prefecture who entered southern Yuan, name. Zhou Hongba. Suyu frowned. He knew Zhou Hongba. Zhou Hongba assigned a mission to kill Xia Huyu, *T. It was not that he did not know, but that Zhou Hongba would not be so stupid as to assign a mission to kill Xia Huyu the moment he came into contact with the Sky Hunter Pavilion. You dared to assign this mission even though you knew who was in the Sky Hunter Pavilion? And you assigned a mission under your real name, aren't you afraid that the Sky Hunter Pavilion would sell the news and Xia Jia would kill you? Of course, according to the thoughts of the average person, it was reasonable. Dazhou Prefecture and Xia Province did not have a good relationship. It was only natural for them to kill Xia Huyu. *T, so you did not believe it. After thinking for a while, he took out a voice transmission talisman and quickly entered a frequency. At this moment, not far from Suyu, Xia Huyu was still trying to please his little fairy. He was slightly startled and quickly smiled. Yu Xian, what do you want to eat? I'll buy it for you. There's no need. Yu Xian was cold. This fatty was very annoying. Of course, he was Xia Jia's crown prince after all. She could not reject him too obviously. In fact, it was not to reject him. He was just playing hard to get. This fatty seemed to like this. As expected, Xia Huyu said helplessly, all right then, I'll leave first. I'll come back to eat with you tonight. Up to you. Xia Huyu smiled. All right, I'll come back tonight. After saying that, he walked out reluctantly. After walking quite a distance, a voice transmission talisman appeared in his hand. He fiddled with it and hesitated. There were not many who knew his voice transmission frequency. There were even fewer who knew about this voice transmission talisman. After thinking for a while, he connected the other party's communication. Soon, the other party sent a message. Is the heavenly Yuanqi I gave you enough? Xia Huyu was stunned for a moment. He did not dare to believe it. Soon, he replied, you just came to the academy. Where are you staying? Cultivation Garden, Block 3, Room 609. This is our first time meeting. What am I doing? I have to pay for cleaning. I told you to get lost. Is that enough? Enough. Xia Huyu was shocked. Damn it, you're really back. Other than Suyu himself, no one should know about these things. Especially since he replied so quickly, unless the other party knew all of Suyu's memories, they would definitely not know about these things. Nowadays, there were probably only a few people who still remembered where Suyu lived. No one would care about these trivial things. Where are you? Don't ask. Alright, then why are you looking for me? Tell me, are you in trouble? No, I want to ask you something. Did you hook up with Zhou Hongba? Xia Huyu was stunned for a moment. Soon, he replied, no, but Xia province has reached an agreement with some geniuses to lure and kill people from the Sky Hunter Pavilion. Anyone who gets on the Sky Hunter list can issue some missions to kill people from Xianxia. Did you know about this? Su cursed in his heart. Sure enough. I've guessed it, Zhou Hongba definitely did not have the guts to collude with the Sky Hunter Pavilion to kill the Crown Prince of Xianxia in Xianxia's territory. Otherwise, once the Sky Hunter Pavilion betrayed him, he would be finished. Su knew that something was wrong. As it turned out, Su still had a brain. Of course, there was no need to boast about it. Su quickly said, so now that you're out, there are experts around you to protect you. Yes. How many? Since you're asking so clearly, could it be that you're here to assassinate me? Don't tell me you're a member of the Sky Hunter Pavilion who accepted the mission? Xia Huyu was not stupid. He quickly guessed something. Su suddenly appeared and asked him this question. Perhaps, this guy was one of the members of the Sky Hunter Pavilion. This time, he also came with the Sky Hunter Pavilion. Correct, but there's no reward. Xia Huyu was speechless. He quickly transmitted his voice, then be careful. Don't trust all the members of the Sky Hunter Pavilion. This time, our Xia province and the Ming Constabulary have captured a few people alive. We're currently interrogating them and bribing them. Once we succeed, these people will be used by us to trap you guys and frame the Sky Hunter Pavilion. Don't accept missions recklessly. Su was stunned. He thought of something and quickly said, let me ask you. Did Xia province capture by Mian or an elder? No elder. We captured 2 by Mian and killed 1. There's still 1 left. We're interrogating him for some information. Did he tell you his code name? No, but soon. Su was secretly shocked. Xia province was really fast. They had already captured a person alive. Could it be one of his men? Earth 18 and Xian 17 had not said anything. Earth 18 was fine, but Xian 17 rarely spoke. Could he have been captured? He was not too sure, Su did not ask for details. Even Xia Huyu did not know his identity. Soon, Su said, did anyone on your side get the Sky Hunter ranking? Or rather, I'll give you one, and you give me some missions. For example, kill someone, make a name for me, and so on. Make a name for yourself? Xia Huyu thought for a while and transmitted his voice, you're one of them, right? If that's the case, if we kill someone else, people might find out that we're colluding with them. I kind of understand what you're saying. How about this, you give me a ranking. Forget it, I'll think of a way to do it myself. Later, you help me kill a few people. They're all from Xia province, or even some generals from Xianxia. If you kill them, no one will guess that we're the ones behind it. F***ck. Kill generals? Su quickly said, don't kill your own people just to suppress them. You must be crazy. Nonsense. Xia Huyu's bare one's teeth grinned and quickly said, they're not on our side. Some are spies planted by others, and some are directly Wanzu's men. However, we know the situation, so we haven't closed the net. In Xia province, killing a few generals will make you famous. Alright then. Su said no more. Xia Huyu quickly said, are you in Xia province now? Yes. Where? Your house. Don't mess around, Su did not reply. I'm not messing around. I'm at your house. If you don't believe me, forget it. Great Xia Civilization University is also your house, right? I've seen you, damn fatty. He brought some strong people with him when he went out. Su sensing Jade showed that there were 2 sun and moon experts protecting him in secret. He was really careful. Contacting Xia Huyu was a must. This was Xiajia's territory. If he did not communicate with him, he might get himself killed. After greeting Xia Huyu, Su quickly replied to Huangjiu, don't accept this mission. Xia Huyu is not that easy to kill. Moreover, Xia Huyu is in Xia province. The person who gave this mission does not have good intentions. Maybe he wants to kill us. Huangjiu, if you're not afraid of death, go and try it yourself. I didn't accept it. I wanted you to accept it. These were Huangjiu's words. Su thought it over. Just because of these words, he would find a chance to kill him, F***cku. Kill Zhou Hongba and take back the ranking. He's up to no good. Is it appropriate? It's appropriate. It's not like the hunting sky pavilion doesn't seek revenge. Kill them all. Go and carry out the mission. Since you can come into contact with him, you can kill him. Alright, I'll listen to you. So you took off his mask and ignored him. Whether he could kill or not, it was up to him. However, the hunting sky pavilion had to make some noise. Otherwise, no one would know their abilities and strength. I'm doing this for the sake of the hunting sky pavilion. The next day, Suyu received another message from Earth 18. Xianxia, there's another mission. A Mountain Sea commander of the prefecture army in Dexia province wants us to assassinate a few of his enemies. There's Mountain Sea and Ling Yun. Do you accept this mission? Could they be bait? It's hard to say. Where are you guys? Let's find a chance to meet up. If the reward is suitable, we can consider it and investigate the situation. Meet up? The few white faces were a little worried. They were afraid that someone had been captured. If they met up, it would be very dangerous. Let's meet up first. It's more dangerous here in Dexia province. It's difficult to complete some missions alone. It's best to meet up. Of course, it's fine if we don't meet up, but we have to investigate the situation. A Mountain Sea commander won't betray him easily. Be careful that it might be a trap. I will. The few of them quickly communicated again. Whether to accept the mission or not depended on the situation. Everyone was afraid of killing Xia Huyu. They were not so afraid of killing some deputy generals and commanders. Suyu communicated with Xia Huyu again and asked about the situation. The answer he got was indeed arranged by him. There was no problem with that. Don't kill indiscriminately. If you kill the wrong person, it will be troublesome. On the 5th day after returning to the human realm, Bai Junxing still refused to leave in Dexia province. Bai Feng beat up Bai Junxing. He couldn't do anything to him and couldn't be bothered to care about him anymore. He threw this guy into the nature nurturing park. Of course, it was just an act. It was to give Suyu a chance to stay. On the 5th night, in the capital of Dexia province, a deputy general of the prefectural army, an expert of the mountain and sea realm, was assassinated in his mansion. When the news came out, it shocked everyone. Recently, the human realm had been very chaotic. It wasn't that no one had been killed. Many generals had died. Chen Yong had secretly killed some of them. However, it was different this time. This time, the deputy general was killed in the capital. Moreover, he was a general of Dexia province. The assassin was not Chen Yong, but the Heaven Hunter Pavilion. Yes, the Heaven Hunter Pavilion. This time, there was clear evidence in Dexia province that it was the Heaven Hunter Pavilion who did it, a white-faced expert. The other party was very arrogant. Not only did he kill someone, but he also left his mark, which was a big word, Xianjiao. In the common language, the person killed by Xianjiao of the Heaven Hunter Pavilion, audacious to the extreme, in the city, in Xiajia's territory, he killed a mountain and sea expert. This person had also fought with a sun-moon expert in southern Yuan before quickly escaping. It had only been a few days since he entered the country, but he dared to break into the capital of Dexia province and kill people. He was lawless. On this day, Governor Wu Wei of Dexia province set out. Dozens of mountain and sea experts, as well as several sun-moon experts, filled the Dexia province with their auras, searching everywhere. If Xianjiao didn't die, how could the dignity of Dexia province exist? Suyu had already returned to his residence. He was very calm. He was just a guy at the 3rd tier of the mountain and sea realm, and his ability to hide was very strong. In the city, the only person who had a chance of discovering Suyu was probably Wan Tianxing. In the end, he pretended to be deaf and blind. In this way, Suyu ended his opponent with a single sword strike. It was just a small matter. However, this time, Xianjiao's reputation was thoroughly spread. In the house, Suyu was humming and punching. In the house next door, someone said angrily, "Lawless, Long Wuwei is really useless now. He actually let Xianjiao kill someone in the capital of Dexia province. Where's the dignity of Dexia province? If we don't kill Xianjiao, that guy dared to kill a mountain and sea general today. Maybe he will dare to kill others in the future. We must find him, kill him, drag him to the Wan pit, and cut off his head. In the academy, the students and instructors were all filled with righteous indignation. Xianxia province used to be so fierce, but now it was becoming more and more cowardly. They were being bullied to the extreme. Even a general had been killed. Dying on the battlefield was one thing, but being assassinated was not acceptable. That guy from the Heaven Hunter Pavilion had to die. A large number of experts were sent out. In the Civilization Academy, Galao was also sent out. Not only that. Just as the students were filled with righteous indignation, in front of Yuan Qingdong's door, a general of Long Wuwei in Xianxia province said in a low voice, "Academy head Yuan, this time, please go out and search. There are not many sun and moon tier cultivators in the academy. Many have left with Xiaoyi, and have not returned yet. Academy head Yuan is one of the few sun and moon tier elites in the academy who can still be considered free. Chief Steward who wants Academy head Yuan to help search for Xianxia's whereabouts." In the house, Yuan Qingdong frowned, and after a while, he said, "There are many students in the Civilization Academy, and some Galao have also gone out. If I leave, the academy will not be safe. With Elder Bai here, nothing will happen. Elder Bai is now the strongest elite in Xianxia province." That white dragon, Yuan Qingdong cursed inwardly. Asking me to search? I heard that Xianxia is not weak. Previously, when he fought with the sun and moon tier cultivators in southern Yuan, he was not at a disadvantage. How dangerous is this? Before he could refuse, the general said in a low voice, "Sir Academy head, this is an order. A military order. You receive the emperor's salary, and you should work hard for Xianxia province." At this critical moment, is Academy head going to disobey the order? Helpless, Yuan Qingdong cursed inwardly. Are you trying to kill me? In any case, he is not one of your people. If he dies, so be it, right? Although he cursed, he still had to complete the mission. If he disobeyed a military order, he dared not bear the responsibility. He would be beheaded. The military order of Xianxia province was not to be trifled with. I understand. I will set out to search tomorrow. Today, I will carry out the order as soon as I receive it. Master Yuan will be in charge of searching the northern defense area of Xianxia province. As for the other 3 areas, there will be other people to search. I understand. Yuan Qingdong cursed inwardly. Damn it, are you trying to trick me, North? Is the North dangerous? He did not know, but he felt that it was a little dangerous. Not long after Yuan Qingdong left, Suyu was still cultivating when he suddenly heard Wan Tianqing's voice. Go kill Yuan Qingdong. Of course, don't kill him. Let him ask for help from the Seeker tier. Let him feel the danger of death, and let him attract more Seeker tier elites. Suyu cursed inwardly. Am I raised by you? You gave me a mission, but did you pay? Not paying, and you still gave me a mission. Kill Yuan Qingdong. This is not a small mission. This is to kill a Sun-Moon tier elite, which is extremely difficult. The other party is also the descendant of Wudi, lore Seeker tier elites here? Suyu's heart stirred slightly. Wan Tianqing was going to completely muddy the waters. Not long after Yuan Qingdong left, and not long after Wan Tianqing finished his greeting, on Suyu's side, Earth 18 suddenly sent a message. Xianxiao, there is a big mission. Do you accept it? Speak. Kill Yuan Qingdong, Vice Principal of Great Xia Civilization University, First Layer Sun Moon Tier, grandson of the Deyuan King. Who did it, and what price did they pay? Wu Yuehua, give us 10 earth pills, in addition to an earth weapon, a set of human heaven tier cultivation technique. Suyu was stunned. Wu Yuehua? Earth 18, you enter the city? How did you come into contact with Wu Yuehua? No, I met Wu Qi. I gave her a new list, and through her, I came into contact with Wu Yuehua. Earth 18, you were quiet, but you came into contact with a big shot. Suyu joked, and quickly said, refuse. This mission is too big. Kill First Layer Sun Moon Tier, do you think it's sore? Refuse. Xianxiao, you can fight Sun Moon Tier, and if the few of us work together, shut up, this is the descendant of the Deyuan King, and his father is the youngest son of one of the 8 great clans of the Seeker tier. This mission cannot be accepted, it's too dangerous. Earth 18 was somewhat dissatisfied. Xianxia, if you can't, you can ask the enforcers. Yuan Qingdong is only a third-generation descendant, and if you don't accept this, the Wu family's connection may be broken. Earth 18, I have the final say in Xia province. But, if you insist, then I'll ask Kai, but, if you count on me, I won't accept. Killing an invincible descendant, and a Sun Moon tier at that, is too dangerous, and I don't want to lose my life for a mission. With that, Suyu ignored him, and soon, Kai. Enforcer, Xia province just received a mission from Earth 18, and it's to kill Yuan Qingdong. I don't want to accept this mission, but the one who issued the mission is someone from the Wu family of Xia province. Do you accept it? Kai received the message early, and quickly said, yes, once Yuan Qingdong dies, Xia province will be in complete chaos. I can't kill him alone. No matter, I'll come personally to help you. Kai was coming, Suyu's heart moved slightly. Kai could be in the 5th or 6th layer of the Sun Moon tier, and if this guy came, killing Yuan Qingdong was a sure thing. More importantly, Wan Tianxing meant not to kill Yuan Qingdong, and to wait for him to call for help. Forget it, he didn't care about this. He could just tell Wan Tianxing later. Since the enforcer said so, I'll accept this mission, but I think it's still too dangerous. Once the Deyuan king is provoked, it'll be a huge problem. No matter, now the invincible races are approaching the human race's East Rift Valley, and those invincible races can't return for a while. Moreover, Yuan Qingdong's bloodline is not valued by the invincible races, and is different from Xia Huyu. He seemed to feel that he had said something wrong. And Suyu didn't say anything, and everyone pretended that nothing had happened. Obviously, Kai knew about the assassination of Xia Huyu. After a moment of silence, Kai quickly said, I'll go personally, Xianxia, you've done well. Everyone in Xia province now knows the name of the Hunting Sky Pavilion, and recently, the speed of the distribution of rankings in Xia province is also very fast, and some core figures in Xia province have gradually been included in the system. Thank you for your praise, Enforcer. You've done well, Xianxia. If you succeed this time, when you return to the All Heavens battlefield, there's hope for you to be promoted to the position of Elder. Enforcer, you must be joking, I'm only at the 9th tier of the Mountain and Sea realm. Pretending to be weak, but also pretending to be strong. I'm only at the 9th tier of the Mountain and Sea realm. Of course, I might also be at the Sun and Moon realm. Anyway, you don't know exactly what realm I'm at. The communication with Kai ended very quickly. This mission, I'll accept. Suyu smiled. This old man Wan Tianxing had a lot of tricks up his sleeves. Wu Yuehua had obtained the rankings, so these two were also related. This wouldn't do. Wu Yuehua, isn't she my future mistress? Did she have a change of heart? Suyu wondered if he should inform Teacher Lu. It was too dangerous. To be honest, old Wan was still a little handsome, and he was stronger than Lu Wenyan. Would Wu Yuehua have a change of heart? It's complicated. The next time I see Teacher Lu, I'll have to tell him to be careful and keep an eye on him. Women, it's better not to provoke them. Look, if you provoke too many, you still have to be careful of them having a change of heart. Because Kai wanted to come personally, it would take some time. Suyu wasn't in a hurry. He simply conveyed the news and arranged for everyone to meet in 2 days. Not only Suyu, but the other white faces also had to show up to meet Kai. Obviously, the business in Xia province was valued, and this person personally came to help. Otherwise, this person might not go to ordinary big mansions. Kai wasn't an elder, but he was the direct subordinate of the head of the Xian department, the enforcer of the Xian department. His coming personally was more significant than the arrival of an elder. It was so significant that Suyu wanted to ask if he could get rid of him. The time was set, but the location hadn't been confirmed yet. He would wait for Kai to confirm it personally. As for Suyu, he continued to cultivate and forge his body. 59 casting, it would only be a matter of a few days. He also sent the news back to Wan Tianxing. Suyu didn't know how he arranged it, but Wan Tianxing's intention was not to let Yuan Qingdong die. If he didn't, it would be useless even if Kai came. Suyu just needed to be a bystander and show off his powerful combat strength. Of course, just in case, Suyu had to be careful. Wan Tianxing was quite a scammer, At 58 casting, Suyu's physical body's aperture power had reached 450,000 apertures. Including the yang apertures, it was about 500,000. With this strength, if he didn't devour essence blood, he might not be able to take down Yuan Qingdong. The other party was an invincible descendant, not an ordinary first-stage sun-moon, so he probably wasn't that weak. The first-stage sun-moon, the weaker ones, had about 300,000 apertures. The stronger ones had 400,000 to 500,000 apertures. Suyu was now one of the stronger ones among the first-stage sun-moon, but compared to the top ones, there was still a gap. The top ones might reach 600,000 to 700,000 apertures. Of course, this didn't include the people of Moto, as it was meaningless. Suyu, who felt weak, started to cultivate. The heaven and earth mystic light was also greatly consumed. Once 59 casting was completed, his strength would increase by a lot again. Now, every time the body forging was completed, Suyu could increase the power of 40,000 to 50,000 apertures. This increase was shocking. After another 2 days, Suyu quietly sneaked out of Dixia province. Kai Yi sent a message to meet at Beifeng City. And Yuan Qingdong wasn't far from there. The 4 white faces of Dixia province were all going. As for the white face captured by Xianxia, it was most likely not under Suyu. Otherwise, there would be some abnormalities. On Xiaojia's side, Xiaohuyu said that the other party hadn't spoken yet. If his own people were captured and didn't speak, they would definitely tell Suyu that they were captured. This was the advantage of being a spy on both sides. They knew about the Skyhunter Pavilion and the Dixia province. Suyu didn't care too much about this mission. It wasn't too dangerous. Outside Beifeng City, after observing for a while, Suyu rushed to the designated location. At the same time, the other white faces also rushed over there. Near the rendezvous point, in a small hill, Kai Yi had already arrived. He didn't go over but hid here. He also had to be on guard, in case these white faces betrayed him and caused him to be captured and killed. The human realm was more dangerous than imagined. Over the past few days, the white masks and elders had continuously died, causing the other white masks and elders to become more vigilant. The Great Xiao Mansion was considered to be quite good, as they hadn't encountered anyone from the Great Qin Mansion. Military control: if you entered the city, you would be killed by the Great Qin Mansion the moment you put on a cloak. The white faces of the Great Qin Mansion didn't dare to come into contact with anyone. Of the 36 prefectures, there weren't many that had business. Otherwise, Kai Yi wouldn't have paid so much attention to Dixia province. Kai Yi was waiting. Suyu was also waiting. Not only him, but the other white faces were also waiting. This state lasted for a period of time. After a while, in Suyu's channel, someone said, "Is everyone not here yet?" No one said a word. Everyone understood, we are all here, but no one dares to come out. At the human realm, everyone was afraid. They were afraid that someone would betray them. They were afraid that someone would plot against them. Xianzhou, you are our boss. You are not here yet? Huangzhou spoke. Suyu cursed in his heart. You are finished. This guy has been looking for trouble. Just you wait, I will hammer you to death sooner or later. Huangzhou, you go to the designated location first. I am the leader of Dixia province. Listen to my orders. This time, it was Huangzhou's turn to curse. Why should I go first? How dangerous. Everyone waited for a while. The next moment, a figure appeared in the distance. Kai Yi was very helpless. Damn it, no one is coming out. I have to come out. It was not a joke that Dixia province could develop its business so quickly. The 4 white faces were all sly and cunning like ghosts. Come out. Kai Yi spoke. What was all the fuss about? Time was wasted. A moment later, the 4 white faces appeared almost at the same time. Everyone was wearing a mask, so it was not awkward. Suyu was the first to speak. Greetings, enforcer. There was a traffic jam on the road just now. Me too. There was a long Wu Wei patrolling on the road, so I avoided him. Me too. Kai Yi was speechless. Damn it. Alright, stop finding excuses. These guys are not sincere at all. Shut up. Kai said coldly, Xianxia, your Dixia province is the first to develop its business. Tell us, how did you escape from being surrounded? Suyu said indifferently, I arrived near southern Yuan. I exchanged blows with a commander from Long Wuwei and quickly retreated. The other party did not chase after me. After that, I found a place to hide. After that, I met Bai Feng's cousin, Bai Junxing, near Mount Starfall. Everyone knows what happened next. Huangjiu, what about you? I was lucky and landed in the wilderness. No one cared about me, so I found a place to hide. Later, I disguised myself and joined a group of merchants to understand the situation. I landed in a mountain. There's no one there. I fell into the river. Someone saw me. I killed the guy and escaped. Among the 4 white-faced monks, Suyu's trail was the clearest. Moreover, he had announced his background, so many people knew about it. Kaiwan did not say anything more. Instead, he looked at Suyu and said, Xianxia, you are too ostentatious. Suyu said coldly, it's my first time here. If I don't show off, am I supposed to be a rat? I think Dixia province is in a mess, and the chaos has been settled. Once the relic of southern Yuan is discovered, there will be chaos. Are we going to lie low and wait for an opportunity? Opportunities didn't come knocking on their door, but they were created by themselves. Enforcer, you don't understand. As a pioneer, if you don't have more guts, how can you open up the market? The mystery department is best at doing business. Enforcer, it seems that you have been in the law enforcement department for too long and are not proficient in business. He directly retorted. Kaiwan was not angry. He said seriously, perhaps what you said is right. I don't want to get involved in the business of Dixia province, but it's very dangerous. The 4 of you are only at the Mountain Sea realm. So. Suyu smiled faintly and said, I hope that the enforcers can transfer more experts over. What's the use of those guys holed up in those small mansions? Dixia province is the opportunity. These days, our business is so overwhelming that it makes people's hair stand on end. We have to refuse a large number of missions and ruin our reputation. If there are enough white-faced monks, we can accept more missions. I will consider applying to the higher-ups. Kaiwan nodded and quickly said, let's not talk about this for now. Let's find a place to talk about the next mission. He quickly left, and the others quickly followed. Suyu saw that he was flying extremely fast and had a destination. He snorted inwardly. It seemed that he had been here for a long time. This guy was also so cautious. The sensory jade sensed a little. The 5th-tier sun and moon realm was very powerful, however, if he really went all out, Suyu might not be afraid of him even if he devoured the blood essence, so there was no need to worry too much. Moreover, this was the mortal realm. He also had a backer here. After flying for a while, they soon landed in a village. There were still people in the village and the mountains. Kai continued to descend and landed in a courtyard. The villagers did not discover them. The weakest was still at the Mountain Sea realm, so it was not that easy to be discovered. Soon, they entered the courtyard. There were people inside. Suyu's heart stirred slightly. Soon, an old man walked out. When he saw them, he was not surprised. He hurriedly bowed and said, Grey-faced from the East Pavilion greets the lords. Someone from the East Pavilion. The East and West Pavilions were responsible for investigating small realms. Obviously, this guy was also a member of the Sky Hunter Pavilion and collected information for the Sky Hunter Pavilion. He was not strong. The Xianxia realm was probably the weakest kind of gray-faced. Of course, it was not suitable for him to be too strong. In a mountain village in the wilderness, Xianxia was considered not bad. Kai nodded and did not say much. He led the few people into the house. The old man also quickly followed carefully. In his eyes, these were all big shots. After entering the house, Kai sat down directly. The 4 white masks stood on both sides, and the old man stood in the center, trembling with fear, waiting for orders. Kai was silent for a while and said, Is there a Long Wuwei patrolling nearby? No, there are official guards patrolling, but there are very few of them. Route, time, location, number, strength. Tell me everything. Yes. Soon, the old man told him all the information he collected. Kai listened for a while, nodded slightly, and said, I will give you a task. Can you complete it? Yes, sir. You accidentally revealed to one of the villagers that there was a white mask nearby. You don't know anything, but that person must know something. Furthermore, he won't make a fuss about it and will tell on you. Is there someone like that in the village? Yes. Can you make the other party believe you without any doubt? Yes. Kai nodded and said with a smile, if you can do it, after this task, I will help you step into Soar. Thank you, sir. The old man was overjoyed. On the side, Suyu did not care. There were tens of thousands of humans, and one could not expect all humans to be good people. Even Suyu himself was not prepared to be a good person. Besides, wasn't he also among the white masks? He understood Kai's meaning. Let the villagers inform and lure Yuan Qingdong over. Suyu thought for a while and said, Sir, lure that person? Will it alert the enemy? Why not directly attack? Kai smiled, no, it's not safe. You know, this is the human realm. Once the sun and moon masks fight, it will be easy to be detected. If it is too close to some big cities, it will be detected. If someone comes to rescue, it will be troublesome. Will the other party be vigilant? Kai said lightly, who would suspect a villager? Besides, the sun and moon masks have the ability to sense. Some ideas under Soar cannot be hidden from the other party. If it were you, would you doubt it? Suyu said directly, yes, it's too much of a coincidence. I was looking for someone, and he appeared. He was discovered, and coincidentally came to me to inform. Of course I would doubt it. Kai was speechless. That's because you are paranoid. I didn't go to him directly. There are official guards nearby, but I know he's the one patrolling the North Wind area. Eventually, the news will be reported to him and he will definitely summon the villager. I didn't go to him directly. There are too many people who know. Once a stronger guy is drawn out, will Sir be able to deal with it? Bastard, Kai was speechless. Of course, Xianxia's worries were not unreasonable. He had to be patient and said, there are not many sun and moon masks in Dixia province right now, what about the trap? Kai said with some anger, if you are so worried, why are you so daring to kill a high-ranking officer in the city? Suyu said calmly, I am confident. I don't do things that I am not sure of. This time, I am not confident. I have seen too many descendants of Invincible, and I have even seen descendants of Invincible with invincible divine talismans. That is even more troublesome. He is a descendant of Invincible, so I am naturally worried about this. Sir is in the sun and moon tier, but we are not. Sir may escape, but we cannot. I did not want to take this mission in the first place. Suyu looked at one of the white-faced people and said, Earth 18, you took the mission. I have done some research on Wu Yuehua. He has a complicated relationship with Lu Wenyan of the Shenwen faction, and is also close to Xianxia. If it is a trap, I have reason to suspect that you and Xianxia have reached an agreement. Xianjiao, don't slander me. Earth 18 said angrily. I took the mission for business. You were the one who said to take more missions to make a name for yourself. Suyu said in a low voice, fine, I will say the ugly words first. This time, Earth 18, you will be the vanguard. Why? I am only in the 7th layer of the mountain and sea tier, and they are sun and moon masks. Earth 18 was furious. Huangjiao interrupted, Xianjiao, Earth 18 is also doing this for the mission, to make the Dixia province branch stronger and more famous. There is no need to suspect anyone. Suyu said indifferently, I actually like to work alone. To be honest, I have to guard against you guys going back on the mission. It is very troublesome. Trust also needs time to build. Right now, I have no trust in you guys, and I am worried if there are humans among you. Then, he looked at Kai Wen. Sir, can I check the information of the white-faced people under my command? That is not possible. Kai Wen refused. Only their direct elders can check. Since their direct elders did not say anything this time and did not refuse the mission, I think it is not a big problem. I hope so. Suyu was a thief calling a thief. Anyway, he had to give them a heads up first. the mission would most likely fail, and there might even be deaths. He did not want to be the scapegoat. I, Xianxia, have already said that this mission is not easy to accept, and cannot be accepted, but you guys insisted. Now that you have failed, it is because you are trash and incompetent. So you continued, since that is the case, then I will listen to your orders. Sir can actually take down that person alone, and there is no need for our help. What we can do is to help clean up the mess. No, your mission is very difficult. Kaiwan continued, I will not appear at the beginning. Once the other person senses danger, he will quickly run, or contact other elites. You guys need to delay them for a while, and then I will appear. I will stay far away first. Silence. Suyu was a little angry, and said, Sir, you want us to delay an invincible descendant, and a sun-moon tier 1 at that? Xianxia, you have this ability. You have to know that the commander of the Longwuwei Hidden Guards is also an elite, not a weakling. Since you can stop the other person, you can also delay Yuan Qingdong for a while. Suyu took a deep breath, and said after a while, is this Sir's order? Or, a suggestion? A suggestion. Kaiwan quickly said, you are a resident of the ancient city. If this mission is completed, you can get an additional 100 heaven hunting points, which can be exchanged for some heaven's origin chi to solve some of the effects of the death chi. 100 points, 10 portions of heaven's origin chi, was not a small amount. Suyu fell into deep thought. He had done so much last time, but only got 80 points as a reward. Of course, now that he was in the human realm, the reward was 10 times more than before. Suyu said again, then, after this mission is completed, besides these, I also need 1/10 of the value of the things provided by Wu Yuehua. At least this much, then I will accept the mission. Okay. For assassination missions, the executor could get half of the reward, and the heaven hunting pavilion would take half. Of course, the main executor this time was not Suyu, but Kaiwan. Suyu could get 1/10, which was already a lot. Soon, Kaiwan said, all of you can get 1/10, I will get half, and the remaining 10% will be used as public funds, directly controlled by the Dixia province branch. You can use it as you wish. This condition was very generous, and this time, the heaven hunting pavilion would not take a cut. The few white-faced people looked at each other and nodded. This mission could be accepted, what they needed to do was to fight for a while, and Xianxia could fight against the sun and moon. As for whether Xianxia was the sun and moon, no one could see through it. This was not important, as long as he could fight. With Kaiwan of the sun and moon 5th layer, killing Yuan Qingdong would not be a problem. Since the mission was accepted, Suyu did not care about anything else. Soon, he looked at the old man and said, with the sun and moon's suspicion, even if the other party comes, they will definitely look for you, and will not rashly look for us. They may even send someone to summon you, and once they summon you, you may be exposed. The old man's expression changed slightly. Kaiwan did not say anything, as if he did not realize this. Suyu continued, also, this is halfway up the mountain, and the field of vision is wide. No matter how stupid I, Xianxia, am, I will not give myself away here. Kaiwan continued to remain silent, as if he was scolding him. Suyu said lightly, tell me, are there any deeper villages nearby, and in the villages, are there greedy fellows who are not popular? I also have some information about the outside world, and it would be best if there is a suitable hiding spot near the village. The old man said with admiration, Sir is wise, there is, but I still need some time to investigate the specific situation. Sir, please give me some time, I will give you a definite answer soon. Suyu nodded slightly, Xianxia, follow him, pay attention to safety, and report back quickly. Yes. Xianxia was also impressed. Come to think of it, they did not feel that there was any problem with Kaiwan's words. Now that they thought about it, there were many loopholes. It was very easy to be exposed. What if the other party summoned the old man who delivered the message? Also, this village was indeed not hidden enough, and it was not deep enough. If it was too hidden, it would be useless to plant spies here, and they would not be able to find anything. At this moment, Kaiwan was quickly reporting everything through the mask, reporting all the conversations of everyone back. Very quickly, he received a reply from the enforcement elder. Pay more attention to Xianxia, and consider carefully, this will increase everyone's chances of survival. Also, if there is any danger, protect Xianxia and leave. Yes. Kaiwan replied quickly, and continued to record everyone's words and actions. This was also what the enforcement elder needed to do. As for the loopholes in his actions that Suyu pointed out, he did not mind. He was not in charge of these things, and it was normal that he did not know much about these things. Assassination was the specialty of the north and south floors. The Xian department was in charge of business, and he was in charge of enforcement. Not long after, the old man and Xianxia returned. Very quickly, Xianxia reported, he did not do anything else, just asked some simple questions. Xianxia reported for a while, and Suyu and the rest did not speak. Very quickly, the old man gave everyone an answer. In the depths of the mountain, there was indeed a village. Among them, there was a village chief. He was stingy and greedy, and had a son in the official army. He could report the news to the higher-ups, and it would not attract too much attention. He also had some understanding of the situation outside the mountain. Suyu understood, very quickly. It was decided that this person would find some clues, and then pass it on to his son, and then attract Yuan Qingdong. As for whether or not he could be attracted, this could be discussed later. Suyu felt that it might be possible, but it might not be him alone. With Yuan Qingdong's character, would he take the risk to capture someone from the Sky Hunter Pavilion? That would be overestimating him. Of course, the current him did not care much about this. He did not care too much about Yuan Qingdong's life or death. His main task was to find out the loopholes, and be a capable Xianzhou. Very quickly, Suyu also raised this point. Although these descendants of the invincible realm are arrogant, they are also afraid of death. I've fought with Sun Moon before. He might not dare to come looking for me alone. He might secretly bring other Sun Moons, or simply inform someone stronger to come looking for me. Suyu reminded Kai Yi, Sir Kai Yi, please think about it. If things don't work out, we will quickly retreat. There's no need to sacrifice 4 white faces for him. All right. Kai Yi nodded. Xianzhou, you will lead and make arrangements for this mission. I will only be responsible for killing people. As for the rest, we will listen to Xianzhou's arrangements. Suyu was now a capable little expert. In their eyes, he was a cautious, life-saving partner. With him taking the lead, everyone felt more confident. Suyu did not stand on ceremony and quickly said, that's the general plan. We just need to make some appropriate adjustments. Even if we are discovered by the village chief, we can't be too deliberate. Otherwise, a white face with no vigilance would be too stupid. Besides, it will be difficult for him to hide from me. It's best if he can use some clues to determine that I'm nearby, and not let me be discovered directly. In addition, it's best if someone can provide us with some information about the other Sun Moons in Xia province, including their whereabouts. Suyu gave a few more instructions and quickly said, there's one last thing. From now on, it's best if you all follow me. I hope no one will send voice transmissions to others. Listen to Xianzhou. With Kai Yi's words, the others had no objections. Suyu secretly curled his lips. I really want to sell you all. Forget it, you're not worth much. You're just a 5th-tier Sun Moon and 3 mountains and seas. I can't sell you for a high price, and it's not worth it to sell you all. If a few elders came now, I might really sell you all. The plan was quickly carried out. In a small mountain village, a chubby village chief unintentionally felt some fluctuations of vitality. It seemed to be caused by the cultivation of experts. Of course, a certain village chief didn't care at first. But not long after, the spring water he drew also contained some vitality. It was very weak, and ordinary people couldn't feel it. This knowledgeable fat village chief instantly realized something. Perhaps there was an expert cultivating at the source of the spring water in the depths of the mountains, so the concentration of vitality in the spring water was increased. The vitality in this mountain was not rich. Under normal circumstances, no one would come here to cultivate, especially if it was an expert. All of a sudden, the fat village chief realized the problem. The residents of the Great Xia Prefecture, even if they were mountain dwellers, had some sense of danger. Those who were hiding in the mountains to cultivate were either from the Myriad tribe sect or the Sky Hunter Pavilion, which had been in an uproar recently. In any case, it was highly likely that they weren't good people. Good people wouldn't hide in this remote place to cultivate. Even if they guessed wrong, it was not against the law. Xianxia province encouraged people to report the location of Wanzhou's people. There were rewards. If they reported wrongly, it would just be a misunderstanding. If they reported correctly, they would be rewarded with many merit points. Therefore, the village chief didn't even go deep into the mountains to investigate. He directly left the village to report to his son in the prefecture army. Deep in the mountains. Huangjiu quickly returned and exclaimed, "Xianxia, you're amazing. How did you know he would report you to his son?" "Nonsense, because I'm from Xianxia province, I know the habits of these uncles and aunties too well. If they found something unusual and felt that they could win, they would definitely bring people to kill you. Killing Wanzhou's people would be rewarded, and everyone was willing to kill them. Therefore, Xianxia province was full of killing embryos. If they felt that they couldn't win, they would, of course, find someone who could. Therefore, it wasn't strange that they went to find their son. Of course, this couldn't be said like that. So you said indifferently, that's because you don't understand the human realm. You should learn more about what identity they disguise themselves as and do things that suit their identity." The few white-faced men didn't say anything. "Whatever you say." In Beifeng City. Soon, the prefecture army received the news. Recently, Xianxia province had been trying to capture Xianzhou. The slightest movement would soon alarm the prefecture army powerhouses. Not long after, a powerhouse from Ling Yunjing personally went to the small village to investigate. He didn't approach carelessly. He also camped in the small village for a night. He felt the faint fluctuation of vitality and tasted the spring water. After a while, he concluded that the quality of vitality was very high. Perhaps, it was a Mountain Sea realm powerhouse. A Mountain Sea realm powerhouse was hiding nearby. He immediately thought of Xianzhou. Soon, this Ling Yan retreated and didn't investigate. He continued to report the news. It was suspected that a Mountain Sea realm powerhouse had appeared nearby. In less than a day, Yuan Qingdong, who was idling in Beifeng City, received the news. Yuan Qingdong was a little speechless when he heard the report. "You didn't even see the person and you came to report to me. Could it be Xianzhou? With just a little fluctuation of vitality? Maybe it's a monster cultivating in the mountains, or maybe it's a natural fluctuation of vitality. You didn't investigate it yourself, but came to me?" The reporting officer said in a low voice, "Prefecture Master Yuan, it's better to be safe than sorry. If it's really Xianzhou, we'll alert the enemy if we approach rashly. Even if it's not, it won't take long for Prefecture Master to investigate. In Xianxia province, we must be on the highest alert when we encounter such a thing. We can't let the enemy escape." Yuan Qingdong cursed inwardly. Why did they have to report such a trivial matter to him? They didn't even see the person. They only relied on a villager to report that there was a problem with the fluctuation of vitality, and it actually came to him. Did they think that he was an errand boy? He was speechless. Depressing. Xianxia province was bullish *t. He didn't want to look for the person at all. Why would he find trouble for himself? However, being stared at by the officer, he was also speechless. After a while, he said, "Then why don't you go and investigate first? If there's really a problem, sir, if it's really Xianzhou, no one is a match for him except you. Not only will we be sending him our heads, but once he's discovered and escapes again, we won't be able to track him." Yuan Qingdong said angrily, "You can't ask me to investigate such a trivial matter, can you? If sun and moon are always dispatched for such trivial matters, then..." "Sir, this is wartime, not peacetime. Xianzhou killed the Mountain Sea commander of Xianxia province. He must die. Please don't delay the military." *CK, Yuan Qingdong cursed inwardly. "How dare you threaten me with a mere Mountain Sea?" Somewhat depressed, Yuan Qingdong said coldly, "Fine, I'll find time to go and take a look. Please be quick, sir. Also, please be careful. Xianzhou was able to escape from sun and moon. He's extremely strong. If you really find him, you can send a message to Long Wuwei and invite Long Wuwei's powerhouses to join in the siege." Yuan Qingdong snorted inwardly. "Nonsense. If I really encounter him, of course I won't risk my life to kill him. I'm not from Xianxia province, it'd be best if Long Wuwei could go. If he didn't, he'd just be dawdling and putting on an act. Under the urging of the official army's officer, Yuan Qingdong had no choice but to leave. Of course, he was also very vigilant. First, he went to the official army and questioned the fat village chief. Then, he asked Ling Yunjing, who had gone to investigate earlier. He also drank some mountain spring water that he brought back. There was indeed a faint trace of vitality, which was about to dissipate. It was very weak. To be honest, Yuan Qingdong didn't notice anything wrong. So what if there was a little vitality in the water? You're too naive. Speaking of which, there was no vitality in the water. Yes, Yuan Qingdong didn't know. Wherever he went, the water he encountered contained vitality. It wasn't that he didn't have experience surviving in the wild. He had also been to the battlefield of the heavens. The key was that the water in the battlefield of the heavens also contained vitality. Only those who were truly at the bottom would understand that water did not contain vitality. There was very little of it, unless it was in a place rich in vitality. In the real wilderness, especially the wilderness in the human realm, vitality was very weak. Yuan Qingdong, who lived in the seeking realm, went in and out of big mansions and secret realms, went to the battlefield of the heavens, and went to the three great seas, did not know much about this. The places he went had vitality. Whether it was to gain experience or cultivate, why would he go to a place without vitality? Even if he wanted to kill demons in the wilderness, there would only be demons in places with vitality. With some disapproval and some vigilance, he still went. Outside the mountain. Yuan Qingdong converged his aura and was not in a hurry to enter the mountain. He lingered outside the mountain for a while and sensed slightly. Soon, he took out a jade talisman and threw it into the air. After probing for a while, he frowned slightly. The vitality was indeed a little mixed. This was the situation after someone cultivated and breathed in and out. He's really here? Yuan Qingdong frowned and cursed inwardly. How unlucky. How did I encounter him? Xianxia, an existence that can fight against the sun and moon. His cultivation level is unknown, but perhaps he is also in the sun-moon tier. Although there were no signs of the sun and moon, such as the sun and moon hanging in the sky, it did not mean that the other party was not a sun and moon. Yuan Qingdong fell into deep thought. Should he go in and investigate? If he did not go, would Xianxia province find trouble with him? Thinking of this, Yuan Qingdong's eyes flickered. Soon, he took out a voice transmission talisman and sent a message. Xianxia is very likely to be hiding here. We need elite reinforcements. Not long after, a message came. Wait here, Division Chief Jihong will arrive soon. Yuan Qingdong breathed a big sigh of relief. That was good. Although Jihong seemed to have broken through to the sun-moon tier not long ago, Jihong seemed to have reached the second layer of the sun-moon tier. With Jihong there, he did not have to worry too much. With the sun and moon following, with two sun and moon, it would be much safer. Yuan Qingdong stood guard outside and did not come in. In the mountain, a few white-faced people were also waiting in the cave. Suyu was bored and began to send a message. Lord Kai, if Yuan Qingdong comes, I hope you can come quickly. Of course. Kai replied. Soon, Kai, who was also outside the mountain, received a message from the two pavilions. Lord, there seems to be some movement in Xianxia province. The director of the Education and Welfare Administration, Jihong, just suddenly left the Education and Welfare Administration. Jihong? Kai frowned slightly. Could it be that Xianxia had guessed that Yuan Qingdong was really afraid of death and sent reinforcements? If that was the case, he was really speechless. You are a sun and moon, and a descendant of the invincible realm. Are you so timid? Jihong might have entered the second layer of the sun-moon tier. With Yuan Qingdong, there is nothing to fear. Of course, Xianxia and the others who were acting as bait would be much more dangerous. Kai thought about it and did not change his plan, nor did he remind them. If he could take the opportunity to get rid of Jihong. Recently, someone gave a big order to the Skyhunter Pavilion. It was not a branch, but a big order directly from the headquarters. There seemed to be an incomparably generous reward for killing Jihong, Kai quickly looked through the information for a while and soon found information about Ji Hong. 100 drops of black-yellow liquid. Kai's heart moved slightly. The reward was actually so much. He did not pay attention to it before. This order was just made not long ago, and it came from the headquarters. This Ji Hong. Which enemy did he provoke? He had to kill him. He was a 5th-layer Sun Moon tier. Killing a 2nd-layer Sun Moon tier should not be difficult, right? However, he still had to be careful. Soon, he sent a message. Black One, come and help me. If there is nothing, then forget it. If there is something, help me once, and I will owe you a favor. After a while, Black One replied. Where? Near Beifeng City in Xianxia province. Be careful. Okay, Kai, is there a big fish that took the bait? I will tell you later. Okay. So you did not know that at this moment, both sides were summoning powerhouses to rush over. On this small nameless mountain, apart from the few of them, there would soon be 4 Sun Moon tiers gathered here. At the same time, Shou Xinggu. Wan Tianqing smiled. Suyu was still the most useful. Ji Hong rushed over. The Sky Hunter Pavilion might send out more people. The focus should still return to Xianxia province. There was no point in staying in other places. He had to attract the powerhouses of the Sky Hunter Pavilion. If dozens of Sun Moon tiers come, then it will be fun. Let's start with the fall of these guys in the war. Wan Tianqing muttered for a while. As for Suyu, he would not die. Bad people lived long. How could that guy die so easily? Wan Tianqing sang again. He was just thinking that the Great Xia Prefecture wasn't lively enough. After this, some Sun and Moon Seeker Realm cultivators would come, and then some from the Heaven Hunter Pavilion would come, and then some from other factions would come. It would be best if the Sun and Moon Seeker Realm cultivators in the Great Xia Prefecture broke through 100. I have not fought for 50 years. If you want me to kill a few small fries, then I will have wasted all this time lying low. Ji Hong, after muttering again, Wan Tianqing smiled. This guy Ji Hong, he hoped that this time, he would have a better memory. Not everyone could investigate. The reward of 100 drops of Sun Moon Mystic Yellow Liquid was enough for you. End of chapter 447. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.